Chapter 1. The Master of Bargaining. In the city of Xin, the sun shone brightly above. Inside a restaurant near the antique market, Jiang Yuan and his photographer were savoring their lunch. Bourbon so full. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yuan reclined in his chair, expressing his satisfaction. The photographer glanced at his swollen belly, beaming with contentment. But when he saw the bill, his expression drooped. "Brother, we spent $399. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "You know what they say, a man is made of iron, and a meal is made of steel. How can we function without being full?" The photographer replied, "But we only have 1,000 yuan. Now we're down to 600. While the other contestants are striving to earn money, we're spending without profit. This is..." At this point, the photographer seemed to have an epiphany and cautiously asked, "Brother, are you planning to spend all our money and then withdraw from the competition? Do I look like someone who would cut corners?" Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Besides, we still have 601 left." The photographer glanced at Jiang Yuan, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "What's the point of worrying over a single yuan? Alas, the world has changed." Jiang Yuan sighed and burped again. "Do you know why I chose to eat near the antique market?" "Why?" The photographer was puzzled. "Have you ever heard of term?" Jiang Yuan grinned. "What?" "Bargaining." The photographer jumped as if jolted by an electric shock. "Brother, are you really considering bargaining at the antique market? You could end up losing your shorts. How could there be real treasures at the antique market? Even if there were, it's impossible to bargain." "You shouldn't have eaten so much," Jiang Yuan interrupted. "Why?" "Because when a person is hungry, they only think about filling their stomach. Once full, other thoughts arise." Jiang Yuan patted the photographer's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "In simple terms, you were just overindulging." The photographer was at a loss for words. The audience in the live stream watched the two and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. This contestant is clearly ready to give up. I think the photographer hit the nail on the head. Hell, just spend 1,000 and withdraw. Ha ha. Bargaining? Just be prepared to get scammed. Like this contestant, I bet he'll end up losing the last 600. Jiang Yuan. That's 601. If he really can bargain, he'll wash my hair upside down. Is there a chance he could actually identify treasures? Are you trying to make me laugh to death so I can pass on my debts?" As the comments flooded in, the photographer felt a deep sense of bitterness, losing hope. Survival Challenge was the most popular reality show of the year, with a staggering prize pool of 10 billion. Anyone of age could sign up. Contestants were given 1,000 yuan as starting capital to survive in a city for a year. Moreover, at the start of the competition, their identification, phones, and all personal belongings were confiscated. Only a work phone was allowed for receiving payments and preventing cheating. The show was broadcasted live, with each contestant assigned a photographer for 24-hour coverage. A photographer. He and the contestant shared their fate's success or failure together. Initially, he had high hopes, but since earlier his spirits had dwindled. He understood the futility of giving up. 1,000 yuan for two people was hardly sufficient. Without identification, many jobs were off-limits, making it exceedingly difficult to survive for a year. Ultimately, the winner was determined by who earned the most money. But who would start off with a defeatist attitude on the very first day? 10 billion. A whole 10 billion. Just watching it slip away was unbearable. While the photographer was engulfed in despair, Jiang Yuan had already entered the antique market. The market was bustling with activity. Street vendors were frequently approached by curious visitors, clearly harboring the same hope as Jiang Yuan. "Look, so many people are here hoping to find a bargain. If they really couldn't find anything, why would so many come?" Hearing this, the photographer's face fell. "Brother, you'd have better luck playing the lottery than bargaining." Jiang Yuan shook his head, remaining silent. How could he not know that bargaining wasn't so simple? Most of the items on display were modern replicas or carefully selected items deemed to have little value. Moreover, even these items were priced exorbitantly. In simple terms, to bargain successfully, one had to be prepared for the risk of being cheated. However, for Jiang Yuan, the likelihood of being scammed was virtually zero, because he was a time traveler. Upon unexpectedly traversing to this parallel world and standing on the contestant stage, he was initially bewildered, but soon activated the golden finger essential for all time. Travelers. Coincidentally, his system was called the Treasure Identification System. It could discern valuable items and also recycle them. Each recycling yielded certain rewards. At this moment, Jiang Yuan approached a vendor that he casually scanned the items beneath the vendor stall and remarked, "The antique market is different from other places. If you wish to see something, be sure to inform the vendor first. Only proceed once they agree. Be especially cautious, particularly with porcelain. It's fragile. If it breaks, who's accountable? How would compensation work? After all, authenticity is exceedingly difficult to verify. When profits are at stake, one must remain wary. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the audience in the live stream felt a jolt of surprise. Wow, he seems to know quite a bit. I've learned something new. Could this contestant really bargain? Come on, this knowledge can easily be found online. Bargaining isn't something you can learn from the internet. If he could truly bargain, who would bother buying high-priced antiques? Everyone would just be out for bargains. As these comments flooded in, Jiang Yuan remained non-committal and continued to peruse the vendor's offerings. Most of the items were replicas, with the highest price being merely 20 yuan. However, there was a copper coin, and the system indicated a decent recycling price of 3,000 yuan. Jiang Yuan smiled and asked, "Boss, how much for this copper coin?" "Sir, you have a keen eye. This is a copper coin from the Ming Dynasty. Since you've recognized its value, it must be fate you are my first customer today. He'll sell it for a flat price of 10,000. The photographer jumped in shock, his eyes wide. He could hardly believe that a copper coin could be sold for 10,000. "That's too expensive," Jiang Yuan replied, shaking his head. "Since it's fate, why don't you suggest a price?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan proposed 100. Upon hearing this, the vendor's face darkened immediately. He waved his hand dismissively. "Go away. This is an authentic Ming Dynasty copper coin. 100? Who do you think you're fooling? The lowest I can go is 6,000. If you want it, he'll reluctantly let it go at that." Realizing he had miscalculated, Jiang Yuan understood that the vendor was clearly aware of the coin's value. Offering 6,000 was likely an attempt to profit an additional 3,000. With that thought, Jiang Yuan helplessly shrugged and turned away from the stall. The photographer felt a wave of relief. He genuinely feared Jiang Yuan might impulsively spend all his funds on a single copper coin. Chapter 2. Waiting for fate. Goodness, you managed to bargain it down to 100. Impressive. I previously purchased a bowl here for 50,000, and guess what? Upon appraisal, I discovered it was produced last year. I was utterly flabbergasted. I once thought the 30-second contestant might still find a hidden gem, but I have since changed my mind. If he can find a treasure, then I might as well stand on my head and eat excrement. As he read the comments, the photographer could hardly contain his disbelief. "Brother, even if we are to indulge in folly, there are still 601 that we could spend. Why come here to hunt for bargains? Who said I was indulging in folly?" Jiang Yuan replied earnestly, "Trust me, we will definitely find something valuable." The photographer, taken aback by Jiang Yuan's confidence, found himself at a loss for words and reluctantly followed him onward. Half an hour later, Jiang Yuan continued his relentless exploration. "Brother, heed my advice, we should. The vendor had mentioned that these antiques await their destined owners. We ought to wait patiently. An hour later, brother, let us spend our last funds on a grand meal and then withdraw from the competition. Shall we?" Under the sweltering summer sun, the photographer, having accompanied Jiang Yuan for an hour, was growing weary. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Brother, let's abandon the idea of finding a hidden treasure. Let's enjoy a good meal and then call it quits, shall we?" Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, about to respond when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a vendor, causing him to pause and stride toward the stall with a gleam of excitement. "A relic meant for me has arrived. Come, let's take a look." Much like most stalls, the majority of items before him were mere trinkets. Jiang Yuan cast a cursory glance before swiftly identifying what he desired. However, recalling the earlier incident, he concealed his eagerness. He could not allow the vendor to discern his interest, lest it lead to inflated prices. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Yuan feigned interest in the other items on display. Item: chopsticks material, common wood year, 2020 quality, poor summary, worthless market price, 2 yuan resale value, 1 yuan boss. "How much for these?" Jiang Yuan inquired casually after surveying the chopsticks. The vendor, grinning widely, replied, "Not expensive at all, just 50,000. These chopsticks have quite the pedigree. Once used in the Qing dynasty's royal court. A rare find." Jiang Yuan nearly dropped the chopsticks in disbelief. "What nonsense is this? You dare ask for 50,000 for these? While I'm aware that antique dealers often overcharge, I never expected it to be this outrageous. A 1 yuan pair of chopsticks priced at 50,000. Royal court relics? Nonsense. Such items can only deceive the gullible. Item: bowl year, 2021 quality, poor summary, worthless market price, 5 yuan resale value, 3 yuan. After examining several more items, Jiang Yuan sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was an industry where even the most foolish could find themselves with nothing left. He finally understood the truth behind this saying. However, his focus was not on these trivial items, but rather on the paper lying beneath the so-called antiques. Item: comprehensive design blueprint from Steel Design Institute material. Common paper year, 1982 quality. Average summary. Worth collecting market price, 100,000 resale value, 100,000. With a brief glance, Jiang Yuan nonchalantly picked up the bowl he had previously examined, feigning a serious inspection. The vendor, witnessing this, revealed a professional smile. Most individuals in this line of work can discern a genuine buyer. Those like Jiang Yuan, who meticulously examine everything, generally harbor hopes of finding a bargain. If the price is right, they will indeed make a purchase. As anticipated, Jiang Yuan inquired, "This bowl and the chopsticks form a pair, correct?" The vendor momentarily froze, surprised that Jiang Yuan had already formulated a response before he could speak. Then, chuckling, he raised his thumb in mock admiration and exclaimed, "Brother, your discerning eye is truly sharp. To be honest, these chopsticks and bowl were passed down through my family. My ancestors served in the Qing dynasty and Appraise as royal court." As he spoke, a pained expression crossed his face. However, due to recent family troubles, otherwise. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, cutting him off. "Name your price." "How much?" 100,000. "Too steep." Jiang Yuan shook his head. 100. "Impossible." The vendor shook his head vigorously. "The lowest I can go is 50,000. 300. Jiang Yuan countered. "The color is unclear. The patterns on the chopsticks and bowl are indistinct. This is the highest price I can offer. This is truly an antique. Can't you add a bit more?" The vendor hesitantly asked. "Then let it be 500, Jiang Yuan said, feigning hesitation, pondering for a moment before declaring, "If you agree, I will take it." Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes sparkled with delight, though he feigned reluctance, saying, "Brother, since you've put it this way, I must part with it reluctantly." Jiang Yuan smiled, but then feigned distress. "How shall I carry this?" "Say, boss." He pointed to the newspaper beneath. "How much for this?" "I'll take it too, otherwise I might drop it before getting home." "This paper, take it for free," the vendor said, waving his hand, having made a profit from Jiang Yuan. "Wait," Jiang Yuan interjected, shaking his head. "The due payment must be made." "Boss, I won't take advantage of you. Here in Oppos, that's what we in Oppos, LL do. I in Oppos, LL give Y Chapter 3. Generous tips. The photographer glanced at the barrage of comments, then looked at Jiang Yuan, who was beaming with delight. He felt utterly bewildered. While other contestants had begun to earn money, he had followed a contestant who, instead of raking in profits, had spent $399 on a lavish meal and an additional $510. No, $510 on a pair of chopsticks, a bowl, and a large stack of scrap paper. If they were antiques, it would be one thing, but even a fool could tell those items were mere replicas. "Brother," the photographer couldn't and oppose. T help but exclaim, "Those chopsticks and bowl you bought for 500 RNT worth a dime." "Indeed, they hold no value," Jiang Yuan replied calmly, leaving the photographer utterly stunned. If he recognized their worthlessness, why had he still purchased them? Was he merely playing the fool, or hoping to find a hidden gem? "Brother." His lips quivered in frustration, and he finally sighed heavily. "Forget it. We still have 91 left. We can at least manage one more meal. After that, we can withdraw from the competition and consider it a free meal." Jiang Yuan corrected him. "Who is freeloading? I was merely seeking a bargain." "But brother, other contestants have spent nothing and are already profiting. You spent 500 on 2 worthless items. Is that truly a bargain? We barely have 100 left. And sleeping tonight is already a concern. How can we even compete? You truly are my brother." The more he spoke, the more agitated the photographer became, his mind drifting back to the elusive billion-dollar prize. It hurt. His heart ached. But I also spent 10 on paper, Jiang Yuan stated earnestly. The photographer was taken aback. So, this paper is the real treasure of your bargain? With the items in hand, Jiang Yuan was unperturbed and explained to the bewildered photographer. The chopsticks and bowl are fake. I purchased them as a diversion. This paper, however, is the genuine article. The photographer stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing it several times. The viewers in a live stream were equally puzzled. No matter how they looked, they couldn't detect anything amiss. I thought I could find a real bargain, but it seems all he does is boast. Indeed, the price of this paper is surely less than that of the chopsticks and bowl. Never mind. I'll go watch the performance of contestant number 1. Sigh. I wish I could do a handstand while washing my hair, but it seems that one tea happened. As the audience dwindled, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed. He assumed a profound demeanor and asked the photographer, "Do you comprehend it now?" The photographer hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Forget it. Clearly, you don't understand. I'll take you to see something remarkable. Since you've accompanied me today, I'll treat you to a splendid evening." With that, Jiang Yuan strode ahead, navigating to an antique shop located over 500 meters away. Upon arrival, they would grasp the magnitude of their bargain. Meanwhile, on a bustling street corner, in a live stream of contestant number 1, a beautiful girl was showcasing her acrobatic skills with knives. Before her lay a small bowl, and many passers-by paused to watch her performance, occasionally tossing in a few coins. Wow, a girl can perform like this. She might actually take first place. Indeed, the crowd gathered here is clearly drawn in by her act. I've been watching. Contestant number 1 has spent most of her money on props for her performance. In just half an hour, she has already earned back the cost of her props. Then she must be continuously profiting. As the viewers discussed, she concluded her performance with a bow, addressing the crowd. "Hello everyone, I am Tang Qingqing. Thank you for your support. If you're able, please consider contributing financially. If not, your presence is enough." With her words, the photographer led the applause, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic clapping. At that moment, someone stepped forward and tossed $1 into the bowl. His action seemed to set off a chain reaction, prompting onlookers to contribute varying amounts. Some $1, others $2, with the largest denomination being $5. Yet, this brought a bright smile to Tang Qingqing's face, as she quickly accumulated over $50 in just half an hour. It was clear she was now the top earner among the contestants. It was crucial to note that participants lacked identification, which made finding work difficult for many. How could they compete with her, who had started earning on the very first day? Meanwhile, the excitement grew as viewers spotted Jiang Yuan. "Oh wow, he is here. He is here. Who would have thought we'd run into him? Look, contestant 32 is holding milk tea. Ming Dea. Has he made so much money that he can afford milk tea?" As sharp-eyed spectators caught sight of Jiang Yuan through the photographer, the crowd buzzed with excitement. In their eyes, he and Tang Qingqing were the quintessential examples of opposites, one slacking off, the other striving for success. Naturally, there were those unfamiliar with Jiang Yuan, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Eager viewers quickly provided answers. What profits? He spent $399 on his lunch, then $510 on a broken bowl and chopsticks, clearly worthless. He even claimed he was seeking a bargain, and now he is drinking milk tea. I think he simply wants to mooch off the show's $1,000 prize. Perhaps he succeeded in finding a bargain, and that's why he is buying milk tea? Bargain? Please. He just left the antique street and has been watching Tang Qingqing's performance instead of going to the shop. Is that really how it is? No way. That is a $1 billion prize. Even if he is frugal, he should be scrapping by. At that moment, Jiang Yuan remained oblivious to the uproar in the live stream. He took a sip of his milk tea and joined in the applause. In truth, he had been there for quite some time, only now realizing that everyone's attention had been focused on Tang Qingqing, leaving him unnoticed. "How much money do we have left?" Jiang Yuan suddenly inquired of the photographer. "Brother, after buying the $40 milk tea, we have 51 remaining," the photographer replied, holding up his cup. "It's true what they say. One is beholden when they accept a gift." "Ah." Jiang Yuan nodded and pulled out his phone. Ding! A notification chimed. $50 credited. The crisp sound of the transaction caught Tang Qingqing by surprise, quickly filling her with joy. $50. That was the highest tip she had received that day. "Thank you, brother, for your support of Qingqing. Tang Qingqing beamed, eager to express her gratitude. Suddenly, she noticed the photographer beside Jiang Yuan. "Are you also a contestant?" she exclaimed instinctively. "Hello, I am contestant number 32, Jiang Yuan," he replied with a subtle smile. "Your performance was impressive. I will certainly return to watch you again in the future." Upon hearing this, Tang Qingqing's expression froze. Just moments earlier, she had been reveling in her earnings, thinking she might claim first place. Yet, here was a contestant who had just tipped her $50. The embarrassment was overwhelming. She wished she could vanish. At the same time, she was curious about how this contestant had managed to earn so much. After all, it was only the first day. Chapter 4. Only one left. This scene not only left Tang Qingqing in a state of shock, but also rendered the previously boisterous audience utterly speechless. Their mentality crumbled in an instant. If I am not mistaken, Jiang Yuan had just given a reward of 50 yuan. If my memory serves, he only had 1 yuan left in his pocket. In other words, Jiang Yuan was completely broke. After a few seconds of silence, the audience finally reacted, turning their attention to Jiang Yuan as he walked toward the antique shop. 50 yuan, just like that? Is he out his mind? Tang Qingqing is his competitor. He must be a freeloader. How else could he have spent the 1,000 yuan given by the production team on the very first day? Let's not forget, he hasn't even had the bowl he bought for 500 yuan appraised yet. Perhaps it's genuine? How could that be possible? Something that looks fake at a glance can't possibly be real. I'm curious to see how he plans to turn his fortunes around with just 1 yuan left. A torrent of comments flooded in, and countless viewers rushed to Jiang Yuan's live stream. At this moment, Jiang Yuan remained remarkably composed, leading the cameraman to a quaint antique shop. Gu Bao Gu. A wooden sign hung at the entrance, emanating a sense of antiquity. After a cursory glance, Jiang Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. The shop was spacious, adorned with an array of exquisite antiques, clearly distinguishable from the mere replicas displayed at street stalls. A few intimidating-looking burly men stood on one side of the shop, while a young and attractive woman sat at a tea table in the distance. Upon noticing a customer, the young woman promptly approached, asking, "Sir, is there anything in particular you would like to see? Do you have an appraiser?" Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "If so, please help me appraise this. If you find it satisfactory, I may consider selling it to you." The young woman smiled and inquired, "What would you like to have appraised?" "This." Jiang Yuan handed her a piece of paper. The young woman smiled faintly, took the paper, and without even examining it, unveiled the bowl and chopsticks wrapped within. "Sir." After merely a few seconds of inspection, she raised her head and declared, "This is a replica, a counterfeit." Though she maintained her smile, her demeanor was markedly cooler. In the world of antiques, many individuals attempt to sell replicas in hopes of striking a fortune, and she clearly regarded Jiang Yuan as one of these individuals. "Ha ha ha, that feels good. It's a fake." "Do we need to say that?" "Of course it's fake. I'll reiterate. If he truly finds a treasure, I'll wash my hair upside down and eat dung." "Bro, don't jump to conclusions just yet. I watched his previous live stream, and he is not appraising the bowl and chopsticks, but the paper. Do you really believe he can find a treasure? That paper looks fake at first glance." Ignoring the barrage of comments, Jiang Yuan calmly stated, "You are mistaken." "Impossible," the young woman retorted immediately. "My family has been in the antique business for generations. While some intricate details may elude me, this bowl and chopsticks are obviously fake. Or perhaps you are here to cause trouble?" As she finished, her smile faded, and the imposing men turned their gazes toward Jiang Yuan. The cameraman, sipping on milk tea, stiffened and whispered, "Bro, should we leave?" Jiang Yuan shook his head, pointing to a newspaper set aside. "Why want you to appraise is this?" Upon hearing this, the young woman, puzzled, picked up the discarded paper. After examining it for a moment, her brow furrowed, and her expression grew serious. "Sir, this," Jiang Yuan replied, "the master blueprint of the Steel Design Institute." The young woman's eyes widened in surprise, her demeanor shifting to one of astonishment. "Sir, I am unable to appraise this at the moment. Would you mind waiting while I call my father to assist you?" "That would be fine." Jiang Yuan nodded calmly. Once Jiang Yuan agreed, the young woman quickly made a phone call. "What? I sense something significant here. From the way she is acting, could it truly be something remarkable? Could he have actually found a treasure?" As the live chat buzzed with speculation, The young woman hung up the phone and beamed as she returned. Sir, please hold on a moment. Let us enjoy a cup of tea first. With that, she led Jiang Yuan to the tea area and personally brewed him a cup of tea. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to take a sip, a detailed message appeared before him. Item, teacup material, Dalbergia odorifera, era, 2000 quality, good summary, worth collecting market price, 20,000 buyback, 20,000 gasping at the revelation. Jiang Yuan maintained his composure and gingerly sipped the tea. Indeed, coming from an antique family, even the teacups were fine treasures. Sir, have you discerned something? The young woman paused, looking somewhat surprised. Crafted from Dalbergia odorifera, judging by the age, it should be from 2000, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. It clearly originates from a master artisan. This set would fetch no less than 100,000, would it not? The young woman was genuinely astonished. In the realm of antiques, expertise varies greatly. Jiang Yuan's ability to present a blueprint indicated his proficiency in that area, but she had not anticipated his expertise in wood as well. The most astonishing part was that he could discern both the price and the era at a glance. My name is Lin Qdream. May I inquire your name, sir? Jiang Yuan, he replied calmly. Meanwhile, the cameraman and the viewers in the live stream were left utterly astounded. What does this mean? It seems he possesses some skills. To recognize the value of a teacup at a glance, my heavens, who would have thought? Could he truly have found a treasure? Is that blueprint genuinely worth something? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Why not? Considering everything prior, it seems he is indeed cleverly navigating this situation to acquire the blueprint. That can't be right. Even if he found a treasure, it shouldn't be worth much. He spent a whole 1,000, after all. True enough, but even if he understands antiques, so do masters. Don't they sometimes miss the mark? If he doesn't find a treasure this time, he'll have to withdraw from the competition. As the viewers continued to debate, they suddenly fell silent, each fixated on the screen. They were witnessing a man, approximately 40 years old and dressed in a Zhongshan suit, descending from the second floor. His appearance unmistakably identified him as the father of the young woman. In that instant, they knew the truth of the blueprint would soon be revealed. Chapter 5. Have you ever experienced a 1,000-fold bargain? As soon as they entered, the young lady offered Jiang Yuan an apologetic expression and approached him. This is Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, this is my father. Where are the blueprints? The middle-aged man inquired directly after shaking hands with Jiang Yuan, his gaze darting around the room. Soon, his eyes landed on the blueprints displayed on the coffee table. Is this the blueprint? He asked Jiang Yuan. Upon receiving a nod from Jiang Yuan, he gently nodded in response, then picked up the blueprint and laid it flat on the table, beginning to scrutinize it intently. He examined it with such diligence that one might think he would resort to a microscope if one were available. This meticulousness piqued the curiosity of both the photographer and the viewers in the live stream. No one was more eager to discover whether Jiang Yuan had indeed stumbled upon a bargain, especially those who had earlier boasted about performing headstands and other antics. After a considerable pause, the middle-aged man finally lifted his gaze. This newspaper is indeed remarkable. It appears to be from 1982, is it not? Precisely. Jiang Yuan confirmed with a nod. The man clicked his tongue in admiration. To think that a 1982 newspaper could be preserved so well. With a smile, Jiang Yuan admitted that, to be honest, he too had doubted it at first until the system provided its assessment. A piece of paper preserved for over 40 years. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I heard from my daughter that you intend to sell this newspaper. What price do you have in mind? The middle-aged man asked. 100,000. Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly. 100,000? That price seems rather steep. The middle-aged man hesitated, but before he could elaborate, Lin Qdream interjected that Mr. Jiang is an expert. Surprised, the middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Yuan, not expecting such expertise from someone who appeared quite young. Nevertheless, he trusted his daughter completely and realized that anyone whom she deemed an expert must indeed possess significant knowledge. Very well, 100,000 it shall be. While the profit may not be substantial, it is still a small gain. If a collector happens to come along, the price could be even higher. Consider a chance to make a new friend, he thought, smiling. Mr. Jiang, I accept your offer of 100,000. and let us consider this the beginning of our friendship." "Agreed," Jiang Yuan replied with a grin. "Boss Lin, I look forward to our collaboration. If I have further business, you will be the first I approach." "Ha! Lin Hai," the middle-aged man introduced himself, extending his hand for a shake. "Jiang Yuan," he responded, smiling. "Mr. Jiang, would you prefer a bank transfer or—" Lin Hai asked directly. Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, signaling the photographer to step forward. After waiting a couple of seconds without any response, he gently tapped the photographer's shoulder and inquired, "What is taking so long? Open the app to facilitate the transfer." "Oh, right," the photographer stammered, instinctively opening the app. Ding. 10,000 yuan received. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, preparing to leave. "Mr. Jiang, may I ask, are you a bargain hunter?" "Indeed," Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. "A bargain hunter." Both Lin Hai and Lin Q-Dream were momentarily taken aback. Upon learning that Jiang Yuan was an expert, they had their suspicions. In the realm of antiques, the only individuals referred to as experts were archaeologists, colleagues, or quite rarely, those who stumbled upon hidden treasures. Initially, they assumed Jiang Yuan was likely a peer, much like Lin Q-Dream, whose family had long dealt in antiques. The last possibility was that he was a bargain hunter, as such endeavors required substantial courage. After all, there were countless instances where even seasoned masters had fallen victim to scams while seeking bargains. "Mr. Jiang, if you don't mind me asking, what was your total expenditure?" Lin Q-Dream inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Overall, it amounts to 500, with the purchase of these papers costing 10 yuan, Jiang Yuan replied. "I had thought that finding a bargain would be a daunting task, yet it turned out to be so straightforward." "Mr. Jiang, how many times have you engaged in bargain hunting?" Lin Q-Dream asked, attempting to suppress her astonishment. "This is my first time," Jiang Yuan stated. Lin Q-Dream's expression reflected disbelief. How could one deem the first attempt at bargain hunting as simple? Sensing her skepticism, Jiang Yuan added, "This is also my first attempt at seeking a bargain." The expressions of Lin Hai and Lin Q-Dream froze in astonishment. "Well, since the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave." This moment unfolded without Jiang Yuan's awareness, and it was not until a quarter of an hour later that they snapped back to reality, exchanging astonished glances. They had heard of bargain hunting before. As experts in the antique field, they had not been strangers to attempts at uncovering hidden treasures. Yet the majority of such endeavors resulted in disappointment or months of fruitless searching. Yet, Jiang Yuan had succeeded on his very first attempt. To be frank, they were left utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in the live stream, as Jiang Yuan and the photographer exited the antique store, the previously quiet chat room erupted with fervor. "Wow, he actually found a bargain? One blueprint could sell for 100,000? This has to be a hoax. It's scripted. It must be scripted. How could it be fake?" The live stream captured everything. "This is more painful than death. Contestant 32, you must admit this is just luck. Just admit it. Regardless of luck. Where did that person go who was shouting about headstands and other antics?" At that moment, the viewers in the chat room were in a frenzy. Some rushed to other live streams to spread the news, causing Jiang Yuan's stream to experience an unprecedented surge in popularity. The reactions varied from jealousy to admiration, and disbelief permeated the atmosphere. "Brother, no, Jiang Shun, from now on you are my idol." The photographer, who had been closely following Jiang Yuan, finally snapped back to reality upon seeing the chat comments. "What idol? This is about 100,000. A full 100,000, he exclaimed, as if fearing Jiang Yuan was unaware of the significance of such an amount. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice. "If we budget wisely, this is enough for us to survive the challenges of the production team. Listen to me, let's be frugal from today onward, and after a year, we stand a good chance of winning. Just 100,000? What does that even mean?" Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. "Don't act like you've never seen the world. Let us continue exploring and see if there is anything else worth hunting for. This time, I aim to find something truly magnificent." Chapter 6. The Timeless Tactics of Winning Hearts. Still trying to score a deal? Number 32 seems to be addicted to finding treasures. Doesn't he? What number 32? His name is Jiang Yuan, my Jiang god. I believe that S merely luck. One could say his fortune is quite extraordinary. Luck? This is skill. Without the capability to recognize that blueprint, Could you truly identify its worth? Jiang God, could you teach me how to find treasures? The photographer stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, incredulously gazing at Jiang Yuan. To find a treasure once is no small feat, yet Jiang Yuan, evidently unsatisfied, aspired to unearth a second gem. If finding treasures were so effortless, Lin Hai and Lin Shiming would not have been so astounded. Jiang Yuan glanced at the photographer and leisurely engaged with the audience in a live stream. The act of treasure hunting is complex yet straightforward. However, I would not advise you to attempt it. Not because you are incapable, but even industry titans cannot guarantee perpetual success in this endeavor. I have witnessed too many individuals, brimming with confidence, who ended up losing everything. I believe treasure hunting should be approached with moderation, merely as a form of entertainment. Pursuing it as a profession will inevitably lead to ruin. Upon hearing this, both the photographer and the audience in the live stream exchanged knowing glances. Anyone else could have uttered these words, and they would be believed. Yet, it was Jiang Yuan who suggested treating it as mere amusement, despite having just declared his intent to find treasures again. Who was it that spoke of seeking a significant find? Regardless of the audience's inner musings, one cannot deny that Jiang Yuan and Appraise, recent triumph in treasure hunting has significantly boosted his live stream and Appraise popularity. As he made his way toward the antique market, he continued to converse amiably with his viewers, patiently addressing their inquiries. Before long, Jiang Yuan and the photographer returned to the bustling antique market. As before, the market was teeming with visitors and vendors engaged in hushed discussions about pricing their wares. After surveying the scene, Jiang Yuan stood still, stating, "The antique trade has many unspoken rules. For instance, if someone is currently inspecting an item, no matter how much you desire it, you must refrain from approaching until they have finished." Really? Shouldn't it be like an auction, where the highest bidder wins? I work in the antique business, and he speaks the truth. In the antique market, regardless of your enthusiasm, silence must be maintained when someone is observing an item. I can't believe it. I just gained a new piece of knowledge. I suddenly have faith in Jiang God's treasure hunting skills. Jiang Yuan shook his head with a smile and approached a stall. Item: copper coin material, copper era, 2020 quality, poor summary, trash market price, 2 yuan recycling value, 0.5 yuan, sir. How much for this copper coin? Jiang Yuan inquired, honestly unable to discern its authenticity by mere touch. That coin is from the Ming dynasty. The vendor replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan inhaled sharply. Truly, it is a perilous industry that dares to set such high prices for seemingly ordinary items. Without my system, I would have been left with nothing. 10 yuan. If that is acceptable, I'll take it. 10 yuan. Are you trying to insult me? The vendor exclaimed, eyes wide. Just 10. If you agree, I'll take it. Fine. You seem somewhat likable. Business has been slow this year. Consider a bargain. Jiang Yuan chuckled, completed the transaction, and tucked the copper coin away before turning to leave. Unbelievable. From 10,000 to just 10 yuan. He actually succeeded. More importantly, Jiang God, did you find another treasure? Quick, tell us, did you find another treasure? Reading the comments, Jiang Yuan shook his head and laughed. It's not that simple to find treasures. This is a fake. I thought it was interesting, so I bought it. A fake? I refuse to believe it. Why would anyone want to buy a counterfeit? 10 yuan is hardly a sum of money. Ignoring the audience's disbelief, Jiang Yuan continued deeper into the market. As he had mentioned, no one would willingly purchase a counterfeit. His intent in buying was to test the system and Appraisal's recycling function. Having used the identification feature for some time, it had proven quite effective. Yet he had yet to explore the recycling aspect and was curious about the potential rewards. System, I wish to recycle. With the copper coin safely in his pocket, Jiang Yuan silently commanded. Host has recycled 1 copper coin. Item has been recycled. Rewards have been credited. Ding. Host has recycled a copper coin. Reward, mastery of currency. As the system's announcement concluded, Jiang Yuan felt an inexplicable surge of knowledge flood his mind regarding the minting process of coins. The insights granted him the ability to discern the authenticity of coins with mere observation, independent of the system. For instance, had he encountered that copper coin earlier, he would have been able to identify its true nature without assistance. Jiang Yuan let out a silent breath, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This reward is nothing short of extraordinary. What rewards may await from recycling other items? A bold thought began to take shape in his mind. Wow, brother, look over there. What is happening? As Jiang Yuan pondered, the photographer exclaimed in surprise. Instinctively turning his head, he observed a scene not far away where a man resembling an elderly farmer was arguing with a vendor. In his hands, he clutched a small, muddy statue. This is my ancestral treasure. If it weren't for recent troubles at home, I would never consider selling it. He exclaimed, You want to offer 5,000? How could I possibly part with it for that? What price do you propose? The vendor asked, visibly conflicted. I consulted an expert before. It's worth 300,000. You must offer at least 100,000 for me to sell. The old farmer retorted angrily. His voice softened as he added, I'm only selling it because I urgently need the money. With a pained expression, he continued, Father, mother, I'm sorry. I have no money. To save your grandson, I must part with this heirloom. Please do not be angry. 100,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? The vendor shouted in frustration. Given your circumstances, I can offer you 50,000 at most. Upon hearing this, the old farmer was torn, pondering deeply. After a long moment, he raised his head and declared, No, 50,000 is insufficient to save my grandson. I must at least gather enough to cover his medical expenses. The vendor opened his mouth, ready to interject, but the old farmer preemptively stated, I will inquire with other vendors. Chapter 7. The Serendipitous Contestant. How could you be so deceitful? Before the vendor could utter a word, the old farmer cradled the statue as if it were a treasured relic and hurried away. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous onlookers, some curious, others scoffing, and a few appearing uncertain, ultimately stealthily following in the farmer's wake. Jiang Yuan turned to gaze at the old farmer. Item, wretched statue material, crafted from earthenware year, 2019 quality, inferior summary, rubbish market price, 20 yuan recycling value, 5 yuan after a cursory glance. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing this was all part of script. He had heard tales of such tricks before, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different affair. Nevertheless, the performance was quite effective, managing to capture the attention of so many. Jiang Shun, why are you standing there like a statue? Hurry, an ancestral treasure. You could flip it for 200,000. Jiang Shun, that's 200,000. You needn't pick through the scraps. Jiang Shun, Don and Appos, let me lose faith in you. I and Appos, am feeling numb. Why ISN and Appos, at me out there? Finding a bargain like that would ensure a year of worry-free living. Seeing Jiang Yuan remain motionless, the viewers in the live stream began to chime in with reminders. Bro, the cameraman gulped, gesturing dramatically with 2 fingers, 200,000. That essay hole 200,000. His gaze was fixated on the departing old farmer, lost in a daze, as if a delicious pie had slipped away from his grasp. Bro, go now. Don't let someone else snatch it away. Jiang Yuan shook his head. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? From ancient times. Schemes of capture hearts. What had just transpired was, in fact, a ruse. If he took the bait, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer loss. Could it be? The old farmer doesn't seem to be acting at all. Besides, it's just an old farmer. Jiang Shun, are you being too cynical? I'm not quite sure. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can clarify? Before the cameraman could respond, the viewers in the live stream were the first to express disbelief. Jiang Yuan leisurely replied, If you truly ventured into the world of antiques, you would undoubtedly be left penniless. In antique markets, the old farmers are often imposters, as such appearances lend an air of credibility. To take what one sees at face value is to invite misfortune. Bro, but I still feel this could be genuine. The cameraman insisted, unwilling to relent. If it were you, wouldn't you have approached? Jiang Yuan paused, then asked the live stream audience, would you have gone over? In other words, were you also lured in? Think carefully about what just occurred. Upon hearing this, the viewers fell silent for a moment. Then the barrage of comments flooded in. Wow, thinking it through, that is indeed true. The old farmer claimed he was going for an appraisal worth 300,000. If he needed cash, why would he sell it cheap? Wouldn't it be better to sell it at an antique shop, just like Jiang Yuan suggested? No way. A script? An Oscar-worthy performance. Thank goodness I wasn't there. Otherwise, I would have lost 100,000. Listening to Jiang Yuan is worth more than 10 years of schooling. I must keep watching. With Jiang Yuan's insights, I could easily navigate the antique world. Look, someone has taken the bait, the cameraman suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned in unison to see a man blocking the old farmer's path, engaged in conversation. He appeared affluent and dignified. Oh my, I can't believe someone actually fell for it. Even I could tell that thing is fake. Hey, you weren't saying that earlier. Didn't you just realize after hearing Jiang Yuan's words? Jiang Yuan, go help. Don't let him get swindled. Glancing at the barrage of comments, Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly. Have you forgotten what I said? What did you say? The cameraman queried. When there are onlookers, regardless of how much one desires to intervene, one must remember to remain silent. Disrupting their financial gain is akin to harming their family. Furthermore, the antique world is treacherous. If he has greed, who can he blame? But bro, if we stand by and watch him get cheated, wouldn't we? Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The antique trade operates this way. If we truly intervened, others would not thank you, but rather think you were envious of their good fortune. Experience teaches wisdom. This adage is particularly apt in the realm of antiques. Upon hearing his words, the cameraman and the viewers fell silent. It was undeniable that Jiang Yuan's reasoning held merit. Human nature is such that if one tries to dissuade, others are likely to perceive it as an attempt to obstruct their prosperity. Since neither side would benefit, there was truly no need to intervene. One need not be a martyr. After explaining his perspective, Jiang Yuan continued to meander through the antique market. After a short while, he suddenly halted. Following his gaze, a middle-aged man stood intently before a stall, examining a string of coins threaded with red thread. After a moment, he cautiously inquired, "Boss, these are authentic 5 Emperors coins, correct? What is the price?" 5,000 each, and there are 5 here, so that's 25,000. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated, saying, "That's too expensive. Can you lower the price?" "Absolutely not. 25,000, not a single cent less." "How about 10,000? Is that acceptable?" The middle-aged man fell silent, contemplating. His eyes flashed with reluctance as he finally gritted his teeth. "I only have 20,000 on me. If you think that works, I'll take it." "This is genuine," the vendor insisted, waving his hand. "I want to sell for less than 25,000. Then, forget it." The middle-aged man hesitated briefly, then shook his head, preparing to depart. To his surprise, he turned and caught sight of Jiang Yuan. At that moment, he froze, offering an awkward smile. Although his demeanor was somewhat perplexing, anyone observing Jiang Yuan and the cameraman beside him would likely understand the situation. This middle-aged man was like Jiang Yuan, a contestant in the survival program. Meanwhile, the viewers in Jiang Yuan's live stream erupted with excitement. "Haha, this contestant is number 9, named Xieming. I just watched his entire live stream. He's in cahoots with that vendor, trying to con people into buying antiques. Goodness, another Oscar-worthy performance. If I hadn't just seen Jiang Yuan's stream, I might have actually believed him. Why are all the contestants this year so crafty? One is here to find bargains, while the other is staging a play to lure in buyers. It looks so awkward. Even though I wasn't there, I can sense the tension in the air." Chapter 8. The deceived Jiang Yuan. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were nearly beside themselves with laughter, particularly those who had just listened to Jiang Yuan elucidate the various tricks involved. It was truly unexpected. Within such a brief span, they had witnessed 2 schemes unfold, both executed by contestants of the survival show. Xieming looked at Jiang Yuan, feeling so embarrassed he wished he could burrow into a hole. He had learned through the barrage of comments that Jiang Yuan had stumbled upon a great find. Thus, he had ventured to the antique market in hopes of striking luck. But to his dismay, within mere minutes, he was left nearly penniless. With no money to his name, he figured he might as well try to con others to earn some cash. Little did he know that his very first attempt at deception would land him face-to-face with Jiang Yuan, the very person who had identified the treasures. What a humiliating encounter. "Contestant 32, hello," he managed to say, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. "Hello," Jiang Yuan replied as he approached, inquiring, "Do you still want this woody coin?" "And no, I don't," Ming stammered, his eyes darting about, clearly uncomfortable. "Then make way. I'd like to take a closer look," Jiang Yuan said, nodding slightly. Ming was taken aback, not grasping the implication of Jiang Yuan's words. After all, they were both competitors, and he assumed it was merely a performance. Yet, despite his confusion, he instinctively shifted aside. Jiang Yuan remained silent, crouching down to scrutinize the coin with keen interest. From a distance, he had already noticed this set of woody coins. Both in hue and texture, he instinctively felt they were genuine. Upon closer examination, he discovered that the coin's color was vibrant, exuding an air of antiquity. He weighed it in his hand. It felt light, almost weightless. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, gauging the coin's diameter, which measured approximately 39 centimeters. The obverse bore the inscription Qianlong Tongbao, while the reverse featured two strings of symbols resembling pictographs. At this juncture, Jiang Yuan had formed a conclusion. This was undoubtedly a genuine piece, and among authentic items, it held considerable value. Though he had arrived at this determination, Jiang Yuan still utilized the system to verify his findings and avoid any errors. Item: woody coin, mother coin, material, Bronze Era, 1736 quality. Good summary. Worth collecting. Market price, 70,000. Buyback price, 35,000. Excellent. Jiang Yuan mused to himself before glancing at the remaining coins. It was worth noting that out of the 5 coins, only 1 was counterfeit. The other 4 were genuine. However, their prices varied significantly, with the highest saleable price reaching only 50,000, while one barely surpassed 1,000. After reviewing the system's appraisal, Jiang Yuan felt no surprise, as his own assessment aligned with it. "Young man, do you want to buy these woody coins?" the vendor inquired. Jiang Yuan set the coins down and calmly asked, "How much?" "You heard me. I won't sell for less than 25,000. The vendor replied evenly. 25,000 in total? Jiang Yuan frowned slightly and shook his head. "To my knowledge, the price of woody coins is not that high. This is because..." Before the vendor could elaborate, Jiang Yuan continued, "How about this? I'll offer 2,000 per coin, and I'll take them all for 10,000. The market is saturated with woody coins. They aren't worth that much." Upon hearing this, Ming and the 2 cameramen were taken aback, especially Ming, who clearly understood that these woody coins were as fake as could be. Previously, he and the vendor had merely been playing a charade. The 5 coins had cost them less than 100 yuan to acquire. How could they possibly be real? Even if they were genuine, they certainly weren't worth 10,000. However, rather than speak up, he hurriedly gestured to the vendor, urging him to accept. If Jiang Yuan truly purchased them for 10,000, Ming would pocket a commission of 500, earning 500 on the first day of the survival show. Who could beat that? What? Did I hear you correctly? 10,000. Jiang Shun? These are fake. Surely, Jiang Shun won't misjudge this time. From Ming's expression, I can tell these must be counterfeit. My heavens. Could it be that Jiang Shun intends to sponsor Ming? Brother upstairs, your suggestion makes it seem quite plausible. You have quite an eye, young man, the vendor remarked. Having caught Ming's signal, he pretended to ponder. A little knowledge, Jiang Yuan replied modestly. Hearing this, the vendor hesitated, then said, "Since you have some understanding, you should know the quality of my woody coins. I'll offer 10,000. If you don't want to sell, then so be it." Jiang Yuan shook his head and stood up. "Sell, sell, sell." Ming interjected, not wanting to let this opportunity slip away. "Jiang Yuan, I'm urging you to buy this woody coin because we are both contestants. You won't regret it." What a character. Ming speaks as if he's just spouting nonsense. This is clearly an attempt to swindle Jiang Shun. If I were Jiang Shun, I and Oppos. Do you make sure Ming keeps his distance? Does he think I and Oppos? LL sponsor him? Does he think money grows on trees? Thank you. I feel the same, Jiang Yuan replied, not glancing at the comments, but instead offering Ming a sincere smile. I owe you for giving me this opportunity. With that, Jiang Yuan looked up at the vendor, his silence conveying a clear message. if you wish to sell. Then provide the coins. Fine, if I must suffer a loss, so be it. I'll sell them to you. The vendor sighed, shaking his head. Once he agreed, the transaction proceeded smoothly. Ding! Wealth Treasure has received a payment of 10,000. As the notification chimed, the set of Woody coins was now in Jiang Yuan's possession. Do you know them? The vendor asked, putting away his phone, smiling at Xiaming and Jiang Yuan. Yes, Xiaming replied, thoughtfully nodding. Ha! The vendor laughed, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Yuan and Xiaming. Young men, I truly admire both of you. If only everyone were like you. After speaking, he glanced at Jiang Yuan before picking up his phone. Hello, Mom? What? The pig at home is pregnant and about to give birth? Okay, I'll be right back. With that, the vendor dashed away. Did he just leave like that? My heavens, how heartless. When he was talking earlier, his mouth was practically grinning from ear to ear. He must be afraid Jiang Shun will discover the truth, hence his hasty retreat. Xiaming, that guy, even deceives fellow competitors. His heart is as black as night. What's black about it? Though they are both contestants, in a sense, they are also rivals. Look, Xiaming is trying to make a run for it as well. As the viewers continue to speculate, a sudden comment ignited a chorus of gasps from the audience. Chapter 9. The Authenticity of the Five Emperors Coins by Chance. Jiang Yuan glimpsed the content of the barrage and shook his head in dissatisfaction, stating, Xiaming did not deceive me. This is indeed real. Hearing this, Xiaming, who had already taken a few steps away, felt somewhat embarrassed. Previously, he thought Jiang Yuan was quite impressive, but now it seemed it was merely a stroke of luck. After some contemplation, he straightened his posture and returned to Jiang Yuan, patting his shoulder earnestly as he said, Brother, in the spirit of camaraderie as fellow competitors, I will speak candidly. My earlier exchange with that vendor was an act, and the Five Emperors coins you acquired are counterfeit. If you lack the capability, you should withdraw from the competition. Luck can only carry one so far. A person like you would squander even 1,000,000 in no time. My goodness, such provoking words. If I were there, I would undoubtedly slap him right in the face. This infuriates me. While the audience in the live stream seethed with indignation, the photographer following Jiang Yuan felt similarly. Yet, just as he contemplated delivering a proper lesson to Xiaming, Jiang Yuan intervened. How can you be so certain they are fake? Jiang Yuan asked calmly, eyeing Xiaming, whose mouth was nearly agape in disbelief. How could this possibly be real? Xiaming retorted, based on my experience in uncovering treasures, this is genuine, Jiang Yuan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Xiaming paused momentarily before shaking his head and scoffing. Even if it were genuine, what of it? The value of Five Emperors coins barely exceeds 1,000. You spent 10,000. Even if they are real, so what? Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging Xiaming's point. Generally, Five Emperors coins do not command high prices, for they are not particularly rare, and their availability is relatively good. Some sets may be acquired for a few thousand, while others might demand several 100,000. However, why did the system assign such a high valuation after appraisal? Looking at the smug Xiaming, Jiang Yuan shook his head and remarked, Fortunately, you did not attempt to uncover a treasure. Otherwise, you would have been left with naught but your undergarments. Xiaming and Appo's smile faltered, and his face flushed red. Although Jiang Yuan was unaware, deep down, Xiaming knew he was indeed struck at a sensitive point. He was nearly left destitute. No matter how ignorant I may be, I would never purchase a $10,000 Five Emperors coin. Xiaming protested vehemently. You are mistaken, Jiang Yuan countered. The prices of Five Emperors coins can indeed be quite steep, influenced not only by condition but also by their issuance. He then presented a Five Emperors coin, stating earnestly, for instance, this one is a mother coin. What is a mother coin? In simple terms, it is akin to commemorative coins in contemporary society with a limited circulation. To ascertain whether it is a mother coin, one must examine the symbols on the reverse. Look, the symbols on the reverse of this Five Emperors coin differ from those of ordinary coins. As Jiang Yuan spoke, everyone focused intently on the coin. Indeed, it is different. The reverse of this Five Emperors coin is not the same as the one my grandfather gave me. Being in the antiques industry, I just consulted my grandfather. Jiang Yuan is correct. Mother coins do exist, and their value is several times that of ordinary Five Emperors coins. You see, this coin's reverse is not inscribed in Manchu, but is engraved with dragons and phoenixes. Goodness, it appears Jiang Yuan has indeed uncovered a treasure. This is true prowess. Jiang Yuan is truly remarkable. Look at Xieming's face. Ha ha, this is hilarious. The audience in the live stream, momentarily stunned, shifted from anger to amusement, particularly upon observing Xieming's expression, which was a mix of shock and disbelief. He stood frozen, mouth agape, as if his brain had malfunctioned. Jiang Yuan, lifting the 5 emperors coin, stated calmly, "In my estimation, this coin should be valued around 70,000. Unfortunately, one is a counterfeit. Otherwise, this set would be worth no less than 200,000. Now, it might only fetch around 150,000. Upon hearing this, Xieming slowly turned his gaze towards Jiang Yuan, his expression akin to one who had just ingested something foul. The 5 emperors coin. It was something he had acquired for merely over 100. This was originally his. From 100 to 150,000. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xieming shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, "These are merely your conjectures. Whether they are genuine is not for you to decide." "You are correct," Jiang Yuan acknowledged with a nod, yet added, "but in the realm of antiques. I have yet to misjudge." Xieming opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the photographer accompanying Jiang Yuan gazed at him with wide-eyed astonishment, as if beholding an idol. "Mr. Jiang, you are here too." Just then, a voice tinged with surprise emerged from behind. Turning around, Jiang Yuan saw a woman adorned in a long dress, her cascading hair elegantly pinned up, approaching with a radiant smile. "Miss Lin, what a pleasant surprise," Jiang Yuan greeted warmly. The visitor was Lin Qdream, the daughter of the antique shop owner. "Ha ha ha," Lin Qdream chuckled softly. "I came to the antique market to see if there are any treasures to be found." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the 5 emperors coin in Jiang Yuan's hand, and with a playful tone, she asked, "Mr. Jiang, have you struck gold again?" "Indeed, I have," Jiang Yuan replied candidly. Lin Qdream's eyes widened with astonishment. Her earlier comments had been mere pleasantries. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yuan had genuinely uncovered a treasure. After all, he had just exited the antique shop not long ago. How could treasure hunting be so effortless? "Mr. Jiang, may I take a look?" Taking a deep breath to quell her astonishment, Lin Qdream finally inquired. "Of course," Jiang Yuan replied, handing the 5 emperors coin to her. "Even if you hadn't asked, I intended to offer it to your shop. If it is genuine, I'm certain your shop would acquire it." Lin Qdream responded affirmatively, then began to examine it carefully. The audience held their breath, awaiting her appraisal. Despite their strong belief in Jiang Yuan's discovery, the ultimate validation rested with Lin Qdream. After all, only antiques that could be sold could be deemed a successful find. If it couldn't and oppose, to be sold, even if it were genuine, Jiang Yuan would still incur a loss of 10,000. As Lin Qdream held the 5 emperors coin, her heart raced, assessing its weight and examining its patterns. She was nearly convinced of its authenticity. Yet, being the professional she was, she donned a pair of glasses to scrutinize it further. After a lengthy examination, she finally raised her head and declared, "It is indeed genuine, but the condition is not optimal. I estimate its value to be around 1,000. Upon hearing this, the audience was filled with uncertainty. Lin Qdream's valuation diverged significantly from Jiang Yuan's estimate, which was off by dozens of times. Xieming, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, his lips curling into a slight grin. "Only 1,000. Jiang Yuan spent 10,000. Miss Lin, please continue your evaluation." Jiang Yuan suddenly interjected as the viewers in the live stream sought clarification. Chapter 10. A second chance. Lin Qiufeng glanced at Jiang Yuan and then turned her attention to the remaining 4 5 emperors coins. It was a mere cursory glance, yet an instinctive awareness surged within her. Years of expertise in antique appraisal told her that this particular coin was genuine. Moreover, its condition was significantly superior to the previous one, likely fetching around 10,000. Could it be that all 5 coins were authentic? A bold notion began to take shape in her mind as she inhaled deeply and continued her examination. Upon closer inspection, her heart skipped a beat. She discovered that this coin was in remarkable condition, exceeding 35 centimeters in size. The intricate patterns on the reverse side and the subtle details spoke volumes about its extraordinary nature. After approximately 5 minutes of scrutiny, Lin Xiaofeng concluded that this particular 5 Emperor's coin was one of the more precious mother coins. After 10 minutes had elapsed, Lin Xiaofeng slightly raised her head, her eyes reflecting astonishment as she looked at Jiang Yuan. "What do you think?" Jiang Yuan inquired. Lin Xiaofeng removed her glasses and handed the 5 Emperor's coin back to him, declaring, "It's authentic. Among them are 2 mother coins, one estimated at around 70,000 and another at about 50,000. Additionally, although one isn't a mother coin, it could still command a price of approximately 10,000. As Lin Xiaofeng continued to elaborate, the audience in the live stream had already ceased to listen. The valuations she provided echoed in their minds. 70,000 plus 50,000 plus 10,000, combined with the previous one, 000, was and Appos, that nearly consistent with Jiang Yuan and Appos. As earlier assertion, in that instant, the viewers were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Xiaming, who had quietly absorbed Lin Xiaofeng's insights, felt a deep regret, wishing he could turn back time. How many tens of thousands was that? He couldn't say for certain, but he knew that if he hadn't sold the 5 Emperor's coins, they would all belong to him. As a contestant in the survival challenge, no one understood better than he what over 10,000 could accomplish. "Mr. Jiang, it's a pity that one of these 5 Emperor's coins is counterfeit." Lin Xiaofeng was oblivious to the thoughts of others. After her lengthy exposition, she sighed, adding, "If this one were genuine, the entire collection could easily reach 200,000. 150,000. Lin Xiaofeng proposed after a moment of reflection, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan. Though she had little prior interaction with him, the fact that he had uncovered 2 treasures in such a short span was a testament to his keen eye. For someone like him, Lin Xiaofeng envisioned not merely a short-term collaboration, but a long-term partnership. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. It aligned closely with his earlier statement. However, he understood that Lin Xiaofeng would not reap significant profits from this price. After all, selling to an individual would yield roughly that value. Selling to a merchant, however, would be a particularly advantageous deal. Ultimately, merchants would also bear the risks and strive for profit. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for taking this on," Jiang Yuan smiled and acknowledged. "You can simply call me Xiaofeng," Lin Xiaofeng replied with a smile. "Then you may call me Jiang Yuan. We are of the same generation," Jiang Yuan said, and they casually chatted while processing the transaction. Watching their exchange, Xiaming's eyes turned red with envy. He trembled with rage, panting heavily. A full 150,000. He had only spent 100 to acquire it. What a bummer. I'm so envious. I feel the same. But seeing Xiaming's reaction brings me a strange sense of satisfaction. Honestly, is Jiang such a treasure hunter? Twice in one day, unbelievable. Whoa, I came from Xiaming and Appos. S livestream. Wherein and Appos. We supposed to be acting? How did it turn into reality? Hey, buddy upstairs, that S just cruel. Haha. Xiaming, don't cry. Ding. The notification of 150,000 arriving echoed through the air, silencing the audience's chatter as they gazed enviously at Jiang Yuan in the livestream. "Jiang Yuan, did you buy these here?" Lin Xiaofeng asked curiously as she received the 5 Emperor's coins from him. "Yes, it cost a total of 10,000, Jiang Yuan replied candidly. 10,000. Lin Xiaofeng and Appos. S lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. She even began to question herself. The fortunes Jiang Yuan had uncovered in one day nearly surpassed her lifetime and Appos' worth. Certainly, she had encountered genuine antiques more often than Jiang Yuan, but instances of acquiring high returns for a minimal investment were few and far between. Wasn't the antique market notoriously treacherous? Why did it seem so simple with Jiang Yuan? Was the antique market I frequented a fade? Xiaofeng, I must take my leave now. I will reach out if I come across anything worthwhile, Jiang Yuan said as he stored his phone and waved goodbye, departing the scene. Lin Xiaofeng watched him leave, her gaze drifting to the stalls around her. She refused to believe that Jiang Yuan could find treasures while she could not. Although her appraisal skills may not match his, she had immersed herself in this world since childhood. Claiming the title of a master was hardly an exaggeration. I must discover a treasure today. Lin Xiaofeng silently encouraged herself, beginning her search around the area. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan and the photographer strolled down the street. Bro, where are we going to find treasures next? The photographer exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the vendors. Do you genuinely believe that finding treasures is that simple? Jiang Yuan shot him a look of disbelief. Isn't it? The photographer instinctively began to reply, but upon realizing, he sheepishly chuckled. So, brother, what are we doing now? He understood that treasure hunting was challenging, yet having accompanied Jiang Yuan for merely a day and already uncovering 2 treasures had momentarily clouded his perception of its difficulty. Do you see what time it is? Jiang Yuan asked. It's almost evening, the photographer replied, glancing at the sky. Then why are you still asking? Jiang Yuan continued. After all this time, are you not hungry? The photographer flinched slightly. After all this time? Such words could only have come from Jiang Yuan. Most contestants were still struggling to secure work. Despite his inner thoughts, the photographer maintained a calm demeanor and readily agreed, yes, I and Oppos am starving. I could really go for a good meal right now. Jiang Yuan waved his hand grandly. What do you want to eat? Just say it. We and Oppos, V got money. I want hot pot, beef lamb. The photographer babbled, seemingly lost in delicious daydreams, nearly drooling. Such a hodgepodge. Hurry up and hail a cab. Let's go to a 5-star hotel for a proper feast. Jiang Yuan interjected decisively. Sure thing, bro. The photographer exclaimed excitedly. Had it been morning, he would have cautioned Jiang Yuan to spend wisely. But now, with over 200,000 in savings, why not indulge? What was the purpose of earning money if not to enjoy it? Chapter 11. Are you out of your mind? Dining at a 5-star hotel as they traveled in the vehicle, Jiang Yuan appeared relatively composed, his gaze lowered in a state of relaxation. In stark contrast, the photographer was brimming with excitement, enthusiastically engaging with the audience of a live stream. Greetings to the newcomers. Welcome to the live stream of contestant Jiang Yuan, number 32. What? How did you know we're heading to a 5-star hotel for a lavish meal already? In truth, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about the 5-star establishment. It merely offered delicacies such as lobster and abalone. The viewers reacted with a mix of disbelief and envy, some expressing their desire to confront the photographer. Observing the photographer's smug demeanor, both longtime viewers and newcomers shared a collective disdain for him. If he were present among them, they might have wished to reprimand him severely. Unfazed by the barrage of comments, the photographer continued to boast, relishing the fact that few contestants could indulge in such a feast on their very first day. Soon enough, Jiang Yuan and the photographer arrived at their destination, a bustling street where cars could not enter, with the 5-star restaurant nestled within. Meanwhile, on another busy thoroughfare, Tang Qingqing and her photographer were packing up after a long day's work. I'm utterly exhausted, she exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground. The photographer echoed her sentiments. Acknowledging the relentless pace of their day, since Jiang Yuan had gifted her 50 yuan. From dawn till dusk, she had been tirelessly performing, barely finding time to rest or even glance at the comments online. After a brief respite, Tang Qingqing inquired about their earnings. Approximately 1,000 yuan. The photographer reported after checking his phone. So much. Tang Qingqing beamed, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Earning such an amount would typically be effortless for her. But given their current circumstances, stripped of their identification and in a situation akin to being undocumented, this achievement was indeed commendable. Let us celebrate with a grand meal, she declared, standing up with a flourish after taking a sip of water. Are you regretting following me? She playfully asked the photographer as they walked. Not at all, he replied promptly, fully aware that the other contestants were likely struggling, some possibly going hungry that day. I believe if we keep this up, we will surely win a grand prize. Tang Qingqing said with a radiant smile. Absolutely. The photographer nodded enthusiastically. Let us order 3 dishes and a soup to commemorate our first day of survival. Just as he was about to agree, his gaze caught sight of something ahead. Qing Jia, we encountered fellow contestants, he exclaimed, pointing out 2 figures approaching swiftly, one of whom carried a camera. As they drew closer, Tang Qingqing recognized one of them. "It's contestant number 32, she cried, rushing to intercept them. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Yuan turned, surprised to see Tang Qingqing blocking his path. "Could you lend your phone?" she asked, brushing back a strand of hair. "I want to return that 50 yuan to you." "No need." Jiang Yuan shook his head, thinking her concern trivial. "That 50 yuan was simply a token of appreciation for your performance." Tang Qingqing paused, momentarily taken aback by his nonchalance. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" she asked. "Not yet," he admitted. "I was just about to." "Well, I haven't eaten either," she replied, her tone turning bold. "What do you say we eat together?" "It's on me." After her declaration, she noticed the peculiar looks on Jiang Yuan and his photographer's faces. "What are you staring at?" "I'm not growing flowers on my face," she remarked, frowning. "Are you really offering to treat us?" Jiang Yuan clarified, surprised. "Absolutely," she affirmed sincerely. "I have money." "All right then." Jiang Yuan and the photographer exchanged glances and smiled. "What do you want to eat?" With a glimmer of triumph, Tang Qingqing seized the moment. For her, Jiang Yuan and Appraise, 50 yuan was a source of humiliation, and today marked the occasion to reclaim that dignity. "How about that?" Jiang Yuan suggested, gesturing toward a nearby establishment. Tang Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she followed his gaze. To her disbelief, Jiang Yuan was pointing at a five-star hotel. Chapter 12. The disparity among people. Tang Qingqing's mind faltered as she stared blankly into the distance. A five-star hotel, surely, even if she emptied her pockets. She could hardly afford a meal there. Her eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yuan, as if trying to perceive something extraordinary within him. Jiang Yuan remained silent, merely observing her. The two, strikingly handsome and beautiful, locked eyes, and one would expect the air to be thick with tension. Yet, the atmosphere was peculiarly tense. After a prolonged silence, Tang Qingqing shifted her gaze to her photographer and said, "Sister, am I just too exhausted today? Is it possible I'm hallucinating?" "Qing." "Sister Qing, it seems not," the photographer replied, swallowing hard. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingqing glanced back at Jiang Yuan and then at the distant five-star hotel, shouting, "Jiang Yuan, are you joking? Eating at a five-star hotel? We are both contestants. Although we are rivals, I understand if you want to pull a fast one on me, but this is utterly outrageous." "No," Jiang Yuan interjected, raising his hand seriously. "Did you not say you would treat us? I initially intended to invite you, but you declined. How can you place the blame on me?" Tang Qingqing and Appraise, breath caught in her throat. She had indeed suggested treating them, but she never intended for it to be at a five-star hotel. Most contestants had yet to start earning money. Merely having a hearty meal was a luxury, let alone entertaining the idea of a five-star establishment. This was clearly a trap. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Just as her frustration peaked, Jiang Yuan's voice reached her ears again. "Moreover, without you, we were already planning to dine there." This left her momentarily stunned, staring at Jiang Yuan in disbelief. What did you say? You're already planning to eat there?" "Indeed," the photographer chimed in, standing tall. "Today is the first day of survival. Is it wrong to celebrate with a good meal? If you don't believe it, you can ask the audience in the live stream." Sister Qing, though it's hard to admit, they truly intended to dine at a five-star hotel. Upon reading this comment, Tang Qingqing felt as if struck by lightning, as though countless slaps had landed on her face. Jiang Yuan then asked, "By the way, are you still treating us? If not, we can leave." Tang Qingqing opened her mouth. Then, biting her lip, she touched her pocket and resolutely declared, "I will treat." Having said that, she marched determinedly towards the five-star hotel, resembling a fresh recruit heading to the battlefield. As the audience in the live stream speculated, Jiang Yuan and his companions had already entered the five-star hotel and were led into an elegantly decorated private room by the staff. Though Tang Qingqing maintained a facade of composure, when she picked up the menu and glanced at the prices listed, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Miss, what would you like to order?" Seeing Tang Qingqing lost in thought, the waiter kindly offered, "I can assist you." Tang Qingqing lifted her head to look at everyone, tentatively suggesting, "Although it and Appraise, as to celebrate our participation in the survival program, it is the first day, so perhaps we should be a bit frugal." Jiang Yuan nodded, acknowledging you have a point. After all, the 10 billion prize is yet to be claimed. All right. Tang Qingqing expressed her gratitude towards Jiang Yuan and then asked the waiter, do you have fried rice? Please bring us 4 portions. Jiang Yuan, do you want anything else? You mentioned we would just have a casual meal. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Then, addressing the waiter, he ordered, I'll have a portion of oil-braised prawns, a serving of kung pao chicken, and a plate of stir-fried pork with dried tofu, along with 4 bottles of drinks. Tang Qingqing and Appo's eyes widened again. Was this what they meant by being frugal? Brother, what about the Australian lobster I wanted? The lamb hot pot? Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan and Appo's photographer interjected. Since this meal is on Tang Qingqing, we should indeed be careful with our spending. Jiang Yuan patted the photographer's shoulder reassuringly. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Tang Qingqing's eyes widened once more. Frugal? How could such cold words come from those lips? If she didn't know Jiang Yuan was participating in the same survival program, she would have thought they were on a show about lavish living. Are you two only ordering 2 bowls of fried rice? Shouldn't you order a bit more? Jiang Yuan asked Tang Qingqing. No, that's enough, Tang Qingqing stammered, startled. Oh, are you short on cash? Jiang Yuan nodded, and before Tang Qingqing could exhale in relief, he added, if you and Appo's, re-short, Don and Appo's, worry, I can cover it. No, we have enough money. Tang Qingqing forced a smile, saying, we simply can't eat that much. After that, she sat upright, but her mind was racing, calculating how much their order would cost and whether her funds would suffice. If not, perhaps washing dishes here to repay would be an option. As she pondered, their orders soon arrived. Jiang Yuan and the photographer wasted no time in indulging in the feast. It must be said that, despite being mere home-cooked dishes, the flavors were exquisite, befitting a 5-star hotel. Hey, why aren't you eating? Jiang Yuan, savoring the meal, suddenly noticed that Tang Qingqing and her photographer had barely touched their food. Cough, cough. Tang Qingqing and her photographer exchanged glances and chimed in unison. We're currently on a diet. We can't eat anything too greasy. Oh, Jiang Yuan nodded in understanding. Then we'll eat first. With that, he resumed his enthusiastic feast. Goding dan king king en di li, dan king king. Observing Jiang Yuan, who was engrossed in his meal, she feigned calmness, taking tiny bites of her fried rice. Yet, a closer look would reveal her eyes darting toward the delectable dishes before her, occasionally swallowing hard. Clearly, her thoughts contradicted her outward demeanor. Jiang, do you not understand? Such a stunning beauty beside you, and you remain oblivious? Ah, Jiang is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Looking at Sister Qing, it's clear she can't resist. She simply wants to save some money. Tang Qingqing, my heart bleeds, yet I must pretend to be indifferent. Tang Qingqing, I am exhausted. Let all end. Sister Qing, maintain your composure. Do not even think of quitting. Chapter 13. Item recovery. As she gazed at the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Tang Qingqing felt an increasing sense of distress. How could she have been so foolish as to invite Jiang Yuan to dinner? Simultaneously, she was perplexed. As a fellow contestant, her own exhausting efforts yielded a meager profit of merely 1,000 yuan, while Jiang Yuan had the audacity to dine at a 5-star hotel. It was not just her who struggled to comprehend this. Even the audience that diligently followed Jiang Yuan's live broadcast found it baffling. Why was Jiang Yuan so fortunate, managing to stumble upon 2 incredible deals on his very first day? These fortunate encounters had amassed him a staggering, some exceeding 200,000 yuan. To be frank, Tang Qingqing was grateful she remained unaware of Jiang Yuan's earnings that day. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to existential doubts, perhaps even considering withdrawal from the competition. The disparity between individuals was simply too vast. Brother, it's nearly evening. Where shall we sleep? The photographer inquired, devouring a prawn. Jiang Yuan casually replied, while scooping rice on his plate. What is there to fear? When we reach the mountain, the road will reveal itself. After the dark will come light. Surely, 2 capable individuals need not fret over finding lodging. Your reasoning is sound. The photographer nodded in agreement. Viewing Jiang Yuan as a deity, everything he said was right. Who would dare contest that? Approximately half an hour later, burp. Both the photographer and Jiang Yuan expressed their satisfaction, feeling pleasantly full. That was delightful. We must return for more next time. Jiang Yuan stood up, preparing to exit the private room. Upon reaching the door, he noticed Tang Qingqing and her photographer frozen in place. Aren't you leaving? You should go find a place to rest, he urged, regarding them with curiosity. Calmly, Tang Qingqing responded, we already have a place to rest. We intend to take a break for a while. Then we shall take our leave, Jiang Yuan said, not pressing the matter further, and departed with his photographer. Sister, where do we have to stay? The photographer cautiously asked Tang Qingqing after Jiang Yuan left. Have they gone? She whispered. They have. With that, Tang Qingqing sprang to her feet, hastily gathering the unfinished dishes and began to feast with gusto. Sister, save some for me. The photographer, momentarily taken aback, quickly joined in. Don and Amp, Oppos, worry. There and Amp, Oppos, as plenty for everyone, Tang Qingqing reassured him. At that moment, several viewers lingering in Tang Qingqing and Amp, Oppos' livestream were left in awe. They had previously noticed her restraint through subtle details, but could hardly believe that after Jiang Yuan's departure, the once dignified beauty had transformed into this. They continued to indulge until every last morsel was consumed, leaving Tang Qingqing and her photographer rubbing their bellies in satisfaction. Undeniably, Jiang Yuan and Oppos' earlier words held merit. The cuisine from the five-star hotel was truly exquisite. Waiter, how much do I owe? Tang Qingqing boldly called out after a brief pause. Miss, your total comes to 3,000 yuan, the waiter responded. At the sound of those words, Tang Qingqing felt a chill run through her. 3,000. Today's earnings plus the 1,000 from a production team did not amount to that. How could they have consumed so much? She hesitated, glancing at the waiter. Do you need someone to wash dishes? The waiter looked puzzled. What do you mean by washing dishes? Well, I don't have enough money. I'm short a bit. Is there any way I could wash dishes to pay off the debt? She explained, her voice dropping to a whisper, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She felt utterly humiliated. Ah, miss, the waiter finally understood, flashing a professional smile. That gentleman has already settled the bill. Settled the bill? Tang Qingqing was taken aback. She knew all too well that the one who paid was Jiang Yuan. Yet, today was supposed to be her treat. What did it mean that Jiang Yuan had paid? Lost in her thoughts, she found herself wandering out of the hotel without even realizing it. Jiang Yuan, I must surpass you. After a prolonged silence, gazing at the bustling street, Tang Qingqing gradually regained her composure and quietly encouraged herself. Sister, let us find a place to stay. Dan Qingqing sighed. This time, our sleeping arrangements must be superior to Jiang Yuan's. She clenched her fists, subconsciously regarding Jiang Yuan as her most formidable rival in this survival challenge. I've checked on the other contestants. They're all searching for places to stay. I and Oppos am quite curious about what kind of places they can find. Indeed, a person without identification should only be able to manage a night in an internet CAF, right? Or perhaps they will rest in a park. By the way, where is Jiang Yuan? Has he found a place to stay? Oh my, I just checked Jiang Yuan's live stream. Goodness, he has gone to the antique market again. As the audience engaged in lively speculation, many rushed back to Jiang Yuan's live stream. Up until this point, Jiang Yuan's live stream had garnered the highest viewership among all contestants. The reason was simple. His stream was far more captivating than those of the others. While the other contestants remained bewildered, unsure of their next steps, Jiang Yuan had already succeeded in uncovering hidden treasures. While others were still planning their next move, Jiang Yuan had already struck gold for the second time. While the remaining contestants struggled to make ends meet, Jiang Yuan was dining at a five-star establishment. At that moment, as viewers flooded into the live stream, they found Jiang Yuan casually wandering through the antique market. Is Jiang Yuan preparing to uncover more treasures? Remarkable. Twice in one day, and he's still ISN and Oppos. He satisfied? I'm curious to see if he can find anything else this time. When Jiang Yuan is on the move, treasures are sure to follow. If he doesn't find anything, it's not due to his lack of skill, but rather that there are no treasures nearby. Honestly, more than his treasure hunts. I'm intrigued to know where he sleep tonight. Will he end up like the other contestants? In truth, the audience was mistaken. Jiang Yuan was not on the hunt for more treasures. Rather, he was contemplating. Earning over 200,000 yuan in a single day had dulled his sense of excitement regarding wealth. With his current skills in treasure appraisal, making money was a breeze. What preoccupied him now was the other significant function of the system, item recovery. While treasure appraisal could identify valuable items, finding hidden gems was not as simple as it seemed. No one was foolish enough to let valuable items slip away. Possessing the treasure appraisal system merely indicated a keen eye, but finding treasures required more than just that. Today, he decided to focus on recovering other items and see what rewards he could reap. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to proceed with his plan. However, just as he was about to purchase a few items for recovery, a nearby sound caught his attention. Chapter 14. 3 routes a day, excuse me. Do you know where the Gubaogu is? A hearty voice called out from nearby. Jiang Yuan and the photographer instinctively turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Soon, they spotted a farmer in traditional attire hurrying towards them. Excuse me, do you know how to get to Gubaogu? The farmer repeated his question as he approached Jiang Yuan. What business do you have at Gubaogu? Before Jiang Yuan could inquire, the photographer interjected. While the farmer hesitated, I have a family heirloom that I wish to have appraised and see if they are interested in purchasing it. Jiang Yuan glanced down at the farmer's waist, noticing it bulging with contents, clearly indicating he carried something substantial. Alas, we have fallen on hard times lately. The recent floods nearly destroyed our village. Otherwise, I would never part with my ancestral treasures. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the farmer silently. The viewers in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments. Wow, don't they ever take a break? The antique market must be quite treacherous. Is this really the third scenario in just a day? I was considering following Jiang Yuan's lead to find some treasures. Good thing I didn't tee. Brother, don't even mention it. I followed Jiang Yuan and lost 5,000. Indeed, as Jiang Yuan said, finding treasures isn't something that can be easily learned. The atmosphere remained tense until the farmer, feeling uncomfortable under Jiang Yuan and Appo's gaze, finally heard a voice. Gubaogu is that way. It was the photographer, seemingly unaware that this was all scripted, as he eagerly pointed the farmer in the right direction. Grateful, the farmer thanked both Jiang Yuan and the photographer before turning and shuffling slowly towards the direction indicated. After a few seconds, Jiang Yuan and the photographer could faintly hear his muttering. When I was young, my grandfather told me that my great-grandfather worked for the royal family during the Qing dynasty. If these treasures are authenticated, I could rebuild a 5-story house. And with the poor roads in the village, I do need to buy a vehicle, brother. This can't possibly be another script, can it? The photographer suddenly awoke from his daze, his eyes wide as they fixed on Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan glanced at the photographer, but remained silent. The live stream audience burst into laughter. Seriously? No way. Nobody can be that clueless. How can you just now realize this is scripted? I figured it out from the start. Brother, after shadowing Jiang Yuan for so long, how could you not see such an obvious script? Didn't you hear Jiang Yuan say that in the antique market, the last people you can trust are those dressed as farmers? The photographer stammered, attempting to refute the comments. But I didn't buy anything. I was just being helpful. Brother, shall we go check out Gubaogu? I want to see if that farmer actually goes there. The photographer suggested. Jiang Yuan, however, did not respond and instead turned to walk deeper into the antique market. He had no desire to watch the spectacle, especially knowing the farmer was merely a part of the act, and he had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. Wandering through the antique market, Jiang Yuan casually perused the various stalls. The market offered a myriad of items, some authentic, yet the vast majority were forgeries. After all, the items displayed had gone through a stringent selection process, and any potentially genuine pieces were tucked away by the vendors. Eventually, Jiang Yuan found himself at a particular stall. He cast a cursory glance downward. Item, Qing Dynasty blue and white bowl material, porcelain era, 1903 quality, poor summary, slightly worth collecting market price, 399 yuan buyback, 100 yuan item, bead bracelet material, unknown jade era, 2017 quality, poor summary, junk market price, 10 yuan buyback 2, 5 yuan. After a brief examination, Jiang Yuan felt somewhat astonished to discover that amidst the counterfeit goods, the vendor actually had a genuine item. However, upon inspecting the other items, he couldn't help but smirk. Even with the genuine piece, the total value of everything at the stall barely reached 1,000 yuan. After a simple inquiry with the vendor, he picked up the previously mentioned blue and white bowl, feigning interest. How much for this? The vendor, eyeing Jiang Yuan as attire, chuckled inwardly, recognizing that he likely knew little about antiques. He immediately replied, "Brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This is a Qing dynasty royal stop." Jiang Yuan interrupted, his patience waning. "How much?" 10,000. The vendor declared, forming a 10 with his fingers. Jiang Yuan maintained a calm facade, though internally he was taken aback. Each visit to the antique market never failed to astonish him. The audacity to quote such a price for a forgery was staggering, especially when the vendor managed to present it as if asking for 10,000 was entirely reasonable, much like the earlier farmer's portrayal. One could argue that the vendors here could easily win an Oscar for their performances. 1,000 yuan, Jiang Yuan finally offered. 1,000, brother. That's a bit, the vendor began, but before he could finish, Jiang Yuan stood up to leave. Wait. The vendor hastily stopped him. Business has been tough these days. 1,000 it is. He began to wrap the blue and white bowl to hand to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan shook his head, gesturing towards a stall. I meant 1,000 for everything. 1,000 for everything? The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you even know what this is? The beads are made of jade and have historical significance. They were worn by a royal concubine. Just one of these is worth 300,000. 1,000 is too little. If not, then so be it. Jiang Yuan remained unfazed. The vendor fell silent, and as Jiang Yuan prepared to leave once more, the vendor finally relented. All right, it's late. Business is hard. Let us settle for 1,000. Consider a loss for me. I just want to get home to my wife and kids. Witnessing this exchange, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. 1,000 for everything here. Are you saying that all this combined isn't even worth 1,000? Yet he dares to ask for 100,000? How absurd. Brother, you forgot to mention the 300,000. I suspect the total would amount to 1,000,000. This is truly a spectacle. Is Jiang Shun actually getting something genuine? Of course. If there's nothing real, how could Jiang Shun possibly find a treasure? Jiang Shun, quickly reveal what treasure you found. Chapter 15. Mastery of Smell. Brother, did you strike gold? After walking a short distance, the photographer finally voiced his curiosity. Not really, Jiang Yuan replied thoughtfully. What do you mean by not really? The photographer looked momentarily perplexed. What about that blue and white bowl? Jiang Yuan inquired. Brother, here it is. The photographer quickly produced the item. This is genuine, Jiang Yuan stated. Upon hearing this, the photographer leaped with excitement. Brother, if it's truly an antique, doesn't that mean you've struck gold? Quickly, tell us how much you profited from this find. His enthusiasm instantly heightened the anticipation of the audience in the live stream. Everyone fell silent, their faces brimming with hope as they awaited a satisfying response from Jiang Yuan. True, it is genuine, but it holds little value, Jiang Yuan explained, noting the photographer's bewildered expression. Antiques come in various categories. For instance, a century from now, would you consider a watch worth over 100,000 more valuable than a mere electronic watch costing a few dollars? Undoubtedly, the former. Without hesitation, the photographer agreed. Antiques are similar. Genuine items can vary greatly in value. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Jiang Yuan's point is straightforward. Items used by royalty are inherently more valuable because they were the finest goods of their time. Thus, through the passage of time, their value appreciates even further. Conversely, items used by the general populace, while their historical significance may enhance their value, will not see a substantial increase. Moreover, the rarity of items plays a crucial role. Items used by royalty are exceedingly scarce, which contributes to their collectible worth. So I see. After explanations from Jiang Yuan and several viewers, everyone finally grasped the concept. Glancing at the comments, The photographer hesitated before asking then, "Brother, how much is this worth?" "Approximately 300, Jiang Yuan replied. 300? Brother, you're not being honest." The photographer's eyes widened. "Why would you pay 1,000 for it?" Jiang Yuan responded nonchalantly, "For collection." Having said this, he glanced at the sky and began to head back. It was late, and now that the task was complete, it was indeed time to find a place to rest. Simultaneously, he silently dispatched some of the small items he purchased to the system for recycling. Host has recycled a bracelet. Item has been recycled. Rewards have been credited. Ding! Host has recycled the bracelet. Reward: mastery of jewelry. Ding! Host has recycled porcelain. Reward: mastery of porcelain. Host has recycled dog care manual. Item has been recycled. Rewards have been credited. Ding! Host has recycled the dog care manual. Reward: canine scent detection. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, waves of knowledge surged through him like a gentle stream. Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. However, when he heard the final notification and sensed his sense of smell becoming acutely refined, able to detect the subtle aromas in the air, he was momentarily stunned. Is this really possible? Enhanced sense of smell? What use is that? Jiang Yuan lamented internally. As a human, what necessity is there for such heightened olfactory perception? The notion that this could also be recycled was utterly bewildering. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan made a concerted effort to calm the tumult within. While smell might not hold great significance in daily life, it was undeniably a skill. The adage "more skills, less burden" remains true. Moreover, this indicated that everything could indeed be recycled, did it not? Suddenly, the photographer interrupted Jiang Yuan's thoughts with an exclamation. "Brother, look!" As Jiang Yuan turned his attention, he noticed the photographer gesturing toward a clearing about 10 meters away. There stood two figures, one clad in the garb of a farmer, the other dressed extravagantly. The more he looked, the more familiar they appeared. Finally, his eyes widened in recognition. Good heavens! One was the farmer he had encountered previously, and the other was Lin Xiaomeng, the daughter of the antique shop owner. Observing the two, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Of all people to deceive, they chose Lin Xiaomeng. Yet, he had to concede that her discerning eye was remarkable. Being immersed in the antique world for years, it was unlikely she could be easily fooled. At that moment, after exchanging a few words, the farmer proudly presented an item from his arms to Lin Xiaomeng. She scrutinized it carefully, examining it from all angles. After several seconds, the farmer introduced, "Miss, this is a Ming Dynasty plate with floral motifs. A few years back, someone auctioned it for over 15,000. Lin Xiaomeng nodded thoughtfully. Having come from a lineage of antique dealers, she was acutely aware of genuine versus counterfeit. "And how much are you selling this for?" she inquired after contemplating. "Due to a recent flood at home, I need to build a house, so I'm willing to part with it for 5,000, the farmer replied promptly. 5,000, Lin Xiaomeng repeated, her eyes sparkling with interest. To be candid, 5,000 was not an exorbitant price for a genuine piece. Although she might not achieve the same auction price this time, she certainly wouldn't incur a loss. However, Lin Xiaomeng didn't hastily agree. Instead, she continued, "Do you have anything else?" "Indeed." The farmer grinned widely, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. "What are you looking for?" "I have everything you desire." "Let us take a look," Lin Xiaomeng said, raising an eyebrow. "Absolutely." The farmer beamed even more. "As long as the price is right, I have everything you wish for." As Lin Xiaomeng continued to inspect, the viewers in the live stream were utterly flabbergasted. What is going on? Is this not scripted? Is Lin Xiaomeng merely playing along with the farmer? Honestly, I can't discern whether this is scripted or not. If it were fake, how could Lin Xiaomeng not see through it? Jiang Yuan, can you see whether this is scripted? While the viewers debated, the photographer couldn't help but question, "Brother, could it be that we misjudged earlier? Is this actually real?" Jiang Yuan remained silent, his own suspicions brewing. He found himself doubting whether he had misread the situation. Was the farmer genuine and not part of some script? Yet if that were the case, the simplest principle of not revealing wealth would surely apply. Did the farmer not understand this? Initially claiming a price in the tens of thousands, now settling for just 5,000? The ambiguity of the situation left Jiang Yuan feeling somewhat disoriented. Shaking his head, he ceased pondering. If he wished to ascertain the farmer's authenticity, there was surely a more effective method. With this thought, Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes and activated the system to conduct a thorough scan. Chapter 16. Renewal Item. Ink ground powder color floral plate material. Porcelain era. Qing Yongzheng, 1730 quality. Good summary. Worth collecting market price. 90,000 buyback. 45,000. Upon observing the data scanned by the system, Jiang Yuan was taken aback. He genuinely did not expect it to be an authentic piece. Brother, is this real? Noticing the change in Jiang Yuan's expression, the photographer's heart sank as he inquired. Is indeed authentic, Jiang Yuan affirmed with a nod. After a brief pause, he continued. Moreover, just as he mentioned, purchasing it for 50,000 would yield at least a 50% profit. A ripple of excitement ensued. The photographer was momentarily frozen in disbelief. The live stream audience erupted with fervor. No way, is this real? Is it really that intense? This old farmer is actually selling a genuine item? What on earth is this, the legendary script? When did this script land on my head? Oh, why does it feel so scripted? Indeed, one cannot apply common sense to the antique market. The photographer displayed a long face, utterly disheartened. The opportunity was slipping away. Had he approached the farmer a moment earlier, those thousands would have been in his pocket. Besides, the old farmer had mentioned he possessed more than just this one item. Meanwhile, as the old farmer produced another item, Lin Xiaoming continued her conversation with him. Her demeanor suggested she hoped he would produce even more. It was evident that this item was authentic as well. Oh, another genuine piece. I could cry. Why is it so hard for me to find a bargain while others seem to do it effortlessly? Exactly. I lost 10,000 today while trying to find a deal. Enough talk. I'm going bargain hunting again tomorrow. I refuse to believe I can't find a deal. True. I'm no longer distracted by where other survivors are finding places to rest. I'll just stay in Jiangshan's live stream and learn how to snag a deal. At the same time, Jiang Yuan and Appraise gaze shifted to the new item in Lin Xiaoming and Appraise's hands. Item: blue and white floral bowl material. Porcelain era. Qing Qianlong. 1750 quality. Good summary. Worth collecting market price. 180,000 buyback. 90,000 gasp. Jiang Yuan inhaled sharply. To be honest, he was somewhat astonished. He genuinely did not anticipate that the old farmer's possessions would be authentic. Even now, reflecting on the earlier events felt surreal, as if they were too implausible to be true. Jiang Yuan realized that the photographer could not discern the authenticity. Seeing Lin Xiaoming pick up yet another item, he could not help but inquire, "Is it real?" "Yes, it is," Jiang Yuan replied calmly, "and its value should be around 180,000. The photographer was left utterly dumbfounded. Really? Another genuine piece? I'm losing my mind. So there are actually people selling antiques at low prices. Oh wow, this is giving me chills at night. My wife is calling me to bed, but I can and oppose. Focus. Jiang Yuan remained silent, his gaze still scanning Lin Xiaoming and Appraise's hands. At that moment, she set down the blue and white bowl and retrieved a new item from the old farmer. It was a painting. Item. Material: wood era. Qing Qianlong. 2017. 1931. Quality: good summary. Market price: 5,000 buyback. Upon seeing the introduction of this painting, Jiang Yuan was bewildered. What on earth was this? Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? As he pondered, he involuntarily glanced at the adjacent stall. Just then, the system returned to normal. However, when his gaze landed back on Lin Xiaoming and Appraise's painting, the system reverted to its earlier state. Jiang Yuan was taken aback, and as he observed Lin Xiaoming frowning and scrutinizing the painting, a realization dawned upon him. It seemed this trap was not solely aimed at novices in the antique world. Even seasoned collectors could fall prey to it if they were not careful. "Brother, is this also real?" At that moment, the photographer could not help but ask. "This?" Jiang Yuan initially nodded, then shook his head gently. This reaction left the viewers in a state of confusion. "Jiang Shun, is this genuine or not? What is going on?" Jiang Shun seems to be in a predicament. Could it be fake? That shouldn't be the case. If it were fake, Lin Xiaoming should have recognized it immediately. That end amp, oppose, s true. Although Lin Xiaoming is young, she's quite the expert at identification. How could she not tell? As Jiang Yuan glanced at the barrage of comments, he intended to clarify for the audience when he inadvertently met Lin Xiaoming's gaze. In that moment, their eyes collided. Lin Xiaoming's previously furrowed brow relaxed as she gestured for Jiang Yuan to approach. Jiang Yuan, what a coincidence! Lin Xiaoming greeted him with a smile. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Jiang Yuan responded. He had been preparing to leave, yet unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiaoming at this crucial moment. Furthermore, she had stumbled upon a scenario akin to his own, albeit with the distinction that she had fallen into the trap while he had not. As Lin Xiaoming nodded, preparing to seek Jiang Yuan's opinion, the old farmer, upon seeing Jiang Yuan, found him somewhat familiar. Suddenly recalling that he was the young man he had asked for directions earlier, he felt a pang of anxiety. He could not afford to make a mistake. Time was of the essence. In an instant, the old farmer's mind raced, and he raised his phone. A sudden ringtone interrupted him. Feigning urgency, he answered, "What? The flood at home is rising again? We're about to be unable to stay on the second floor? All right, I understand. Wait for me at home. I'll return shortly." After hanging up, he hastily turned to Lin Xiaoming. "Miss, are you interested in purchasing this item? If it weren't for this emergency, I wouldn't be selling it at such a loss. If you don't buy it, I will have to leave. If it doesn't sell, my family will have nowhere to stay." As he spoke, the old farmer snatched the painting from Lin Xiaoming's arms, along with the earlier two items, ready to depart. "Wait." Lin Xiaoming stopped him, looking conflicted. She was tempted to make a purchase, but was also cautious. In truth, she had verified that the first two antiques were authentic and their prices were reasonable, one at 50,000 and the other at 90,000. The key was the last painting, priced at 600,000. If it were indeed genuine, it was a steal, and she could potentially resell it for over 200,000. Yet, while she was confident about the first two, she felt uncertain about the final painting, wavering between believing it to be real and suspecting it might be fake. Chapter 17. Beautiful woman, let into oppose. Let's book a room, you are blocking my way. Do you still want it? The old farmer said. My home is flooding. I can't oppose to afford any delays. Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang suddenly. He quickly answered, "What? It and oppose. It's raining harder? The dam by the lake has collapsed? Hurry, find a place to shelter and head for higher ground. Be extremely cautious." His voice was loud and filled with urgency. Jiang Yuan and the others could hear a cacophony of sound from the other end of the line. Children crying, women screaming. Everything felt alarmingly real. The moment he hung up, his expression turned anxious. "Miss, do you still want it or not? If not, please don an amp, oppose, waste time here." Lin Xiaoming hesitated, pondering for a few seconds before preparing to respond. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan stepped forward and said, "How many times must I tell you? In business, hesitation will cause good deals to be snatched away by others." "Who is this gentleman?" the old farmer asked, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, we in oppose. Re from the same shop." Jiang Yuan casually replied before inquiring, "How much are these?" 5,000 for this, 90,000 for that, and 600,000 for the last one, the old farmer said, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes as he quickly calculated. The total comes to 740,000. 740,000 is not a high price. Jiang Yuan nodded. "Let's use Zhi Bao." Upon hearing this, the old farmer said nothing further and promptly presented the payment QR code. "May I borrow your phone?" Jiang Yuan smiled. Before Lin Xiaoming could respond, she felt her phone slip from her hand. Dip! With the sound of a notification, Jiang Yuan swiftly entered the amount and returned the phone to Lin Xiaoming, saying, "Enter the password." "Ah. Oh." Lin Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, perhaps due to Jiang Yuan's impressive knack for seizing opportunities or for some other reason. In any case, she subconsciously input the password on the phone. "Done." Jiang Yuan smiled as Lin Xiaoming completed the entry. The old farmer, beaming, handed over the antiques he held. However, just as Jiang Yuan was about to take the first two antiques, he picked up the painting, intending to pass it over. Ding! 14,000 yuan credited to Zhi Bao. The old farmer stiffened, forcing a smile as he said, "Buddy, The total is 740,000. I know. Jiang Yuan nodded naturally, then pointed at the painting and remarked, but this painting is overpriced. I don't have that much cash on hand, so I want to be purchasing it. Is that a problem? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming finally snapped back to reality. She stared blankly at Jiang Yuan, struggling to comprehend his words. Money. How could my family, which deals in antiques, possibly lack funds? At that moment, Lin Xiaoming noticed the old farmer's smile falter and turn awkward. Brother, that's rather unkind of you. How can you buy only 2 items? The old farmer's cold voice echoed, and Lin Xiaoming, startled for a moment, finally understood. This is a scam. What does unkindness have to do with it? Jiang Yuan frowned. Isn't this how the antique trade works? Transactions are based on mutual consent. If you wish to sell and I wish to buy, and I pay, the deal is concluded. It's as simple as that. Do you not grasp this basic principle? Is there a problem with what I said? No problem. The rules of the antique market have always been this way. All the vendors around echoed in agreement. The old farmer opened his mouth to retort, but when he saw the vendors looking at him, it felt as though his words were stifled by cotton. He was too afraid to claim Jiang Yuan was lying, fearing the vendors would retaliate. How about I refund you the 14,000? Does that work? The old farmer's bravado weakened. Don't you understand the rules? Jiang Yuan countered without answering directly. You. The old farmer pointed at Jiang Yuan, his face contorted with anger, but he ultimately fell silent. Coldly, he declared, fine. Today I'll take the loss. With that, he turned away, clutching the remaining painting, casting a fierce, warning glare at Jiang Yuan as he departed. Jiang Yuan, was that painting fake? Lin Xiaoming asked, her expression one of disbelief once the old farmer was out of sight. Yes, that shouldn't be the case. Listening to Jiang Yuan, Lin Xiaoming furrowed her beautiful brows. It looked very genuine. You are correct. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. In a certain sense, it truly is genuine. This statement left Lin Xiaoming puzzled, her mind filled with questions. The audience in the live stream was just as bewildered. My goodness, does anyone understand what Jiang is implying? Please explain. How can it be both real and fake? Is the antique industry this intricate? Oh my, what on earth is happening? In the scene, observing Lin Xiaoming's eager curiosity, Jiang Yuan explained, to say it's real is true. To say it's fake is because the painting is not whole, but rather stitched together. Are you saying it's a patchwork? Lin Xiaoming gasped in surprise. Exactly. Then how did you discern that it was fake? Lin Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was genuinely intrigued how someone her age could possess a deeper understanding of antiques than her, who grew up surrounded by them. It an oppose. S.A.'s secret. Jiang Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. That, Lin Xiaoming stammered, feeling a tickling curiosity. Jiang Yuan, just tell me. Just one sentence. Without considering anything else, Lin Xiaoming grabbed Jiang Yuan and Appo's hand and began to plead. Ahem. Jiang Yuan, captivated by Lin Xiaoming and Appo's delicate beauty, felt his heart race, nearly blurting out the secret. However, he quickly regained his composure and feigned calmness, saying, I can tell you, but I have one condition. Lin Xiaoming blinked her large eyes, eagerly asking, what condition? How about we book a room together? The nearby photographer nearly jumped at this, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Jiang Yuan. Dude, have you forgotten we're still live? Chapter 18. A hidden affection. A single remark from Jiang Yuan left Lin Q-Dream utterly bewildered. She had anticipated some profound statement. Yet what emerged was this unexpected phrase. After a brief moment, Lin Q-Dream regained her composure, her brows knitting together in a barely contained fury. She acknowledged Jiang Yuan's keen insight into antiques. However, that did not grant him the liberty to treat her lightly. Coughing slightly, Jiang Yuan noticed the change in Lin Q-Dream's expression, realizing her thoughts had taken a misguided turn. Do not misconstrue my words. We simply have nowhere to stay, and we're hoping you could assist us in securing a room, he clarified. Lin Q-Dream's first instinct was disbelief. What a ludicrous jest. Just today, she had stumbled upon a fortune exceeding 200,000, and now he claimed they lacked accommodation. It felt like a farce. However, upon noticing the nearby photographer, a realization dawned upon her. I heard there's a survival show currently airing in Xinjiang. You wouldn't happen to be one of the participants, would you? She inquired, recalling her earlier confusion when she spotted Jiang Yuan with the cameraman. Indeed, I am that participant, Jiang Yuan replied with a smile. With that revelation, Lin Q-Dream felt a wave of relief wash over her. She chuckled softly. Ah, now it makes sense. I thought, what did you think? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, his handsome face eliciting a sudden blush from her. Flustered, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and glanced away. It's nothing. Let us go. I'll take you to a 5-star hotel. Thank you very much, Jiang Yuan replied with a grin, following her lead. Goodness, this twist came rather swiftly, didn't it? Weren't we just discussing antiques? How do we end up seeking accommodation? Jiang Yuan, photographer, I advise you to not overstep your bounds. Or I might just ask you to leave. By the way, what about the other contestants? Have they found a place to rest? They've been in Jiang Yuan's live stream. If you hadn't mentioned this was a survival show, I would have thought it was about finding bargains. I must check on the other contestants immediately. As Jiang Yuan and Lin Q-Dream made their way towards the hotel, numerous viewers in the live stream began to drift towards other survivalists and Oppo's channels. In contestant number 9, Xiam Ming and Oppo's live stream, he and his cameraman were huddled beneath a bridge. Brother, why is it so cold? The cameraman shivered, pressing closely to Xiam Ming. There is not much we can do about the cold, Xiam Ming replied, forcing calm despite his chattering teeth. Compared to other survivalists, we're quite fortunate. At least we have some shelter. Some contestants have nowhere to escape the elements. At this, the cameraman frowned. Zen, isn't that a bit far-fetched? He muttered, feeling the chills seep into his bones. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the sky, and both men gaped at the fleeting lightning. Moments later, a gentle rain began to fall, watching the sporadic flashes illuminate the night. It was clear a heavy downpour was imminent. Brother, it seems you were right. Rain is indeed on the way, the cameraman stammered. Xiam Ming, after a moment of stunned silence, chuckled triumphantly. I told you so. We may be under a bridge, but many have no shelter at all. Once the rain falls, they're finished. My choice of the bridge was indeed prophetic. The cameraman, nodding vigorously, dared not argue. Brother, choosing the bridge was truly brilliant. Indeed, Xiam Ming laughed. Do not be misled by Jiang Yuan's supposed fortune. We are here for the survival challenge. Making money is merely the simplest aspect of this endeavor. The true challenge lies in survival, right? The cameraman agreed. Perhaps Jiang Yuan hasn't even found a place to stay and is stuck in the rain. Let us rest for now. We need our strength for tomorrow's survival, Xiam Ming suggested. Meanwhile, viewers exiting Jiang Yuan's stream couldn't help but chuckle at the banter. Eager to imagine Xiam Ming's reaction upon learning Jiang Yuan not only found shelter, but did so in a 5-star hotel, aided by an exquisite beauty. Simultaneously, in contestant number 1, Tang Qingqing's live stream, she and her cameraman were nestled in an internet CAF. Although they hadn't logged in, being 2 stunning women, the CAF staff refrained from asking them to leave. It's raining, Tang Qingqing murmured, gazing out the window. What's there to fear about the rain? Her cameraman replied lazily, lounging on the couch, a couple of instant noodle cups and bottles of water on the table. They hadn't logged onto the computers, but their modest purchases made them feel less guilty. We're not getting wet, and we have heating, she stated, then continued. Do you think Jiang Yuan found a place to stay? Why do you care about them? Her cameraman retorted, turning to regard Tang Qingqing, who seemed lost in thought. Pausing, she added, Sister, you wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you? Impossible. Tang Qingqing responded vehemently. Seeing her reaction, the cameraman straightened. Sister, you must remember you and Jiang Yuan are competitors. His success could spell trouble for you. Wait, Tang Qingqing interjected. What are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? Really? The cameraman scrutinized her. Feeling a flutter of panic but maintaining her composure, Tang Qingqing replied, Not at all. Relieved, the cameraman exhaled. Having feared Tang Qingqing's feelings might jeopardize her chances in the competition. Thunder rumbled as the rain intensified. I think, considering Jiang Yuan treated us to a meal and gave us some money, it wouldn't hurt to mention that the CAF is also a viable resting place. Dan Ging Ging Ponde Alao. At this, The cameraman felt her heart race, realizing the implications of Tang Qingqing's words. Chapter 19. Analysis of a strategy. Why are you silent? After waiting for a few seconds without receiving a response, Tang Qingqing turned her head. Sister, the photographer said with a stern expression, do you really dislike Jiang Yuan, or how could I possibly like him? Tang Qingqing interrupted, her words still hanging in the air. You haven't answered my question yet. Should we tell Jiang Yuan that the internet CAF is actually a place where one can stay? The photographer paused for a moment, and just as she was about to respond, she glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. What's this? Sister Qingqing wouldn't really be falling for Jiang Shun, would she? Bro, this is a survival show, not a dating reality. Impossible to like him. I could tell at a glance that it's fake, utterly fake. However, Sister Qingqing's worries are completely unnecessary. I just came from Jiang Shun's live stream, and he has already checked into a 5-star hotel with a stunning beauty. Moreover, the soundproofing there is unknown. How could they possibly get rained on? Receiving no response from the photographer, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but furrow her brow. What are you thinking? Sister, the comments. Tang Qingqing, somewhat bewildered, leaned in closer. What met her eyes were the viewers and oppos. Comments flooding in. What? A hotel room? A 5-star hotel? With a beautiful woman? Tang Qingqing exclaimed in disbelief. This seems a bit too far-fetched. One comment might be a joke, but with so many similar remarks, it was enough to confirm that this was indeed the truth. At that moment, her heart felt as if it were crushed under a heavy stone. She wished for Jiang Yuan's well-being, but did not want him to reach a level of happiness that made her envious. And he was with a woman in a hotel room. At that moment, she felt utterly shattered. Was a show she and Jiang Yuan were participating in really the same survival program? Was this madness? A survival show? Suddenly, a dull sound echoed through the air, startling her. The pattering of raindrops against the internet CAF's windows was distinctly audible. Tang Qingqing abruptly snapped back to reality, her delicate features tight-lipped as she tore open a packet of instant noodles and took a bite. For reasons unknown, the noodles that had initially seemed delicious now tasted bland. Yet, she bit down hard, as if gnawing on bone, seemingly venting some unexpressed emotion. After having dinner with him today, should I repay him tomorrow? At that moment, Tang Qingqing suddenly asked. The photographer, caught off guard while slurping her noodles, froze. Upon meeting Tang Qingqing's resentful gaze, she felt as if her concerns had manifested into reality. The grand prize of 10 billion seemed to sprout wings and drift away. Hey, do you think what I said is right? Before the photographer could respond, Tang Qingqing frowned and pressed on. The photographer, regaining her composure, forced a smile and replied. Sister Qingqing, you are right. It should be repaid. Exactly. Tang Qingqing nodded, speaking to herself. I, Tang Qingqing, never owe anyone a favor. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan remained oblivious to the circumstances of the other contestants. At that moment, he, along with the photographer and Lin Q-Dream, had arrived at a 5-star hotel. Lin Q-Dream confidently approached the front desk to check in. Hello, please book me, the presidential suite. As the front desk attendant yawned while processing the ID, she suddenly noticed the two approaching, chatting and laughing, greeting her with friendly faces. She instantly became alert, scrutinizing the trio. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a photographer checking into a hotel. It was hard not to imagine some inappropriate scenes unfolding. Perhaps there would even be footage online later. Hello, are you all together? The front desk attendant cautiously inquired. Yes, we are. Lin Q-Dream nodded lightly. Upon receiving the answer she sought, the attendant's eyes widened in surprise. Taking a deep breath, she adopted a customer service demeanor and said, Miss, we have a romantic suite. Would you like to consider it? With that, she shot Lin Q-Dream a knowing look. Lin Q-Dream. Jiang Yuan, however, seemed to understand and quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to have heard. Although he comprehended, he had no idea how to explain. The attendant, thinking Lin Q-Dream was simply shy, continued, Don't worry, young people shouldn't be shy. You should relax a bit. The room is ready, and it comes with many intriguing toys for you to explore. They are all brand new. Lin Q-Dream, utterly bewildered, took the ID, her mind racing with thoughts about what the attendant had just said. It wasn't an amp. Oppos, tea until 2 minutes later, upon entering the guest room, that Lin Q dream was left speechless. This was certainly not a presidential suite. The lighting was decidedly intimate, and a massive mirror on the ceiling reflected the entire bed. Beside it stood a gigantic wardrobe, transparent, filled with an array of enticing outfits and some peculiar items. The lighting cast an alluring ambience over the two of them. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were left astounded. Forgive my ignorance. I never knew such rooms existed. Goodness, this is truly stimulating at this hour. Don't forget to charge for this. Jiang Yuan. Bro, you're loaded. Jiang Yuan is fortunate. Lin Q dream is an absolute beauty. Imagine how Tang Qingqing would react to all this. I must spread this news. While the audience reveled in their excitement, Lin Q dream finally grasped the meaning behind the front desk attendant's words. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she hurriedly attempted to explain this. Jiang Yuan. The more she tried to explain, the more she stumbled over her words, as if her attempts were only serving to mask something deeper. Enough, Jiang Yuan interjected, halting her stammering. I understand. Lin Q dream was momentarily taken aback, her round eyes wide with astonishment. She longed to ask Jiang Yuan just what it was that he understood. None of this was her intention. Just as she was about to voice her desire to switch rooms, Jiang Yuan walked right in. Feel free to ask whatever you want. Close the door and take a seat on the sofa, Jiang Yuan stated directly. His words made Lin Q dream realize the true purpose of their stay. Suppressing her chaotic emotions, she ventured, so, how did you figure it out? Chapter 20. Internet sensation Jiang Yuan, observing the brimming curiosity in Lin Xiaoming's gaze, began, this is a classic swindle, actually. He paused, then addressed the camera. I wonder if any of you have ever downloaded dating apps. They dangle bait, enticing you to subscribe, and then, after subscribing, they prompt you to activate the account with a fraudulent cashback scheme. This is essentially the same. The first two antiques are genuine but priced far below market value, subtly eroding one's defenses. Some might detect minor inconsistencies, but the immense profit offered by the third item overshadows these doubts. Then, with a fabricated emergency, many impulsively make the purchase. Even if the first two items are authentic, the third ensures a substantial profit for the seller. Concluding his explanation, Jiang Yuan turned to Lin Xiaoming, remarking, given your discerning eye, you should have noticed some discrepancies. As an appraiser, you shouldn't commit without absolute certainty. Lin Xiaoming fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Jiang Yuan and Appo's words. She had indeed noticed subtle differences and suspected some items were not genuine. However, the enticing price had made it difficult to refuse. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yuan and Appo's influence also played a part. Witnessing his two successful finds, she too sought a similar triumph. This desire ultimately swayed her decision to purchase. Meanwhile, the live broadcast audience erupted in excitement. Incredible. This is truly eye-opening. Damn, Jiang Yuan, stop. I was scammed out of 50,000 yuan by those apps. So the antique market is this treacherous? City life is too complex. I and Appo's, am going back to the countryside. Jiang Yuan, slow down. I and Appo's, am taking notes. All right, now that you've explained, let's get on with it. Jiang Yuan, I'll allow you to ask the cameraman to leave for 3 minutes. Lin Xiaoming inhaled deeply, her admiring gaze fixed on Jiang Yuan. She was genuinely impressed by his ability to remain composed in the face of such significant potential profit. Jiang Yuan, she began, retrieving the two antiques from her embrace. According to antique market customs, these should belong to you. Thank you for your help. I would have suffered a great loss without you. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I should be thanking you for getting me a room. I wouldn't have known where to stay in this downpour. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan glanced out the window. Despite the heavy rain outside, the room was remarkably soundproof. Are these themed rooms always so well insulated? Lin Xiaoming chuckled. One good turn deserves another. I owe you a great debt today. Here, open your payment app. I and Appo's. LL transfer the market price to you, as if I and Appo's am buying them from you. Absolutely not. Jiang Yuan and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't an Appo's tea about the money. It was a matter of principle. The old farmer had offered them to him originally, and had he accepted, the antiques would rightfully be his. Since he hadn't, and Lin Xiaoming had stumbled upon them, he couldn't claim them now. No way. I must transfer the money. Otherwise, I won't feel right about taking these antiques. Lin Xiaoming insisted, her delicate face firm. No, Jiang Yuan reiterated. No, you have to. No, you must. As Jiang Yuan and Lin Xiaoming stubbornly stood their ground, the cameraman awkwardly interjected, well, why don't you two talk it over? I'll come back later. Haha. Jiang Shun. Bro, I'll get you an extra drumstick tomorrow. Cameraman. I an amp. Oppos. Eaten so much today. I should know better, right? I can an amp. Oppos. T. Look at Lin Xiaoming. Her face is as red as a baboon and amp. Oppos. Hesput. As the audience chattered, their attention remained glued to Jiang Yuan and Lin Xiaoming. Jiang Yuan seemed unfazed, but Lin Xiaoming's head was bowed, a blush creeping up her cheeks. In the next moment, just as the cameraman rose to leave, Lin Xiaoming, her face flushed, acted swiftly and decisively, snatching Jiang Yuan and Appo's phone and transferring the funds. Ding! 140,000 yuan received via Alipay. As the notification sounded, Lin Xiaoming fled the room without a word, leaving only her parting words hanging in the air. Jiang Yuan, I owe you one. Bro, did I do something wrong? The cameraman asked, dumbfounded, as he watched Lin Xiaoming depart. Let's sleep. Tomorrow, we'll keep looking for treasures, Jiang Yuan replied, turning over and immediately falling asleep. The cameraman, however, lay awake, tossing and turning. It was his first time staying in such a hotel, and he couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to wear the suggestive lingerie hanging nearby. Yet, Jiang Yuan had simply gone to sleep. Could it be that Jiang Yuan was a seasoned veteran? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jiang Yuan, the internet had exploded. The Survival Challenge program already had a large following. Jiang Yuan and Appo's extraordinary first day had drawn even more viewers to the live broadcast. Now, countless fans were clipping and posting segments of his live stream on various social media platforms. Is this for real? Are you telling me this is a survival challenge? Survival challenge contestant makes over 300,000 yuan in one day by finding valuable antiques. Survival challenge contestant stays in 5-star hotel, leading many to joke. Is 1,000 yuan enough? While other survival challenge contestants rough it, one contestant enjoys 5-star hotel and female companionship. Is this really a survival challenge? These videos spread like wildfire across Weibo, Douyin, Kuaishou, and other short video platforms, sparking heated discussions. Jiang Yuan, contestant number 32, had become an overnight sensation. No way is this fake. How could someone find 3 valuable antiques in one day? It's obvious. There's so much hype these days. He's just a manufactured celebrity. I've been in the antique business for most of my life, and I've only found a few treasures. How could someone find 3 in one day? Even if it's fake. Who is this streamer? He's so handsome. I'm going to follow him. Some viewers who hadn't watched the Survival Challenge expressed skepticism, dismissing the videos as mere publicity stunts. However, fans who had followed Jiang Yuan's live stream quickly jumped in to defend him and set the record straight. Chapter 21, A New Day If You Doubt It. You may as well watch Jiang Shun's live stream. I can attest that I watched Jiang Shun's entire broadcast. As a fellow enthusiast of antiques, I can confirm that he possesses genuine artifacts, some of which I couldn't even comprehend, yet he discerned their true value. The vendors he found treasures from were acting as if in a play, and who would have believed it was all authentic? If you think it in Appo's as scripted, just ask the vendors who were caught off guard. Their tears would reveal the truth. My good brother, you are truly ruthless. I shall indeed take a look tomorrow. Information spreads like wildfire online. Even in the dead of night, captivating videos continue to circulate widely, drawing in an ever-increasing number of viewers. Many netizens ventured directly into Jiang Yuan's live stream on Survival Challenge. In a remarkably short time, his live stream amassed a staggering audience of 100,000. It is noteworthy that in the current declining entertainment market, maintaining a live audience of over 100,000 is a mark of top-tier popularity. In other words, overnight, Jiang Yuan ascended to the pinnacle of the live streaming industry. When viewers beheld Jiang Yuan peacefully asleep in bed without any treasures in hand, countless onlookers did not disperse. Instead, they bombarded the chat with inquiries about the authenticity of the video's content. Many viewers remained in Jiang Yuan's live stream, asserting that it was indeed real. Simultaneously, the production team of Survival Challenge and the online video staff took notice of the viral phenomenon. Recognizing the video and Appraise' explosive popularity, they promptly visited Jiang Yuan and Appraise' live stream. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan asleep while his stream boasted an exaggerated audience of 100,000, their minds momentarily faltered. Although Survival Challenge had its viewers, the numbers were not particularly high, typically just surpassing 1 million when divided across multiple streams. Yet here was Jiang Yuan's stream, gathering an astonishing 100,000 viewers, with numbers climbing at an uncanny pace. Taking a deep breath, the staff rushed to the chief director's office, exclaiming, "Director Jiang, it's a hit. It's completely on fire." Hearing this, the chief director of Survival Challenge furrowed his brow. Such trivial matters could easily excite a novice. It seemed he would need to offer more guidance in the future. However, adhering to his professional demeanor, he asked nonchalantly, "What's on fire?" "Our program." The staff replied excitedly. "Wasn't our program always popular?" Director Zhang's frown deepened, perplexed by the statement. Was Survival Challenge not well received before? No. The staff, sensing his shift in mood, composed themselves and promptly presented the data from Jiang Yuan's livestream. Director Zhang casually glanced over the figures, only to feel his body tense up as his eyes widened in astonishment. 100,000 viewers, he exclaimed, jumping up with excitement. "Which contestant stream is this?" he hurriedly inquired. "It can Appraise. TB fake, can it?" "Director, this is the stream of contestant number 32. Our back-end verification shows no signs of fabrication. I believe the viral editing of his live clips attracted this many viewers," the staff explained while presenting several trending updates. Push the stream hard," Director Zhang commanded after reviewing the information. "Understood." The staff dashed out at once. Returning to his office chair, Director Zhang gazed at the data from Jiang Yuan's live stream, his smile nearly stretching to the back of his head. As the chief director, he foresaw that with Jiang Yuan's meteoric rise, the program Survival Challenge would undoubtedly gain even greater recognition. Although the viewership had been substantial, the contestants' previous streams were often lackluster, resulting in viewership numbers during the final showdown for the grand prize being exponentially higher than the preceding days. He had long been troubled about stabilizing the viewership. Now, with Jiang Yuan's stream attracting 100,000 viewers on the very first day, the potential seemed limitless. With Director Zhang's directive, the production team launched a fervent campaign to promote the stream. Bolstered by the viral clips and vigorous promotions, Jiang Yuan and Appraise' live audience surged dramatically. 100K, 300K. The number of viewers continued to swell, while Jiang Yuan, blissfully unaware, remained fast asleep. The following morning, both Jiang Yuan and the cameraman awoke early. "What the heck? Bro." The cameraman's first action was to grab the camera and casually scan the live stream, only to find himself in shock. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan yawned, inquiring. "Bro, there are 300K people watching our stream." The cameraman stammered, visibly anxious. 300K? This was a figure he had never dared to imagine since becoming a photographer for Survival Challenge. "Is that so?" Jiang Yuan got up to take a look. At this moment, the audience, who had long been waiting for Jiang Yuan, could no longer contain their comments. "He is awake. The handsome guy finally lives." "Jiang Shun, I've waited for you until the flowers wilted." "Jiang Shun, a new day. Where are you heading to find treasures?" "Treasure hunting, treasure hunting, treasure hunting." Important things must be said 3 times. "Streamer, why not just admit it's fake? It can't be that easy to find treasures." "Bro, just watch closely." For Jiang Shun, finding treasures is as easy as breathing. "Hello, brothers." Jiang Yuan greeted cheerfully, having realized his newfound fame through the barrage of comments. In truth, he had anticipated this explosion of popularity since yesterday. Having found treasures 3 times in one day and being a contestant on Survival Challenge, it was only natural that he would attract attention. However, He had not expected such a late-night turnout, with 300K viewers vigilantly awaiting his return. As for treasure hunting, I reiterate my advice. Just watch, but don't become addicted, or you might end up losing everything, even your undergarments. After getting out of bed, Jiang Yuan spoke while freshening up. Once he completed his routine, he left the hotel and summoned a private car to take him to the antique street. With ample resources at his disposal, Jiang Yuan would certainly not settle for a ride-hailing service. Upon arriving at the antique street, he noticed the foot traffic was several times greater than usual. Moreover, he observed numerous contestants accompanied by cameramen, clearly participants of Survival Challenge. As Jiang Yuan made his entrance, all eyes were immediately drawn to him. Chapter 22. Soup dumplings. Upon casting a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Yuan, they nonchalantly resumed their perusal of the surrounding street vendors. Jiang Yuan was somewhat astonished by the scene. How could there be so many people so early in the morning? And why did their gazes seem peculiar? After some contemplation, he surmised that it was likely due to his recent surge in popularity. This assumption proved accurate. He had attracted the attention of professional bargain hunters and antique aficionados after successfully uncovering 3 hidden treasures the day before, along with a plethora of novice collectors. It was evident that the seasoned experts understood the significance of Jiang Yuan's skills in uncovering valuable items, while the majority of those present were merely there to join in the excitement. Most of the eager bargain seekers were novices and contestants from the Survival Challenge. Dear viewers, we now officially commence the second day of treasure hunting. Here they come, they've finally arrived. Jean God, I have my notebook ready, just waiting for your discoveries. Is it really possible to uncover treasures? I can't help but feel it's too good to be true. Jiang God, showcase your skills so they can understand what true mastery looks like. The bench is set up. We await Jiang God's lecture. Jiang Yuan shook his head with a smile, remarking that the world of antiques was not something one could easily master through mere words. The crux of the matter lay in acquiring knowledge and learning through observation. Glancing at the barrage of comments requesting a lesson, he sighed with a hint of exasperation. However, since you are eager to listen, I shall share some insights. He gestured toward a nearby stall, displaying a collection of Yuan dynasty coins and various porcelain items. Bowls, plates, vases, and more. Take this porcelain, for instance. First, observe the shape. Second, examine the clay quality. Third, look for signs of age, and so forth. Up to 10 points of assessment. With careful observation, discerning authenticity becomes a relatively straightforward task. Jiang Yuan continued, shaking his head. Of course, identifying authenticity only signifies that an item is an antique. It does not guarantee that it is of high value. Thus, uncovering hidden treasures is a challenging endeavor. It can be enjoyable, but do not delve too deeply. Brother, that aligns perfectly with what you mentioned yesterday, right? A photographer interjected. Indeed, Jiang Yuan nodded. As he spoke, some newly arrived viewers in the live stream appear bewildered. Wow, is there really so much to consider with a piece of porcelain? Wait, craftsmanship? 10 aspects in total? It feels as if I'm deciphering an ancient script. What did the host say yesterday? I'm new here. Could someone elaborate? Before Jiang Yuan could address these queries, some veteran viewers chimed in to clarify. I can explain that. For example, items used by ancient emperors and those used by commoners are both considered antiques today. However, the craftsmanship and quality of the emperor's items were undoubtedly superior and more costly. In simple terms, items that were undervalued in the past remain so today, while those that are prized are even more valuable now. Now I understand, but I feel like it will be impossible for me to get rich through treasure hunting in this lifetime. 1. Observing the comments. Jiang Yuan chose not to elaborate further as he navigated through the crowd toward the antique market. As he had mentioned, he genuinely did not recommend novices immerse themselves deeply in the world of antiques, as even seasoned experts tread carefully. Truth be told, if it weren't for his system, he would also be hesitant to engage extensively with antiques. The depths of this industry are truly unfathomable. Yet, before Jiang Yuan could take more than a few steps, a melodious voice suddenly called out from behind him. Jiang Yuan, wait up. He turned to see Tang Qingqing, sporting dark circles under her eyes and accompanied by her photographer, jogging toward him. Despite her weary appearance, she remained a striking beauty. Jiang Yuan was puzzled. What brought Tang Qingqing to him? Did she wish to join him in treasure hunting? As she approached, he inquired, "Are you here to hunt for treasures like me? Who would be interested in your treasure hunting?" Tang Qingqing furrowed her brow. "Are you on your period?" "What period?" "Your entire family is on their period," Jiang Yuan retorted, noting her fierce glare as if she were ready to devour him. He frowned, having done nothing to provoke her, and her temper was rather alarming. Who would believe her claims of not being on her period? Ha ha. Jiang Godkin and Amp. Oppos. T watched the live stream. He doesn't and Amp. Oppos. T know what happened with Qing Jie yesterday. Quite normal. I and Amp. Oppos. D say Qing Jie is feeling jealous. Qing Jie? I'm not. I don't know anyone anything. Ha ha. Qing Jie is soft all over except for her mouth. Neither Jiang Yuan nor Tang Qingqing paid attention to the comments. At that moment, Tang Qingqing raised her hand and gestured downward. Jiang Yuan noticed she held 2 servings of soup dumplings and 2 cups of soy milk. Before he could ask, she coldly stated, "We agreed yesterday that I would treat you, yet you paid for it. You haven't had breakfast, right? I brought you some soup dumplings and soy milk. Eat up." Jiang Yuan looked at her oddly. "No need. Do you want some?" Tang Qingqing frowned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Observing her reaction, Jiang Yuan, feeling somewhat generous, decided not to refuse. "All right, thank you." He accepted the soup dumplings, and as he unwrapped one to take a bite, an unusual aroma wafted toward him. He froze, staring intently at the dumpling before him, steam billowing and brushing against his cheeks. Thanks to the rewards he had previously obtained, his sensitivity to scent was heightened. From the dumpling, he detected an extraordinary fragrance. This dumpling was anything but ordinary. Realizing this, Jiang Yuan quickly activated the system for a scan. He was unsure if it would work, but it was worth a try. Item: soup dumpling material, flour. Age: 30 days. Quality: poor. Summary: market price: 100,000 buyback, 50,000 gasping. Jiang Yuan and Oppos. S eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the information from scan. He overlooked the astonishing market price and buyback value. This implied that someone had. Just then, Tang Qingqing began to open the remaining soup dumplings. "Wait!" Jiang Yuan exclaimed, swiftly grasping her hand to stop her. "What do you mean by this, Jiang Yuan?" Tang Qingqing, feeling flustered yet maintaining a fierce glare, rebuked, "These dumplings are mine." Chapter 23. Is there really a murder? The viewers in the live stream were utterly perplexed, completely unaware of Jiang Yuan's intentions. "Oh my, I see it now. Jiang Shun has had a revelation. I mean, with Qing Jie being so beautiful, how could Jiang Shun have no thoughts at all? Is the upcoming plot going to involve Jiang Shun saying the dumplings are too hot, and he and Oppos LL blow on them for her? This is getting interesting. My life it in Oppos as so dramatic. Though it is quite dramatic. If it were Jiang Shun, I would still blush." Jiang Yuan, let go. In the next moment, Jiang Yuan did not release his grip, and Tang Qingqing bit down with determination. However, just as she was about to bite, she realized her head was immobilized. Looking up, she saw Jiang Yuan's other hand pressed firmly against her forehead. Tang Qingqing. In that instant, gazing at Jiang Yuan in front of her, Tang Qingqing felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yet, before she could react, Jiang Yuan flipped her wrist, causing the dumpling to plummet to the ground. Watching the fragrant dumpling fall, Tang Qingqing disregarded her feelings of embarrassment. Her eyes filled with fury as she exclaimed, "Ah, Jiang Yuan, what are you doing?" She was not only pained by the loss of the dumpling, but also by the money spent to buy it. After all, it was her hard-earned money. "What did you buy this bun?" Jiang Yuan interrupted her with a question. Tang Qingqing was taken aback, recognizing the underlying seriousness in Jiang Yuan's gaze. Setting aside her anger, she pointed to a nearby street and replied, "I bought it from the bun shop over there. Is there a problem? What filling does it have?" Jiang Yuan asked again. "Pork filling." Jiang Yuan nodded gravely, inhaled deeply, and turned to the cameraman, saying, "Call the police." The intrigued cameraman looked bewildered, unable to comprehend how this had escalated to a police report. Observing Jiang Yuan and Oppos' serious demeanor, the cameraman ultimately said nothing and complied with Jiang Yuan's request to report the incident. Despite not understanding the reasoning, Tang Qingqing had developed an inherent trust in Jiang Yuan after yesterday's events. Tang Qingqing was stunned. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yuan's grave expression, she refrained from asking further questions. She quietly stood beside Jiang Yuan, awaiting the arrival of the detectives. 10 minutes later, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. 2 police cars pulled up, instantly captivating the attention of everyone in the antique market. The doors swung open, and 6 detectives emerged. Leading them was a strikingly beautiful and spirited female officer named Shattering, the captain of the first team in Xian City, who reported the incident. She scanned the crowd before her gaze fixed sternly on Jiang Yuan. "It was me." Jiang Yuan waved his hand. "What is the matter?" Shattering scrutinized him. "I've discovered a murder case." Jiang Yuan's declaration left everyone in the vicinity dumbfounded, their pupils widening involuntarily. The atmosphere shifted into an eerie silence. The viewers in the live stream were equally stirred. He really called the police? Is this a script? A publicity stunt? A murder case? That can oppose. TB true. Can we really have detectives come for a rehearsal? The people upstairs must be daft. No way, no way. Picking up antiques yesterday and solving a case today? Jiang Shun, must you be this twisted? Help! Are we really about to witness a murder case? But where is the murder case? Many viewers, while shocked, began to ponder deeply, reflecting on Jiang Yuan's previous behavior. Their gazes fell upon the dumpling on the ground. It seemed that was when Jiang Yuan had begun to act strangely. "Are you certain of what you and Oppose? Resaying?" Xiacharan's expression turned serious. After uttering this, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yuan, seemingly trying to discern something. "It's all true." Jiang Yuan nodded, pointing at the dumpling. "This dumpling is problematic." A stone stirred 1,000 ripples. As Jiang Yuan and Oppo's words echoed, the live stream erupted into chaos, comments flooding in like a tidal wave. "What? A murder case? A dumpling? I can't believe I'm not hearing this wrong. No way. Can Jiangshan really detect that? I had dumplings for breakfast this morning. Oh no. I can't, I need to throw up." At the live scene, hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Tang Qingqing stared at the dumpling on the floor. The thought of almost consuming it made her stomach churn violently, her face paling. Had it not been for Jiang Yuan and Oppo's intervention, she would have truly eaten that dumpling. With that thought, Tang Qingqing could not help but open her mouth and vomit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Jiang Yuan felt equally unwell. As a law-abiding citizen, he never imagined a murder case could occur right beside him. However, he did not express this emotion. Compared to the majority present, he still appeared relatively composed. On the other hand, Xiacharan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yuan, heavy with skepticism. It wasn't that she doubted Jiang Yuan, but to believe that there was an issue based solely on a dumpling was a stretch for her. "How can you be sure this dumpling is problematic?" Xiacharan pondered before inquiring solemnly. Jiang Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he explain? Would he admit that he discerned it through a system? That would surely make others think he had lost his mind. After some contemplation, he explained, "You might not believe this, but my sense of smell has always been more acute than that of ordinary people." Upon hearing this, Xiacharan raised an eyebrow. "Is that true?" To be honest, her first instinct was disbelief. Jiang Yuan seemed to realize the lack of credibility in his statement, so he quickly changed the subject, saying, "If you don't believe me, you can have someone take the dumpling for testing. The results will speak for themselves. If the results are false, I will accept the punishment." Xiacharan frowned as she considered Jiang Yuan and Oppo's calm demeanor, ultimately instructing one of the detectives behind her to pick up the dumpling and swiftly leave the scene. Although Jiang Yuan's claims lacked substantial credibility, the matter of a murder case warranted her full attention. Furthermore, as Jiang Yuan pointed out, if the results were incorrect, he would naturally face the law's consequences. "I can't believe it," listening to Jiang Yuan. "I think this is scripted. How could he possibly detect it? Eating it would be somewhat more believable. I think his first lucky find was just that. Luck, this time. He trying to get arrested by calling in a false report. This way, he could enjoy free meals and lodging for 15 days. How delightful. Watson, you've uncovered a blind spot. Please, Jiangshan isn't that kind of person. Can you trust him?" "If I trust him, I'm guilty." "Do you really think his nose is like a dog? The viewers in a live stream began to chatter on at Chapter 24. The murderer in a science-driven society who would dare to claim that merely smelling a scent could lead to certain conclusions? Even the most skilled police dogs would hardly possess such certainty. To assert otherwise would be utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, Tang Qingqing, who had been feeling nauseous, regained her composure. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan with a complex expression. Clearly, her thoughts mirrored those of the viewers in the live stream, believing that Jiang Yuan intended to secure a free stay for 15 days. If that were the case, it would mean she had misjudged him. No, Tang Qingqing silently reassured herself. Her judgment has always been impeccable. With renewed determination, she gazed at Jiang Yuan. The cameraman beside Jiang Yuan, observing the barrage of comments in the live chat, felt a lump form in his throat, overwhelmed by sorrow. He wished to trust that Jiang Yuan could uncover a hidden truth, yet his worldview incessantly reminded him that Jiang Yuan was merely fabricating tales this time. In this tense atmosphere, a profound silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. After approximately 20 minutes, a phone rang, breaking the stillness. Upon answering, Shattering had barely opened her mouth when an urgent voice on the other end exclaimed, "Xiao Xia, where are you? Quickly secure the scene. We have confirmed there is indeed a problem." Shattering was taken aback, realizing that everything he had said was true. Was it possible that he had truly deduced something merely by scent? This was beyond comprehension. When had the human nose become so remarkably astute? Moreover, this involved a recently missing girl, potentially linked to a series of disappearances. Maintain the scene. I'm on my way. The gravity of the situation dawned on Shattering as another low voice echoed in her ear. She snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with concern. The recent disappearance of a young woman had put immense pressure on the detective bureau, as family members frequently inquired about her whereabouts. Despite exhaustive searches, it was as if she had vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind. It seemed that this was no longer a mere case of disappearance. "Well, what did I say?" A calm voice interjected beside her. "You were right." Shattering instinctively turned to Jiang Yuan, her mind racing with questions. Yet, recognizing the urgency of the moment, she promptly inquired, "Where did you buy these soup dumplings? Take me there now." Her demeanor had shifted from serious to grave, as the matter now involved a homicide case. Upon hearing Shattaring's words, the accompanying detectives and cameraman exchanged incredulous glances toward Jiang Yuan. They were astonished to discover that Jiang Yuan had indeed been correct. The dumplings were indeed suspicious. Unfazed by their gazes, Jiang Yuan turned to Tang Qingqing. I will lead you there." Tang Qingqing, suppressing her queasy stomach, raised her hand resolutely. Though she felt far from well, she understood that this was not the time for hesitation. With that, she stood and began walking ahead. Noticing her determination, Shattering shared a glance with a nearby detective, signaling him to call for reinforcements while following Tang Qingqing and Appraise lead. "And you come along." Jiang Yuan sighed in resignation, realizing that there was no longer an opportunity to uncover hidden truths. After all, as the one who reported the case, it would be rather inappropriate for him to remain behind. As Jiang Yuan and the others made their way to the breakfast shop selling soup dumplings, the audience in the live stream was utterly captivated. Was this not scripted? Was everything indeed real? A murder had truly transpired. My goodness. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yuan's group rushed to their destination, the internet buzzed with news of the unfolding events. Bargain hunter uncovers murder case. This seemingly simple post generated a significant stir online. What? A murder? Could this really be true? Or are marketing tactics sinking to new lows? Are they really exploiting a murder for publicity? This is madness. Brother, just watch the live stream. It's genuine. I witnessed everything. Even the policewoman's expression changed once she realized the truth. To stumble upon a murder while bargain hunting is truly outrageous. As this post garnered immense attention online, the viewership in Jiang Yuan and Appo's live stream skyrocketed from 300,000 to over 500,000 within a brief span, continuing to climb. At that moment, the spotlighted group of Jiang Yuan had arrived at the scene. They found themselves outside a modest establishment, no larger than 30 square meters, run by a middle-aged couple. likely in their 40s. "Hello, may I help you?" The man, busy with his tasks, asked without turning around. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" Shattering raised an eyebrow, inquiring in a serious tone. Upon realizing he was being addressed by detectives, the man hesitated, his movements becoming stiff. "Ah, what brings you here?" "No need for alarm. We heard about a murder in the vicinity and wanted to investigate," one of the detectives replied with a stoic expression. "What? A murderer?" The couple's expressions shifted to one of panic upon hearing this news. Observing their reactions, Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of suspicion. Their demeanor seemed too ordinary for them to be the perpetrators. Perhaps the average citizen would react similarly upon receiving such news. However, one could not completely dismiss the possibility that they were skilled actors. Jiang Yuan, having experienced much, was no longer prone to hasty conclusions. Instead, he calmly surveyed the soup dumplings once more, hoping to discern any overlooked details amidst the shock. As he turned his gaze, familiar images resurfaced before him. Item: soup dumpling material, pork, flour date, yesterday morning quality, poor summary, trash market price, 2 yuan recycling value, 0, 5 yuan item, soup dumpling material, flour, date, 10 days ago quality, poor summary, trash market price, 100,000 yuan recycling value, 50,000 yuan. It appeared there were indeed normal dumplings. Jiang Yuan perused the information provided by the system with curiosity, surprised at the inflated market price. What secrets might lie beneath? At the same time, Shattering narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the middle-aged couple. "Are you unaware of a murderer in the area?" "No. We had no idea." Chapter 25. The truth revealed. The woman hastily explained, "Sheriff, we run a small business. How could we possibly know about a murder?" Upon hearing this, Shattering remained silent, her sharp gaze still fixed on the couple, as if attempting to penetrate their very souls. After observing them for a considerable time, Shattering pointed at the steamer of dumplings and asked, "What is this?" The couple stammered, "SSM. Steamed dumplings. Do you dare assert there is something amiss within?" Before they could elaborate, Shattering and Appraise S voice suddenly rose several notches. The couple stiffened, though they concealed their trepidation quite well. How could there be a problem with these ordinary dumplings? The filling is made from freshly purchased minced pork. They protested. Shattering furrowed her brow. "Minced pork? Where did you buy it?" she pressed, seizing upon the crux of the matter. "At the main market," the husband quickly replied. "I usually have someone pack up the unsold meat for me to buy." Sensing Shattaring's unwavering scrutiny, the wife interjected, "This meat is essentially fresh, leftover goods. We always ask the vendor to save some for our dumplings. If you don't believe us, you can inquire with the vendors nearby." "Indeed," they affirmed, "every morning we go to buy pork. Although we do not know who the murderer is, we can certainly vouch for this couple's honesty. They have been here for decades." Upon hearing this, Shattering fell silent, deep in thought. Could it be that the murderer was one of the pork vendors? It was indeed a plausible theory, perhaps even a likely one. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan scrutinized the couple, his eyes glimmering with an elusive and subtle light. He had discerned a blind spot, enough to ascertain that the couple's statements were dubious. The couple, feeling Jiang Yuan's penetrating gaze, began to sweat profusely. In his presence, they felt as if they were utterly exposed, devoid of any secrets. This sensation was far more oppressive than the pressure exerted by the female officer before them. At this juncture, Shattering concluded her contemplation and inquired, "Then tell me, who sold you the meat?" Although her expression remained stern, her tone had softened slightly. "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure who it was." The husband hesitated. "The minced pork from one stall is simply insufficient, so we purchase from multiple vendors. Then we must trouble you to assist us in our investigation and accompany us." Shattering stated firmly. "Of course, assisting the detectives is our duty." The couple visibly relaxed. They promptly exited the breakfast shop, seemingly eager to lead the officers to their inquiry. "Truly impressive, detective. You've unraveled the entire situation with just a few questions. I now foresee the unfolding events. Poor couple to find themselves embroiled in such a predicament. But truth be told, isn't Jiang Yuan the one who deserves the most admiration? Without him, who would have suspected these dumplings contained questionable meat?" At the scene, the photographer, pale-faced, turned to Jiang Yuan and said, "Brother, perhaps we should not go?" Just the thought of the grisly scene made him feel nauseous. If they were to witness it firsthand, he feared he might not eat for days. "No, you must go," Jiang Yuan insisted. Shattering halted, turning back to address them. "You are the complainants. You must accompany us to the precinct to provide a statement." Jiang Yuan looked up at Shattering, her serious demeanor making him wish to offer assistance to the justice-driven officer. However, he knew he could not mention the system. After a moment in oppose, as thought, he casually remarked, "I often come here for your dumplings. They are indeed fresh and delicious." The photographer stared at Jiang Yuan in confusion, thinking, "Didn't we just arrive in Xinjiang yesterday?" Tang Qingqing wore a similarly puzzled expression, tilting her head in bewilderment at Jiang Yuan's unexpected comment. Indeed, before they could react further, the husband glanced at Jiang Yuan and, with a simple smile, stated, "We have been in business for over 20 years, thanks to our generous portions and freshness. Otherwise, we wouldn't have so many loyal customers." The wife also smiled slightly. "Sheriff, let us not waste time. We must prevent the murderer from escaping." "How delicious indeed." Jiang Yuan nodded eagerly in agreement, then turned to Shattering. "Sheriff Xia, you mentioned on the phone that this person has been missing for how long?" "A month." Shattering instinctively replied, then suddenly realized, casting a grateful glance at Jiang Yuan before her eyes turned icy as she stared at the couple. "A month. In the sweltering heat of Xinjiang, this is a significant discrepancy regarding freshness. Surely, after such a duration, the meat cannot still be fresh? If the pork vendor provided the minced meat, how could they not have noticed if it was spoiled after 2 decades of making dumplings? How could they make such a grave error?" She almost overlooked the critical detail. Under Shattering and oppose, as piercing gaze, the husband anxiously stammered, "Previously, they always supplied us with fresh meat, and since we overslept today, we didn't check when we returned to the shop." "Oomph." Shattering scoffed, realizing she had nearly been deceived. At this juncture, how could she still trust the couple in oppose, as words? She waved her hand, signaling several detectives to rush into the breakfast shop to investigate. "Stop! You're trespassing!" the couple exclaimed in alarm. "I will report you." "Feel free to report. I will bear the consequences alone," Shattering coldly retorted, gesturing for 2 detectives to closely monitor the couple, ensuring they had no opportunity to escape. In Shattaring's eyes, this couple was highly suspicious and could very well be the murderers. Moments later, detectives discovered a partially frozen corpse in the refrigerator. The body bore numerous wounds. Chapter 26. Sophistry, gagging sounds erupted from the onlookers, unable to contain their nausea at the unfolding narrative. What compounded their discomfort was the unsettling realization that many were neighbors who had, to some extent, purchased breakfast from this very establishment. Who could truly say if they were unwittingly connected to such a grim tale? The barrage of comments in the live stream surged forth like a tidal wave. "Ugh, how grotesque. Who would have imagined that this seemingly honest fellow is a murderer? This case can certainly be attributed to Jiang Yuan's efforts, right? Absolutely incredible, my goodness. Even a dog's nose could have sniffed it out. How did they uncover such a crucial clue? Amazing. Jiang Yuan, weren't we promised to find the truth? Why are we solving a case instead? Is there anything more you wish to declare?" Shattering coldly addressed the couple before her. "You are all aware of the circumstances. What more is there to discuss?" After sharing a silent glance, the couple lowered their heads in defeat. "Oomph." Observing their silence, Shattering scoffed. "Arrest them both. Ensure the scene is secured." Jiang Yuan, witnessing this, turned to leave but inadvertently cast a glance at the corpse. Item: Yiyun material, corpse age, 30 days quality, strangled, unnatural death, poor, summary, trash market price. Yuan recyclable, 0 yuanum. Jiang Yuan paused, his expression shifting slightly as he realized the system could scan even the dead. Yet, upon discovering the cause of death, his countenance darkened. How could it be strangulation? Shouldn't it have been death by knife? Did this imply the involvement of another perpetrator? Wait. As Shattering and her team prepared to depart, Jiang Yuan abruptly obstructed their path. His words left Tang Qingqing and the photographers bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't this already resolved? The live stream echoed similar sentiments. What does Jiang Yuan intend to do? Isn't the matter concluded? Didn't these two kill her? The evidence is clear. Could there be a twist? Although I lack information, I sense Jiang Yuan will surprise us. What's the matter? Shattering paused, her tone gentle. Although she was unaware of Jiang Yuan's intentions, his contribution to solving the case warranted her respect. Typically, homicide stems from love or revenge. I genuinely wish to inquire, what grievance do you hold against this individual? Your affectionate demeanor suggests love cannot be the motive. So, was it revenge or hatred that compelled you to take a life? I am curious about the animosity that could transform a gentle soul into a murderer after 2 decades. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan's gaze drifted into the distance, though his peripheral vision remained fixed on the couple. This is a personal matter. I am the one who committed the act. My wife is not implicated, the man replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an unrelated affair. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan noted the woman beside him clenched her fist, only to release it in silence. Suspicion aroused, Jiang Yuan quickly deduced the underlying tension. Shattering too sensed the oddity and stepped forward. Yet, Jiang Yuan interjected, "Allow me to speculate. Given that the deceased has been missing for a month, why has the body only now been attended to? And why was only the head and hands disposed of? These are the most challenging areas to manage. I fail to understand why you prioritize them. Can you elucidate?" Jiang Yuan's calm inquiries rendered the couple tense. Their eyes darted, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The detectives, led by Shattering, stiffened, their gazes fixed on the pair, fully aware that something was amiss. The remaining audience held their breath, their ears perked, eyes wide open. Or do you harbor a deep-seated vendetta against her? Yet, as law-abiding citizens, you would not know how to react after committing murder, only to find the courage to address the body once your emotions stabilized. But lacking expertise, did you aim to obliterate the head, making it unrecognizable should someone come searching? The man, previously sweating profusely, suddenly brightened, feigning a stagger as he exclaimed, "If you know everything, why ask further? Is that so?" Jiang Yuan smiled lightly. "Then what is her name?" Yuan. The man hesitated. "Is that so?" Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow and turned to Shattering. "Sheriff, could you kindly inform him of the woman and Appo's name?" After examination, genetic matching confirmed it. Shattering, comprehending Jiang Yuan and Appo's intent, turned to the couple and coldly declared, "Her name is Yiro. Her origin is from Xinjiang." As Shattaring's words echoed, Jiang Yuan interjected, "You don't even know what others call her? Pray tell, what profound enmity could exist between you two?" His voice rose sharply at the last statement. The man in Appo's complexion drained of color, his lips trembled, and perspiration poured forth. "And no, she is indeed called Yiro." At this moment, the woman hastily interjected, "My husband is confused. He made a mistake." "I apologize. Her name is Yuan." Jiang Yuan regarded the woman with a subtle smile. Her voice faltered, her gaze vacant as she stared at him. In that instant, Jiang Yuan and Appo's gentle smile appeared to her as a devilish grin. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if all his strength had drained away. Without the support of the woman beside him, he would have crumpled to the ground. The livestream audience began to piece together the truth. "Oh my, I suddenly grasp what Jiang Yuan is implying. It appears these two are clearly not the murderers. Could it be that Jiang Yuan is like Detective Conan? How did he discern this from the very beginning? If only my education were sufficient, I would surely commend Jiang Yuan. Look at those detectives. Each one seems utterly dazed. If I were in their shoes, I too would be bewildered. How did Jiang Yuan piece this together?" Chapter 27. The sudden reward as the audience in the live streaming room engaged in discussion. The atmosphere remained as tranquil as ever. Only Jiang Yuan's calm voice reverberated throughout the venue. "Let me guess, you do not know the deceased. So it cannot be due to love or hatred. Having operated your establishment for over 20 years with a stellar reputation, you cannot be truly wicked. Moreover, the past month has been remarkably peaceful, which cannot be attributed to any quarrels. So, let me speculate. Are you here to protect certain individuals?" Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions frozen in shock, seemingly unable to fathom how Jiang Yuan could deduce so much. Each point he made was logical and warranted deep contemplation. Suddenly, with Jiang Yuan's words still hanging in the air, a man and a woman crumpled to the ground. Moments later, the man, seemingly struck by a realization, scrambled to his feet, his voice hoarse with desperation. "No, I hate her. I hate her. I would kill her if I could." His loud exclamations were unmistakably devoid of credibility. The reaction he exhibited was a clear indication that Jiang Yuan had struck a nerve. "Enough," Jiang Yuan interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Some individuals you cannot protect for a lifetime. In this homicide case, you can never be the murderer. At most, you may have been involved in the dismemberment. The person you are so desperate to shield must be your child, correct?" "No, I killed her," the man insisted, sweat beading on his forehead despite his adamant denial. Sighing heavily, Jiang Yuan placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. "You may shield him this time, but what about the next? Every individual has their fate, and retribution for murder is a natural law. Even if you remain silent, the truth will ultimately surface." Upon hearing this, the man and woman turned pale, their throats moving as if to protest, yet not a word escaped their lips. Shatterin's gaze turned icy as she signaled for several detectives nearby to apprehend the couple. Though they were not the murderers, their complicity in concealing the crime and dismemberment was sufficient grounds for arrest. The law would inevitably exact its punishment upon them. "Thank you for your assistance," Shattering expressed sincerely as the couple was escorted into the police vehicle. "Not at all. It is our duty to assist the police," Jiang Yuan replied, thumping his chest proudly. Seeing Jiang Yuan's earnest demeanor, Shattering couldn't help but chuckle. "However, I must ask you to accompany us for a bit longer." "What?" Jiang Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. "Don't worry. It won't take much of your time," Shattering assured him. "After all, you are the one who reported the incident and have been a tremendous help. We need you to assist us in compiling a statement." "That is no problem," Jiang Yuan replied, glancing upwards at the sky. "It an oppose. It's almost noon, and I haven't an oppose eaten yet." At this, the photographer accompanying Jiang Yuan widened his eyes in disbelief. It was as if he was questioning how someone could still have an appetite after witnessing such a gruesome scene. "What, don't you all eat?" Jiang Yuan queried, surveying the expressions of Tang, Qingqing, and those nearby. Shattering paused, then burst into laughter. "Rest assured, the police department provides meals. Moreover," she added with a smile, "there's a special surprise awaiting you." Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he plopped down in the police vehicle. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "I must clarify, I am not going for any mysterious surprise or for food. I am merely here to assist in your investigation," he asserted, suppressing her amusement. Shattering nodded. "All right, you all should hurry and get in the car." Tang Qingqing and the photographers exchanged glances before following Jiang Yuan into the police vehicle. "All units, regroup," came the final call from Shattering as the police car sped away from the scene. At that moment, as Jiang Yuan sat comfortably in the police vehicle, the live audience began to flood the screen with comments. "Jiang is truly a remarkable person. He is thinking about getting a free meal even while giving a statement. Indeed, when survival is at stake, saving a meal is quite appealing. Yet I am more curious about the mysterious surprise the female officer mentioned. Could it be that she finds Jiang so handsome that she wishes to offer herself? Could we not have such vulgar notions? Why am I vulgar? If I were that female officer, I might indeed offer myself. Look at how perfect Jiang is." As the audience continued their banter, Jiang Yuan and his companions quietly returned to the police department. Under Shatterin's guidance, they swiftly began to interrogate the couple. Meanwhile, Shattering ordered takeout before leading Jiang Yuan and the others to compile their statements. With Shattering present throughout the process, their statements were completed rather swiftly. Once the statements were done, the food Shattering had ordered arrived just in time. After enjoying the meal, Jiang Yuan leisurely remarked, "Now can I leave?" "Wait." Shattering stopped him. "There is still the mysterious surprise. What could it be that is so shrouded in secrecy?" Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Although he had never previously interacted with the police department, he had never heard of them preparing surprises. Before Shattering could respond, the sound of footsteps approached. A detective entered, escorting a middle-aged couple who appeared to be quite well-groomed, though their demeanor suggested a certain disorientation. "You must be Mr. Jiang. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our daughter would never have found peace." The couple grasped Jiang Yuan's hands fervently. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Just then, Shattering quietly clarified, "These are the parents of the deceased. They have been searching for their daughter since she went missing a month ago, but to no avail. If it weren't and appos, for your intervention, this case might still be in the dark." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yuan understood that had it not been for a serendipitous encounter, the deceased might have remained undiscovered, given that the case was initially classified as a missing persons investigation. However, he also felt a pang of guilt for shattering their last glimmer of hope. "Mr. Jiang," sensing his turmoil, the man spoke in a hoarse voice. "We have long considered this possibility, given the time that has passed. Nonetheless, we are grateful to you. Had it not been for your efforts, we might never have uncovered the truth." He then handed Jiang Yuan a bank card. "Thank you once again." With that, the couple turned to leave. Jiang Yuan stared at the bank card in his hand, bewildered at the unexpected gift. Chapter 28. All meals and lodging included, Shattering elucidated. During the previous search for the deceased, a reward of 100,000 was offered. "You should take this bank card, otherwise they will remain unsettled." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan finally comprehended the source of the 100,000 he had seen earlier while observing the dumplings. After contemplating the departing figures of the two, he accepted the bank card. Their attire hinted at their financial stability, and refusing the card would only exacerbate their unease. Moreover, this must be the mysterious surprise Shattering had mentioned, right? Goodness, one can receive 100,000 just for visiting the detective bureau. Is this Jiang Shun? Jiang Shun, have you forgotten my profession is to seize opportunities? As the viewers in the live stream speculated, a sudden commotion erupted in the vicinity. "I merely stole a few dumplings. Is it necessary to cause such a stir? Did you just steal a few dumplings? And now you're making a scene when caught? Who are you trying to intimidate?" TCH. Wasn't an amp. Amp, appos, I just hungry? As the noise grew more distinct, Jiang Yuan turned to see a detective with his back to them. In front of the detective stood two individuals, heads bowed, seemingly receiving a reprimand. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuan, Tang Qingqing, and both photographers exchanged puzzled glances, for they recognized that the individuals being scolded were none other than fellow contestants from the survival challenge. Jiang Yuan and his photographer found it particularly odd, as one of the participants was Xian Ming, accompanied by his photographer. How coincidental. What in the world? How did Xian Ming end up here at the detective bureau? And why is Xian Ming stealing dumplings out of the blue? Some viewers who had not exited Jiang Yuan's live stream began to inquire, while others who had wandered about previously started to clarify for the confused audience. "Huh, you have no idea. Xian Ming heard that Jiang Shun wanted to enter for a free 15-day stay with meals included. So he wanted to steal a few dumplings. He wanted to join Jiang Shun for a free stay. Huh? Is that even possible? But Jiang Shun is assisting in a case. Wow, look. Xian Ming has spotted Jiang Shun." As the last comment appeared, all viewers were glued to the live stream, eager to witness Xian Ming's reaction upon discovering the truth. "Jiang Yuan, you're here too," Xian Ming exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. "What are you two doing?" Jiang Yuan asked, perplexed. "Hey, I'm just learning from you," Xian Ming replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "Learning from me?" Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched, his expression growing even more peculiar. "Indeed," Xian Ming continued. "I thought I'd stay here for a few days and figure out how to make some money. Your previous luck must surely be a fluke, right? Shall we collaborate once we're out to strategize on how to earn?" Xian Ming extended the invitation, believing Jiang Yuan had great potential. Jiang Yuan twitched slightly, about to respond when a middle-aged, balding detective strode in. "What's all this noise?" He approached, reprimanding Xian Ming. "You and Appos. Still young, and yet you're learning to steal? Don't you have hands and feet to work?" Xian Ming flushed, feeling the sting of the accusation. Naturally, he was bewildered, as both Jiang Yuan and Tang Qingqing had also been apprehended. Why was he the sole target of the ire? This seemed utterly illogical. "You're right." After a moment of consideration, Xian Ming retorted, "But if you're going to scold someone, shouldn't it be both of us?" "Fair point. The balding man conceded with a nod. After all, it was a joint offense, and it seemed unreasonable to chastise him alone. However, Ming interpreted this as a signal to confront Jiang Yuan. Just then, he heard a female officer beside Jiang Yuan call out, "Director Cui." Cui Hai nodded and approached Shattering. Witnessing this, Ming finally exhaled in relief. Having endured the scolding alone, he felt his reputation as a fellow contestant was on the line. Thankfully, he could now witness Jiang Yuan being reprimanded in turn. As Cui Hai reached Shattering, she whispered a few words, directing his gaze towards Jiang Yuan. "Here it comes, here it comes." "Yes, coming." Ming watched intently, recalling how he had lost face in front of Jiang Yuan the previous day. Today was Jiang Yuan's turn to face the music. Yet, just as he anticipated a scathing rebuke for Jiang Yuan, to his astonishment, Cui Hai extended a friendly hand, shaking Jiang Yuan as firmly. "I must sincerely thank you for today's events." This left both Ming and his photographer utterly bewildered, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had emulated Jiang Yuan and Appraise actions, expecting their situations to be comparable. Why was it that he was being scolded while Jiang Yuan was praised? Is there any justice in this world? Ming pondered, grappling with existential doubt. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in fits of laughter, some rolling on the floor in amusement. Ming, where is the justice in the heavens? I bet he has no clue where the problem lies. If only he knew Jiang Shun earned 100,000 and dined at the detective bureau, the world would surely collapse. Haha, look at Ming's expression. I'm dying of laughter. As the comments flooded in, no one in the vicinity paid any heed to Ming's thoughts. Cui Hai turned to Jiang Yuan, expressing genuine gratitude. "Had it not been for your report, we might have taken an unacceptably long time to uncover the truth behind this missing persons case." Shattering chuckled. "Director Cui, you wouldn't believe it, but it was he who discovered that the couple was not the culprits." "Really? Is that true?" Cui Hai raised an eyebrow, instinctively asking. "Absolutely. Had it not been for his insights, we might have been led astray," Shattering praised, recounting Jiang Yuan and Appaise's observations in detail. Listening intently, Cui Hai's gaze towards Jiang Yuan transformed, akin to a man beholding an exquisite beauty before him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The ability to discern the discrepancies in the dumplings merely by scent, coupled with the skill to detect deceit through subtle cues, ultimately leading to the identification of the true perpetrator. What a remarkable talent. Young man, you possess a remarkable acumen. I'm truly impressed. Have you ever considered becoming a detective? I can assure you, you could become a legend in the field. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. What was this sudden proposal to join the ranks of detectives? What on earth was happening? Chapter 29. The bargain hunter. Cui Hai's words left the surrounding detectives, Tang Qingqing's group, Ming, and the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. Among them, Ming appeared the most shocked. What? An exceptional invitation for Jiang Yuan to become a detective? It was clear from the tone that Jiang Yuan's inclusion would be met with significant attention. Was this a figment of his imagination? Hadn't they agreed to provide food and accommodation together? As everyone grappled with their swirling thoughts, Jiang Yuan's subsequent remarks plunged the room into an eerie silence. He awkwardly scratched his head and declined, saying, Director Cui, I apologize, but I cherish my freedom and prefer to live my life by occasionally finding bargains like this. I really don't think I and Appose am suited for the mentally taxing role of a detective. Appose. S.A. pity you wanted amp. Appose. To be a detective, Cui Hai remarked, momentarily taken aback before he sighed. Out of courtesy, Jiang Yuan politely expressed, Thank you for your kind offer, Director Cui. Perhaps I may reconsider in the future. Qui ai chacold e artili, you rascal. Just let me know if you change your mind. The doors of a detective bureau will always remain open for you. Also, after we deduct that 100,000 from the family compensation, our bureau will award you an additional 10,000 as a bonus. With that, Cui Hai turned and departed, clearly preoccupied with other matters. Watching Cui Hai leave and glancing at the composed Jiang Yuan, the viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Bro, why refuse? Do you know how much I sacrificed to become a detective? This is too much for me to handle. To reject such a golden opportunity, unbelievable. Brother, we're fortunate. Think of the other survivors who are still struggling to earn money. Jiang Yuan is already on the verge of being specially recruited. I bet he is contemplating withdrawing. The person above is right. I can't be the only one who knows about this. I'm going to inform others. What are you going to tell them? Just look at Xiaming now. At that moment, as Cui Hai left, Xiaming was truly dumbfounded. The impact on him was immense. 100,000. What did that imply? They had agreed on food and accommodation, yet Jiang Yuan managed to earn 100,000. How could this continue? Particularly, how did he earn that 100,000? No matter how hard Xiaming racked his brain, he could not comprehend why Jiang Yuan, who had entered the detective bureau, could still make money. Jiang Yuan glanced at Xiaming and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Can I leave now? Xiaming nodded and replied, leave your bank card. I will transfer the money to your account later. In response, Jiang Yuan provided the bank card number he had just received and turned to exit the detective bureau. As he departed, many viewers who were not satisfied with Xiaming and Appos. S-Stream shifted back to his channel. Xiaoming, feeling sour, huh? If you and Appos, feeling envious, just say it. Xiaming is dumbfounded. He can't fathom why there is such a disparity between people. Honestly, I can't grasp why the gap is so vast either. Brothers, I feel envious too. If you're envious, learn Jiang Yuan's bargain hunting skills. I'm tired of watching Xiaming. I'm heading to other contestant streams. With the final comment sent, many survivors learned about Jiang Yuan's exploits through the barrage of messages. At that moment, their emotions varied significantly. Some, like Xiaming, were left in disbelief, questioning their very existence. After all, with Jiang Yuan being so formidable, how could they compete? They had fought to survive for a year as undocumented individuals, yet it seemed futile to claim the show and Appos' grand prize of 10 billion. They not only needed to survive another year, but also to see who could earn more money. Given Jiang Yuan's current momentum, who could possibly rival him? This led many to contemplate withdrawing from the competition. Conversely, some remained silent, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. The 10 billion prize was not something one could simply abandon. Who among the contestants would not be drawn to such a colossal reward? Were it not for Jiang Yuan's overwhelming prowess, who would even consider withdrawing? As things stood, conventional methods could not keep pace with Jiang Yuan. They would have to resort to some unconventional tactics to catch up with him. But what extraordinary means could enable them to quickly close the gap? Truthfully, they had some inklings, but they understood this was not merely a matter of a few $100 or $1,000, but rather tens of thousands. Ordinary individuals could not earn such sums in a year, especially given their lack of identification. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yuan's live stream, having exited the detective bureau, he did not intend to keep the money for himself. He initially wanted to share half with Tang Qingqing, but she adamantly refused. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuan decided to keep the entire amount for now and would return it to her when the opportunity arose. After parting ways with Tang Qingqing, he made his way to the antique street. In the live stream, the viewers who had witnessed Jiang Yuan's entire journey began to promote it across major platforms, and many spontaneously posted clips of Jiang Yuan's investigation online. This surge resulted in the number of concurrent viewers in the live stream skyrocketing by another 100,000. Jiang Yuan, hurry! I can't wait to see you find bargains. Go find those bargains. Don't think that earning 100,000 today is enough. 100,000? I'm new here. Did he really solve a case live? I'm still a bit skeptical. If you don't believe it, just keep watching and you'll understand. Jiang Yuan will never disappoint us. We arrived at the antique street. Jiang Yuan, let the show begin. Upon reaching the entrance of the antique market, Jiang Yuan noticed that the crowd was even larger than in the morning. Observing the throngs of people, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The antique market had a limited number of genuine items, and with so many people around, it was likely that others had already found valuable items. Would there still be treasures left for him? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan turned to the camera and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Due to special circumstances this morning, I couldn't hunt for bargains. But today at noon, let me take you to the antique street to find some deals. They're coming." Finally, Jiang Yuan, I've been looking forward to your live streams since last night. I didn't expect you to start hunting for bargains now. What can I say? I had to assist the detectives, right? By the way, Jiang Yuan's title as the bargain hunter is now confirmed. He even managed to score 100,000 just by having a soup dumpling. Is that really a bargain? Wasn't he that a reward from the victim and appose as family? For Jiang Yuan, isn't that just like finding money for free? Glancing at the barrage of comments, Jiang Yuan couldn't and appose help but chuckle quietly. Bargain hunter? That title seemed quite fitting. As he pondered, he and the cameraman stepped into the antique market. He then strolled leisurely down the street as if taking a casual walk, while his eyes scanned the various stalls around him. Chapter 30. The most valuable collectibles gently scanning the antique was displayed at nearby stalls. Jiang Yuan continued his usual routine of standing up and inquiring about prices beneath the tables. Although the items before him were not genuine, to Jiang Yuan, they were better than nothing. After all, purchasing them could lead to potential recovery, and any recovery would signify a form of personal enhancement. Indeed, as he casually rummaged through the offerings, Jiang Yuan soon amassed a collection of various antiques in his hands. Be careful, don't break anything, the photographer exclaimed, alarmed as Jiang Yuan casually handled the fragile antiques. What's the fuss? Jiang Yuan replied, casting a glance at the photographer before tossing a few unwieldy antiques toward him. They're all fake. Fake? The photographer could hardly believe his ears. Relax, just hold them lightly. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Despite his words, the photographer remained cautious, unsure of the authenticity of the antiques in his grasp. However, he understood one thing. Regardless of whether these antiques were real or not, it was prudent to hold on to them carefully. Haha, the photographer is quite amusing. Let's not mock anyone. If I were the photographer, I would act the same way. Who can tell if Jiang Yuan's items are genuine? Speaking of which, I've seen many survival players imitating Jiang Yuan's tactics. But guess what? They all ended up with nothing left. Indeed, Jiang Yuan does not deceive me. The world of antiques is as deep as the ocean. That's right. Jiang Yuan is a master at finding bargains. Jiang Yuan shook his head and chuckled. As I mentioned before, finding a bargain isn't as easy as it seems. One must be prepared for losses if they wish to uncover hidden treasures. Thus, while it's fine to have the mindset of seeking bargains, one must not become overly zealous. Risking everything could lead to dire consequences. His calm words resonated with the audience in the live stream, prompting many to nod in agreement. After watching Jiang Yuan stream throughout the day, several viewers had attempted to hunt for bargains themselves, but the overwhelming majority faced losses. Only a select few had managed to uncover genuine items, and those were not particularly expensive antiques, merely modest gains at best. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan fell silent, continuing his leisurely exploration of the stalls. Since yesterday's bargain hunting, his mood had stabilized. Finding treasures would be delightful, yet not finding them was equally inconsequential. As he wandered aimlessly, the viewers in the live stream began to notice something and started bombarding the chat with messages. Wow, it seems there's a survivor near Jiang Yuan. Are you referring to contestant number 10? I can't stop laughing. They fell for a scam, believing the item was an antique, and they spent their entire fortune on it. I want to learn from Jiang Yuan, but I lack his discerning eye. Now I see them wanting to quit. What? I'm going to check it out right now. On the other side of the antique market, a young man in his early 20s stood despondently clutching a small box. It's over, this is fake. How could it be fake? He muttered to himself, staring blankly at the box in his hands. Moments ago, he had spent 900 yuan on this little treasure, convinced that, like Jiang Yuan, he would rise to greatness through bargain hunting. But the final appraisal had plunged him from heaven to hell. Look how sad he looks. Jiang Yuan always said not to emulate him. Now you believe? Whether you believe or not, the money is gone. This is heart-wrenching. Everyone else is so downcast. Yet why am I so amused? Haha. Hey, everyone, I see Jiang Yuan coming. As the comments flooded in, the viewers in the live stream began to move around excitedly. Soon, many noticed that Jiang Yuan was approaching from their direction, and the distance between them was closing. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yuan's live stream, he and the photographer had accumulated more items in their bags, nearly filling their hands. Are we still buying more? The photographer asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Yuan glanced around, feeling a tinge of helplessness before letting out a sigh. As he had suspected, With the surge of foot traffic in the antique market and the influx of professional bargain hunters, genuine items were becoming increasingly scarce. After wandering for quite some time, he had yet to spot a single authentic piece. All were mere replicas. Just then, while casually scanning the surroundings, Jiang Yuan suddenly halted, his gaze uncertain as it swept slowly ahead. He believed he had spotted something valuable drifting past him. As he examined the area more closely, a series of antique details materialized before his eyes. Item: necklace material, plastic era, 2019 quality, poor summary, worthless market price, 3 yuan recovery, 0. 7 yuan. After several fruitless glances, Jiang Yuan was beginning to think he had merely imagined something valuable. Just as he was about to dismiss his earlier notion, a new piece of information appeared before him. Item: Zeton multifunctional box material, wood era, Qing dynasty, Qianlong, 1740, to modern quality. Fair summary, slightly collectible market price, 100,000 yuan recovery. 50,000 yuan. This? Jiang Yuan hesitated. It was clearly a fusion of modern and antique elements. While it held some value, it was undoubtedly not high. Just moments ago, he had seen items worth millions. How could this be the case? As he pondered, he suddenly noticed several smaller messages appearing before him. Item: 8-person nut boat material, olive pit era, Qing dynasty, Qianlong, 1737, quality, excellent summary, worth collecting market price, 100,000 yuan recovery, 500,000 yuan. Gasp. Jiang Yuan was taken aback by the system's revelation. No wonder he hadn't noticed it initially. The nut boat was closely associated with the Zeton multifunctional box. Simultaneously, he felt a jolt of excitement. This was the most expensive collectible he had encountered in the antique market thus far. However, as Jiang Yuan turned to look, his expression darkened slightly. The Zeton multifunctional box was cradled in someone else's arms. Although he did not recognize the individual, the photographer beside him made it clear that this person was also a contestant in the survival challenge. What a pity. It seemed someone had already snatched the opportunity away. No matter how valuable it was, it no longer belonged to him. Chapter 31. Premium Goods. It seemed that upon sensing someone observing him, contestant number 10, Qin Yuan, along with his photographer, simultaneously turned to look in Jiang Yuan and Appraise direction. In that moment, the gazes of the contestants of Survival Challenge met in midair. One appeared lost and dazed, while the other radiated confidence and vigor. Although they were both participants of the same challenge, their distinct circumstances were starkly evident. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward. How could he have encountered Jiang Yuan? Qin Yuan mumbled to himself, his face flushing with embarrassment, especially when he noticed the lavish packaging on Jiang Yuan and his photographer. His expression became utterly mortified. Both were competitors. Both were scavenging. Yet why was Jiang Yuan returning laden with treasures while he was left with nothing but the remnants of defeat? He found it difficult to comprehend. His toes curled tightly together, wishing he could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment beneath the ground and hide away. If there was one contestant in Survival Challenge that Qin Yuan wished to avoid, it was undoubtedly Jiang Yuan. He had followed Jiang Yuan's lead from beginning to end, and now it felt as though he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. The crux of the matter was, he had not only failed to profit, but had lost nearly everything. Ha ha! Look at Qin Yuan's expression. It's akin to Xie Ming encountering Jiang Shun at the Detective Bureau. Surely he's bewildered? Don't even mention Qin Yuan. If it were me, I'd be just as confused. Sigh. I warned Qin Yuan not to emulate Jiang Shun, but he simply wouldn't listen. Well, how's that working out for him now? What a tremendous embarrassment. Hey, scavenging together isn't frightening. The one who loses face is the one who loses money. Hello, dear viewers, I pose a question. Does anyone know the extent of Qin Yuan's psychological trauma? As he scanned the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Qin Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Ultimately, he could not entirely blame himself for the situation. No, this simply could not continue. Fixating his gaze on Jiang Yuan in the distance, a bold thought suddenly surged within him. At this point, he had nothing left to lose. Not only was sleep a pressing concern, but even deciding what to eat later was a monumental dilemma. Given the circumstances, he might as well take a gamble. If successful, It could turn his fortunes around. Even if he failed, he had little to lose. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan sprang to his feet and rapidly dashed towards Jiang Yuan. Observing Jiang Yuan initially assumed he was merely approaching to exchange pleasantries. He smiled, not retreating. However, as Jiang Yuan reached him, he unexpectedly accelerated and collided forcefully. Jiang Yuan managed to stumble back a few steps to regain his balance. But Jiang Yuan fell directly to the ground, causing his precious Zeton treasure box to crash to the floor with a resounding thud. This sight sent a jolt of alarm through Jiang Yuan. The box itself was unharmed, but he feared the contents within might be damaged. That was a priceless antique worth a staggering 10 million. Before Jiang Yuan could utter a word, Jiang Yuan suddenly glared at him, demanding, "What do you mean by this?" He then shrieked, "Why did you collide with me out of the blue? Ah, my treasure, it's broken. You owe me money." In that moment, witnessing Jiang Yuan and Appraise theatrical display, Jiang Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't Appraise at him who had crashed into Jiang Yuan? Was he attempting to extort him? And why resort to a genuine antique for such a scheme? Quick, compensate me. Do you have any idea how much my treasure is worth? 50,000. Just like that. You've ruined it. Jiang Yuan remained silent, while Jiang Yuan continued to shout. His voice grew louder, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers. Curiosity sparked in their eyes as they observed the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, after a brief lull, unleashed a torrent of comments like a tidal wave. What is going on? Is he trying to scam Jiang Shun? Wow. Are all contestants in Survival Challenge this shameless? Demanding 50,000 for a fake? How audacious. Seriously, I wish I could reach through the internet and give this contestant a piece of my mind. This is outrageous. In the midst of the scene, Jiang Yuan, momentarily lost in thought while reading the comments, suddenly realized that Jiang Yuan was attempting to pull a scam. Recognizing this possibility, he couldn't help but smirk with a hint of amusement. Scam? Though he had never encountered such a situation, he had heard of it. Attempting to scam with a genuine artifact? If that was the case, he might as well play along. What are you laughing at? Upon seeing Jiang Yuan and Appraise lips curve into a smile, Jiang Yuan momentarily froze, as this was entirely unexpected. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, wearing a pained expression. You and Appraise, re-laughing when you and Appraise. He broke my item? Do you not intend to compensate? Do you truly expect me to pay? Jiang Yuan and Appraise expression turned more peculiar. Indeed, Jiang Yuan blurted out without hesitation. You broke my treasure. Compensation is only right. And this is worth 50,000. How can you not pay? How much do you want me to pay? Jiang Yuan glanced at the Zeton box, confirming that its contents remained intact. 50,000. 50,000 is far too much. Jiang Yuan echoed, then began searching his pockets. Upon noticing that Jiang Yuan genuinely intended to compensate, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Brother, the photographer beside him widened his eyes, exclaiming, he crashed into you. Why should you pay him? If anyone should pay, it should be him. Besides, to be blunt, that item might very well be fake. Brother, no offense, but he is clearly trying to pull a scam. As these words left his lips, whispers erupted among the surrounding crowd. Clearly, many agreed with the photographer's assertion. However, no one was willing to step forward. As vendors or visitors in the antique market, they were all too aware of the unspoken rules. It was one thing to enjoy the spectacle. It was another entirely to take a stand, as either choice could lead to trouble. What are you saying? Jiang Yuan and Appraise photographer immediately spoke up. Scam? As fellow contestants in an Appraise survival challenge and Appraise, why speak so harshly? Regardless, I only know that you broke my treasure. That's right. Jiang Yuan chimed in, feigning tears. I spent 50,000 on that. If you won, pay 50,000. At least 30,000 will do. Are you certain you spent 50,000 on it? Are you sure it's genuine? Just then, a sharp voice cut through the crowd, followed by a striking figure emerging from among the onlookers. Chapter 32. Bridging the gap, the elegant figure donned a flowing gown. Her hair, cascading like a dark waterfall, slightly pinned up. Her features were exquisite, with slightly parted almond-shaped lips, exuding an air of grace with every step she took. This person was none other than Lin Xiaomeng, the daughter of the antique shop owner, whom Jiang Yuan recognized. Jiang Yuan. Lin Xiaomeng approached him, greeting him with a smile. Jiang Yuan nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Who are you? Qin Yuan glared at Lin Xiaomeng, retorting coldly, my treasure is undoubtedly genuine. If it weren't, would I dare to price it at 300,000? Just because you say it's real doesn't make it so. Lin Xiaomeng shot back, her eyes narrowing playfully. I suspect that your item is a counterfeit. You're not an appraiser. Does your word alone suffice to declare it false? Qin Yuan scoffed dismissively. Coincidentally, I am an appraiser, Lin Xiaomeng said, her smile blossoming. Since you insist it's genuine, allow me to authenticate it. If it proves authentic, you shall be compensated. But if it is indeed a forgery, beware. I shall ensure you face the authorities. At her words, both Jiang Yuan and Qin Yuan exchanged worried glances. Jiang Yuan feared Lin Xiaomeng might uncover something. A treasure worth 1 million was something he genuinely wished to acquire, especially since it had been brought to light by Qin Yuan. In the realm of antiques, seizing a lucrative find relies on one's keen eye. Whoever possesses discerning vision naturally garners the finest treasures. Moreover, Qin Yuan had attempted to deceive him, leaving Jiang Yuan with no qualms about outsmarting him. Conversely, Qin Yuan was thoroughly intimidated by Lin Xiaomeng's final statement. Whether his item was genuine or not, he was acutely aware of its true nature. However, seeing the youthfulness of Lin Xiaomeng instilled in him a desire to fight back. He retorted, just because you claim to be an appraiser doesn't make you one. I could just as easily declare myself an expert. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaomeng's smile deepened. Young man, I am the daughter of the antique pavilion. The shop relies on my expertise for appraisals. Wouldn't you agree I am indeed a treasure appraiser? My skills are among the finest, not just in this market but throughout the antique world. If you're merely attempting to deceive, I suggest you depart swiftly. Several nearby vendors, familiar with Lin Xiaomeng, chimed in, supporting her claims. At this, Qin Yuan began to falter. If his item were authenticated as counterfeit, the consequences would be dire. Realizing this, he clutched the Zeton treasure box and prepared to flee. Yet, just as he stood, Lin Xiaomeng swiftly seized the box from his grasp. Return that, Qin Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in panic. If it were proven counterfeit, there would be no escape for him. In that moment, he dared not utter another word, hastily retreating from the scene. However, as he took a few steps, he was startled by a soft gasp from Lin Xiaomeng. He turned to find her staring at the Zeton treasure box, momentarily taken aback. She began inspecting it meticulously, flipping it over and scrutinizing it from every angle. What was happening? Qin Yuan was bewildered. If it were indeed a forgery, shouldn't she have exposed it by now? Why was she examining it so closely? Could it be that he had genuinely stumbled upon a treasure? The thought sent a jolt of excitement through him, and he instinctively halted, his eager gaze fixed on Lin Xiaomeng, eager to glean her insights. As Lin Xiaomeng continued her intense examination, Jiang Yuan, who had been waiting for over 10 minutes, could no longer contain his curiosity. Is it truly genuine? It is indeed authentic, Lin Xiaomeng confirmed. This is a Zeton treasure box from the Qianlong era. As its name suggests, it was used to hold small trinkets, a toy for royal children of ancient times. With a sigh, she added, while it is genuine and therefore valuable, I must say it's only half true. It resembles the antique we observed yesterday, a fusion of ancient and modern. However, due to its Zeton wood composition and the fact that it is an antique, its value should be around 100,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan's face lit up with joy. He had unexpectedly acquired an item worth 100,000 for merely 900. It felt as if a monumental windfall had descended upon him. Jiang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Lin Xiaomeng had not discovered the hidden contents, granting him another opportunity. Yet, who could have predicted that something appearing utterly empty could still hold value? However, just as Qin Yuan reveled in his good fortune, Lin Xiaomeng sighed heavily. Alas, it has sustained damage from that earlier fall. Its current estimated value is a maximum of 50,000. Given its hybrid nature, it lacks significant collectible worth. Qin Yuan's smile instantly froze. A mere fall had resulted in a staggering loss of 50,000. At that moment, his heart ached with regret. Why had he even thought of conning Jiang Yuan? Had he not pursued that course, he would have been unscathed. Jiang Yuan, you owe me 50,000. Qin Yuan wailed, his voice resembling that of a wounded animal. You were the one who brought this upon me. Jiang Yuan maintained a stern expression. You cannot blame me for this, though I wish to purchase it. The charade must continue. Otherwise, if Qin Yuan confronts me later, what shall I say? With that, he turned and began to walk away. Hey, don't leave. Qin Yuan quickly intercepted him. You broke it. How can you walk away unscathed? It is indeed a fine item. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. You heard her. Its value is now only 50,000 at most. Do you really expect me to compensate you 100,000? That is impossible. Jiang Yuan played a clever game, refraining from mentioning the 50,000 compensation directly, instead stating the inflated figure of 100,000. Such psychological tactics would diminish Qin Yuan's perception of the Zetan treasure box. If you continue to block my way, do not blame me for calling the authorities. Qin Yuan stammered, his regret palpable. He wished he could slap himself in the face. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan's voice broke through his thoughts once more. Here's what we'll do. I'll consider myself unfortunate and offer you 60,000. If you agree, I'll take it. If not, then so be it. Hearing this, Qin Yuan hesitated for a second, clearly fearful of Jiang Yuan changing his mind. He quickly exclaimed, Deal. Take it. Without hesitation, he thrust the Zetan treasure box into Jiang Yuan's hands. Where's the money? Transfer it quickly. Jiang Yuan stepped forward, scanning 60,000 to Qin Yuan via his phone. With money exchanged for goods, Jiang Yuan felt an unparalleled sense of elation. He had not anticipated that fellow contestant Qin Yuan would present him with such a splendid gift. This was a full 1 million, adding in the box's residual value. It amounted to 1.05 million. Chapter 33. What is a treasure box at this moment? Qin Yuan could hardly contain his elation after receiving the money, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Although he did not acquire the full 100,000, he still managed to secure 60,000, which he procured from Jiang Yuan. In other words, Jiang Yuan suffered a loss of 60,000 while his own fortune increased by the same amount. As competitors in the survival challenge, they had effectively narrowed the gap between them by 120,000. Such a significant difference was enough to elevate his spirits. Casting a glance at Jiang Yuan, fearing a change of heart, Qin Yuan hastily made his exit. Once he had distanced himself, he turned back, intending to mock Jiang Yuan, only to find him laughing aloud. Jiang Yuan, you fool! Ha ha ha! Without a second thought, he uttered the insult and swiftly departed. For him, the pressing matter was to indulge in a hearty meal. Brother, why did you purchase this item? It is only worth 50,000. We could have spent a maximum of 50,000 and been done with it. The photographer, still bewildered by Jiang Yuan's laughter, pondered how such a shrewd individual could make such a foolish decision. Ah, Jiang, you have indeed made a poor investment this time. How could you spend 60,000 on such a trinket? What use is it? Brothers, it is well known that Jiang is quite astute, always seeking a bargain. I firmly believe Jiang has made another blunder. Finding a bargain? What could possibly be left to find when the value is already disclosed? While I understand your fondness for Jiang, let us not elevate him to an unrealistic pedestal. In the live stream, numerous viewers questioned Jiang Yuan's intentions. However, the majority, like the photographer, remained utterly perplexed by his actions. Lin Xiaomeng, on the other hand, exhibited a glimmer of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Compared to others, she seemed more inclined to trust Jiang Yuan, though she too was uncertain about the nature of the bargain he claimed to have found. It was not that she doubted Jiang Yuan, but rather that she had faith in her own appraisal skills. Growing up amidst antiques, one would not be worthy of the title of appraiser without such ability. Brother, the photographer called out again, having received no response from Jiang Yuan. This time, Jiang Yuan snapped back to attention, seemingly aware of the questions swirling around the photographer and the live audience. He addressed them directly. Do not underestimate this item. It is indeed a treasure. Are we unaware of what a good item is? Isn't it merely valued at 50,000? What is there to discuss? While maybe a good item, you still paid 60,000 for it. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Jiang Yuan turned to Lin Xiaoming and inquired, "Do you think I overpaid?" Lin Xiaoming studied the Zeton treasure box thoughtfully, pausing before ultimately nodding and explaining its value is indeed around 50,000, primarily due to the Zeton wood. At this point, Lin Xiaoming refrained from elaborating further, as her meaning was clear. Jiang Yuan smiled and reminded her, "Have you forgotten what this is called?" Zeton treasure box. Lin Xiaoming glanced at the box again for confirmation, furrowing her brow, entirely puzzled by Jiang Yuan's statement. "Have you forgotten the significance of the term treasure?" Jiang Yuan prompted. "Impossible." Lin Xiaoming shook her head, frowning. "I have thoroughly inspected it. It is merely a box." This was understandable, given that the contents had likely been removed by others. Jiang Yuan merely smiled in response, taking the Zeton treasure box from Lin Xiaoming and methodically removing the partitions, revealing 4 square compartments. Lin Xiaoming watched with a calm demeanor. The outcome remained consistent with her earlier observation. It was entirely empty. However, just as Lin Xiaoming assumed this was the end, Jiang Yuan gently pressed on a specific spot of the Zeton treasure box. To her astonishment, he lifted one of the boxes, leaving behind only the base on the ground. At that moment, everyone noticed a small yet exquisitely crafted object displayed at the bottom of the box. It appeared to be a small sailboat, intricately carved with 8 lifelike figures. Lin Xiaoming's pupils dilated in shock. "What is this?" she stammered, turning to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan remained silent, raising an eyebrow, encouraging Lin Xiaoming to examine it closely. Without hesitation, she retrieved a pair of gloves from her pocket and gently picked up the object, scrutinizing it with care. As the scene unfolded, the live audience became increasingly curious. "What is this?" Why did Lin Xiaoming's expression change upon seeing it? This appears to be an artifact from the Qianlong era. If I am not mistaken, it should be a nuclear boat. Nuclear boat? What on earth is that? A nuclear boat. This is a remarkable item. I recall a similar one being auctioned for hundreds of thousands. And this item is from the Qianlong period. Its value will undoubtedly be even higher. Upon reading the final comment, the audience was left in awe. While they may not have understood what a nuclear boat was, the mention of a price exceeding 1 million astonished them. Of course, they recognized that all of this hinged on the authenticity of the nuclear boat. It was inconceivable that Jiang Yuan would be attracted to a counterfeit. As anticipated by the viewers, Lin Xiaoming and Appraise, as astonishment grew with each passing moment. After 5 minutes, she finally set the nuclear boat down, inhaling deeply as she remarked, "From the size and the intricate details of the figures, it is evident that the craftsman who carved this piece possessed extraordinary skill. Though small, the nuclear boat is vividly depicted with a sense of life. Moreover, the base bears the inscription of After the Red Cliffs. The calligraphy is elegant, precise, and remarkably well-structured. It is nothing short of a masterpiece." If I am not mistaken at this point, Lin Xiaoming focused intently on Jiang Yuan and said, "This must have been carved by Master Chen Zhuzhong, right? In that era, it was a toy for royal amusement. Even then, the price of this nuclear boat was exorbitant." Having received Lin Xiaoming's impeccable explanation, Jiang Yuan nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, the live audience was left in a state of shock. What is this, a stroke of luck? I remember nothing, save for that last statement. If it was already valuable back then, as Jiang claims, then its current worth must be astronomical. Wow, what discerning eyes! Jiang even managed to spot this. I wonder what Qin Yuan must be thinking. Will he be heartbroken upon realizing this? Honestly, I'm more curious about how much this nuclear boat is worth now. The viewers in the live stream buzzed with speculation. In the present moment, Lin Xiaoming's gaze reflected uncertainty and surprise. She truly could not fathom how Jiang Yuan managed to uncover the nuclear boat within the Zeton treasure box. How bold of him! After all, the Zeton treasure box appeared to be little more than an empty shell. Most would assume that, even recognizing it as a treasure box, the contents had long been removed. Chapter 34. An outrageous price, are you puzzled? Jiang Yuan inquired with a smile. Lin Xiaoming nodded her head like a chick pecking at grain. In truth, the situation was quite straightforward. Jiang Yuan, of course, did not disclose the existence of his system. After some contemplation, he said, "I am uncertain about what lies within, but I believe it is worth taking a gamble." Fortunately, I succeeded. As he concluded, his tone was calm, yet it was imbued with an innate confidence that suggested he was not merely gambling, but possessed absolute assurance of uncovering remnants within the precious Zetan treasure box. Indeed, Jiang Shun lives up to his name. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to gamble. Goodness, I must inform Qin Yuan about such a significant matter. Let him revel in the experience. Haha, I'm still curious about the price. Hurry up and tell us. Otherwise, I truly won't be able to sleep tonight. The audience in a live stream did not have to wait long. In a live broadcast, disregarding the astonishment of those around him, Jiang Yuan paused before asking, "Will you accept this item?" Lin Xiaomeng, taken aback by Jiang Yuan's unwavering confidence, swallowed hard. His declaration had profoundly shocked her. Spending 10,000 just for a chance, particularly in light of the prevalence of counterfeit antiques, Jiang Yuan and Appraise. S audacity was indeed remarkable. After a few moments of silence, Lin Xiaomeng managed to suppress her astonishment and open her mouth to speak. However, before she could utter a word, a phone rang, interrupting her. The caller ID displayed, Bai Lao, vice president of the Jiangxi Provincial Museum. Lin Xiaomeng was puzzled as to why Bai Lao from the museum was calling her. Nevertheless, despite her curiosity, she answered the phone. "Xiaomeng." As soon as the call connected, a frail yet urgent voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, Bai Lao." Lin Xiaomeng greeted him earnestly. Bai Feng was indeed a well-known figure in the world of antiques. Anyone involved in antiquities would recognize Bai Feng. As a junior, Lin Xiaomeng felt compelled to show him respect. Unexpectedly, Bai Feng immediately stated, "I am currently watching Jiang Xiaoyou's live stream. The museum wishes to purchase the nuclear boat. Xiaomeng, would you be willing to give us this opportunity?" After saying this, Bai Feng anxiously awaited Lin Xiaomeng's response. Initially, he had not paid much attention to the live stream when he discovered Jiang Yuan had stumbled upon a treasure. It was only today, while browsing online, that he noticed Jiang Yuan solving the case, prompting his interest. To his delight, he stumbled upon the nuclear boat. Bai Feng was genuinely fearful of being outbid. The nuclear boat was not merely an antique. It held historical significance. "Bai Lao, you are being too courteous." Lin Xiaomeng glanced at Jiang Yuan and conveyed Bai Feng and Appraise as request to him. She then switched to speakerphone, waiting for Jiang Yuan and Appraise as reply. Bai Feng remained silent, eagerly anticipating Jiang Yuan's response. He truly desired the nuclear boat in Jiang Yuan's possession. After pondering, Jiang Yuan thought that since Lin Xiaomeng had agreed, he had no objection to whom he sold it. The crucial aspect was the price. The other party was the Jiangxi Provincial Museum. If he set the price too high, it would seem inconsiderate. The fact that Bai Feng had called to negotiate rather than simply sending a banner demonstrated his sincerity. "Jiang Xiaoyu, let's proceed this way. I shall not take advantage of you. The market price for the nuclear boat should be around 1 million. I am willing to add an extra 100,000 for the nuclear boat and the Zetan treasure box. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this offer, the vendors around them widened their eyes in astonishment. 1 million. They had already deemed Jiang Yuan and Appraise as previous expenditure of 10,000 on the Zetan treasure box outrageous. Now, someone was willing to pay an additional 50,000. What did this signify? Did they have a money-printing factory at home? Money flowed freely? Very well. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. As Bai Feng had stated, the offered price exceeded market value. Given this, what reason did he have to refuse? After a moment's pause, Jiang Yuan added, "However, Bai Lao, when do you come to the site to take a look?" Ha! With the answer in hand, Bai Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. The 1 million was above market value. Yet for the Jiangxi Provincial Museum, it was a worthy investment. A complete bamboo silk entwined lotus treasure box would command a far higher price than any individual piece. To put it bluntly, if the bamboo silk entwined lotus treasure box previously housed at the Jiangxi Provincial Museum was valued at 10 million, with the addition of the nuclear boat making it a complete collection, its value would soar to 30 million. Moreover, the additional 100,000 would secure a piece valued at 50,000. Adding just 50,000 was undeniably a bargain. Of course, for Bifeng, the most significant aspect was completing the collection. Jiang Xiaoyu, I have faith in Xiumeng's appraisal abilities. Since she has authenticated its authenticity, there is no possibility of it being a counterfeit. I will head over immediately. As he spoke, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the other end of the line, followed by an urgent voice. Xiumeng, it's getting late, and dinner time is approaching. Here is the plan. Take Jiang Xiaoyu to the heavenly realm at Jua Tower. Order your meals, and I will cover the bill. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 35. The unpretentious life of the wealthy beep. The urgent sound of the phone cut through the air, followed by the busy signal. Listening to the conversation between Jiang Yuan and Old Bai, Lin Xiumeng, aware of the Gansu Provincial Museum and Appraise, lack of a nuclear boat, remained composed. After hanging up, she calmly invited Jiang Yuan to join her at the gathering building. However, the viewers in the live stream and the photographer beside her were left bewildered. 110,000. I've never seen so much money in my life. Wait, this little thing costs 110,000. If it weren't an amp, Oppos, T for the museum and amp, Oppos. As purchase, and amp, Oppos. Do you have something to say? God, Jiang, this is some serious luck. Is this a survival show or show-off program? I don an amp, Oppos, Tino, but I just know that if this continues, God, Jiang will soon achieve financial freedom. Brothers, Qin Yuan is currently eating. Should I send him this news to see? Without delay, many viewers left Jiang Yuan's livestream to enter Qin Yuan's. In Qin Yuan's livestream, he was seated at a restaurant with the photographer, enjoying a table laden with 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and a soup. This scene drew curious glances from nearby diners, who wondered why 2 individuals had ordered so much food. To this, Qin Yuan and the photographer offered no explanation. Don't ask. The answer is simply wealth. Brother, this is the most satisfying meal I've had since joining the survival challenge. The photographer exclaimed, devouring his food. Huh, this is nothing. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Tonight, I'll take you to a bar for a proper celebration. Brother, I want brandy. Brandy? I'll get you the top-shelf stuff. Qin Yuan scoffed. 60,000 might seem trivial in ordinary circumstances, but in the context of a contestant on the survival challenge, it was nothing short of a fortune. It elevated his demeanor significantly. Although many viewers in the live stream criticized him, he remained unfazed. Could their insults take a piece out of him? No. Instead, that 60,000 would ensure his comfort and far surpass the other contestants. If given a second chance, he would undoubtedly choose to sell again. In simple terms, he felt no regret over outsmarting Jiang Yuan. In fact, given the opportunity, he would do it again. After a brief period, the two, having devoured their meal, leaned back in their chairs, sighing with satisfaction. That was delightful. They both exclaimed, "Are you full?" After a moment and Appo's rest, Qin Yuan patted his stomach and began picking his teeth. "Full. If you're full, let us go. I'll take you to the next venue." Qin Yuan stood up and headed outside. The photographer, noticing this, hurriedly grabbed his camera to follow Qin Yuan, but, by chance, glanced at the comments on the screen. In the next moment, the photographer's eyes widened, and he froze in shock. Turning at the door, noticing the photographer hadn't followed, Qin Yuan, irritated, said, "What are you doing? Are you daydreaming?" "Brother." The photographer looked up, his face filled with despair. "The comments are making me a bit dizzy." "Comments? Isn't just insults? Let them say what they want." Qin Yuan responded nonchalantly. The photographer swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, "Brother, they're not just insults." "Oh, let me see." Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow and approached. "Brother, please don't get angry when you see it." The photographer warned, looking at Qin Yuan, whose face was brimming with arrogance. "What storms haven't I weathered?" Qin Yuan laughed. "Show me already." Without waiting for a response, he leaned in closer. What appeared before his eyes was a barrage of comments. "What the heck? Why are there so many? Ha ha ha, Qin Yuan. Why are you so smug? Do you know how Mu Chapter 36? Masterpieces of craftsmanship, these items are quite extraordinary, aren't they?" Jiang Yuan remarked, gesturing towards the furniture in the private room. Lin Xiumeng appeared surprised, not expecting Jiang Yuan to discern such details. After a moment of contemplation, she playfully inquired, "What makes them so extraordinary? Just look at the intricate patterns, the ghostly eyes, and the rich aroma emanating from them. This must be a century-old Wali wood. If my estimation is correct, this set of Hainan Wali should be worth at least 1 million, Jiang Yuan declared, tapping the table before shifting his gaze to the surrounding chairs. Altogether, I reckon it must amount to no less than 5 or 6 million. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Yuan clicked his tongue, adding, "Indeed, the world of the affluent is so unpretentious. The price of a mere dining set is exorbitantly high." With that, he turned to Lin Xiaoming, his eyes silently affirming, "I am not mistaken, am I?" Lin Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yuan could perceive such nuances. As an appraiser, she understood better than most that the majority of treasure appraisers specialize in only one type. Just as she had hesitated to pass judgment on the authenticity of the drawings she presented to Jiang Yuan during their initial meeting, revealing her own lack of expertise in that area. Yet Jiang Yuan seemed to possess a remarkable breadth of knowledge, showing no signs of being uninformed about any category of antiques. At that moment, a photographer who had been seated suddenly sprang to his feet as if pricked by a needle, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? A dining set costs 5 or 6 million? When did money lose its value to such an extent? I and Oppos, I never even witnessed that amount in my lifetime." The live stream exploded with reactions. Is this truly the life of the wealthy? Just the price of a dining set is more than I could earn a lifetime. It's not just about earning. I feel my life isn't even worth that much. 5 or 6 million. Does the food taste any better here? I can't speak to the taste, but Wali does indeed emit a fragrance. At that moment, an elder around 50 years of age with white hair, accompanied by a young man in work attire, entered the private room. Though Jiang Yuan did not recognize him, Lin Xiaoming's respectful demeanor indicated that he was Bai Feng, the vice president of the Gansu Provincial Museum, the very person who had contacted him earlier. As Bai Feng stepped in, he approached Jiang Yuan warmly and shook his hand, saying, "Young friend Jiang, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." "Mr. Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you," Jiang Yuan replied courteously. Bai Feng, impressed by Jiang Yuan's humility, remarked, "In just 2 short days, you've uncovered 4 hidden treasures, and during your last endeavor, you even dared to take a gamble upon learning the price. Such insight is commendable, but it also requires audacity and meticulousness. Just this morning, you assisted the detectives in solving a murder case. Truly, a hero emerges from youth." "Mr. Bai, it's merely good fortune," Jiang Yuan chuckled modestly. "Since that is the case, let us dine first. We can discuss matters after our meal," Bai Feng suggested, to which Jiang Yuan readily agreed. As a contestant in the survival challenge, he had no intention of spending any unnecessary money on food. Once the dishes were served, Lin Xiaoming, Bai Feng, and Jiang Yuan engaged in lively conversation, enjoying their meal until they were thoroughly satisfied. After a few rounds of toasts, Bai Feng finally inquired, "Young friend Jiang, to which account should I transfer the funds?" "Please transfer it to this bank card," Jiang Yuan replied, retrieving the card given to him by the affluent couple. "Excellent." Bai Feng smiled, promptly instructing his staff to initiate the transfer. "Mr. Bai, aren't you going to verify the items?" Jiang Yuan asked, curious. "Huh, I trust Xiaoming's judgment." Bai Feng laughed. In truth, how could he not have examined the item worth 1 million? He had already scrutinized it thoroughly during Jiang Yuan's live stream and was confident of its authenticity, which was why he felt no need for further inspection. This would also help him cultivate a favorable impression with Jiang Yuan, should he wish to acquire more cherished items in the future. Of course, Jiang Yuan did not manage to find more antiques that piqued his interest. However, given the skills he had displayed over the past few days, he was destined to secure a notable position in the antique world. It was as if he had established a rapport in advance. Bai Feng also believed that both Lin Xiaoming and Jiang Yuan were individuals of integrity who would not engage in the deceitful practices prevalent in the antique market. Otherwise, even if they had confirmed the authenticity, he would need to physically possess the items before daring to transfer the funds. The antique market harbors numerous intricacies, with countless tricks to deceive the unknowing. With a smile, Jiang Yuan signaled to the photographer to bring forth the Zetan treasure box. Given by Feng's actions, Jiang Yuan felt it necessary to make a gesture of appreciation. Upon receiving it, Bai Feng marveled at the Zetan treasure box, taking his time to examine it. After inspecting it thoroughly, he opened the box to reveal the intricately carved walnut boat within. Upon seeing the walnut boat, Bai Feng's eyes shone with unabashed admiration. At first glance, he recognized it to be an authentic walnut boat. The level of craftsmanship in the single carving technique was unparalleled. The 8 figures and the boat were depicted with remarkable lifelikeness. However, the true focal point was the poetry inscribed on the base. The entirety of the After the Red Cliffs inscription, comprising over 300 characters, was intricately carved onto a walnut boat measuring merely 3 centimeters in length. Even now, the characters were remarkably clear, elegantly inscribed in regular script, showcasing a meticulous and organized artistry that could only be described as divine craftsmanship. On one side, there is also an inscription in running script, crafted by Chun Zuzhong in the 5th month of the Dingxi year during the Qianlong reign. It was astonishing that such tiny characters could convey such a wealth of information. Even the most skilled artisans today, equipped with the most sophisticated instruments, would struggle to replicate such intricate carvings. This alone was sufficient to establish the walnut boat as a rare treasure. The market value would undoubtedly exceed 1 million, and it would easily surpass even higher tiers of valuation. Ultimately, treasures of this nature are irreplaceable. Losing even one means it is lost forever. Impressive, 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 Bai Feng exclaimed, having observed the walnut boat for a good 10 minutes before finally putting it away, reflecting, no wonder this walnut boat was crafted by Master Qin Zizhong. It truly is a marvel of craftsmanship, a pinnacle of artistry. Such a remarkable piece is indeed a rare find. As Bai Feng expressed his admiration, the staff from the Gansu Provincial Museum completed the transfer of 1 million to Jiang Yuan. Upon learning that the transfer was successful, Bai Feng let out a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face, the wrinkles on his visage converging in a way that could almost trap a fly. His joy stemmed from the successful transfer. The walnut boat was finally his. He genuinely feared someone might swoop in and snatch it away. This opportunity, once lost, would never come again. Chapter 37. The millionaire after checking his account balance. Jiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. A total of 1 million had indeed been sold. It is important to note that while antiques may hold considerable value, there must be willing buyers to meet such a price. Most high-priced antiques often languish unsold for years. Consequently, many of these valuable items are sold through auctions. Although this method can yield sales, it rarely surpasses market value. Meanwhile, the photographer was boasting about the remarkable turn of events. In just 2 days of participating in Survival Challenge, he had transitioned from despair to witnessing the contestant he was following become a millionaire. This feeling is one that others may never experience. It is akin to living a dream, glancing back at the other contestants still struggling to make ends meet in Survival Challenge. It seemed that the billion-dollar prize was no longer a distant dream. If he could simply endure this year, the grand prize would surely be within reach. In a moment of reflection, the photographer was overwhelmed with emotions. The live audience, witnessing this unfolding drama, was equally astonished. 1 million. It truly sold out. I can't take it anymore. My heart is racing. Look at how effortlessly Jiang Shun finds treasures. Why can't I find even one? What is happening? Could it be that Jiang Shun is the fabled child of fortune? I must admit, I am genuinely envious. No, I must share this with others. I can't bear to be the only one feeling jealous. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream, rising in intensity like the tide. Simultaneously, viewers rushed to share the news across various contestant streams. Some even edited and compiled highlights from the live broadcast, quickly posting them online. Fueled by the fervor of Survival Challenge and Jiang Yuan's own popularity, these clips undoubtedly stirred significant interest upon release. Survival Challenge contestant Jiang Shun continuously discovers treasures. Is this moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Let and appraise watch together. Finding treasures worth millions, the god of antiquities. Although the prices Jiang Yuan discovered were not exorbitant, they were undeniably captivating. After all, treasure hunting is no small feat. Many may never stumble upon treasures worth millions in their entire lives. Not even seasoned collectors. Given their expertise, discovering treasures worth such sums is akin to chasing a fantasy. The antique market is rife with fakes, and genuine items are scarce. How could one expect to be fortunate enough to unearth a treasure? Yet, Jiang Yuan managed to find treasures repeatedly in just a few short days. Who else possesses such remarkable ability? At the Gathering Tower, after completing the transaction, Jiang Yuan, by phone, and Lin Xiuming engaged in conversation. By phone then stood up and said, "Young friend Jiang, please do not forget me if you come across any valuable collectibles in the future." Of course, Jiang Yuan readily agreed. For him, treasure hunting was a pure pursuit. As long as he could sell the items he discovered, that was enough. After Bai Feng departed, Lin Xiuming and Jiang Yuan bid farewell at the Gathering Tower. Lin Xiuming headed toward the Antique Pavilion, while Jiang Yuan made his way back to Antique Street. Since it was still early, he intended to stroll through the street, hoping to uncover more treasures. Even if he found nothing, it would be a pleasant outing, and he could scout for suitable lodgings. As contestants of Survival Challenge, they lacked even a place to stay. This was a predicament that wealth alone could not resolve. To be honest, without their identification cards, their existence outside of public view resembled that of fugitives. Upon arriving at Antique Street, Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The crowd was immense, stretching endlessly before him. A sea of people. Jiang Yuan exchanged glances with the photographer, both astonished by the unexpected turnout. He had assumed that the midday hours would draw the largest crowd. Yet the evening had proven even busier. When did Antique Street become so bustling? Their curiosity was soon satisfied as they approached. Before they could step further in, they heard a cacophony of voices emanating from both sides of the street. Is this the place where that young man found treasures? I heard he uncovered 4 in just 2 days. And you know what? He started with just $1,000, and now he an amp. Oppos. S worth millions. What? That can an amp? Oppos. Be true. How could he find treasures so effortlessly? Brother, it's not a hoax. He's a contestant on Survival Challenge, and every treasure discovery has a live broadcast replay for all to see. Vendors shouted. That young man found treasures right at my booth. If you want to find treasures, come take a look. My goods are genuine. Finding a treasure here is a win. He discovered treasures here before. If you're interested, come and see. Listening to the vendors and the throng of people, Jiang Yuan and the photographer exchanged bewildered glances. It felt as though they were the subjects of the very conversation. For discoveries? Contestant of Survival Challenge. Transforming 1,000 into millions? Haha, no way. Is Jiang Shun unaware of his newfound fame? Seeing Jiang Shun and Oppos, S expression makes me want to burst out laughing. Could he really not know he has gone viral online? Ha ha ha. Exactly. Just look at the online viewership. There are a staggering 500,000 viewers online, and it has an amp. Oppos. T dropped all day. Today, I saw someone imitate Jiang Shun and amp. Oppos. S treasure hunting, and they actually found a few thousand worth. I'm infuriated. Jiang Yuan and the photographer exchanged glances again. They indeed anticipated the rise in popularity. They had even known early on that someone would find treasures. After all, with such a vast number of participants, luck would inevitably favor a few. However, Jiang Yuan had not anticipated that this would draw so many eager treasure hunters to the street. Even late at night, the crowd remained undeterred in their quest for treasures. It must be noted that while there is a chance to find genuine items, the likelihood is incredibly slim. My friends, I must reiterate, while treasure hunting is entertaining, please engage in moderation and do not become overly consumed by it. Otherwise, you may risk losing everything. With a serious expression, Jiang Yuan spoke earnestly. Understood, Jiang Shun. I've heard that advice so many times it's practically ingrained in me. Rest assured, Jiang Shun, we are merely having fun. If we find treasures, wonderful. If not, we will simply enjoy the experience of antiquities. Having watched the entire live broadcast, how could I be unaware of the depths of the antique market? Chapter 38. Discoveries at the flower and bird market. Observing the comments from the audience in the live stream, Jiang Yuan felt a slight easing of his initial apprehension. He genuinely feared that someone might emulate his knack for unearthing treasures, as such consequences could be quite dire. In truth, Jiang Yuan was unaware that the majority of his viewers were merely office workers, confined to their screens during the day. After enduring a long day at work, how could they possibly restrain themselves upon witnessing someone successfully uncover a gem? It would be a disservice to their dedication to his broadcasts if they did not indulge in a bit of excitement. Bro, are we still going to hunt for treasures today? The cameraman inquired. Jiang Yuan remained silent, his gaze directed toward the antique market, revealing a hint of resignation. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that he would be unable to explore the market for quite some time, primarily due to the overwhelming crowds. The sheer volume of people made it apparent that treasure hunting here would not bode well for him. It appeared that a change of scenery was in order. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Jiang Yuan addressed his audience. It seems we will not be able to explore the antique market today. How about I take you to a more enjoyable location instead? What place? Quickly tell us. Where else can we uncover treasures? Waiting eagerly for Jiang to strike gold, ready to astonish them. I want to be the first to follow Jiang. I want to discover treasures. I want to discover treasures. It's important, so I'll say it thrice. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan shifted his direction and declared, "How about we venture to the flower and bird market for some treasure hunting?" The flower and bird market? Can we really find treasures there? Treasure hunting there is preposterous. If that's the case, I might as well wash my hair upside down. Jiang, I trust your word. Wherever you say we can find treasures. But how can we possibly hunt for treasures at the flower and bird market? Are we looking for flowers or birds? Jiang, you must be joking. Jiang Yuan chuckled lightly. I assure you, treasure hunting at the flower and bird market is no mere jest. You should be aware that certain pets command exorbitant prices, and at this market, one can discover these high-priced pets at remarkably low costs. Whether you choose to keep them or sell them later, the profit would be substantial. I can vouch for that. What Jiang says is indeed true. It is indeed possible to uncover treasures there. A relative of mine adopted a Shih Tzu for 500 yuan at the flower and bird market. A Shih Tzu? That one worth tens of thousands? Wow. Jiang, please enlighten us on how to uncover treasures. I adore pets. I've just never had the chance to find any bargains. The best-looking cats and dogs are already taken. These are all leftovers. How could there be anything worthwhile? In response to the many comments from the audience, Jiang Yuan's smile widened as he reassured them. Certainly, it is possible to find quality pets. However, one must possess discerning eyes to assess their health and vitality. Otherwise, uncovering a pet at a low price that is suffering from severe health issues would be quite disheartening. As he spoke, he made his way toward the flower and bird market. In truth, Jiang Yuan did not hold high hopes for finding treasures at the market. Even if he did, he had no means of selling them and lacked the time to care for them. More than anything, he simply wished to stroll around. Had the antique street not been so crowded, it would have been his first choice. Now, he had no alternative but to explore other areas. Nevertheless, the sheer abundance of pets at the flower and bird market promised to uplift his spirits. Furthermore, it was significant that Jiang Yuan was currently without a stable place to call home. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Yuan asked upon answering. "It's me, Shattering," came a voice that exuded confidence. "Oh, Officer Xia, is there something you need?" Jiang Yuan queried, somewhat puzzled. Shattering, being a detective, was perpetually busy. It was unusual for her to call him out of the blue. "The 10,000 yuan has been transferred to your account," Xia informed him. "Oh," Jiang Yuan acknowledged softly. "Do you remember that case?" Shattering inquired suddenly. "What's going on?" Jiang Yuan asked, intrigued. "Well, if you have the time, you might want to keep an eye on it." According to the couple, the murderer is their child. However, they have not been able to reach their child for a full 10 days. It was only when they visited their child's home that they discovered the homicide. If you manage to find the perpetrator, the victim's family has promised an additional 100,000 yuan on top of the previous reward. And our department will also offer a supplementary 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan replied, "Officer Xia, do you really consider me a master detective?" While 150,000 yuan is indeed a significant sum, If solving a case were that straightforward, what would be the role of detectives? Shattering on the other end of the line appeared taken aback by his response, falling into a moment of silence before saying, I've seen online that you're quite the treasure hunter. Perhaps you may uncover something. All right, I'll pay more attention, Jiang Yuan replied with a subtle smile. While it is true that he had a talent for uncovering treasures, it primarily pertained to antiques. Did she truly believe he was capable of uncovering treasures in every domain? It wasn't as if he was a prodigy destined for fortune, able to find treasures at will. Treasure hunter. Wow. The title of treasure hunter has even reached the detective bureau. Ha ha ha. Jiang's expression is making me laugh to death. Jiang, I'm only refraining from scolding you because you're a detective. Enough of that, everyone. We've arrived at the flower and bird market. Let us wait and see Jiang uncover treasures. Jiang, I happen to want to buy a dog, so if you can find a bargain. I won't bother going to a pet store. I'll just buy it directly from you, at the live stream venue. As Jiang Yuan made his way through the bustling flower and bird market, he could see throngs of people moving about. Compared to the antique market, this crowd was entirely different in atmosphere. Upon entering the market, Jiang Yuan was greeted by the cacophony of meows, barks, and various animal sounds. The animals appeared quite small and adorably clumsy. Observing this scene, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. It was evident why so many people today chose to keep pets. However, as he scanned the area filled with cats and dogs, he suddenly paused. Before him appeared a message visible only to him. Item: Chinese rural dog material. Meat age, 1 month quality, excellent summary. Worth purchasing market price, 100 yuan recycling value. 25 yuan, chapter 39. Trafficking in protected animals? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, astonished. The system's ability to identify treasures was indeed remarkable. Not only could it distinguish the authenticity of various antiques, but it could also discern the materials of foods such as soup dumplings. To his surprise, it could even identify animals. Truth be told, this capability suggested that if he genuinely wished to find a pet at a bargain, it was not merely an empty boast. He had also learned from the system that the symbol represented 0. For Jiang Yuan, this was of little concern, far overshadowed by the thrill of identifying animals. Taking a moment to steady his racing heart, Jiang Yuan turned to the photographer beside him and said, Let us meander freely for now. The photographer eagerly concurred. For to him, Jiang Yuan and Appos, words were akin to gospel. As they delved deeper into the antique market, Jiang Yuan and Appos' gaze swept across the surroundings. With each glance, a cascade of information flickered before his eyes. He was astonished to discover the plethora of pets available. As he ventured further, he noted not only cats and dogs, but also birds and fish. Even some cold-blooded and arthropod creatures were present, such as snakes, lizards, scorpions, and spiders. Wow, there are so many animals here, the photographer exclaimed in wonder. What an amp! Appos, what's the matter? Do you wish to buy one? Jiang Yuan inquired, turning to him. No. The photographer hurriedly waved his hands. I can barely take care of myself, let alone a pet. Hey, Jiang Shun, weren't you supposed to help us find some bargains on pets? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and start searching. I can hardly contain my excitement. Jiang Shun, please be quick. Jiang Shun, stop playing around, will you? I can't wait to see the pet you find for us. All right. Jiang Yuan chuckled at the barrage of messages. Since you insist, I shall seek out a bargain. If I manage to find an animal, I will hold a draw to gift it to you. However, I must emphasize that if you win, you must take meticulous care of it. Otherwise, if you cannot, I will need to transfer this opportunity to someone else. The audience in the live stream naturally agreed without hesitation. With proper care, the monthly expenses for a pet would barely exceed several hundred yuan. In today and amp, Appos, society, who would and amp, Appos, to have such funds? With the audience and amp, Appos, affirmation, Jiang Yuan began his casual survey of the stalls in the flower and bird market, seeking to discover a pet with good temperament and health. As he meticulously considered his options, his gaze suddenly froze upon one vendor. Item: sparrow, protected species, material, flesh age, 45 days quality, excellent summary. Worth purchasing market price, 1,000 yuan? 150,000 yuan recycling price, 250 yuan? 75,000 yuan. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. He lacked knowledge about animals and had little experience in that regard. Yet, he realized that sparrows were a protected species. How could this vendor be selling a protected animal? This was astonishing. Although he had previously heard rumors online about vendors in the flower and bird market possibly selling protected animals, he had always thought it was mere hearsay. To encounter it firsthand on his very first visit was beyond belief. Furthermore, why were there two market prices listed? What could that signify? Calming his racing thoughts, Jiang Yuan glanced at the other items on the stall and was soon engulfed in shock again. He discovered not just sparrows, but a variety of other protected species as well. Item: salamander, protected species, material, flesh age, 40 days quality, excellent summary, worth purchasing, market price, 5,000 yuan? 150,000 yuan, recycling price, 1,300 yuan? 75,000 yuan. Jiang Yuan was astounded. What on earth was the vendor thinking? Why were all these animals protected species? Did he not fear being apprehended? Or was he hoping to provide them with food and shelter? Simultaneously, he pondered the meaning of the second price, which seemed to be a recurring theme. Perhaps he was merely seeing things, but it was improbable that he was mistaken every time. Brothers, what's wrong with Jiang Shun? Why is he suddenly dumbfounded? Oh my gosh, everyone look at that stall. There's a snow leopard, which is a protected species. What? A protected species? I am from the Animal Association. Not only is the snow leopard a protected species, everything in that stall is protected. What? Are you serious? All protected species? At that moment, when someone recognized that the stall was filled with protected species, all the viewers fell into a state of shock. Just like Chapter 40, the furious shattering. At this point, Cui Hai felt somewhat helpless. This matter could be trivial or significant. Under normal circumstances, it would be easily resolved. However, given that Jiang Yuan was live streaming, and considering the recent murder case in Xinjiang, the situation had escalated dramatically. What is going on? Shattering was still somewhat bewildered. Take a look. Cui Hai sighed and opened the comments. Xinjiang? ISNT that the place where a murder just occurred today? How can there be another incident? Is the public safety in Xinjiang so chaotic? They are brazenly selling protected animals? Xinjiang Police Department. Come and take a look at your Xinjiang. The comments that flooded and made Xia Churen's heart sink, and she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Numerous netizens were questioning the capabilities of the Xinjiang police. She believed that if the police department mishandled this incident, they would undoubtedly face severe backlash online. I'm going right now, Xia Churen declared sternly, quickly summoning several friends to join her at the scene. Simultaneously, members of the Xinjiang Animal Protection Association rushed to the flower and bird market. For them, selling protected animals was of utmost importance. Approximately 10 minutes later, a series of urgent police sirens echoed from the flower and bird market. Following the sound, Jiang Yuan saw Xia Churen and 4 or 5 policemen rushing out of their vehicle. Officer Xia, Jiang Yuan, who had been contemplating whether to report the situation, was taken aback. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here at the flower and bird market too. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Xia Churen shot him a displeased look. Your presence is tarnishing the beautiful image of Xinjiang. Seeing the expression on Xia Churen's face, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of suspicion. What's wrong? It's as if I owe you millions. Ha, is Jiang God confused? If it were me, I'd be confused too. Just a moment ago, you were calling someone little sweetheart, and now you seem like a different person. This is hilarious. I bet Jiang God has no idea how much commotion this has caused online. I'm certain Xia Churen is seething with rage at Jiang God. Good things dawn in Oppos. Leave the house, while bad news travels far. Jiang God, you're going to take the blame this time. At that moment, just as Jiang Yuan wanted to inquire further, a long van sped toward them from a distance. The side of the van bore the words Animal Protection Association. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuan glanced at Xia Churen and finally understood why she had fortuitously appeared at the flower and bird market. It seemed her purpose aligned with that of the Animal Protection Association. Where are the protected animals? As the vehicle came to a halt, several young individuals in white coats swiftly disembarked. They scanned the area and quickly approached Xia Churen upon spotting her. Over there, Jiang Yuan pointed in a direction. Thank you. The members of the Animal Protection Association responded, then hurried toward the direction Jiang Yuan indicated. Shattering followed closely behind, but suddenly noticed Jiang Yuan standing still, unmoving. "You're coming with us." Jiang Yuan widened his eyes. "Officer Xie, this matter has nothing to do with me, right? This situation was uncovered by you. How could it not be related? Hurry up, what is with all this nonsense?" Shattering replied impatiently. To be honest, Shattering was truly eager to detain Jiang Yuan at that moment. I see. Noticing Shattaring's furrowed brow, with a hint of anger etched on her delicate features, Jiang Yuan wisely opted to comply. The group acted swiftly and soon arrived at the original stall. Without a doubt, with sufficient evidence, the stall owner was apprehended on the spot. As the members of the Animal Protection Association worked to rescue the protected animals, Shattering unleashed her pent-up fury upon the stall owner. "What were you thinking, capturing these protected animals?" I'm innocent," the bewildered stall owner, now in handcuffs, shouted. "I didn't know these were protected animals. They had a low purchase price, and they looked appealing. I thought they would sell well." Shattering found this answer somewhat plausible. After all, she had been equally perplexed upon first viewing the video from Chui Hai. "However," she retorted, "innocent? If you knew they were of dubious origin, why did you still sell them? Did you not think to check which animals are protected?" The stall owner attempted to explain, but Shattaring's brows furrowed sharply as she admonished. "What? Selling protected animals is illegal." Silence. "Let me tell you, your ignorance is not an excuse. Not knowing the law is your problem, not the laws. Do you think that merely claiming ignorance will absolve you from punishment?" The stall owner fell silent, not daring to speak further. He realized that continuing the conversation might provoke Shattering into taking further action. Amidst Shattaring's tirade, Jiang Yuan struggled to comprehend why her temper was so explosive. She seemed like a completely different person, yet he understood that now was not the time to provoke her. He opted to remain silent and unobtrusive. Meanwhile, the members of the Animal Protection Association paid no heed to the commotion. They read Chapter 41. The Enigma. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan could no longer contain himself and urged, "Officer Xie, I cannot be blamed for this." The other detectives raised their eyebrows slightly, their gazes toward Jiang Yuan tinged with a hint of admiration. While others might be unaware, they, as colleagues of Shattering, were acutely aware of her fiery temperament. It was one thing to wait for her to vent her frustration. Jiang Yuan's interjection was akin to throwing oneself into the line of fire. As anticipated, Shattering turned her head, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to speak. However, Jiang Yuan swiftly continued, "I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to apprehend the dealer who sold him the goods. Don't you think? Consider this. The protected species here appear quite small. The fact that someone was able to capture them suggests there must be adult protected species as well. Or perhaps they are privately breeding these protected animals." Upon hearing this, Shattaring's expression shifted. Her initial intent to berate Jiang Yuan was interrupted by the undeniable logic in his words. Not merely reasonable, it was indeed likely a reality. "Who sold them to you?" Shattering inquired, furrowing her brow as she addressed the vendor. The vendor cast a grateful glance at Jiang Yuan before hastily responding, "An abandoned, half-finished building." Shattering frowned, puzzled as to how this connected to a derelict structure. "Please go on. Honestly, I don't know where he lives. We always conduct our transactions there. And one strange detail is that he only accepts cash, nothing else. Each time, he wears a hat and a mask, so I have no idea what he looks like." The vendor's continuous revelations began to unsettle Shattering. Suppressing her rising anger, she pressed on, "How long have you been trading with him?" "A month." "Just a month," the vendor replied. Shattering repeated the duration, then asked, "Do you remember the address?" Yes. The vendor nodded eagerly. "Excellent. Let us there," she instructed, escorting the vendor directly to the police vehicle. "If you provide any crucial information, I will report it truthfully and lessen your punishment." All right, the vendor nodded repeatedly, clearly more frightened of Shattaring's wrath than the prospect of being taken to the police station. Phew! Jiang Yuan finally exhaled in relief, thinking he could now find some peace. However, just then, Shattering stepped back out of the police car, pointed at Jiang Yuan with a stern face, and declared, "You, come with us." Jiang Yuan grimaced. "Officer Xie, this has nothing to do with me. Are you not a participant in survival challenge?" Shattering interjected suddenly. "Yes," he replied, somewhat bemused. "That abandoned building is a perfect fit for you, considering you have nowhere else to stay. You might as well spend the night there." Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Stay in a derelict building? He had never even considered such an idea. With a worth of millions, surely he should not be associated with such a place. "What? Are you unwilling?" Shattering raised an eyebrow, and Jiang Yuan was about to respond when she continued. "After all, you are a witness to the crime scene and have provided this crucial lead. Why not go to the police station first, and, when I return, I can take your statement? Don't worry. We have plenty of time to record your account." Jiang Yuan resigned. He had no choice but to follow Shattering as they climbed into the police vehicle, heading toward the derelict building indicated by the vendor. The audience in the live stream was abuzz with excitement, teasing Jiang Yuan. "Woman, you're the first to make me eat humble pie. Remember, this is a live broadcast. Be careful, or you might not find husband later. Is sweetheart really drifting away from me? By the way, where are the other contestants staying? Are they comfortable? Where else would they stay? Just like before, some are under bridges, others in different locations. But I did notice one contestant who was rather bold. They went to a temple to seek shelter." The viewers were entertained, eagerly anticipating the capture of the criminal, as everyone harbored a childhood dream of becoming a detective. The real-time broadcast added an exhilarating dimension to their viewing experience. Despite her volatile temperament, Shattering was undeniably a capable leader, having achieved her rank at such a young age. Her professionalism was commendable, as she promptly directed the vendor to call the dealer, attempting to establish contact. The situation had likely gained significant attention online. Others might already be aware of the unfolding events. Unexpectedly, the call connected without issue. The dealer's demeanor was entirely unremarkable, even expressing delight at the vendor's call. Once a time was agreed upon and the call ended, Shattering and Appraise eyes widened with realization. Based on the traced address, he is indeed in the abandoned building. Gasp! The revelation left everyone astonished. Was the dealer unaware of the vendor's arrest? This was utterly unexpected. Furthermore, what could he possibly be doing in a deserted building at such a late hour? The entire situation reeked of mystery. Shattering and Appraise's brows furrowed as she contemplated the next steps, determinedly gathering her team to prepare for action. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was in a frenzy. The call actually went through? No way, is this for real? Doesn't he check online news? He sounds quite young, doesn't he? This feels a bit strange. I'm sweating just watching this unfold at night. I suspect the location is fake, but this person is incredibly brazen. If I hadn't known how viral this event had become, I truly wouldn't have guessed he was aware of it. Time passed, and as the police vehicle gradually left the city, Shattering decided to proceed on foot to avoid alerting their target. She reminded her team, according to intel, this abandoned building has been deserted for over a year. The surrounding area remains uninhabited. He could be waiting for us there, or perhaps it's a trap. Turning to the vendor, she instructed, call him again. And remember to extend the call duration to pinpoint his location. Chapter 42. Shall we book a room? The vendor nodded and promptly dialed a number. Beep. The call was connected almost immediately. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Hello. This unexpected response startled everyone, their surprise palpable at the fact that the call had indeed gone through. Fortunately, the group remained composed, not uttering a word. Have you arrived? The voice inquired. Not yet. I'll be delayed, the vendor replied. Why? Because I noticed a checkpoint up ahead for DUI checks, and I've had a few drinks tonight. I hope you don't mind if I call someone to drive for me? An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment's pause, the voice on the other end finally responded, I don't mind. Following this, the vendor adhered to Shatterin's instructions and continued to prolong the conversation for about a minute. Shattering received a message. The address on the other end had been traced. Upon glancing at it, her brows furrowed in concern. The curiosity of the others was piqued. Yet they could only suppress their inquiries as the call was still ongoing. With Shattering and Appraise's signal, the vendor swiftly ended the call. Captain Xie, what is the situation? Someone immediately inquired upon the call's termination. The address is still at the unfinished building, Shattering replied, turning to the others. What? The revelation caused everyone to collectively gasp. It was illogical, and not just slightly so. Could he truly be unaware of the information circulating online? In this day and age, who among the youth does not possess a mobile phone? And with a phone, how could one possibly remain oblivious to such significant events occurring online? It defied all reason. Yet, they were nearing the unfinished building, and the final answers would soon unfold. Approximately 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the dilapidated structure. This is where we conducted our previous transaction. The vendor indicated a specific spot. Shattering nodded lightly and signaled to her team. The detectives, in pairs, strategically positioned themselves around the site, while Jiang Yuan also took cover nearby. Bro, what do you think will happen next? The photographer, who had been holding back his questions, could no longer contain himself, glancing at the vendor, who was now alone. Jiang Yuan shot him an exasperated look, remaining silent. How could he possibly know the unfolding events? Come on, just give us a hint. The photographer pressed, assuming Jiang Yuan was simply reluctant to share. Shoo, someone else coming. Jiang Yuan interrupted, directing his gaze forward. In the distance, a figure emerged from the unfinished building, clutching several cages containing a group of protected animals. The sounds of these creatures echoed clearly in the desolate surroundings, effectively masking any subtle movements from the observers. As predicted by the vendor, the person was clad in a manner that offered no exposure, revealing only their eyes while the rest of their face was obscured. Their attire was loose and androgynous, making it difficult to discern their gender without the prior knowledge of their voice from the phone call. Wow, this is exhilarating. I suddenly feel like a voyeur. I'm with you on that. Under the cover of darkness, two guys, this is quite thrilling. Shoo, keep it down. We're detectives. This is a capture operation. We must remain silent. Hey buddy, is this cosplay? Count me in. I want to be an undercover agent. Jiang Yuan casually observed the comments, unfazed. Now that the individual had appeared, the unfolding events were beyond his control. He merely needed to await the capture of the suspect. At this moment, the figure stood before the vendor. However, due to the distance, Jiang Yuan was unable to hear their exchange. After approximately 2 minutes, he saw Shattering and the other detectives spring from their hiding spots and pounce on the individual. The person reacted swiftly, but alas, they were outnumbered and quickly subdued by Shattering and her team. To prevent any further actions, Shattering promptly cuffed the individual. Is that it? This feels anticlimactic, Jiang Yuan remarked, somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated a dramatic confrontation akin to a movie scene. With the capture completed, Jiang Yuan emerged from his hiding place. Officer Xia, am I no longer involved in this? He asked. While Shattering assessed the scattered protected animals, she replied without turning. No, you are involved. Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Seemingly anticipating his thoughts, Shattering continued. Did you think I was joking earlier? You must accompany us to provide a statement. Her demeanor had softened considerably now that the suspect was apprehended. Jiang Yuan began, but fell silent, reluctantly following Shattering to the police car. Fortunately, he shared the vehicle with the photographer, Shattering, and a detective, while the vendor and the seller of the protected animals, along with 3 other detectives, took a separate car. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was rather tense. Perhaps feeling awkward, Shattering was the first to break the silence. Regardless. Thank you for your help today. Upon hearing her tone return to normal, Jiang Yuan smiled and quipped, if you're thanking me, how about booking a room for me? Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt. Jiang Yuan lurched forward, nearly colliding with the dashboard. Angered, he met Shattaring's icy glare, wisely choosing to refrain from further comments. A wise man does not quarrel with a woman, Jiang Yuan muttered inwardly. The silence in the car returned once again. Observing this exchange, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. I can't believe how funny Jiang Yuan is. Jiang Yuan is a role model. He casually brings up booking rooms. Haha, what else can you do but book a room? Booking a room is just a part of life. Given Officer Xia's expression, I have no doubt that if Jiang Yuan keeps talking, he might end up in trouble. As the laughter continued among the audience, the police station came into view. Before departing, Shattering cast a glance at Jiang Yuan. For reasons unknown, he felt a chill run down his spine. sensing that something unpleasant awaited him. Chapter 43. A rush to book a room. Upon entering the detective bureau, Shattering chose to disregard Jiang Yuan and instead assigned another detective to take his statement. This detective and Appraise demeanor was markedly more amiable than that of Shattering. In no time, Jiang Yuan and Appraise's statement was completed. However, as he exited the interrogation room, he encountered a familiar detective approaching him. Mr. Jiang, the detective, who Jiang Yuan recognized from a previous operation to apprehend a seller of protected animals, approached him with an oddly inquisitive expression. Chief Chui requests your presence. Chief Chui. Jiang Yuan noticed the detective's peculiar demeanor and paused to inquire. Does he need me for something? He had not forgotten that Chief Chui had previously invited him to join the police force. Of course, though becoming a detective was a childhood dream of Jiang Yuan's, he currently harbored no desire to pursue that path. You'll find out when you go. The young detective replied with a mysterious smile, leaving Jiang Yuan intrigued. All right, he said, clicking his tongue before turning towards the chief's office. Jiang Yuan had a rather favorable impression of Chief Chui, the director of the Xinqing Detective Bureau. Upon arriving at the office, he found not only Chief Chui but also Shattering. Notably, Shattering was no longer exhibiting her previous explosive temperament. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan enter, she lowered her head, seemingly unable to meet his gaze. Chief Chui, you summoned me? Jiang Yuan asked, casting a puzzled glance at Shattering. Jiang Yuan, please take a seat, Chief Chui said with a smile, ushering Jiang Yuan to a chair. He even had Shattering prepare a cup of tea for him. Jiang Yuan found himself somewhat taken aback by Shattering's formal demeanor as she presented the tea. Chief Chui, if there's something you need, please just say it, Jiang Yuan said, taking a sip of the tea. But if you're inviting me to join the detective force, there's no need for further discussion. That and Appraise, that's not the matter at hand, Chief Chui replied, causing Jiang Yuan to feel a surge of confusion. If it was not regarding that, what would he possibly have to do with Chief Chui? It seemed there was no longer any connection. I am here to express my gratitude, Chief Chui said with a smile. Jiang Yuan remained silent, his gaze questioning as he looked at Chief Chui. You need not wait long, Chief Chui continued. Thanks to your assistance, we were able to solve the case of the sale of protected animals as well as the murder case. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. He acknowledged helping to resolve the sale of protected animals. But how was he involved in the murder case? Perhaps he had been previously, but had not Shattering mentioned that the ultimate perpetrator had not been caught? Sensing Jiang Yuan and Appaise's bewilderment, Chief Chui and Appaise's smile broadened. Just moments ago, through your assistance, we apprehended the ultimate murderer of the homicide case. As he spoke, Chief Chui added, after you left, the couple and our bureau issued a reward for the capture of the murderer. The reward is 150,000 yuan. I will transfer this sum to your bank account tomorrow. Jiang Yuan was even more bewildered. He was aware of the reward, but how had they managed to catch the perpetrator? Moreover, how had it been accomplished through his assistance? He felt as if he had done nothing at all. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream found the situation amusing. Chapter 44. An embarrassing moment. Shattering was taken aback upon hearing this. She glanced at Jiang Yuan, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she stammered, a hotel room? Director Chui. You before Shattering could finish her sentence. Chui Hai immediately adopted a stern expression and retorted, what do you mean you? Let me tell you, if it weren't for Jiang Yuan, would you have solved this murder case so swiftly? And how did you treat Jiang Yuan before? Do you not have any self-awareness? This is a task I have assigned to you, not a negotiation. Hearing this, Shattering fell silent, for the truth was as Chui Hai had stated. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, she felt a pang of guilt towards Jiang Yuan. She had previously thought that Jiang Yuan was the reason the Xinqing Police Department faced online harassment. However, if everything were truly functioning well in Xinqing, then even if it were posted online, it wouldn't have triggered such a backlash. Ultimately, one must be strong themselves to withstand the hammering. With this realization, Shattering ceased to argue and replied, yes, Director Chui, I will ensure the task is completed. Following her acknowledgement, Chui Hai exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Yuan before personally escorting him out of the director's office. Notably, aside from Shattering, who kept her head down, the other detectives accompanied Chui Hai to bid farewell. Their expressions clearly conveyed gratitude towards Jiang Yuan. As Jiang Yuan prepared to leave, Cui Hai approached him and shook his hand. The other detectives then crowded around, each eager to shake hands with Jiang Yuan. This bewildered him. What was the meaning of this? Why was everyone so eager to shake his hand? It wasn't until the last detective had finished shaking hands that Jiang Yuan smiled and exchanged greetings, walking alongside Shattering toward the exit of the police station, when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. I shook hands with the lucky Jiang Yuan. Surely my fortune will improve. I don an appos. T asked for much. Just let me stumble upon a sensational case. I shook hands too. I know my luck will surely change. Damn it. I've been so unlucky recently. Made Jiang Yuan's luck rub off on me. Before he could fully process this, Jiang Yuan stumbled slightly, nearly falling over. At that moment, he was utterly stunned. What did this mean? In a society governed by science, how could they still believe in such superstitions? It was one thing to believe. But why did they think he could bring them good fortune? He could reluctantly accept being labeled as the lucky Jiang Yuan, but he could not accept the notion that he could enhance others' luck. If your luck doesn't improve, don't come looking for me, he thought internally, while outwardly appearing unfazed as he calmly exited the police station. Get in the car. Upon leaving the police station, Shattering called out to Jiang Yuan before getting into the vehicle. Jiang Yuan shrugged and followed suit. Although he was somewhat confused by the sudden shift in Shattaring's attitude, he felt no opposition. Instead, he was quite pleased. He had secured a place to sleep for the night, allowing him to comfortably endure another day. However, it wasn't too long before Shattering broke the silence, saying, Jiang Yuan, I acknowledge that my previous attitude towards you was not good. Shattering apologized once more. For that, I am truly sorry. Jiang Yuan raised his hand, intending to speak, but Shattering interjected, but sharing a hotel room with you is not my will. It was Director Chui's directive. Therefore, I want to establish some ground rules. What rules? Jiang Yuan asked, perplexed. That is, when we share a room, there are certain boundaries we must respect. First, we must book a double room, and at night, you must not shout or act carelessly upon hearing this. Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned, looking up at Shattering with confusion. As she continued speaking, he finally understood the source of her fluctuating emotions. It seemed her thoughts had wandered to the previous night's encounter with Lin Qudream. Observing Shattering, who was fixated on the road ahead, avoiding his gaze, he noticed her cheeks gradually flushing with color. Jiang Yuan shook his head, unable to suppress a laugh. What are you laughing at? Shattering furrowed her brows, questioning him. Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. Who said I wanted to share a room with you? But you, Shattering instinctively began to retort, only to realize that Jiang Yuan had not indeed expressed any desire to share a room with her. I suggested the hotel room because I am a participant in Survival Challenge, and my ID has been confiscated. If we do not book a room, I will have nowhere to stay at night. Upon hearing this, Shattering was momentarily speechless, her face reddening like a ripe tomato. So that is how it is. I thought, what did you think? Jiang Yuan blinked innocently, then added earnestly, I am a respectable person, quite innocent and pure. You must not lead me astray. Shattering glared at Jiang Yuan, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Shattering, how could you, so astute, forget such an important detail? Fortunately, it was addressed beforehand. Otherwise, entering that room would have led to an embarrassing situation. Shattering drove on, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yuan's remarks. A closer look would reveal that her cheeks were becoming increasingly flushed, even her fair neck showing a hint of redness. Little Xia, where has your previous courage gone? Is this the same script as Lin Qudream? Who would have thought that Shattering is not only a fierce woman, but also a naive girl? Based on my years of experience with women, I can confidently say that Shattaring's impression of Jiang Yuan has certainly changed. Little Xia, keep your distance from Jiang Yuan. I fear you may be swept away by his charm. Before long, amidst the peculiar atmosphere within the car, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. As Jiang Yuan and the photographer stepped out of the vehicle, their expressions turned peculiar, for they had been here just the previous night. Indeed, this was the very hotel where Jiang Yuan had spent the night. The memory of the front desk attendant's ambiguous gaze and their entrance into the room lingered, making the situation undeniably awkward. Jiang Yuan, Why aren't you moving? At that moment, Shattering, who had taken a few steps forward, turned to see Jiang Yuan standing still and inquired, "Is something the matter?" "Nothing. Let us go," Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, then mustered the courage to follow Shattering. Although he had not yet encountered the front desk attendant, he could already envision the myriad expressions she would wear upon their arrival. The audience who had watched the entire live stream the previous day had clearly picked up on this, eagerly anticipating the front desk attendant's reaction. Chapter 45. Income exceeds 1,000. "Hello, I would like to rent a room," said Shattering as she led Jiang Yuan and the photographer into the hotel. Addressing the front desk, "Certainly," replied the front desk attendant, looking up. However, upon noticing Jiang Yuan behind Shattering, her expression shifted to one of evident surprise. Then, her gaze darted back to Shattering, scrutinizing her closely. The next moment, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation, her eyes widened slightly. Goodness, is she actually engaging in cosplay? Is this the trend among city dwellers? After a brief pause, during which the attendant remained motionless, Shattering frowned and reiterated, "Hello, I would like to rent a room." "Oh." The attendant snapped back to reality. She glanced at Shattering, then stole a look at Jiang Yuan before nodding awkwardly in acknowledgement. Just as she reached for Shattaring's ID to process the booking, Jiang Yuan stepped forward to intervene. There is no need to do it the same way as yesterday." The attendant was taken aback. "What do you mean by not doing it like yesterday?" Shattering looked confused. "We stayed here yesterday," Jiang Yuan explained. Shattering appeared surprised, clearly not expecting Jiang Yuan to have managed to stay here without an ID the previous day. "Was your room expensive?" "It must have been quite costly," she inquired. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. "Yes, it was rather pricey. I encountered some equipment there that I haven't seen in other hotels. Just thinking about it suggests the room rate must have been steep." Shattering began to understand. Jiang Yuan likely wished to save money. However, having already treated Jiang Yuan poorly, she could not allow him to endure subpar accommodations. "No, there is no need to skimp on my account. Just ensure you have a comfortable sleep, as you did yesterday." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth to respond. But Shattaring's voice interjected first. "Since I'm the one apologizing, let us follow my lead this time. I will surely make it up to you." All right then." Jiang Yuan scratched his nose. For him, it was fine. He had slept quite soundly the previous night. Not to mention, that bed was exceptionally soft. He simply feared that Shattering might become overly emotional later on. The photographer, meanwhile, was already dreading the evening's ordeal. Having had a restless night previously, it seemed today would not offer any respite either. 2 minutes later, after successfully booking the room and completing the payment, Shattering led Jiang Yuan toward their accommodation. Creak. The door swung open, and Shattering stepped inside, switching on the light. Upon seeing the room's decor, her body stiffened, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. This isn't what you booked," Jiang Yuan remarked casually as he flopped onto the bed. "Aren't you leaving?" Jiang Yuan asked when he noticed Shattering lingering. "Or do you wish to examine the room more closely?" Shattering shot him an indignant glare, but upon noticing the photographer and the alluring surroundings, she stammered, I think I'll take my leave now. Remember to help me check out tomorrow." With that, Shattering hastily exited the room, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Remaining in the room with Jiang Yuan stirred an inexplicable urge within her. "Haha, I can't breathe. This is too funny. I never imagined that the fierce Shattering could be so bashful like a little girl." Did you all notice how Shattaring's eyes nearly sparkled at Jiang Yuan? Thank goodness we're here. Otherwise, I fear Shattering might lose control. Indeed, after all, there aren't many like Jiang Yuan, who is both handsome and talented. What? Jiang Yuan is talented? Isn't he just a lucky finder? Meanwhile, as the audience engaged in their discussions, Jiang Yuan had finished his hygiene routine and was relaxing on the plush bed. He picked up his work phone and aimlessly browsed the internet. It was still too early for him to sleep, and after scanning through a few short videos, he was slightly taken aback. To his astonishment, many of the videos featured him. Most were recordings and edits of his live streams, and remarkably, they had garnered significant likes. What truly astonished Jiang Yuan was the sensationalistic captions accompanying these short videos. Jiang Yuan invites you to book a standard room. Beautiful police officer decides to reserve a romantic suite. The lucky finder rummages through the night and ends up invited to the detective bureau. The reason is shocking. Once again, the lucky finder strikes gold at the flower and bird market. Is Jiang Yuan selling protected species for survival? After briefly scanning the captions, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! These individuals are truly talented. It's a pity they aren't working at UC." Chuckling, he randomly clicked on a few comments. Amusingly, he felt as if he were an onlooker. It was absurd that anyone would believe such outrageous tales. Some even questioned the authenticity of the content in the comment section, while others insisted that it was indeed live footage and everything was real. However, after reading the comments, Jiang Yuan's amusement faded, leaving him in shock. What were these netizens implying? He had merely participated in a survival program and engaged in a few lucky finds. How had it escalated to the point of insinuating he was selling himself? After a few glances, he decided not to delve further and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. The content was uninteresting, filled with mere sensationalism. Had he not known how to file complaints, he might have considered reporting them all. As Jiang Yuan drifted into slumber, the other contestants were still diligently pursuing their endeavors. Notably, some competitors, upon learning of Jiang Yuan's feats, felt utterly disheartened, choosing to give up and withdraw from the competition. Thankfully, this group was small. The majority continued to seek opportunities to earn more money. It wasn't that they wished to surrender, but the allure of a 10 billion prize was too enticing to resist. Securing such a fortune could ensure a lifetime free from financial worries. Among this vast pool of contestants, someone indeed discovered a lucrative method of earning. For instance, Tang Qingqing was currently operating a hot dog stand in a university district. "Hello, here's your hot dog. Would you like it spicy or?" she inquired with a smile, handing a freshly grilled hot dog to a male student. "I do like it. A bit sweet," he replied, blushing as he completed the transaction. Ding! Wealth notification. 5 yuan received. Hearing the sound from her phone, Tang Qingqing beamed and turned to the photographer, asking, "How much have we earned today?" "Over 2,000, Qingjia." The photographer responded, brimming with excitement. To be honest, she admired Tang Qingqing's industriousness. By day, she performed, and by night, she sold hot dogs. With her delicate beauty, she had indeed attracted a considerable number of university students, earning her the title of Hot Dog Fairy among the locals. Hearing this, Tang Qingqing's smile widened even further. Chapter 46. The Stone Gamble? Where is Jiang Yuan? How much did he earn today? With a desire for clarity, Tang Qingqing could not help but inquire. From the very first day, she had regarded Jiang Yuan as a latent rival. The photographer's smile faded, faltering as he struggled to articulate a complete thought. "Didn't I instruct you to pay special attention to Jiang Yuan today?" Dan Ging Ging Thou Wen. After a moment of silence, the photographer perhaps realized that concealment was futile. He pondered briefly before stating, "Jiang Yuan should have made over 1 million today. A mere 100. In the next instant, Tang Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much did you say?" "Over 1 million, the photographer replied, his tone laced with bitterness. "Impossible. How could he possibly earn so much?" Tang Qingqing exclaimed in shock. With the decision made to reveal the truth, the photographer no longer held back, promptly divulging how Jiang Yuan had amassed such wealth. Upon hearing this, the once cheerful Tang Qingqing fell into a profound silence. The mention of the Zeton treasure box, the nuclear boat, and the bounty left her feeling as if she were in a realm of fantasy. Even now, knowing it to be true, she could not suppress her skepticism. It was simply too incredible to believe, completely overturning her worldview. A ludicrous thought crossed her mind. Could it be true, as the audience suggested, that Jiang Yuan was the fated child of fortune? No, Jiang Yuan merely stumbled upon a few lucky finds. Shaking her head, she cast aside such impractical notions. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Good fortune does not guarantee perpetual luck. But I am different. As time progresses, I will undoubtedly expand my endeavors. At that point, perhaps I can surpass Jiang Yuan." Murmuring this, Tang Qingqing's gaze sharpened with determination. "Let's return. Qingjia, are we not selling hot dogs anymore?" The photographer asked, puzzled. In this era where hot dogs were so lucrative, How could one simply cease selling them? Although selling hot dogs alone would not allow them to catch up to Jiang Yuan, the future was uncertain, and no one could predict how circumstances might unfold. Most importantly, selling hot dogs could significantly improve their lives. It's not that we want to sell them, Tang Qingqing remarked, glancing at the sky before wiping the sweat from her brow. I've thought of something even better. What is it? The photographer instinctively inquired. Ice pops, Tang Qingqing responded. If we wish to grow larger and stronger, we cannot remain stagnant. We will reserve only enough for meals, and later, we will invest this money into acquiring new equipment. One day, I will rely on myself to earn tens of thousands daily, even hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, the photographer was momentarily taken aback, eager to persuade Tang Qingqing otherwise. Yet, witnessing the resolute expression on her face, he ultimately refrained from dissenting and instead nodded vigorously. While it was clear they could not compare to Jiang Yuan, being able to secure enough food for themselves was, in a sense, far more fortunate than most participants in Survival Challenge. Numerous other competitors shared a similar plight. There was Xie Ming, who had long been entrenched in the antique market. Thanks to Jiang Yuan, the market had attracted numerous novices, allowing him to earn his first pot of gold. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, who had previously aimed to deceive Jiang Yuan, had emerged from the hospital, now fervently investing his finances wisely. Indeed, with the initial influx of funds, although Qin Yuan could not match Jiang Yuan's pace of earning, he was still significantly outpacing the other contestants. Naturally, the backlash he faced only continued to grow. Qin Yuan paid little heed to the criticism, steadfastly pursuing his financial ambitions. Within the Survival Challenge production team, the chief director surveyed various live streaming rooms. Upon noticing that several contestants had begun to stabilize their earnings, he smiled faintly. Director Zhang, a staff member, knocked and entered. Should we consider releasing an announcement from the production team? Handing a document to Director Zhang, he awaited a response. Taking the document, Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively. The Survival Challenge is currently experiencing a surge in popularity. It is only the second day. We shall wait a few more days before making any announcements. With that, he gestured for the staff member to exit. Seated in his office chair, his gaze roamed across the various live streaming platforms before settling on the document before him. The contestants in Survival Challenge were undoubtedly the elite of society. Otherwise, they would not squander a year's time in pursuit of an elusive grand prize of 10 billion. To be honest, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding how fierce the competition would become once this document was released. That night marked the second day of recording for Survival Challenge. It was a sleepless night for many contestants, yet Jiang Yuan was notably absent from their ranks. Clearly, he was not among them. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly, the faint smile gracing his lips a testament to the pleasant dreams he must have experienced. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Jiang Yuan awoke, as usual. After greeting the live stream audience, he proceeded to wash up. Once he and the photographer had finished their morning routine, Jiang Yuan had no immediate plans to venture outside. Instead, he called the hotel to prepare breakfast. When breakfast arrived, Jiang Yuan and the photographer leisurely enjoyed their meal while watching television. Life could not have been more delightful. Wow, this is truly enviable. Jiang God, are you here to survive or to relish life? I see other contestants getting up early to work, who can enjoy life like Jiang Yuan. Jiang God, quit lounging around. Hurry up and find some treasures. Lazy contestants must be eliminated. Observing Jiang Yuan and the photographer's leisurely demeanor, many viewers in the live stream began to voice their grievances. To this, Jiang Yuan did not even glance at the barrage of comments, calmly continuing to savor his meal. After finishing, he did not rise as the audience had anticipated. Instead, he reclined once more, watching several treasure appraisal programs. This spectacle elicited further complaints from the live stream audience, yet Jiang Yuan remained unfazed. In truth, he was not idly watching television out of boredom. Following the events surrounding the soup dumplings and the pet incident, Jiang Yuan discovered that his system might serve purposes beyond mere treasure appraisal. While it appeared he was merely watching programs, he was, in fact, contemplating where he might best seek out treasures that day. The antique market was out of the question. There was no chance of visiting recently. He could only consider alternative locations. But where else could he unearth hidden gems? As he half-heartedly watched the appraisal show, his mind was diligently engaged in thought. Goodness, a stone sold for over 100 million. This must be a joke. At that moment, the photographer suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Yuan turned to see the photographer engrossed in a stone gambling program. Chapter 47. Raw Stone Item. Ice Type Emperor Green Material. Jade Year, 2010 Quality. Excellent Summary. Worthy of collection market price. For million recycling price. 2 million when Jiang Yuan beheld the jade on the program. A flicker of information suddenly illuminated his eyes. Staring at the message before him, Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that a television broadcast could display information about an item. Brother, it's a full 4 million. If I could unearth a piece like that, it would truly be a fortune. The photographer's gaze was fixed intently, and the envy concealed within his tone was unmistakable. I don't ask for much. I just wish to expend all my luck in this lifetime for a single piece. While the photographer lamented, the audience in the live stream was stirred by his words. Their eyes sparkled with envy as they gazed at the owner of the jade displayed on the program. For a million, who wouldn't be envious? At that moment, all the attention focused on the individuals in the program failed to notice that Jiang Yuan did not exhibit the anticipated surprise or envy. Instead, a glimmer of insight gathered in his eyes. Have you ever heard a little rhyme? What? Jiang Yuan glanced at the photographer and replied flatly. One cut brings poverty. Another brings wealth. With a single slice, one ends up in burlap. Be careful about your undergarments if you go. The photographer rolled his eyes dramatically, fully aware of the saying. Yet, this did not hinder his fantasies. Jiang Yuan, however, had shattered those illusions outright. Brother, where shall we wander today? The photographer sighed and inquired. It was impossible to remain angry with Jiang Yuan. Thus, shifting the topic was the only recourse. Jiang Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, Gentlemen, regarding pets, I shall seek information for you in a few days. After the recent incident at the flower and bird market, I dare not venture there again. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted with laughter. Seeking bargains at the flower and bird market had led to an encounter with the stall owner and the resolution of a murder case. Indeed, it was wise to lay low for a while. However, before the viewers could bombard the screen with comments, Jiang Yuan continued, Originally, I hadn't decided where to go, but now I have made up my mind. Where? Today, we shall go gamble on stones. Let's see if we can strike gold. Photographer, brother, didn't you just say one cut brings poverty, another brings wealth? That's you. Photographer, what? Gambling on stones? No way. Jiang Yuan can't possibly understand stone gambling. Antiques and stone gambling are entirely different fields. How could Jiang Yuan possibly comprehend? I believe Jiang Yuan must be joking. It's certainly that. I'll say this. If Jiang Yuan goes gambling on stones, I'll wash my hair upside down. ISNT that the same brother who previously claimed to wash his hair upside down. The audience, initially bored, suddenly perked up, engaging in playful banter. Most viewers believed Jiang Yuan was merely jesting. After all, antiques and stone gambling were distinct branches. It was already astonishing that Jiang Yuan possessed such knowledge of antiques. How could he possibly grasp the intricacies of stone gambling? Jiang Yuan, he is but a man, not a deity, especially at such a young age. Brother, what are you doing? You're not seriously planning to gamble on stones, are you? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the photographer suddenly exclaimed. Many viewers turned to Jiang Yuan. Under the lens, Jiang Yuan was seen browsing knowledge about stone gambling on his phone. Faintly, one could hear him muttering, so one needs a flashlight to inspect the stones. Indeed, stone gambling is not as simple as I thought. Witnessing this scene, numerous netizens were flabbergasted. They had indeed called it correctly. Jiang Yuan truly lacked understanding of stone gambling, oblivious even to the fundamental knowledge. Yet, his earnest demeanor suggested he was genuinely preparing to gamble on stones. Seeing this, many netizens felt Jiang Yuan had grown overconfident. Why not simply seek bargains in antiques? Why pursue stone gambling instead? Brother, don't scare me. The photographer, not receiving a response from Jiang Yuan, grew anxious. Jiang Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Once I finish reading, I will understand what stone gambling entails. In truth, possessing a system, Jiang Yuan did not need to expend such effort. However, he did not wish to reveal the existence of the system, thus opting to feign ignorance for the time being. Although it would still be astonishing, it was at least passable, wasn't it? In the venue, after perusing for a full half-hour, Jiang Yuan finally exhaled deeply. Stone gambling, while seemingly straightforward, turned out to be exceedingly complex. Putting away his phone, he couldn't help but grumble. Honestly, stone gambling and antiques are not pursued for the average person. It demands a keen eye. Brother, since it's difficult, shall we not seek antiques instead? The photographer suggested. Difficult as it may be, when did I ever say I wouldn't go? Jiang Yuan replied, rolling his eyes at the photographer. With that, Jiang Yuan dialed Lin Xiaoming's number. Hello, Jiang Yuan. Lin Xiaoming's voice came through the line. Do you know of any places in Xinjiang for stone gambling? Jiang Yuan inquired. Stone gambling? You're going to gamble on stones? Lin Xiaoming responded with surprise. Jiang Yuan replied casually, I've never seen stone gambling before. I'm preparing to take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming, without overthinking, immediately suggested, there is a place for stone gambling on the street parallel to Antique Street. Coincidentally, I'm heading to that shop today as well. How about we go together? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, then realized, as one of the premier shops in Xinjiang's antique market, how could Gubao not have businesses closely related to antique jade? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuan declined, I want to join you. But if I do uncover a piece of jade, will you accept it? Of course. Lin Xiaoming replied without hesitation, if it's raw stone, I can help you cut it free of charge. Thank you. Jiang Yuan smiled, then hung up the phone and stood up to leave. Observing Jiang Yuan's fluid movements, the photographer wore a bitter expression. It seemed Jiang Yuan was resolute in going. As a photographer, he could not excessively interfere with the contestant's decisions. Moreover, since all the earnings belonged to Jiang Yuan, how he chose to spend them was truly not his concern. When Jiang Yuan stepped out of the room, accompanied by the photographer, heading toward the location Lin Xiaoming mentioned, the audience in the live stream erupted like boiling water, overflowing with excitement. He really went? Is he not afraid of danger? I want to see if he can still find a bargain. Finding a bargain is nearly impossible, but he is Jiang Yuan. Perhaps he might succeed. I truly don't believe it. I admit Jiang Yuan has a keen eye for antiques, but he certainly can't find bargains in stone gambling. Could it be that the title of bargain hunting expert is about to vanish? The livestream audience buzzed with chatter, resulting in a rapid surge in viewership. Clearly, all the spectators were eager to witness whether Jiang Yuan could create a myth or fall from grace. At the live event, Jiang Yuan remained unconcerned about the viewers' opinions. After checking out under the odd stares at the reception, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the place Lin Xiaoming had mentioned. Upon arriving at the street dedicated to stone gambling, Jiang Yuan noticed it was not much different from Antique Street. However, it was evident that the throngs of people were fewer than those on Antique Street. Stalls along the roadside showcased an array of peculiar, uncut stones. They're known as raw stones. Chapter 48. Mastery of Jade and Stone. Upon cutting, a precious jade may emerge. Yet, it could also be nothing more than an ordinary stone. As the saying goes, one cut can lead to either poverty or wealth, and the outcome hinges upon whether that decisive slice reveals jade. This phenomenon is known as stone gambling. Greetings, dear viewers. With a cheerful smile, Jiang Yuan glanced around before addressing the camera. Today marks the third day of Survival Challenge. We shall not be hunting for antiques. Instead, I shall introduce you to something entirely different. We are here to gamble on stones and see if fortune smiles upon us. Finally arrived, Jiang Shun. Do seize the opportunity and show them what it means to be a master at finding treasures. Is the child of fortune merely a title? I stake my claim here. Jiang Shun will undoubtedly uncover a gem. Haha, I assert the same. If he finds a treasure, I shall perform a handstand while washing my hair. Haha, my friend, why not say you fear the challenge? Are you afraid? Amidst the barrage of comments in the live stream, Jiang Yuan remained unperturbed, while the photographer, having observed the scene, felt a twinge of concern. Like most viewers, the photographer harbored doubts about Jiang Yuan's chances in the realm of stone gambling. It was not a matter of disbelief. but rather the stark contrast between stone gambling and antique hunting. They were worlds apart. He wished to advise Jiang Yuan, but felt it inappropriate to intervene at this moment. Let him indulge for now. If fortune does not favor him, then I shall offer counsel later. Watching the self-assured Jiang Yuan, the photographer quietly resolved to wait and see. At that moment, Jiang Yuan casually strolled to a small street vendor. The vendor, eyes closed, appeared to be dozing. Jiang Yuan, unfazed, picked up a piece of raw stone and lightly weighed it in his hand, explaining, when assessing raw stones, there are 3 primary methods. First, examine the surface. The finer the texture, the greater the likelihood of internal jade with water and green hues. Second, consider the color. Genuine jade boasts a pure hue. Lastly, one may inspect it under light. As Jiang Yuan continued to weigh and discuss the raw stone, he subtly utilized the system's identification feature to ascertain the presence of authentic jade nearby. Nevertheless, he spoke with an undeniable confidence, as though every word he uttered was absolute truth. Goodness, Jiangshan appears to possess genuine skill. Indeed, had I not seen the earlier broadcast, I would be convinced of Jiangshan's expertise. Let us be honest, that presence is truly intimidating. I am eager to witness how he will respond if he finds nothing. Will he remain as composed as he is now? I refuse to believe that I am inferior to Jiangshan in antiques. Surely, I will surpass him in stone gambling. As the audience engaged in conversation, Jiang Yuan examined the array of raw stones before him. Regrettably, none of the stones bore any authenticity. Jiang Yuan was not surprised. Raw stones are often more elusive in antiques. Many stones with potential had already been reserved by larger establishments. The stones available at the vendor's stall were likely the dregs that had been meticulously sifted through. The chance of unearthing a true treasure here was akin to climbing a steep mountain. How much for this one? Jiang Yuan inquired, casually weighing a piece that caught his eye. The vendor, opening his eyes to glance at the youthful Jiang Yuan, noted his lack of designer attire and replied disinterestedly, "This is a low-price clearance, 2,000. If you buy in bulk, it's 1,500 each. Isn't that a bit steep?" The photographer, mouth agape, hesitated to negotiate further, feeling utterly out of his depth regarding stone gambling. He lacked the knowledge to haggle or even identify flaws in the stones. "Is this your first visit?" the vendor asked, turning to the photographer. Just as the photographer felt a pang of embarrassment, Jiang Yuan interjected, "It is our first time in Xinjiang. The quality of these stones, while not terrible, is hardly commendable. They are merely scraps. 2,000 is excessive." The photographer was momentarily taken aback. Had he not known that Jiang Yuan was only beginning to delve into stone gambling, he might have mistaken him for an expert. Although these are rough stones, they are family heirlooms. Such treasures are rare. Jiang Yuan calmly replied, 500. I will take it for that price. Otherwise, I shall leave. 500. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could protest further, Jiang Yuan smiled, stood up, and prepared to depart. He was well aware that these stones would not yield high value, and he had no intention of overpaying. His goal was merely to accrue knowledge regarding jade. Wait. The vendor, seeing Jiang Yuan about to leave, quickly intervened, feigning reluctance. Fine, 500 it is. Jiang Yuan smiled and promptly transferred the funds via his phone. Ding! 500 yuan received. Upon hearing the notification sound, the vendor's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. Sir, would you like to slice it open to see? If jade is revealed, I would request a 1% service fee. If not, there would be no charge. The photographer and viewers were filled with anticipation, eager to witness whether Jiang Yuan could achieve remarkable success in stone gambling once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan secretly chuckled, surprised by the vendor's diligence despite knowing the stones were fake. Clearly, one must perform the entire act if one wishes to profit. As he reflected, Jiang Yuan shook his head and replied, No need. I will have someone else cut it later. With that, he pocketed a smaller piece of rough material and continued onward. Wait, the photographer, caught off guard, implored, Why are you taking it with you? We need to see if it's genuine. He felt disheartened. Without Jiang Yuan's willingness to cut it open, even if it appeared fake, it could still be authentic. Ignoring the photographer's plea, Jiang Yuan pressed deeper into the market. Inwardly, he began to chant, System, recycle. Host has recycled a piece of raw stone. Item has been recycled. Rewards have been credited. Ding. Host has received the skill of mastery of jade. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, a vast reservoir of knowledge flooded into Jiang Yuan's consciousness, filling him with joy. With this newfound skill, he felt confident that he could identify raw stones without relying solely on the system. How delightful! Elated, Jiang Yuan walked with a spring in his step, ready to embark on the true treasure hunt ahead. Chapter 49. Betting on stones is not antiquing. Not long after setting off, a cacophony of voices suddenly reached Jiang Yuan's ears. What? You want 200,000 for a piece of rough stone? Jiang Yuan's ears perked up as he turned to look. In the distance, a small stall was surrounded by a crowd. Through the throng, Jiang Yuan saw a middle-aged man arguing with the stall owner over the price. Why don't you just steal it? The irate man exclaimed. The stall owner glanced at him, unfazed by his anger, and rolled his eyes, saying, Are you an idiot? Stealing is illegal. The middle-aged man hesitated, his chest heaving with indignation as he retorted, Only a fool would pay 200,000 for a piece of rough stone. The stall owner chuckled, replying, Not to mention that this stone actually contains jade. With its size, 200,000 is a guaranteed profit. It's a fair price. The man, fluctuating between anger and despair, finally gritted his teeth and said, Lower it to 100,000, and I'll take it. Not a chance. The stall owner shook his head, refusing to negotiate. The middle-aged man, frustrated, waved his sleeve and turned to leave, muttering, If you can sell it, then you're something. The crowd around began to voice their opinions. Boss, 200,000? I've never seen such a high price in my life. It's obviously a fake. You can't conduct business like this, can you? Are you trying to swindle someone and then just walk away? Guaranteed profit? If it were truly a sure thing, would you sell it already? Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Antiques of scripts. Who knew betting on stones did too? Too bad this script. Dubon refuses to rate. This is hilarious. 200,000? Why not just steal it? It's just a street stall. If it were a reputable shop, I wouldn't mock you. Oh my, look, that middle-aged man is back. As the final comment appeared, all eyes in the live stream turned to the scene. The previously enraged middle-aged man hesitated briefly before weaving back through the crowd to the stall. He addressed the unyielding owner with a conciliatory tone, stating, I genuinely want this piece of rough stone. However, 200,000 is indeed too steep. Can we settle for a lower price? No way. The stall owner waved his hand dismissively, insisting 200,000 is my final offer, not a penny less. The quality is indeed commendable, but that price. The middle-aged man hesitated again, ultimately shaking his head and walking away. In the world of stone betting, quality alone does not determine value. Good appearance merely increases the likelihood of finding jade, but it does not guarantee how much jade will be found. The stone before them, though as large as a human head, might yield only a piece the size of a fingertip. Ha ha ha. What a script. I refuse to believe anyone thinks this is real. This script is as ridiculous as they come. Honestly, it doesn't hold a candle to the performances before CMing. Of course, if CMing were not competent, could he deceive others? This is nothing like the obvious fakes. Jiang Yuan glanced at the comments, but paid them no mind. After the middle-aged man left, he pushed through the crowd to examine the rough stone closely. From a distance, he had been captivated by its allure. For reasons he could not explain, an instinct inside him insisted that this stone would yield something extraordinary. Now, observing it up close, Jiang Yuan felt increasingly convinced that this stone was indeed special. The rough stone was only the size of a palm, relatively small, and showed no signs of jade. It appeared to be an ordinary rock, with no visible probability of yielding jade. At this realization, Jiang Yuan understood why the man had been so furious. Selling this stone for 200,000 was utterly preposterous. Yet, inexplicably, a voice inside him insisted that it would reveal something remarkable. Looking around, Jiang Yuan's intuition only grew stronger. Please do not look if you aren't buying. The stall owner glanced at him. Jiang Yuan smiled, appreciating the owner's quirky demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, someone in the crowd recognized him and exclaimed, "My goodness, Jiang Yuan, are you here to bet on stones? Wow, Jiang Yuan, you can't possibly be interested in this rough piece, right? Jiang Yuan, this material is indeed good, but the price is quite steep." As more and more people chimed in, inquiries began to arise from those unfamiliar with Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan? Who is Jiang Yuan? Is he a celebrity? Why is he so popular? I've never heard of him before. Undoubtedly. Those who were familiar with Jiang Yuan began to explain. Recently, we had a treasure seeker emerge, you know? The one who made over $1 million in a single day by uncovering antiques. Just yesterday morning, he cracked a murder case and an animal protection case. Isn't that impressive? What? He is. As the crowd learned that Jiang Yuan was the talk of the town, their gazes shifted towards him. Even a middle-aged man who had just left paused to look back at Jiang Yuan. The stall owner, upon hearing about Jiang Yuan's exploits, did a complete 180 in his demeanor. With a beaming smile, he addressed Jiang Yuan, saying, "Boss Jiang, how about this piece of rough stone?" Jiang Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he prepared to use the system for appraisal as an added layer of assurance. Though he was now considered a master in the field of jade, he understood that even experts could misjudge. A rough stone valued at 200,000 warranted his utmost seriousness. Item: rough stone, emperor green, material, jade year, 2000 quality, excellent summary. A collectible item market price, 3,000,000 buyback. 1,500,000 upon seeing the system's appraisal. Jiang Yuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. The information aligned perfectly with his intuition, though the market price of 3,000,000 was beyond his expectations. Who could have imagined that a piece of rough stone at a street stall would hold such a high value? Even seasoned experts in stone betting could only speculate that it might yield jade. Suppressing a pang of regret within, Jiang Yuan casually inquired boss about that price. At that moment, as Jiang Yuan began to negotiate, the live stream audience erupted into a frenzy. What? Jiang Yuan is really going to buy this? Honestly, can this be a good item? I can tell just by looking that this is likely a fake. Buddy, you're not alone. I think this is definitely a fraud too. But Jiang Yuan has never failed until now. Could it be that Jiang Yuan has discerned something valuable? Discern what? You think Jiang Yuan is a deity? This is stone betting, not antiquing. Chapter 50, the raw stone competition on site. Amidst the barrage of comments, Jiang Yuan remained indifferent, engrossed in haggling with the vendor. Unfortunately, the vendor showed no signs of budging. As Jiang Yuan attempted to speak again, the vendor furrowed his brow and interjected, "Young man, please, there's no possibility of a price reduction. I won't sell for less than 200,000. Brother, since the price cannot be lowered, shall we leave?" The photographer suggested, sharing the disbelief of the audience in the live broadcast. He too found it hard to believe that this raw stone could yield a value exceeding 200,000. However, when it came to antiques, he was more willing to trust Jiang Yuan, who had already demonstrated his prowess in that realm. "Boss, I genuinely want it. Just a little cheaper will suffice," Jiang Yuan insisted. In this market, it feels incomplete without some bargaining. Upon hearing this, the vendor pondered for a moment and replied, "Then how about 190,000? That's just a reduction of 10,000. You're taking advantage." The photographer attempted to advocate for Jiang Yuan once more, but Jiang Yuan merely nodded. "All right, 190,000 it is." The photographer was left stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. 190,000. Only a 10,000 reduction? What was even more shocking was that Jiang Yuan truly intended to purchase it. This was undoubtedly a loss, with at least a 99% chance of being at a disadvantage. No, he had to stop Jiang Yuan. Before the photographer could react, he heard a notification. "Congratulations, 190,000 yuan has been credited." At that moment, the vendor's phone rang, and the photographer's eyes widened with incredulity. The sudden sound seemed to freeze the minds of the onlookers nearby. They had seen wealthy individuals before, but never someone spending 190,000 at a small stall for an uncertain raw stone. "Young man, to be honest, you overpaid for this raw stone. A middle-aged man sighed as he approached Jiang Yuan through the crowd. You have a significant chance of incurring a loss. Jiang Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man and smiled lightly. Is that so? But I believe something valuable must be inside. His confidence momentarily disoriented the middle-aged man, as if there might indeed be something worthwhile within. However, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. Young man, do you know who I am? When Jiang Yuan shook his head, someone beside the middle-aged man chimed in. He is a renowned expert in stone gambling, never having misjudged a stone, known as the Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Clearly, they were familiar with the moniker. The photographer tensed up. You've heard of him? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Brother. Anyone with even a slight knowledge of stone gambling knows the name Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, however, was oblivious, which was enough to ascertain that he was a novice in this field. A novice spinning 190,000 on a raw stone, particularly one deemed unworthy by Jiang Yuan. The photographer felt on the verge of tears. Although the money wasn't his, it still pained him. Meanwhile, the live audience, previously in shock, began to regain their composure. Jiang and this is the end. It's over for Jiang Yuan. There's no way to avoid a disaster now. Oh, Jiang Yuan. 190,000, a whole 190,000. You have no idea how much that hurts me. I could really cry. Jiang Yuan. Why abandon antiques for stone gambling? Is this a form of Versailles? Want to spend 490,000 for a lesson, then earn millions in the antique market? The viewers lamented, overwhelmed by Jiang Yuan's decision to spend 190,000 on a raw stone, especially given the high likelihood that it would yield nothing valuable. They unanimously doubted Jiang Yuan's ability to uncover anything worthwhile, fully aware that he had only begun to study the intricacies of stone gambling that very morning. Let's wait and see, Jiang Yuan remarked with a smile. Here, your raw stone. The vendor cheerfully handed over the stone, comparable in size to a human head. Would you like to have it cut here? Or, young man, I know someone. Would you like me to assist with the cutting? The middle-aged man suggested, approaching from a distance. If I send it to my contacts, you could be assured of their skill. If it gets ruined, I'll compensate you. Both the photographer and Jiang Yuan exchanged surprised glances. Cutting raw stones was indeed a skilled trade, and achieving a perfect cut was essential for maximizing the value of the jade within. A poorly executed cut could lead to irreversible regret. What do you say? The middle-aged man inquired, noticing Jiang Yuan's silence. He was not being altruistic. He genuinely wished to see if the raw stone would result in a loss or gain. I'll manage it myself, Jiang Yuan replied after a moment's contemplation. Now that I know there's jade inside, it will be profitable no matter who cuts it. I might as well let Lin Xiuming do it. Jiang Yuan had a favorable impression of her, and after their interactions, he trusted her skills. Can you let me take a look? The middle-aged man hesitated before asking again. He was reluctant to leave without knowing whether the purchase would yield a profit or a loss. Sure. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. After speaking, he took out his phone and called Lin Xiuming. Hello, Jiang Yuan, where are you? Lin Xiuming's enthusiastic voice came through. You know what? I just heard someone spent 190,000 on a raw stone. Is that amusing? Jiang Yuan asked, perplexed. Lin Xiuming nodded matter-of-factly. 190,000. You could buy a decent piece of jade for that amount. Yet, he chose to buy a raw stone, especially a street stall. Whether it can yield anything is still up for debate. What a foolish move. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, not responding. The news spread remarkably fast. He had just made the purchase, and Lin Xiuming was already aware. Indeed, news travels swiftly within a circle. Jiang Yuan, do you need something from me? Lin Xiuming finally asked, realizing he hadn't replied. Jiang Yuan rubbed his nose. If I'm not mistaken, the person you mentioned who spent 190,000 on a raw stone is me. What? You're the one who? Ultimately, Lin Xiuming's rationality prevailed, and she quickly rephrased, no, Jiang Yuan. Did you really spend 190,000 on a raw stone? Chapter 51. Cutting the stone. Lin Q-Dream's voice resonated with astonishment. It was evident that she regarded this situation as utterly preposterous. In contrast, Jiang Yuan appeared quite nonchalant. From the reactions of those around him, he discerned that it was not just Lin Q-Dream who held such sentiments. The others shared the same incredulity, including the viewers in the live stream. I truly purchased it. Jiang Yuan clarified, before transitioning to the main topic. Did you not say that you could assist with cutting the raw stone? I would like your help in slicing this piece. Where are you located? After a brief pause, Lin Qdream replied, at the gambling stone market. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. With that, she hung up the phone. Let's go buy some milk tea. While waiting for Jiang Yuan's arrival, he and the cameraman stopped by a nearby tea shop to purchase a few cups of milk tea. They leisurely sipped their drinks while awaiting Lin Qdream's arrival. The others present showed no intention of leaving. Instead, they lingered, occasionally glancing around and whispering among themselves. It was clear that, like the middle-aged man, they were equally curious about whether this raw stone would yield something valuable. Jiang Yuan felt no need to rush them, since he had stumbled upon this opportunity. It was only a matter of time before everyone learned of it. Staying here meant they would be the first to know. After a few minutes, Jiang Yuan spotted Lin Qdream rushing towards him. Over here, he waved, and as she approached, he handed her a cup of milk tea, saying, Here, have some tea. Observing Jiang Yuan's calm demeanor, Lin Qdream rolled her eyes. Having spent 190,000 on a raw stone, she found it hard to believe that he could still afford the luxury of enjoying milk tea. Miss Lin, is that you? The middle-aged man exclaimed upon seeing her. Master Su. Lin Qdream responded with surprise. Jiang Yuan looked between the two in astonishment, not expecting Lin Qdream to know this man. However, it quickly dawned on him that it was entirely reasonable for someone from a family involved in gambling stones to be acquainted with a master in the field. After greeting Su Mingda, Lin Qdream turned to Jiang Yuan and asked, Where's the raw stone? Jiang Yuan gestured with his chin, and she instinctively cast her gaze in that direction. Just one glance, and Lin Qdream was resolute. This little thing, it doesn't even hint at any green. Plus, it was purchased from a street vendor. The thought of the price made her shudder. Jiang Yuan, this, she sighed. Do you think it won't yield anything valuable? Jiang Yuan chuckled. Lin Qdream let out a heavy sigh. It's not that it can't yield good results, but the odds are so low that it's nearly impossible. The raw stone sold at street stalls have been through numerous elections. If there were anything good, it would have been picked out long ago. Seeing Miss Lin's expression, I sense this is quite uncertain. This is a high-stakes gamble, Jiang God. Please don't let me down. Don't be disappointed. I've already lost hope. How can this possibly be real? That's true, but I still want to believe in Jiang God one last time. Watch. The results will be revealed shortly. Observing the chat comments, Jiang Yuan turned his attention to Lin Qdream and the crowd, smiling. You all doubt me so much? Let's wait and see. If something good comes out, don't be too shocked. Hearing this, Lin Qdream composed herself and nodded lightly. At this point, what else can be said? We must see what it yields. Otherwise, it's all just talk. With Lin Qdream leading Jiang Yuan, Su Mingda, and the cameraman forward, the surrounding crowd followed closely behind, each person curiously eyeing the raw stone in Jiang Yuan's arms, pondering whether it would reveal something of value. Soon, they arrived at Lin Qdream's shop. It was a spacious establishment, displaying an array of exquisitely processed jade items. Adjacent to the shop was a cutting room, where a man in his 50s, exuding an air of extensive experience, sat. Without hesitation, Lin Qdream guided Jiang Yuan and the others straight to the cutting room. This is Master Wang, our most experienced craftsman. Each year, he handles no fewer than 100 exquisite pieces, all preserved in immaculate condition. Jiang Yuan nodded. We will trouble Master Wang later. However, Master Wang, when I indicate where to cut, please follow my instructions. Master Wang regarded Jiang Yuan with mild surprise. Typically, customers allowed him to decide on the cuts, as most knew little about the process. However, he had no objections to Jiang Yuan's suggestion. After all, if the stone were ruined, it would be Jiang Yuan's responsibility. Yet, he felt it necessary to consult Lin Qdream. Turning to her, he asked, Jiang Yuan, are you sure you want to cut it yourself? Lin Qdream hesitated, wanting to advise him. Cutting stones requires experience. Gambling is merely the first step. Cutting is the second, and this second step is crucial. There are countless instances where an inexperienced person's arbitrary cuts have ruined a fine piece. Jiang Yuan smiled calmly. Trust me. Previously, He would not have dared to assert such confidence. Yet now, equipped with profound knowledge of jade and stone cutting, he felt assured in his ability to surpass even the most seasoned professionals. Well, Lin Qdream wanted to argue, but seeing Jiang Yuan's composed demeanor, she deflated. Fine, I'll trust you. Receiving her response, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile. He then picked up the jade stone and began meticulously polishing it with a metal brush. There's an old saying in the gambling stone community: polishing can lead to wealth, but cutting determines life and death. This saying holds true, as polishing reveals the stone's veins more clearly, allowing for a more informed decision on where to cut. The first cut is paramount, and any mistake could be disastrous. After polishing, Jiang Yuan took out a flashlight to closely inspect the internal quality and the direction of the veins within the stone, gently explaining to the audience. This helps determine where to make the first cut, ensuring we don't damage the jade concealed inside. Witnessing this, both the live stream viewers and those present were momentarily taken aback. Honestly, if one were unaware that Jiang Yuan had only begun studying gambling stones that very morning, they might have mistaken him for a seasoned master in the field. Chapter 52. The recutting after several minutes of meticulous observation. Jiang Yuan retracted his flashlight and raised his head, declaring, "Let's make the first cut here." With that, he picked up a nearby pen and marked the center of the rough stone. "All right, let's begin." Old Master Wang, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming, filled with skepticism, cast a sideways glance at Jiang Yuan and inquired, "Aren't you going to cut a few slices to observe and assess first?" "No need," Jiang Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming hesitated, ultimately directing her gaze towards the mark Jiang Yuan had made. "If you cut there, you won't be able to make any further cuts. I suggest you do not make a decisive cut. It would be wiser to cut some edge material first to gauge the situation. With accumulated experience, you can then—" "No need," Jiang Yuan reiterated firmly. "Just follow my mark. One decisive cut." Lin Xiaoming's voice faltered, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. To be candid, after running a jade shop for so long, she had never heard of anyone cutting rough stones in such a manner as Jiang Yuan. Wasn't this merely minimizing his own potential gains? Even Su Mingda, standing nearby, was taken aback. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, "Little brother, your method of cutting may very well split any potential valuable green jade into two halves. The price would plummet as a consequence. Brother, my heart can't take this." Why not heed their advice? The photographer and Appo's voice trembled. It was important to note that this rough stone had cost a staggering 190,000. It wasn't just a matter of a few dozen yuan. Was Jiang Yuan truly so unconcerned? "Trust me," Jiang Yuan replied with a calm smile, fully aware that Lin Xiaoming and Su Mingda had his best interests at heart. However, what did he have to fear? Lin Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from further protest, signaling Old Master Wang to proceed as Jiang Yuan suggested. After all, this rough stone belonged to Jiang Yuan, and her role was merely supportive. Since Jiang Yuan was adamant, what more could she say? With Lin Xiaoming's approval, Old Master Wang had no objections. He promptly placed the rough stone into the stone-cutting machine and set it in motion. The machine roared to life. The blades whirred rapidly, slicing through the rough stone as per Jiang Yuan's instructions. The entire assembly held its breath, captivated by the spectacle. Whether Jiang Yuan could turn a profit hinged on this very moment. In the live stream, however, viewers seemed less than enthusiastic. It has begun. What's there to see? Although Jiang Shun excels in antiques, can he truly be that skilled at betting on rough stones? Remember, Jiang Shun just started engaging in betting on stones this morning. While I would like to refute that, I honestly don't know how to argue against it. I can't bear to watch. But I already know Jiang Shun is bound to incur a loss on this 190,000 investment. As the machine rumbled on, the audience continued to voice their opinions. It wasn't that they lacked anticipation, but rather an understanding of the unlikelihood of Jiang Yuan finding a bargain. After spending 190,000, how could one truly hope to find a steal? If that were the case, wouldn't it require hundreds of thousands or even millions? Ultimately, despite referring to Jiang Yuan as Jiang Shun, it did not imply that he was indeed a deity. Jiang Shun was, after all, just a mere mortal, As the stone-cutting machine continued its relentless work, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed, while the photographer's anxiety heightened. If anyone was eager for the rough stone to yield profits, it was undoubtedly him. However, perhaps realizing his expectations were somewhat unrealistic, the photographer glanced around and quietly murmured, "Oh heavens, my demands are not high. Just let it break even. It's 190,000 after all." Meanwhile, Lin Xiumeng and Su Mingda remained fixated on the stone-cutting machine, clearly eager to witness whether this rough stone would result in profit or loss. Among the crowd, Jiang Yuan appeared the least concerned, for he had known from the outset that this rough stone was destined to yield substantial gains. After several minutes, old Master Wang finally powered down the machine. Witnessing this, the photographer, Lin Xiumeng, and Su Mingda all craned their necks, eager to discern the outcome. Here it comes, finally. What's there to see? Indeed, I am most eager to see Jiang Shun find a bargain in the antique market. When will Jiang Shun return to the antique market for a bargain? Oh my, it's green. It's green. Everyone, take a look. And it seems to be quite exceptional green at that. However, just as the audience's enthusiasm waned, the final message appeared. Many viewers could not help but rush to the live chat. They watched as old Master Wang removed the rough stone from the machine and gently washed it in a nearby basin. He then split the stone in half and wiped it down with cloth. "It's green. It's green," he exclaimed in astonishment during the process. Hearing this, Su Mingda inhaled sharply, his mind racing. He had suspected from the start that there was something valuable within this rough stone, but its true worth remained unclear to him. "Hurry, grab a strong flashlight to take a look," Su Mingda urged old Master Wang. All right. Old Master Wang responded eagerly, seizing a flashlight from the side. When the emerald hue illuminated under the light, he gasped, This is top-grade color, imperial green." At this revelation, apart from Jiang Yuan, who had anticipated such an outcome, Lin Xiumeng, Su Mingda, and even the photographer stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg. Old Master Wang's excited voice left them momentarily speechless. The once lackluster audience in the live stream erupted with enthusiasm. "Oh my, imperial green. What a jackpot. This is the finest jade. Oh my gosh. Alas, my education is lacking. All I can say is oh my. Oh my, that guarantees a return. Is this truly Jiang Shun? First time betting on stones and still profiting? Jiang Shun is indeed the child of fortune. Let's see just how much profit there is." At that moment, the audience in the live stream went wild. Images of Jiang Yuan's earlier efforts to learn about betting on stones and old Master Wang's words echoed vividly in their minds, forming a striking contrast. Jiang Yuan. At that moment, Lin Xiumeng snapped back to reality. She glanced at the jade surface that had been revealed and exclaimed, "Congratulations. Just this side alone is worth 1,000,000. With a mere 190,000 wager, he had struck gold worth over 1,000,000. Lin Xiumeng, filled with awe, gazed at Jiang Yuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. However, just as she signaled old Master Wang to set the stone down, Jiang Yuan's calm voice unexpectedly interjected, "Not yet. There's more. Continue cutting." Chapter 53. 1,000,000 in jade. Upon hearing this, the few excited individuals on site gasped and turned their astonished gazes towards Jiang Yuan. The act of gambling with stones comes with its fluctuations. Once a stone has been cut, it can already be deemed as a known material. In simple terms, it represents a clear gamble. Given the current value of this stone, there is no pressing need to cut it further. If it has increased in value, that is well and good. However, what if it has not only failed to rise, but has actually diminished in worth? Based on the wisdom of experience, both Lin Xiumeng and Su Mingda, along with Master Wang, strongly advised Jiang Yuan against proceeding with the cut. "Jiang Yuan, perhaps you should reconsider?" Lin Xiumeng suggested after a moment of silence. The photographer quickly chimed in, "Brother, it's already worth 1,000,000. We have made a substantial profit. Is it really necessary to continue?" Su Mingda opened his mouth, intending to persuade Jiang Yuan, but his words were cut short. Jiang Yuan's calm voice rang out. "We will proceed with the cut, as I have instructed. A mere 1,000,000? What significance does that hold?" With that, Jiang Yuan approached the rough stone, prepared to examine it closely and mark the cutting position anew. "What does this mean, Jiang Shun? Is he still not satisfied? Does he wish to continue cutting?" Surely not. To be honest, it is quite challenging to find jade in such a small piece. That is true. The size alone suggests a minimal jade content. Jiang Yuan, please reconsider. If the price drops later, there will be no place to lament. After marking the cutting position, Jiang Yuan glanced at the live comments, revealing a confident smile. As I stated before, let's await the outcome. This rough stone has not yet reached its peak. Listening to Jiang Yuan, the photographer felt a pang of anxiety. However, recalling Jiang Yuan's previous words, he ultimately remained silent. Even if a loss occurs, it would not be catastrophic, which eased his mind considerably. Very well, let us continue cutting according to my markings, Jiang Yuan called out to Master Wang. Understood, Master Wang replied, swallowing hard before nodding in agreement. Approaching the jade, he took a deep breath and placed it on the cutting machine, his gaze fixated on the designated spot marked by Jiang Yuan. To be honest, with nearly 30 years of experience, he had never felt as nervous as he did today. Despite having opened a price of $1 million for this imperial green, he was still compelled to proceed. With another deep breath, Master Wang steeled himself and activated the cutting machine, slowly placing the jade upon it. The machine roared to life, its blades clashing against the jade, sparking bright flashes. Master Wang dared not blink, intensely focused on the task at hand, as were the others present. In that moment, whether in the live venue or the streaming room, all eyes were fixated on the cutting machine. Compared to the composed Jiang Yuan, it seemed as though the owners of this jade were the spectators themselves, who appeared far more anxious than Jiang Yuan, the true owner of the stone. Fortunately, it did not take long. As the cutting machine delved deeper, Master Wang finally sliced the jade in half. With a sigh of relief, the machine halted, and at that moment, everyone's hearts raced to their peaks. What had become of this jade? Had its value risen or fallen? The curiosity was palpable. Master Wang held his breath and, as before, quickly removed the jade to wash in water. Once lifted, everyone beheld a vibrant green hue. At this sight, breaths were collectively held. Green, it was indeed green. And not just any green, but imperial green. Master Wang shone a strong flashlight on it, exclaiming, Chapter 54. The withdrawal in progress. I will contact them now. Lin Xiaoming promptly replied. She opened her phone and stepped aside to make a call. Just as Lin Xiaoming was dialing, Jiang Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Bai Feng, the vice president of the Gansu Provincial Museum, who had previously acquired the Hezhou. Curiously, Jiang Yuan pondered, does the museum collect jade as well? Despite his internal musings, he answered the call. Jiang Xiaoyu. Bai Feng's cheerful voice resonated in Jiang Yuan's ear. Bai Lao. Jiang Yuan respectfully greeted. Jiang Xiaoyu, I am currently watching your live stream. I wanted to ask if you found a suitable buyer for that imperial green. I have 2 friends who are quite interested. Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated such high demand for it. However, he shook his head, declining. Bai Lao, I'm afraid Xiaoming has already contacted the seller. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng fell silent. Jiang Yuan's message was unequivocal. Very well, Bai Feng sighed, engaging in a few more casual exchanges with Jiang Yuan before ending the call. There was nothing to be done. He could only blame himself for acting too slowly, allowing Lin Xiaoming to seize the opportunity. Then again, he had also managed to acquire the Hezhou before her, so perhaps they were even. After Jiang Yuan hung up, Lin Xiaoming returned, having concluded her discussions. She hurried over and said, Jiang Yuan, everything is arranged. They are nearby and will arrive shortly. Shall we go in for some tea? Sure, Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly. As they walked a few steps, he noticed the photographer standing still, seemingly lost in thought. He paused and asked, what are you doing? Brother. The photographer glanced at the jade before momentarily regaining his composure. Is it really possible to sell it for $3 million? It wasn't that he hadn't heard correctly. Rather, the shock was overwhelming. $3 million. This was Jiang Yuan's first venture into gambling stones. The photographer felt that such an opportunity was unlikely to present itself again in his lifetime. You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Yuan retorted. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Okay. The photographer forced a nod, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. Although he didn't voice it, he comprehended that Jiang Yuan had given a definitive answer. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiaoming, Jiang Yuan, and Su Mingda sipped tea while awaiting their clients, the online world buzzed with excitement. Clips of Jiang Yuan's live stream, where he transformed a 190,000 original stone into a 3 million imperial green, have been rapidly edited and disseminated across the internet. Stone gambling market sees prices soar to 3 million for imperial green. Jiang Yuan achieves brilliance again, uncovering a 3 million imperial green. Is Jiang Yuan, the contestant of Survival Challenge, truly the fabled child of fortune? These explosive headlines captured the attention of numerous netizens. Upon watching the video and realizing it featured Jiang Yuan, who had recently surged to fame online, the news spread like wildfire, leaving the entire internet in a state of astonishment. It wasn't that they were easily impressed. It was simply that Jiang Yuan's feats were extraordinary. From the initial discovery of the blueprint to now uncovering a staggering 3 million in value. This was his first foray into stone gambling, coupled with his participation in Survival Challenge. How could it not create a sensation online? As this news erupted across the internet, even contestants from Survival Challenge became aware of the developments. In the antique market, Su Ming was seated with the photographer in a shop. This is fantastic. Su Ming beamed at the photographer. We made another 100,000 today. The antique market is truly lucrative. After entering the antique market, aside from the initial setback with Jiang Yuan, Su Ming had successfully deceived a plethora of novice antique enthusiasts with his exceptional acting skills. The recent surge in Jiang Yuan's popularity had drawn an abundance of newcomers to the antique market. Although they faced a barrage of criticism from numerous audience members and live streams, it mattered little. The 1 billion grand prize was the ultimate goal. Indeed, the photographer remarked, "If we keep this up for a few more days, we will surely surpass Jiang Yuan, right? His luck can't hold out forever." Exactly. Su Ming not that gone feed in. A person's luck will inevitably. Before he could finish, the photographer's gaze fell upon the barrage of comments, causing him to freeze. What is happening? Su Ming looked at the photographer, visibly displeased. As his photographer, he expected better cooperation for boasting. What is the fuss? They can criticize all they want. It doesn't affect our profits, Su Ming said, leaning in to glance at the comments. As he did, both he and the photographer stood dumbfounded. The barrage of comments was overwhelmingly focused on a singular topic, making it clear what the audience wanted to convey. From the comments, they gleaned the shocking news. Jiang Yuan had indeed uncovered a jade stone worth 3 million. This must be a joke. Su Ming finally muttered after a long silence. Fake. It has to be fake, the photographer stammered, wanting to argue against the impossibility of such a claim. But seeing Su Ming's expression, he understood his thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Indeed, this is fake. It must be fake." He recognized that Su Ming was merely trying to instill a comforting belief. Chapter 55, a small circle within the Survival Challenge. As news spread among numerous contestants, a myriad of reactions ensued. Among them, a significant number chose to follow Su Ming's lead and withdraw from the competition. It was not that they lacked the desire to compete, but rather that, in comparison to Jiang Yuan, they saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Earning 3 million in a single day, such wealth is unattainable for many throughout their entire lives. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan's ability to amass riches seemed to grow more terrifying by the day. Of course, they recognized that this did not guarantee Jiang Yuan would continue at such a staggering pace. The crux of the matter was that with his current wealth, he could comfortably rest without further effort. It was highly likely that a year from now, they would not even be able to catch up with a leisurely Jiang Yuan. With such thoughts in mind, the allure of the 10 billion grand prize appeared rather diminished. In the main director's office, Director Zhang contemplated the situation. What should we do? A staff member inquired hesitantly. Zhang observed the monitoring screens of various live broadcasts. The less crowded streams had surpassed 4 figures, while the more popular ones boasted hundreds of thousands of viewers. In simple terms, the Survival Challenge was a resounding success, largely due to the fervor Jiang Yuan had generated. However, as Jiang Yuan's popularity soared and his earnings multiplied, the contestants of the Survival Challenge sank deeper into despair, with many contemplating withdrawal as a final resort. This issue required resolution. Otherwise, even if the Survival Challenge maintained its popularity, it would inevitably come to an end. Let me think, Zhang mused, scratching the back of his head, struggling to find a satisfactory solution. Jiang Yuan was indeed the focal point of the survival challenge's excitement. However, allowing the contestants to withdraw was not an option. A handful of withdrawals could be managed, but a continuous stream would jeopardize the very essence of the survival challenge. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Zhang, deepening his frown. He had conceived a brilliant idea. At the antique pavilion, after Jiang Yuan, Lin Xiaomeng, and Su Mingda had enjoyed tea for roughly 10 minutes, two middle-aged men in suits briskly entered the establishment. They appeared quite ordinary. Yet Lin Xiaomeng treated them with exceptional deference, indicating that they were either her elders or significant patrons of her shop. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin led the two men into the store. "Mr. Huang, Mr. Liu, this is Jiang Yuan. He is the one selling the imperial green." "Greetings." Jiang Yuan greeted them with a smile. Once seated, Huang Zhichuan observed Jiang Yuan taking a sip of tea and expressed his astonishment. "I never imagined that such a young lad would possess 3 million worth of imperial green." "Mr. Huang, have you seen recent news?" Su Mingda forced a smile. "What news?" Lun Yin inquired, looking at Su Mingda. Within their circle, they were somewhat acquainted. "Recently, a young individual has been making waves in the antique world, having unearthed several treasures in just 2 days." Upon hearing this, Lun Yin and Huang Zhichuan paused, directing their gazes toward Jiang Yuan. Su Mingda would not mention this without reason. The online sensation he referred to must be the very person before them. "I've heard about a young man with an exceptional eye. I never expected to meet him in person today. So, it is Mr. Jiang, what an honor." Lun Yin and Huang Zhichuan chuckled, no longer perceiving Jiang Yuan merely as a transactional figure. His ability to discover valuable items within the antique market in such a short time, coupled with assisting the police in solving cases and being invited by the police chief, hinted at a promising future in law enforcement. Today, presenting 3 million worth of imperial green only reinforced their respect for him. Indeed, Lin Xiaomeng smiled and turned to Su Mingda. This piece of jade was acquired from Master Su. "Oh." Lun Yin and Huang Zhichuan were intrigued. Su Mingda sighed, not taking Lin Xiaomeng's comment to heart. In their circle, friends often shared embarrassing stories. Moreover, with Jiang Yuan's live broadcast, it was only a matter of time before he became widely recognized. Considering this, Su Mingda candidly recounted the journey of acquiring the jade stone alongside Jiang Yuan. After hearing Su Mingda's account, Lun Yin and Huang Zhichuan's expressions shifted once more. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. "I never anticipated Mr. Jiang to be so accomplished in the realm of stone gambling. At such a tender age, he possesses such profound knowledge. It won't be long before Mr. Jiang's name resonates throughout the antique community of Daxia." Jiang Yuan smiled subtly, embracing the pride in his achievements. The recognition from industry leaders within such a short period was undoubtedly a commendable feat. Just then, Lun Yin's phone rang, interrupting the moment. He apologized to the group and stepped aside to take the call. After a few minutes, he returned to his seat, though his expression had grown peculiar. "What is the matter?" Huang Zhichuan inquired, noticing his change in demeanor. "Well," Lun Yin glanced at Jiang Yuan. "Previously, Mr. Bai mentioned a piece of imperial green, and he just called again to inform me that the owner of that piece is none other than Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaomeng remained composed, while Jiang Yuan shot an odd look at Lun Yin and Huang Zhichuan. Good heavens! So the antique circle is so small that everyone knows each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation shifted back to the matter at hand. "Mr. Jiang, since both Mr. Bai and Miss Lin have verified it, the imperial green must indeed be authentic." Lun Yin and Huang Zhichuan exchanged glances and pondered aloud. They held faith not only in Bai Feng and Lin Xiaomeng, but also in Jiang Yuan, in the antique community of Xinxing. If Lin Xiaomeng and Bai Feng were found to be deceitful, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished throughout the entire region, even across Daxia. But is there room for negotiation on the price? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Jiang Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Since you are friends of Lin Xiaomeng and Mr. Bai, my asking price is quite reasonable. 3 million. Those involved in stone gambling understand that raw materials worth 3 million can significantly increase in value once crafted into jewelry. Ultimately, it is all a gamble. From start to finish, every decision is a risk. Hence, my asking price of 3 million is indeed modest. Chapter 56. The contestants who changed the rules. Lun Yin and Huang Jichuan exchanged a brief glance, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. It was settled. They smiled at one another and turned their attention to Lin Xiaoming. Miss Lin, we would appreciate your assistance in crafting this into jewelry. Leave it all to me. Lin Xiaoming responded with a radiant smile. Mr. Jiang, may I have an account? Lun Yin inquired, to which Jiang Yuan promptly provided the bank account number given to him by the couple earlier. Upon receiving the account details, Lun Yin wasted no time in making a call. Not long after, a notification chimed, and Jiang Yuan was informed via text of the deposit. The sight of the clearly stated 3 million stirred subtle ripples within him, despite his attempts to remain composed. A full 3 million. Such an immense sum was likely unseen by most, including Jiang Yuan himself. In just 2 days, he had transformed from having nothing to this remarkable state. He found himself reminiscing about a documentary he had watched, featuring a long-established business magnate who had begun from scratch, finding it incredibly challenging to establish oneself. If this were to be the case, then his rapid accumulation of wealth in merely 2 days might warrant a place in the Guinness World Records, right? 3 million, wow. I'm truly envious. I could never earn in my lifetime what Jiang has made so effortlessly. Non-show Xianggu. I confess, I'm envious. Bro, we are still fortunate. Just look at those other contestants. Isn't encountering Jiang a nightmare for them? $1 billion prize seems practically predetermined. Haha. Hearing you say that brightens my mood considerably. As the audience in the live stream absorbed the news of Jiang Yuan's deposit, they erupted into a frenzy. Although they were aware that the market value was 3 million, it felt entirely different when it was presented before them. Within the antique pavilion, following the successful transaction, Lun Yin and Huang Jichuan, who could effortlessly produce 3 million, seemed preoccupied with pressing matters. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Xiaoming and confirming a time to collect the jewelry, they departed. Once Jiang Yuan had seen them off, he turned to Lin Xiaoming. Then I shall leave this piece of jade in your care. Also, he hesitated before continuing. I will transfer that point to you shortly. No need. Lin Xiaoming quickly shook her head. We are friends, after all. It is unnecessary to involve payment for assisting a friend with cutting the rough stone. Though Jiang Yuan wished to insist on compensating her, Lin Xiaoming remained resolute. Eventually, her demeanor turned serious under his persistent urging. Observing her expression, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to speak again, Lin Xiaoming interjected. Jiang Yuan, tomorrow is the weekend, and the city will host an antique exchange fair. Would you like to join me? Recognizing her attempt to shift the topic, Jiang Yuan chose not to press further. Since Lin Xiaoming had already taken the favor, he could compensate her later. Instead, he felt intrigued by the antique event she mentioned. It certainly sounded appealing. All right, Lin Xiaoming smiled. I will call you then. After saying this, she escorted Jiang Yuan out of the antique pavilion. An antique exchange fair? Jiang Yuan mused as he left the pavilion. He then glanced at the sky and turned to the photographer. Let us go eat. Great, the photographer exclaimed enthusiastically. Without further ado, the two made their way to a 5-star restaurant, opting for the establishment they had previously visited with by Feng and Lin Xiaoming, the Gathering Tower. With an abundance of funds, indulging in a lavish meal seemed entirely reasonable. However, Jiang Yuan was no fool. For just the two of them, he refrained from reserving an excessively luxurious private room, choosing instead a modest one. After ordering their dishes, Jiang Yuan and the photographer relaxed as they awaited their meal. They cast envious glances. Bro, I feel the same. Even though Jiang Yuan is a contestant on Survival Challenge, he is dining far more lavishly than I am. It's hard to believe who is truly participating in Survival Challenge. This cannot continue. I must regain my sense of superiority. Bro 1. While Jiang Yuan and the photographer enjoyed their meal, the audience in the live stream wandered into other rooms. In room 1, under the sweltering sun, Tang Qingqing and her photographer had no time for a meal, with some setting up stalls while others showcased their skills, appearing thoroughly exhausted. Witnessing this, Many viewers felt a sense of calm wash over them. Next, they moved to Xiaming's live stream. Observing him tirelessly performing, the audience left a few disparaging comments, their moods gradually lifting. It was not until they saw a contestant who could barely afford a meal, resorting to eating steam buns, that their hearts finally found equilibrium, smiles returning to their faces. Indeed, Jiang Yuan is an exception. My spirits have finally settled. Me too. Otherwise, watching Jiang Yuan would have been more painful than death. Finally, I can enjoy my instant noodles with a cheerful heart. As the viewers left comments, just as they were about to exit, they noticed the two individuals on screen suddenly displaying expressions of excitement rather than sadness. This unusual reaction captured the attention of all. What is happening? What's going on? Can someone knowledgeable explain? I've seen several live streams, and they all reacted similarly. I almost thought my internet was lagging. What could possibly be so uplifting? Please share. Guys, hurry to the Survival Challenge official website. They just posted something new. As the last comment appeared, all viewers promptly exited the live stream and headed to the Survival Challenge official site, eager to discover what had transpired. Upon arrival, they were met with a fresh announcement displayed prominently on the homepage. As Survival Challenge has progressed, the program rules have been amended. Given that contestants lack permanent residences, the production team will provide accommodations for a fee and in limited quantity. To motivate participants, each contestant will receive earnings based on their live stream popularity and final rankings in the competition. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. First place, 1 billion. Second, 300 million. Third, 100 million. Additionally, a marketplace will be available for contestants. For example, utilizing an identification card for a day will yield a profitable clue. Chapter 57. The legendary target with utmost attention. I perused the published content of the Survival Challenge. All the viewers erupted in discussions. New rules. This appeared to be quite entertaining. Whether it was genuinely enjoyable, I could not ascertain, yet it was evident that these regulations were likely revised due to Jiang Yuan. Oh, why do you say that? Because not long ago, after Jiang Yuan won 10 million, contestants across various live streams contemplated withdrawing. Seriously? Is that the reason? Some viewers who had lingered in Jiang Yuan's live stream were taken aback upon learning the developments across the other streams. After a moment of contemplation, they realized that this official announcement was most likely aimed squarely at Jiang Yuan. Rewards for the second place, the ability to purchase clues within the Survival Challenge, and other such stipulations had not existed prior. These additions were exclusive to this episode. The introduction of these rules would undoubtedly benefit weaker contestants, while offering no advantages whatsoever to Jiang Yuan. The sole provision allowing for breaks was a rule that had already been established in previous survival challenges. The program's new regulations suggested that the Survival Challenge was poised to reach a new pinnacle of excitement. The disparity among contestants could potentially diminish due to the clues provided by the production team. In simpler terms, competition was destined to become increasingly fierce. Upon grasping this, all viewers flocked back to various live streams to observe how the contestants of the Survival Challenge would respond to this news. The first to garner attention was none other than the highly popular Jiang Yuan's live stream. To the audience, it was evidently a ploy to restrain Jiang Yuan. At that moment, Jiang Yuan and the photographer, who were enjoying a meal, received the news. The photographer's expression was particularly animated, in stark contrast to Jiang Yuan's demeanor, which remained as tranquil as ever, as if he were unaffected by the developments. Brother, the production team has issued new rules. Don't you have any thoughts on this? The photographer couldn't help but remind him. What thoughts could I possibly have? Jiang Yuan replied, casting a peculiar glance at the photographer. Brother, this means the competition will intensify. So what if it does? Jiang Yuan remained indifferent. Regardless of how fierce it becomes, they will never surpass me. Initially, the photographer felt compelled to refute this statement. However, after a moment's reflection, he nodded gravely and said, Brother, you are absolutely right. There's no other like you, whether it be luck or otherwise. Jiang Yuan's unparalleled prowess was undeniable. In a vast expanse of the world, one could scarcely find another as exceptional as him. If he was indeed extraordinary, then why fear the rules set forth by the production team? Only humans could be constrained by rules, and Jiang Yuan was a deity. Meanwhile, numerous viewers navigated to the live streams of other survival challenge contestants. In contrast to Jiang Yuan, their expressions varied widely. Some were shocked, others elated, while many appeared invigorated. Undoubtedly, for them, the announcement from the production team felt akin to a sudden downpour in a barren desert. Contestants who had previously contemplated withdrawal now rallied their spirits. Even if they could not rival Jiang Yuan, there were still grand prizes to be won. Moreover, with the assistance of the production team, who could say they were guaranteed to fall short of Jiang Yuan? To them, it merely seemed that Jiang Yuan's starting point was somewhat elevated. Nothing more. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yuan and the photographer reclined in the booth to rest. At this juncture, Jiang Yuan finally opened his phone to take a look. When the Survival Challenge production team disseminated the news online, they promptly relayed the content to each contestant's phone. While Jiang Yuan did not pay much attention to the rest, his gaze immediately fell upon the accommodations provided by the production team. There were 80 rooms listed, arranged from highest to lowest price. The most expensive was 10,000 per day, while the cheapest was merely 20. Unfortunately, he could not view images of the rooms on his phone. However, this was of little concern to Jiang Yuan. He planned to book the 10,000 room for the night and would naturally discern the quality of the accommodations. If it fell short, he could always choose not to stay in the future. After all, he could easily replace his identification card. Acquiring a room with an ID was a trivial matter. With this thought, Jiang Yuan's gaze shifted downward to the system's marketplace. At present, the offerings were sparse, limited to 2 items, reclaiming one's identification and the monetary clues referenced in the survival challenge. With a slight grimace, Jiang Yuan noted the rental price for the identification card was an astonishing 10,000 per day. It seemed evident that no one else could afford such a fee. This was clearly a trap designed specifically for him, a blatant scheme to ensure he had plenty of opportunities to spend. Turning his attention to the monetary clues, Jiang Yuan's expression twitched. The price of these clues was also 10,000. Moreover, the accompanying explanation stated that only 100 were available, with each contestant permitted to purchase just one. The contents of these clues would be randomly assigned. As for what one might draw, it was entirely a matter of luck. Upon reviewing the details, the potential to earn 1 million had a mere 1 chance, while the likelihood of exceeding 5 million was even less than 1. Conversely, 60 of the clues would yield a profit, yet the remainder would fail to exceed 10,000. Naturally, some clues had time limitations. If one did not earn the promised amount within the stipulated period, the opportunity would automatically conclude. Why not just purchase them all? Jiang Yuan mused. Raising an eyebrow as a bold idea crossed his mind. Spending 1 million would only amount to 100,000 at worst, while the potential earnings from the clues could easily total 6 or 7 million. It was a surefire, profitable venture. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan was poised to make a bulk purchase. However, just as he prepared to finalize the transaction, a message abruptly appeared on the screen. Each person may only purchase one. The production team truly knew how to play their cards. Jiang Yuan chuckled, realizing they were likely concerned about him monopolizing all the clues. From the regulations introduced by the production team, he could perceive a deep-seated malice directed toward him, clearly an attempt to impose restrictions. The production team is so ruthless. 10,000 for a day's rental of the ID. I don and oppose. To find it ruthless, it seems specifically tailored for Jiang Yuan. In the ID section, only Jiang Yuan could afford that, and the clues have limited availability. They must fear Jiang Yuan purchasing them all for 100,000. 666, and they claim it's not aimed at Jiang Yuan. Who would believe that? Haha, this is amusing. They must think that without sanctions, Jiang Yuan will become unstoppable. Chapter 58. The basement. Casting a glance at the barrage of comments, Jiang Yuan remained entirely unfazed. Perhaps the production team of Survival Challenge was indeed as the audience had suggested. Unfortunately for them, they would soon discover that no amount of punitive measures would be effective. To put it simply, in gaming terms, everything the production team was doing was merely an attempt to reprimand the child of the version. While others might have been susceptible to such sanctions, They failed to realize that the most significant issue was that they were not the child of the version, but rather a bug in the system, one that could not be fixed. Let us go. After finishing his observations, Jiang Yuan called out to the cameraman beside him and promptly exited the private room. It was now the perfect time of evening to uncover what mischief the Survival Challenge production team was up to. Following the location provided by the team, Jiang Yuan hailed a luxury vehicle to his destination. There was no other choice. He was extravagantly affluent. Jiang Shun, could you perhaps tone down the arrogance? It's making me quite envious. Be careful. If the other contestants catch sight of you, you might just get beaten up. I just checked in on the other contestants' live streams. They're also at the production team's lodging. Honestly, I am quite curious to see what will transpire. Aside from casting envious glares at Jiang Shun, they love nothing more than to glare him to death. In truth, by the time Jiang Yuan was en route, many contestants who were nearby had already arrived at the scene. After enduring the elements for such an extended period, they were eager to find a stable place to stay. Unlike Jiang Yuan, who had been residing in a luxurious hotel for the past 2 days, these contestants had spent 2 sweltering nights on the streets, and it was safe to say they were in dire need of a wash. The prospect of a place to stay, complete with the ability to bathe, was simply exhilarating. Jiang Yuan, for instance, could be considered the first contestant to reach the destination. Upon arrival, his gaze was drawn upward to a magnificent building, prominently featuring an ornate entrance. A glowing plaque inscribed with House of Survival Challenge adorned the door. At the sight, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but nod in approval. The accommodation appeared quite pleasant from the outside. Eagerly, he stepped inside, having gone 2 days without a shower and yearning for a thorough cleansing. In this oppressive heat, he felt sticky and foul, and he could hardly bear the thought of facing others in such a state. Interestingly, since Jiang Yuan was the first contestant to arrive, the usual mocking comments from netizens were conspicuously absent. Instead, they joined him in observing the building provided by the Survival Challenge production team. Wow, this place is impressive. I'm from Xinjiang, and this is a 4-star hotel we have back home. I can't believe the production team has rented it out. It seems this season's contestants are in for a treat. Just a small fee to enjoy such luxury. While the viewers were abuzz with discussion, Jiang Yuan approached the front desk. Hello, I'm a contestant on Survival Challenge. Could you please explain how to rent a room here? The receptionist lifted her gaze slightly and replied, the production team has arranged accommodations for all contestants. The prices are as follows. Budget rooms for 20 yuan, standard double rooms for 100 yuan, luxury suites for 500 yuan, and presidential suites for 10,000 yuan. Having already seen this information on the production team in Appraise announcement, Jiang Yuan was not surprised. What mattered more to him were the details that had not been disclosed, particularly the varying amenities offered by each type of room. Budget rooms shared bathing and restroom facilities, while standard double rooms were simply ordinary. The luxury suites were single rooms, as were the presidential suites, which also included exquisite breakfasts and wake-up services. Additionally, the rental durations varied. Budget rooms had to be vacated by 6 in the morning, standard rooms by 10, luxury suites by noon, and presidential suites by 2 in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan fell silent, his mind racing with calculations. He had a fair amount of money on hand, but he could immediately discard the luxury and presidential suites as options. Their prices were simply outrageous. He was left with the choice between the standard double room and the budget room. One involved shared facilities, while the other did not. Renting a standard room for a day could cover 5 days in a budget room. In summary, the budget room was the most economical choice. Muttering to himself, he considered that for 20 yuan, he could sleep, bathe, and use the restroom. Sharing facilities didn't seem like an insurmountable compromise. Most importantly, opting for a budget room would save him a significant sum. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with the cameraman and resolved to rent the budget room. May I first see the budget room? Jiang Yuan inquired. No, you need to make a purchase first, the receptionist replied sternly. In that case, I'll reserve a budget room. Jiang Yuan hesitated before continuing. 20 yuan for a night is quite a bargain. Very well, the receptionist nodded. Jiang Yuan promptly completed the payment and, unable to contain his excitement, said, now, please show me to the room. He was desperate to escape his sticky discomfort. The receptionist smiled slightly and called over a staff member to escort Jiang Yuan out of the lobby. However, after just a few steps, Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Instead of leading him to the nearby elevator, the staff member directed him towards the staircase. "Isn't there an elevator?" Jiang Yuan asked, puzzled. "Oh, the elevator? That's reserved for guests in the luxury suites and presidential suites," the staff member replied calmly. Jiang Yuan's expression darkened at this preferential treatment, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Realizing the circumstances were beyond his control, he decided to see for himself. After all, it was only 20 yuan a night. What more could one desire? As long as he had shelter from the elements, a place to sleep, and the ability to wash. What was there to complain about? The basement was just a basement. Yet, as he descended further into the basement, despite his mental preparations, Jiang Yuan was left utterly speechless upon witnessing the conditions below. Chapter 59. The disparity. The hall was illuminated by only a few dim lights. Through the faint glow, Jiang Yuan realized that this was not merely a small room, but rather an expansive hall. The air was thick with humidity, and rows of bunk beds were arranged, each adorned with a set of bedding. The narrow aisles flanking the beds allowed only a single person to pass through. Under the somber lighting, the atmosphere felt oppressively dark. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuan instinctively turned to the staff, his eyes silently inquiring, "Is this what a budget room looks like?" The staff remained silent, giving a slight nod to confirm his assumption. In that moment, Jiang Yuan was left in a state of disbelief. He had anticipated the dismal conditions of a budget room, but he never imagined it would be quite like this. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were utterly beside themselves with excitement. Is this what a budget room looks like? Is this even habitable? For just 20 yuan? It's a miracle to have a place to stay. Do they expect us to aim for the stars? I can't help but laugh at this. This is precisely the kind of accommodation for contestants in Survival Challenge. Haha, I'm going to other streams to encourage them to mindlessly choose budget rooms. Bro, count me in. I just checked other streams, and most people have already come over. In truth, there was no need for discomfort, as the real ordeal lay ahead. The staff's monotone voice suddenly broke the silence. The budget room should accommodate 60 beds. Just imagine 60 contestants and cameramen sharing this space at night. Having company might not seem so frightening, although the crowd would inevitably lead to crowded bathrooms and potential foot odors, perhaps even the sound of snoring. When one considers the price of merely 20 yuan per night, it begins to sound rather appealing. Listening to this, Jiang Yuan, gradually regaining his composure, shivered as his face turned a shade of deep embarrassment. He could already envision the terrifying scenario. I want to change rooms. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth. Very well. The staff's expression remained unchanged. May I ask, Mr. Jiang, would you prefer a standard double room, a deluxe single, or perhaps a presidential suite? Jiang Yuan paused, suddenly recalling that these rooms were quite pricey, and he had already spent an additional 20 yuan. No, he absolutely could not incur a loss. Wait, with this thought, Jiang Yuan called out and exchanged a glance with the cameraman, swiftly ascending the stairs. Upon returning to the lounge, he discovered that several contestants had already congregated nearby. Their appearances were disheveled, suggesting that their stay over the past 2 days had not been pleasant. At this moment, they remained silent, exchanging wary glances as if to gauge something among themselves. Observing this, Jiang Yuan quickly grasped the situation. These contestants were evidently waiting for someone to take the plunge and test the waters first. Realizing this, he feigned a satisfied expression. What are you all waiting for? Let me tell you, it's going to rain tonight, and there are only 80 rooms available. Consequently, 20 individuals will be without accommodation. Jiang, brother Jiang, how is the room? As soon as this question was posed, a sense of urgency swept over everyone. One individual hesitated before stepping forward to inquire. Good, very good, exceptionally good. Jiang Yuan smiled and stated outright, I booked a budget room. As for budget rooms, all I can say is you won't suffer losses or be deceived. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir with excitement. Their previous concern had been that budget rooms were too dreadful. Now, with Jiang Yuan's endorsement, it seemed feasible to make a reservation. However, just as they were about to voice their intentions, a luxurious business vehicle pulled up at the hotel entrance, immediately capturing everyone's attention. With a creak, the car door swung open, and a person stepped out. Dressed in simple yet elegant attire, a faint smile graced his face, starkly contrasting with the disheveled contestants around him. Upon seeing him, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted away. Among them, Jiang Yuan felt the most awkward, his expression betraying his discomfort. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yuan, a contestant currently basking in the limelight of Survival Challenge. You all arrived quite early. Jiang Yuan glanced at the gathered contestants before approaching the front desk. Hello. May I have some information? Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to assist you. The receptionist replied with a charming smile. The surrounding contestants subtly frowned. Why had the receptionist not displayed such warmth when they had inquired? Was it merely because Jiang Yuan was handsome? Did good looks grant one the privilege to act as they pleased? Unaware of the contestants' thoughts, Jiang Yuan nodded lightly. Please, do provide me with the details. The receptionist, maintaining her professional smile, explained, the budget room is 20 yuan per day, while the standard double room is 100 yuan per day. After detailing the various room types, Jiang Yuan nodded again. May I see them? Upon uttering this, Jiang Yuan suddenly noticed the contestants' expressions shifting towards him, seemingly tinged with mockery. How peculiar! Was it not permissible to inquire? As Jiang Yuan pondered, the receptionist cheerfully responded, Of course. Mr. Jiang, please follow me, and you will see for yourself. With that, she led him towards the elevator, warmly describing, the presidential suite is equipped with everything one could desire, far exceeding the standards of a five-star hotel. It boasts a bathtub, a study, a 3D cinema, and panoramic windows. From the room, one could behold the entirety of Xinjiang. As she spoke, the receptionist cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yuan. There's even a dedicated massage service to alleviate your fatigue. In short, everything one could imagine was at one's disposal. As Jiang Yuan was ushered into the elevator by the receptionist, both the contestants and the viewers in various live streams were left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, when the contestants had inquired, the receptionist had provided minimal details, indicating that one needed to make a reservation to view the rooms. Yet Jiang Yuan had simply asked, and she not only elaborated, but even offered to guide him to inspect the accommodations. The disparity was glaringly apparent. How could one be treated with such favoritism? The contestants of Survival Challenge felt a profound sense of defeat. All were contestants. Why was there such a vast chasm between them? Chapter 60. A fool who does not seize the opportunity. What a stark contrast. The disparity is glaringly evident. Witnessing the front desk attendant's abrupt change in demeanor left me utterly astonished. The expressions on the contestants' faces suggest they are on the verge of tears. How can the differences between individuals be so pronounced? My goodness, my friends, you must take a look at the presidential suite. It is extravagantly opulent. As viewers remained engrossed in various live streams, a comment suddenly captivated everyone's attention. The presidential suite. How could the audience, who had been waiting in the lobby for so long, not be intrigued? Instantly, numerous viewers from different contestant streams surged into Jiang Yuan's live broadcast. At this moment, within the confines of a live stream, guided by the front desk attendant, they arrived at the entrance of a room. After entering the password, the attendant cautiously pushed the door open and led Jiang Yuan and the others inside. Upon entering, the audience in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. Despite the barrier of the screen, they could still sense an overwhelming sense of luxury enveloping them. The room was lavish and spacious, featuring a layout of 3 bedrooms and a living room. In addition to the 2 well-appointed bedrooms, there was also a study. The decor in both bedrooms was comprehensive, furnished with a variety of items. Directly in front of the living room, a broad balcony came into view. The balcony was adorned with sofas, fruits, and other delightful amenities. Most notably, they discovered a modestly sized swimming pool on the balcony, accompanied by several bikini-clad beauties and service staff. In the face of such grandeur, Jiang Yuan maintained a semblance of calm, while the photographer beside him could not help but crane his neck to take in the surroundings. His eyes almost fixated on the bikini-clad women. The temptation was simply overwhelming. Just as the front desk attendant had claimed, there was nothing that could not be found here. The audience in the live stream went into a frenzy upon witnessing the luxurious amenities of the presidential suite. I came from Jiang Yuan. May I ask where this is? Is it heaven on earth? The facilities here are worlds apart from a budget room. My goodness, this is worth not just 10,000, but even 100,000 for a day. Lord Jiang, I sincerely hope you refrain from any reckless actions. No way, dear lady. I shall guard you all night in the live stream. Are there any mathematicians here? I beseech you to calculate the psychological impact on the other contestants. Brother, why not choose this place? The photographer hesitantly inquired of Jiang Yuan after the tour. It was not that he was unwilling to spend the money. The allure was simply too great. Not bad. Jiang Yuan nodded, but did not make a definitive decision, suggesting, let's explore the others as well. Certainly, Mr. Jiang, this way please, the front desk attendant cheerfully responded, leading Jiang Yuan onward. Soon, under the attendant's guidance, Jiang Yuan and the photographer toured the remaining rooms in their entirety. After completing their exploration, the attendant led Jiang Yuan back to the front desk. Jiang Yuan began to reflect on the accommodations he had seen earlier. The standard double room featured just 2 beds and a bathroom, akin to a typical inn. The luxurious single room, while grand, lacked certain elements such as a balcony, swimming pool, and study, though the rest was quite comparable. What choice should he make? As soon as Jiang Yuan exited the elevator, he noticed the gazes of the other contestants fixed intently upon him, their expressions a mixture of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Jiang Yuan felt a peculiar sensation. What was their intention? Why had their demeanor shifted so drastically after he merely visited a room? He remembered that this group had not been so animated before. Mr. Jiang, which room would you like to book? The front desk attendant inquired at that moment. Let's go with the presidential suite. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly before responding. Though it was merely a place to sleep, a standard double room would suffice. However, the allure of extravagance was irresistible. After all, he had the means. Naturally, he wished to experience the wonders of a $10,000 presidential suite. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Yuan added, and also grant me a month's worth of usage for the identification card. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. The front desk attendant's smile widened upon hearing this. Mr. Jiang, would you like to purchase a money-making clue card? Let me take a look. Jiang Yuan replied thoughtfully. There are only 100 available, and each contestant can purchase just one. Essentially, it is better to buy early than late. In that case, Jiang Yuan thought, it would be wise to buy one sooner rather than later. Mr. Jiang, please observe, the front desk attendant said, producing a stack of cards resembling scratch-off lottery tickets. Each of these cards contains a money-making method recorded by the production team. You may select one. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan turned to look. The sight startled him. A series of messages appeared before him, corresponding to each card. A brief glance revealed the most conspicuous label. Item: Survival Challenge Money-Making Clue Card Material. Paper year, 2021 quality. Excellent summary. Worth purchasing market price. 5,000,000 recycling value. 2,500,000 goodness. To think he could exploit the production team's resources. Jiang Yuan was taken aback internally. Yet he maintained a composed fa as he inquired, may I choose at my leisure? The front desk attendant, oblivious to Jiang Yuan's intentions, replied brightly, indeed, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yuan contemplated briefly before feigning a casual selection, finally choosing the card valued at 5,000,000. I'll take this one then. It's 10,000, correct? Indeed, Mr. Jiang. After completing the payment and receiving his belongings, Jiang Yuan turned and ascended the elevator, undeterred by the gazes of the others. He was now prepared to rest and rejuvenate himself for the antique event mentioned by Lin Q-Dream. With the identification card in hand, he was free to explore anywhere. As for the clue card, he could examine it later in the presidential suite. After all, it was not necessary to redeem it with the production team. As Jiang Yuan stepped into the elevator, Jiang Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. He then turned to the other contestants and remarked, aren't you all going to book your rooms? There are only 30 budget rooms available. At this statement, all contestants finally reacted, each expressing their intent to reserve budget accommodations. According to Jiang Yuan, the price of 20 yuan per night was an absolute steal, prompting many who initially planned to book standard double rooms to switch to budget options instead. There was no choice. The price was too enticing, and the disparity was too appealing. Hence, those who did not seize the opportunity were indeed foolish. Chapter 61. The chosen of fortune. As the affordable rooms were entirely sold out, a smile crept across Jiang Yuan's lips. I would like to book a standard double room, and also provide me with a clue card. Certainly. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, eventually acquiesced. Jiang Yuan's words ignited a sense of unease among the competitors who had just purchased the affordable rooms. They quickly abandoned their prior intentions and rushed to inspect the affordable accommodations. How could Jiang Yuan order an affordable room and then a standard double room in quick succession? Unperturbed by their departure, Jiang Yuan flipped open the clue card in his hand. A brief line of text caught his eye. The Shicheng Theater assisted in completing a performance on April 22nd. Reward, 20,000. Upon reading the note, Jiang Yuan's breath quickened with excitement. A full 20,000. How could he not be thrilled? At that moment, a commotion erupted. Jiang Yuan, you scoundrel! What is so good about the affordable room? Refunding my $20. Who would stay in such a place? A cacophony of angry shouts ensued as dozens of competitors from the survival challenge rushed up the stairs, their eyes filled with fury directed at Jiang Yuan. For most of these contestants, $20 represented a day's worth of meals. They had squandered their food funds without even earning a dime, which was intolerable. Jiang Yuan glanced at them, indifferent. He approached the front desk and called out, I would like to book a luxurious single room. Huh? The receptionist blinked in confusion. You have already booked an affordable room and a standard double room. Are you sure you want to order a luxurious single room as well? With no alternative, Jiang Yuan raised the clue card triumphantly, his grin stretching from ear to ear. I drew a clue card and earned 20,000. We have money. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly amidst the chaos. In that moment, silence enveloped the room. The faces of every contestant were etched with regret. A full 20,000. For the vast majority present, this constituted a substantial sum. Wow, 20,000, what luck. In just a brief moment, he earned 20,000. When did Jiang Yuan's fortune become this extraordinary? I'm genuinely envious of Jiang Yuan's look of triumph. How could this kid win? By the way, Jiang Shun also drew a clue card. I wonder if he won anything. As the viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with comments, the contestants in the room reacted quickly. They exchanged glances and hastened to the front desk. Jiang Yuan had struck gold. How could they not feel envious? They were well aware of the rewards contained within the clues. Time was of the essence. They had to act swiftly lest the grand prizes be snatched away by others. Of course, some contestants chose to wait, hoping to let others draw first and deplete the lesser rewards before they made their own attempts, thereby increasing their chances of winning something substantial. However, these individuals were in the minority. Ultimately, not everyone could restrain their eagerness. In light of the circumstances, numerous contestants rushed to purchase clue cards from the front desk. Suddenly, the hall erupted with exclamations. Haha, I drew it. I got 20,000. Boss, upgrade me to a luxurious single room. I drew 13,000. Boss, I want to upgrade to a standard double room. How is it that I lost? 2,000 bucks. Why is it that you all are losing while I'm profiting? As contestants began to draw lucrative clues, those who had been sitting idly could no longer hold back. They joined the rush to obtain the profitable clues. It was impossible to ignore the frequency with which others were winning. The odds were finite. If they waited too long, they would only be left with the less favorable options. While some contestants opted not to draw, the tantalizing probability was too enticing for most to resist. After all, each attempt could yield a significant reward. As more and more contestants engaged in the drawing of profitable clues, emotions ran high. Joy for some, despair for others, and envy for many. The one commonality was that those who drew winning clues immediately sought to book additional rooms. The dismal conditions of the affordable accommodations were simply too unbearable. Haha, I'm nearly losing my mind watching this lottery. What's with that? I saw someone win a prize worth over 100,000. How is it that I've never won such amounts in the lottery? This makes me so envious. If only I could be a contestant in the survival challenge. Bro, if it weren't for Jiang Yuan, who could have predicted the rules of the survival challenge would change so drastically? As more contestants finished drawing, they shared their rewards. Some faced losses, while others celebrated gains. Naturally, the contestants could not share their emotions equally. Fortunately, the losses were not too severe, mostly amounting to 1 or 2,000, whereas the profits often doubled or tripled. This prevented the mood from collapsing entirely. The viewers in the live stream, however, could not help but fixate on the remaining rewards. With the majority of contestants having completed their drawings, the most astonishing grand prize of 1 million remained elusive. Both the players and the audience were curious as to who might claim this lucrative clue. Thus, as the number of profitable clues dwindled, many contestants opted to stay and see who might draw the coveted prize. The discussions among the live stream viewers and the contestants intensified. When will the grand prize be revealed? 500,000. I can hardly wait. 500,000. Who will be the lucky winner? Who could it possibly be? Let us keep watching. There aren't many clues left. Do you think it could be Jiang Yuan? I remember he purchased a clue card. He hasn't revealed it yet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is purely a matter of luck. Surely he can't be the chosen of fortune? Just as the viewers engaged in fervent speculation, an abrupt silence fell over the chat. The contestants in the room were equally still. They had noticed Jiang Yuan, who had previously departed, returning to the hall via the elevator. In an instant, both the live stream audience and the contestants in the venue turned their full attention to Jiang Yuan. Chapter 62. The Cosmic Fortune. As they exited the elevator, numerous spectators noticed something unusual. Jiang Yuan appeared as calm as ever, exuding an air of tranquility. However, the photographer trailing behind him struggled to conceal his inner excitement. Despite maintaining an outward facade of composure, his furrowed brows and animated demeanor betrayed his exhilaration. This scene sent a jolt through the contestants of Survival Challenge and the viewers in the live stream. Could it be that we were right? Did Jiang really draw the lucrative money clue? That's impossible. Jiang was the first to draw, with a probability of less than 1. How could he win? It must be fake. I can tell without guessing. That's true, but judging by the photographer's expression, he must have won something. Wow, if he can win, I'm truly impressed. I am genuinely envious. At that moment, Jiang Yuan, descending from the elevator, noticed that all the contestants had not yet departed. Their gazes were fixed upon him, leaving him perplexed about why these survival challenge participants lingered, seemingly transfixed. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard his confusion, leading his photographer directly to the front desk. Hello. Jiang Yuan greeted the receptionist with a serene smile. The receptionist, captivated by his charming demeanor, took several seconds to regain her composure before stammering. Mr. Jiang, hello. May I inquire? What does this clue signify? Is it suggesting an investment in the stock market? Jiang Yuan presented the clue to the receptionist, who examined it closely. Yes, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Mr. Jiang, you won 5 million. The receptionist's voice trembled with excitement. Though she was a staff member of the program, she, like the viewers and contestants, was consumed by curiosity about who had managed to draw the grand money clue. As the clues dwindled, her intrigue about the identity of the fortunate winner intensified. To her astonishment, it was indeed Jiang Yuan. Simultaneously, the contestants on site were rendered speechless. How can we compete now? Jiang Yuan has already amassed more wealth than we have. We were counting on the clue card to turn the tide, and now Jiang has drawn the 5 million money clue as the first buyer. Reflecting on their own daydreams of winning the grand prize, they felt a wave of absurdity wash over them. The prize had already been claimed by Jiang Yuan, whose extraordinary luck left them feeling utterly defeated. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. The late hour did nothing to dampen their spirits, as they were filled with fervor and enthusiasm. I can't believe I guessed correctly. 5 million. Jiang Yuan must truly be the child of fortune. If he isn't, then who is? I'm genuinely astounded. Does such luck exist in this world? Jiang has the fortune buff, and he possesses strength as well. I'm not listening. Jiang, may I share in your good fortune? Oh heavens, please bestow upon me Jiang Yuan's luck. Jiang Yuan, unfazed by the thoughts of those around him, nodded slightly and inquired, "But is this related to stocks?" "Yes." The receptionist, having momentarily regained her composure, replied, "This stock is bound to soar." Jiang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, while the viewers in the live stream began to voice their confusion. What on earth? Can the program team predict the future? How can I know which stock will rise? I can't help but feel this is all a ruse. Brother, you're not alone in that sentiment. The stock was labeled Survival Challenge. Although Jiang Yuan was unsure why the program team could utilize Survival Challenge as a stock, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. The money clue card was a creation of the program team, and it seemed implausible that they could truly foresee the future and identify where one could earn such a substantial amount. If they possessed such abilities, why not forego Survival Challenge and delve into fortune-telling instead? In reality, opportunities to earn 5 million were indeed scarce. It was evident that the program team had exerted considerable effort to think of the stock Survival Challenge. Mr. Jiang, this is a 7-day endeavor. Within this span, you can utilize the clue card to purchase Survival Challenge and earn profits as time progresses, the receptionist explained diligently. The prior stipulation about the time limit does not apply to this clue, as it is a special award. You're guaranteed to earn 5 million, and once you do, the card will automatically be canceled, refunding the money earned from purchasing Survival Challenge stock. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded in understanding. Just as he intended to return to the presidential suite, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Moments later, 2 contestants, Tang Qingqing and Xie Ming, entered one after the other. Jiang Yuan recognized them well. Upon entering, Tang Qingqing and Xie Ming sensed that the atmosphere was peculiar. What's going on? Tang Qingqing scanned the room and approached Jiang Yuan, who was the only familiar face among the crowd. Despite her somewhat uncomfortable feelings towards him, she dismissed her apprehensions. "It's just that I drew the 5 million money clue," Jiang Yuan stated nonchalantly. "What did you say?" Tang Qingqing's voice rose incredulously, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She was aware of the significance of the money clue, but had never imagined that it would be Jiang Yuan who drew it. At that moment, Tang Qingqing felt a pang of distress. She had been working hard to narrow the gap between herself and Jiang Yuan, yet within a mere 2 days, she found herself toiling ceaselessly for earnings, while Jiang Yuan effortlessly claimed the 5 million. Xie Ming, having listened to the contestants' explanations, began to comprehend the unusual atmosphere as well. Like Tang Qingqing, he was deeply shaken. As fellow contestants, was this truly the chasm that existed between individuals? Or was it simply that luck itself varied from person to person? If one were to attribute it to ability, there had at least been some basis previously. Yet now, it felt as though all rationale had vanished. Chapter 63. Owe me 20,000, are you not going to buy a ticket? You might win a prize. Jiang Yuan remarked with a smile as he observed Tang Qingqing. I will definitely buy. Dan Ging Ging Pao Det De Fian Di. She could not believe that Jiang Yuan's luck could be so extraordinary. Why should he be the one to win while she could not? The notion of being favored by fortune seemed utterly preposterous. However, just as Tang Qingqing was preparing to purchase, an awkward realization struck her. Each clue card cost 10,000, and she had yet to earn even that amount. At that moment, Xie Ming eagerly interjected. Most of the profitable clues had already been bought, leaving only a few with potential grand prizes. If they did not act swiftly, they might lose out to others. I and Appos. LL take one. Xie Ming exclaimed urgently. All right. After completing the transaction, Xie Ming swiftly opened a clue card. Tomorrow, proceed to the Xian Changran Cinema. It may be operated for 3 days, with no limit on earnings. A simple phrase left Xie Ming momentarily breathless. The Xian Changran Cinema was among the most prestigious in the city, with daily earnings of at least 100,000. Over 3 days, that could amount to a staggering 300,000. Ha ha ha. I struck it rich. Xie Ming trembled with excitement, unable to contain his jubilant shouts. Although it could not compare to Jiang Yuan's fortune, it was still a considerable sum. Are you not going to buy? Noticing Xie Ming's triumphant demeanor and glancing at the remaining clue cards, Jiang Yuan inquired, aware that a grand prize was still unclaimed. Tang Qingqing hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts. Finally, She tossed her head back defiantly. I don't care for it. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly. He had clearly seen her subconsciously pat her pocket. It was evident that her reluctance stemmed not from disinterest, but rather from a lack of funds. Do you want me to lend you some? Jiang Yuan suggested tentatively. You can repay me when you have the money. As fellow participants in the survival challenge, they were competitors in a sense, yet Jiang Yuan held a favorable impression of Tang Qingqing. Helping her was a trivial matter. Turning to the front desk attendant, Jiang Yuan asked, May I purchase a clue card for Tang Qingqing? The attendant glanced at Tang Qingqing and replied, As long as the contestant agrees, that's perfectly fine. All right. Jiang Yuan nodded and turned to Tang Qingqing. What do you think? Aye. Tang Qingqing looked at the dwindling clue cards, feeling a flicker of temptation. Yet, she wrestled with the dilemma of accepting Jiang Yuan's kindness. Fine, I agree. With the payment made, Jiang Yuan swiftly acquired the clue card. Without allowing Tang Qingqing a moment to ponder, he placed the card before her. You bought it. Tang Qingqing was momentarily stunned as she gazed at the clue card. Take a look, Jiang Yuan smiled. Perhaps there is a surprise in store? Aye. Tang Qingqing examined the clue card, then glanced at Jiang Yuan. Ultimately, she accepted the card, her face determined as she declared, This counts as a debt to you. When I earn money, I will repay you double. Jiang Yuan replied with a gentle smile, Perhaps you and Appos, LL, earn it in the next moment. How could that be? Tan Qingqing instinquito dito. Perhaps the clue hold a grand prize, Jiang Yuan suggested lightly. With a smile, Tang Qingqing replied, Then I shall take your good fortune as a blessing. With that, she opened the clue card. Gasp! As soon as she revealed the card, Tang Qingqing's expression froze. And then she looked at Jiang Yuan in disbelief. The other contestants in the hall were momentarily taken aback, each casting puzzled glances at Jiang Yuan and Tang Qingqing. What has happened? Tang Qingqing's reaction seemed to align with Jiang Yuan's expectations, as he maintained his customary smile. Jiang Yuan. Tang Qingqing stuttered in astonishment. She then turned to her photographer. Can you check if I'm seeing things? Seeing things? The photographer leaned in with curiosity. Tomorrow, proceed to the Northeast Quarry in Xiancheng to serve as the owner for 1 week. Limit, 1 million. Gasp. The photographer inhaled sharply. Girl, we've struck gold, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. 1 million, that's 1 million. The hall erupted in a stunned silence, with everyone fixated on a singular direction. The photographer, overwhelmed by her excitement, inadvertently noticed their collective gaze. Turning around, she found Jiang Yuan standing there, a serene smile adorning his face. In that instant, she seemed to grasp something profound. Reflecting on the recent events, it dawned on her that Jiang Yuan had chosen this clue card. Moreover, he had previously mentioned that surprises could come at any moment. Perhaps this very card was destined to yield fortune. Recalling the events of mere moments ago, the photographer's pupils dilated, and an icy chill ran down her spine. This situation was far too coincidental to dismiss. If it were merely a coincidence, it would be unfathomably extraordinary. Yet, if it were not, how could one person predict that a clue card would be profitable? And if it were truly improbable, how could Jiang Yuan have consecutively drawn 2 cards that promised immense wealth? Could it be that such coincidences truly existed in this world? Was Jiang Yuan genuinely the favored child of fortune? As the contestants remained silent, the audience in the live stream, who had witnessed everything unfold, were even more profoundly shocked. Despite the millions watching, not a single comment appeared in the chat. After several seconds of stunned silence, the barrage of comments surged forth like a tidal wave. Hiss, that's terrifying. Is this really happening? Can such coincidences truly exist? How could Jiang Yuan possess such incredible luck? Thinking back on everything Jiang Yuan has done, it sends chills down my spine. I can hardly bear to contemplate it. I just want to ask, who would dare say Jiang Yuan ISNT, the favored child of fortune? Who would stand up and claim otherwise? In the live venue, Jiang Yuan remained unfazed by the attention. He cast a casual glance at Tang Qingqing and remarked, You owe me 20,000. Remember to repay it when the time comes. With that nonchalant statement, he gracefully departed, ascending the elevator and vanishing from sight. Only after Jiang Yuan had completely disappeared did the contestants and photographer snapped back to reality. Chapter 64. The Antique Fair. Could this possibly be a deception? Is Jiang Yuan truly so extraordinary? How can we ever surpass him now? After drawing 2 clue cards, both promise substantial profits. I am on the verge of nausea. Brother, let it go. Let us wash up and sleep. Perhaps his good fortune is merely a temporary occurrence. When our luck turns, surpassing him will be a simple matter. All the contestants and photographers console one another. The reality is that Jiang Yuan's prowess has surpassed their expectations. If not for their considerable mental resilience, they might have already found themselves in dire straits. The favored child of fortune, once resolute atheists, their beliefs have begun to waver in light of Jiang Yuan's astonishing luck. Otherwise, they would be at a loss to explain his extraordinary fortune. Sister, do you think we have a chance to surpass Jiang Yuan? In the hall, Tang Qingqing's photographer trembled as he posed the question. Tang Qingqing raised her gaze, surveying the contestants and the audience. Finally, she glanced at the clue card in her hand, its glaring 100W inscription painfully conspicuous. At last, she turned to her photographer and declared resolutely, "Yes, with our initial capital injection, we will undoubtedly grow stronger. I refuse to believe Jiang Yuan's luck can persist indefinitely. With an entire year ahead, surpassing him is merely a matter of time." Having spoken, Tang Qingqing approached the front desk and inquired, "Hello, I would like to book a standard double room." "Miss Tang," the front desk attendant replied after a brief computer operation, "currently, all standard double rooms and budget accommodations have been fully booked. We only have deluxe singles and presidential suites available. Which would you prefer?" Before the attendant could finish, Tang Qingqing abruptly interjected, "Then forget it. We won't make a reservation today." With that, she turned to leave. The front desk attendant was momentarily taken aback. Having not anticipated this outcome, the production team had invested significantly to uphold the regulations, intending to incentivize contestants capable of earning money to willingly spend it, thereby narrowing the gap between competitors. Contestants like Tang Qingqing, as well as Jiang Yuan and Xie Ming, would have undoubtedly booked luxurious accommodations by now. Yet, Tang Qingqing chose to decline outright. "No, Miss Tang," the attendant persisted, "if finances are tight, you can defer payment as long as it is settled within 14 days. Moreover, the weather forecast suggests rain this evening. It would be unwise to remain outside." "No need," Tang Qingqing replied, not looking back as she exited the hotel. Just then, a thunderclap resonated, and the attendant glimpsed rain pattering against the window on the summer night. In the desolate, rain-soaked evening, Tang Qingqing's fleeting figure appeared particularly insignificant. Although the hall was filled with the cacophony of contestants, the attendant felt a pang of sorrow. Why did Tang Qingqing opt not to book a luxurious room? Why choose to venture out into the rain? What could possibly be going through her mind? Unbeknownst to her, Tang Qingqing earned every penny through hard work, fully aware of the value of money, and would never squander it frivolously. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan remained oblivious to these events. At that moment, ensconced in the presidential suite, he had succumbed to slumber. His photographer, however, reveled in exuberance, either playing games with several bikini-clad ladies in the living room or watching television while requesting massages from them. To be candid, the sight of these beautiful women left the photographer discontented. Initially, when the production team proposed a 24-hour live recording of each contestant's lifestyle, he had been the first to enthusiastically agree. Now, he regretted that decision profoundly, wishing he could slap his past self. "Look at the mess you've made." Now, he could only watch, unable to partake. As his desires stirred within, he faced the camera and wished he could smash it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan slept soundly, while his photographer experienced a tumult of pleasure and pain. Time swiftly passed amidst the soft rain outside, and soon it was the following morning. On the morning of the next day, Jiang Yuan awoke early. However, he noticed his photographer sporting dark circles under his eyes, reminiscent of a panda. "What were you up to last night?" Jiang Yuan inquired. "Brother," the photographer yawned, "it's nothing. Let us go. Today we should check out the antique fair in Xinjiang." The photographer laughed, despite feeling rather unwell. He had hoped to stop earlier, but before he knew it, it was already 4 a.m. Jiang Yuan remained silent, turning toward the bathroom. As he reached the door, he remarked lightly, "Brother, While the allure of women is indeed captivating, one must exercise restraint. With that, Jiang Yuan cast a knowing glance at his photographer before entering the bathroom to freshen up. The photographer stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. This scene amused the audience in the live stream, who engaged in lively discussion, having accompanied the photographer throughout the night, playfully referring to themselves as the supervisors to prevent him from making errors. As the audience continued their chatter, Jiang Yuan and his photographer finished their morning routines and exited the presidential suite, taking the elevator down. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Jiang Yuan was surprised to find a Porsche parked nearby, with Lin Xiaoming at the wheel. Jiang Yuan. Upon spotting him, Lin Xiaoming greeted him warmly. "Get in." She smiled invitingly. "I'll take you along." Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan climbed into Lin Xiaoming's Porsche. According to the address she provided, the antique fair was situated in a suburban area, approximately a half-hour away. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiaoming, eager to ensure Jiang Yuan was well informed, explained the details of the fair. As she elaborated, Jiang Yuan gathered that the antique fair was precisely what its name implied, a gathering of antique enthusiasts from Xinjiang and across the entire Gan province, coming together to share, trade, and auction their treasures. Participants would present their collections, whether for sale or to seek out hidden gems. Naturally, much like the antique market, the authenticity of these items varied. However, the likelihood of genuine artifacts was significantly higher. Listening intently, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of unearthing hidden treasures at the Xinjiang Fair was enticing. He need not worry about selling them, for the attendees would be precisely the targeted clientele from across Gan province. As Jiang Yuan anticipated the event, he and Lin Xiaoming engaged in cheerful conversation along the way. By 9 o'clock that morning, they had arrived at the venue for the antique fair. Chapter 65, Treasures Worth Discovering. The entrance to the Antique Exchange Fair is situated on a bustling street. A parking lot nearby displays an array of luxury vehicles. Occasionally, middle-aged individuals clad in formal attire descend from their cars, making their way leisurely toward the antique fair. Behind them, several staff members follow closely, each bearing at least one item. Some are shrouded in black cloth, while others are encased in transparent glass, allowing onlookers a glimpse of the treasures within. Among the latter is a female figurine, adorned in a revealing blouse with narrow sleeves, a flower-patterned long skirt, and a flowing shawl, with her hands gracefully placed over her abdomen. From the rear, the seating appears to be crafted from woven bamboo, creating a stunningly lifelike representation. At a mere glance, Jiang Yuan is convinced that this is an exceedingly valuable, authentic piece. As anticipated, when Jiang Yuan employs his system's appraisal ability, an informative message promptly appears. Item: Sankai female, sitting figurine material, fired ceramic era, Tang Dynasty, year 826 quality, average summary, worth collecting market price, 7.99 million reclamation. For million. Jiang Yuan pauses, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly his body tenses, his pupils dilating. He realizes that this is not an isolated incident. With a cursory glance, he discovers that nearly all the antiques before him are genuine, each carrying a hefty price tag. In simpler terms, the cost of even a single antique exceeds what an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. The sheer number of such exquisite antiques present is overwhelming. Gasping quietly, Jiang Yuan acknowledges the wealth that resides within the Great Xia, yet he never anticipated that individuals would expend such exorbitant sums on antiques. Moreover, he is astonished by the plethora of antiquities he has never encountered in the market before. These treasures hail from collectors across the nation. At that moment, Lin Xiaoming surveys the vicinity and explains there are also attendees showcasing their personal collections for everyone to admire. Naturally, the Antique Exchange Fair features numerous activities, including appraisals and more. Jiang Yuan, if you're interested, you should take a look. Jiang Yuan nods gently and proceeds alongside Lin Xiaoming into the antique fair. Upon entry, he is greeted by a street lined with stalls, reminiscent of an antique market, albeit on a grander scale. The crowd here far exceeds that of the market Jiang Yuan previously invigorated. This area is where treasures are said to be discovered, though most attendees come merely for the novelty. Lin Xiuming elaborates. This antique exchange fair lasts for 2 days and 1 night. Feel free to explore nearby. I have some arrangements to attend to. Jiang Yuan acknowledges her and watches as she departs. As she mentioned earlier, Lin Xiuming was invited as an antique dealer, necessitating her attention to the fair's preparations. Once Lin Xiuming is gone, Jiang Yuan, accompanied by a photographer, meanders through the antique fair. Wow, I didn't oppose. T realized the antique exchange fair was so close to my home, he muses. I thought there was some event happening here these 2 days. Jiang Shun. Wait for me. I'm coming to find you. A voice calls out in the live stream. The antique exchange fair sounds incredibly impressive. Indeed it does. Jiang Shun. Did you catch a glimpse of those antiques earlier? What are the prices like? Are they authentic? They seem to be treated with great importance. As Jiang Yuan wanders, he engages with the viewers in the live stream. What you've said is accurate. Those antiques were indeed genuine, and each one is quite pricey. You might be wondering just how expensive they are. After a moment of contemplation, he adds, the lowest price is no less than 7 digits. Upon hearing this, the live stream audience falls into a brief state of shock. A full 7 digits, and that is merely the minimum price. The thought of how high the prices could escalate is nearly unfathomable. The cost of a single antique exceeds the lifetime earnings of most viewers in the stream. No way. Really? Are the prices that steep? Wow, I could never earn that much in my lifetime. I'm knowledgeable in this field. Those who truly engage in antiquities usually have a substantial foundation. That's why I say the antique world is deep waters. Don't get ensnared. Imagine purchasing such an expensive antique only to discover it is a fake. How can one possibly buy a fake? How is it impossible? Even experts have misidentified genuine items as fakes. Observing the lively debate in the comments, Jiang Yuan chuckles. Just as he prepares to clarify, he suddenly spots a familiar figure among the vendors. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is Su Mingda from Jiangnan Tianyan. Master Su, Jiang Yuan greets casually, recognizing him. Su Mingda turns, surprised to see Jiang Yuan. You're here too, just looking around? Jiang Yuan nods. Haha, why not explore together? Su Mingda suggests with a hearty laugh. Considering the proposal, Jiang Yuan agrees, as he knows no one else here, and Su Mingda is a friend of Lin Xiuming, making him somewhat familiar. Moreover, Su Mingda is a good person. After Jiang Yuan discovered the raw stone, he bore no resentment and even enthusiastically introduced him to sellers. Mr. Lin, let us wander together. Su Mingda beams, and the two stroll leisurely among the stalls. The duo occasionally pauses at various stands, examining the items closely. After several rounds, Jiang Yuan notices that the quality here does surpass that of the antique market. Genuine items abound, but the authentic pieces he encounters now are not in the same league as those previously observed with exorbitant price tags. In other words, the genuine items here are relatively affordable, with prices not far apart from their selling prices. Indeed, the prospect of discovering treasures here proves to be more challenging than anticipated. Jiang Yuan sighs inwardly, feeling a sense of reflection. However, those attending this antique exchange fair are not akin to the novices often found in the antique market. They have all conducted some degree of research on antiquities. The likelihood of finding true bargains is slim. Most, as Lin Xiuming mentioned, are here for trading, exchanging items of modest value for other antiques of similar worth. Master Su. Suddenly, Su Mingda strides ahead, stopping at a stand selling an assortment of antiquities. His eyes gleam with intensity as he fixates on a particular item, appearing utterly captivated. Observing this, Jiang Yuan approaches, following Su Mingda and Appraise, gaze to examine the object closely. Ah, at last, a worthy treasure to be discovered. Chapter 66. A fortuitous find before my eyes stood a vase, exquisitely carved with lifelike flowers. Its beauty was undeniable. However, after a mere touch, Jiang Yuan gently shook his head. This object appeared splendid, yet it was a fusion of modernity and antiquity. In a place so evidently filled with counterfeits, genuine items were easily discerned. Who would dare to purchase such a thing? Only an artifact that merged the ancient with the contemporary could captivate an audience, it seemed. Master Su, is this a vase from the Kangxi period? Su Mingda could not help but inquire as Jiang Yuan approached. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to respond, a mocking voice rang out from behind. Oh, I never imagined that Master Su could recognize this as a Qing dynasty piece. Su Mingda and Jiang Yuan instinctively turned to see a man in his 30s, dressed in formal attire, striding towards them. Jiang Yuan glanced at Su Mingda, who furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Oh, Su Mingda ignored Wu Wei, who continued to approach with a self-satisfied demeanor. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan, Wu Wei raised an eyebrow and taunted, Master Su, if I am not mistaken. The person beside you is the esteemed Jiang Yuan, who fortuitously acquired your million-yuan stone yesterday. What is this? Not content with yesterday's luck, you wish to strike gold again today? At these words, Su Mingda's face darkened with evident anger, although he conceded that Jiang Yuan had outperformed him in the stone incident. The mockery of the situation was unbearable. Noticing Su Mingda and Appo's fury, Wu Wei chuckled and turned to Jiang Yuan. Master Jiang, if he ends up missing another opportunity today, please do let me know. Wu Wei, when will you ever learn? Su Mingda forced back his ire and questioned. What's the issue? Wu Wei replied lightly, disregarding Su Mingda's irritation as he bent down to pick up the vase they had just observed. After a cursory examination, he exclaimed, this is a remarkable piece. It must be from the Kangxi era, right? How much is it, vendor? Wu Wei, that's what we were interested in. Su Mingda interjected, his eyes widening. What do you mean, and amp? Oppos. We and amp Oppos. Did you pay for it? Or did you inquire with the vendor? Wu Wei shot back. You haven't asked anything and merely wandered about. How can you claim it as yours? The rapid-fire exchange left Su Mingda's complexion shifting between shades of blue and purple. He wanted to retort, but Wu Wei's words held an undeniable truth. Vendor, what is the price? Wu Wei asked the stall owner with a smirk, seeing Su Mingda's inability to respond. The vendor glanced at Su Mingda, cleared his throat, and stated, this indeed is an item from the Kangxi period. It's a genuine antique, and I ask only 200,000. Very well, I'll take it. Wu Wei immediately agreed. Su Mingda and Appo's heart raced upon hearing the price. A vase from the Kangxi period at 200,000 would certainly yield a profit. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, Jiang Yuan subtly restrained him. Su Mingda shifted, yet ultimately chose silence. He resolved to trust Jiang Yuan's judgment, not merely for himself, but also because Lin Xiaoming had faith in Jiang Yuan's appraisal skills. After all, he had managed to discover treasures multiple times in the antique market over the past 2 days. Ha ha ha. After completing the transaction, Wu Wei held the vase aloft, laughing heartily. Master Su, do not blame me for once more snatching a treasure from you. In the world of antiques, it's all about vision and audacity. If you lack the confidence to secure it, do not fault me for my diligence. With that, Wu Wei provocatively glanced at Jiang Yuan and continued, this vase, if I'm not mistaken, is the end amp? Appo's, blossoming wealth and amp? Appo's vase, hailing from Jingdezhen, renowned as the porcelain capital during the Kangxi period. At a price of 100,000. I've truly struck gold. But what excites me most is having taken it from Master Jiang. Jiang Yuan merely cast a sidelong glance at him, then chuckled softly. The vendor nearly joined in the laughter, but managed to suppress it, observing Wu Wei so closely. It was indeed amusing. He had acquired the blossoming wealth vase for merely 1,000 yuan. To think it could fetch 200,000 was astounding. Stealing a glance at Jiang Yuan, Su Mingda, and Wu Wei, he resolved to make his escape as soon as they departed. A windfall of 200,000 would allow for quite the indulgence. What are you laughing at? Wu Wei furrowed his brow. May I not laugh? Jiang Yuan countered. Ha ha ha. Wu Wei paused, then laughed. Is Master Jiang also mocking Master Su? After all, it's one thing to be outperformed in antiques, but to be outshone in the domain of stone betting is truly a grand jest. Humph. Su Mingda scoffed, pulling Jiang Yuan away in evident frustration towards Wu Wei and Appo's arrogance. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? That vase was clearly spotted by Jiang Shen first. How dare he snatch it? He is really overstepping. Everyone, don't panic. If it's truly valuable, I doubt Jiang Shun will let it slip. Exactly. Let us wait for Jiang Shun to turn the tables. As they distanced themselves, Su Mingda's anger only intensified, coupled with confusion over why Jiang Yuan had stopped him earlier. Driven by curiosity, he asked, Master Jiang, why did you prevent me from speaking? That was a vase from the Kangxi period. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly. It was a fake. A fake? Su Mingda felt an exhilarating rush, his voice rising in excitement. Yet, as realization dawned on him, he lowered his voice. Master Jiang, it didn't seem fake to me. Jiang Yuan replied calmly. The blue and white porcelain of the Kangxi period is categorized into 3 phases: early, mid, and late. The mid phase is the most remarkable. You likely believe that the blossoming wealth vase was a mid-phase piece of the famille rose porcelain. Indeed, Su Mingda nodded. Mid-phase famille rose porcelain is rare, and the decoration typically features floral and cloud dragon patterns. The vase we saw was evidently floral. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. However, that vase was overpainted. Thus, while it is indeed an antique, it lacks the true value of a genuine artifact. Its worth would be at most 150,000. Chapter 67. The online trap. Upon hearing this, all the trivial matters were cast aside by Su Mingda. His heart felt enlightened, and he was particularly elated. Nothing could compare to the joy of knowing that Wu Wei had made a mistake in his quest for bargains. If it were indeed true. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and then chuckled. How could he possibly obtain it from me? Let's go take another look. Perhaps we might stumble upon a treasure ourselves. Jiang Yuan playfully patted Su Mingda on the shoulder. Ha, I knew it. How could the god of Jiang suffer losses? That thing isn't worth much at all. Ha. I can only imagine Wu Wei's expression upon realizing he lost 50,000 instead. He must be on the verge of tears, right? Whether he cries or not, I know his mood is certainly foul. Just thinking about how smug he was a moment ago is rather amusing. At this moment, Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda strolled leisurely about. It must be said, this antique fair truly lived up to its reputation. After wandering a few steps, Jiang Yuan discovered a stall with genuine artifacts, although the prices were not exorbitant. Hovering just above 100,000, there's an old saying, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. Turning to the stall, Jiang Yuan began to scrutinize the items closely. Most of the wares displayed were authentic, albeit many were of little value. What caught Jiang Yuan into Appo's attention was a coin. He gently picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Upon careful inspection of both sides of the coin, he noted that the obverse bore an intimidating inscription adorned with dragon scales, while the reverse prominently featured the characters Guangxu Yuanbao. The side of the coin also contained pertinent information regarding its origin. After a thorough examination, Jiang Yuan confirmed that the coin was undoubtedly genuine. Item: Dragon Silver Yuan, manufactured in the 33rd year of the Beiyang era. Material: Silver era, Guangxu quality. Average summary: worth collecting. Market price: 350,000. Buyback price: 180,000. After reviewing the system's assessment, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. The Dragon Silver Yuan from the 34th year of the Beiyang era is deemed the most collectible. Though the 33rd year is slightly less valuable, it remains a rare find. Boss, how much for this coin? He inquired. This is a Guangxu Tongbao made by Beiyang. The stall owner lifted his gaze to explain. The 33rd year is near the end of the Qing dynasty, and the circulation of such coins is quite limited. Since we are both here for the antique fair, I won't ask for an exorbitant price. How does 100,000 sound? Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. The price was indeed reasonable, and with the right connections, he could profit several times over. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to speak, an abrupt voice interrupted. Boss, I want this Dragon Silver Yuan. Hearing this, the stall owner, Jiang Yuan, and Su Mingda all furrowed their brows, glancing toward the source of the voice. In the antique trade, it is a fundamental rule not to speak when others are inquiring about a price. How could this person be so ignorant of such etiquette? However, upon seeing the individual, Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda and Appo's expressions darkened slightly, as it was none other than Wu Wei, the person they had encountered earlier. The stall owner, maintaining his principles, said, My friend, one must follow the order of arrival in such matters. Wu Wei chuckled. since we are here to do business, I really like this Guangxu Yuan from Beiyang. How about 200,000? Will you sell it? The stall owner hesitated, his throat constricting. The price of 200,000 was double what he had suggested. It would be impossible not to feel tempted. His eyes flickered as he glanced toward Jiang Yuan. I also find it appealing. In that case, I'll offer 250,000. Jiang Yuan interjected, aiming to ease the stall owner in damp. Appose, dilemma. After all, 250,000 would yield a profit of 100,000, which is still a gain. I'll offer 300,000. Wu Wei interjected before the stall owner could respond. Upon finishing his statement, he provocatively glanced at Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda, saying, "My esteemed friends, I sincerely apologize. I simply have a great fondness for this item. Perhaps you should part with it reluctantly? Wu Wei, don't take it too far." Su Mingda and Appraise, chest heaved as he stood up abruptly. In a transaction, the highest bidder prevails, Wu Wei retorted nonchalantly. This is an antique fair, not a bargain hunt. You. Su Mingda attempted to retort, but Jiang Yuan halted him. He calmly addressed the indecisive stall owner. In that case, we shall have the opportunity to cooperate next time. After speaking, he turned and walked away with the photographer and Su Mingda. 300,000 was already a high bid for Jiang Yuan. If that were the case, it was better to let him have it. However, Wu Wei had clearly set out to disrupt the rules, and he would not be spared the consequences. Reflecting on his heart, Jiang Yuan realized he had never feared anyone in the antique trade. What is this person up to? Why is he constantly opposing the god of Jiang? I'm so angry. Brothers, don't rush. I can tell from Jiang Yuan's expression that he is certainly plotting something. Indeed, Jiang Yuan had a similar demeanor when facing that murder case. My instincts tell me that Wu Wei is in for a rough time. Brothers, just watch closely. At the live broadcast site, your enemy? After walking a distance, Jiang Yuan inquired of Su Mingda. Master Jiang, Su Mingda sighed and explained, this person is named Wu Wei. His family owns a hotel, and he is a self-proclaimed professional bargain hunter. Of course, that title is self-given. With his appraising skills, how could he truly find bargains? My enmity with him began when I once discovered an antique he had overlooked, resulting in a small profit. Ever since then, he has held a grudge against me. Jiang Yuan understood, realizing that anyone involved in the antique circle inevitably carried some grudges. The antique world is relatively small. Most people see each other frequently. There is no need to let such trivial matters disrupt the peace among everyone. Jiang Yuan nodded lightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Since he was an outsider, it was only fitting to take advantage of him. He needed to teach him a lesson about the depths of the antique world. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan fell silent, deep in contemplation as he continued to wander. Before long, Jiang Yuan suddenly halted, intrigued as he gazed into the distance. Following his line of sight, he observed Wu Wei standing in front of the stall, repeatedly examining a copper coin, lifting it and setting it down, his face etched with conflict. Jiang Yuan cast a glance and inwardly chuckled. He recognized immediately that the coin was a fake. Seeing that Wu Wei seemed quite taken with it, a plan began to form in Jiang Yuan and Appraise mind. With this in mind, he made his way over. Chapter 68, Daily Trickery, Daily Delight. Master Su quickly. Look, is that not the Ming Feng Yuan Bao? Startled by the familiar voice, Wu Wei, who was engrossed in observation, turned slightly to see Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda approaching, engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Witnessing this, Wu Wei discreetly retrieved a mask from his pocket and donned it. Master Jiang, what exactly is the Ming Feng Yuan Bao? Su Mingda inquired. He had not noticed Wu Wei and was genuinely unfamiliar with the term. He was accustomed to coins like the Guangxu Tong Bao and Kaiyuan Tong Bao. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Yuan replied, during the late Sui dynasty, various regions rose in rebellion. You know, there were a total of 18 rebel leaders, right? I know, Su Mingda affirmed, nodding vigorously. He had seen numerous television adaptations of that historical period, and the Ming Feng Yuan Bao was minted by Shao Xian, one of those 18 rebel leaders. After a brief pause, Jiang Yuan discreetly glanced at Wu Wei, noticing him wearing a mask, pretending not to listen while intently eavesdropping. Jiang Yuan chuckled inwardly, yet intentionally lowered his voice. He was powerful, controlling a vast expanse of southern territory, and proclaimed himself king of Liang. His era was called Mingfeng. Unfortunately, the Liang dynasty lasted merely 5 years before being supplanted by the Tang dynasty, and the Mingfeng yuan bao produced during that time was confiscated, resulting in its current scarcity. Although classified as a common coin, it is, in fact, a rarity. Master Jiang, are you implying that this coin is one he minted? Su Ming Da ga pet? Shu, keep your voice down. Jiang Yuan waved his hand. Let's wait and see if we can seize a bargain. All right. Su Ming Da, unaware of Jiang Yuan's true intentions, nodded in agreement. Boss, how much for this coin? Upon reaching the stall, Jiang Yuan feigned ignorance of Wu Wei and Appos, as presents, and inquired with a smile. This coin? If you want it, it's 100,000, the stall owner replied, seemingly oblivious amidst the bustling market. Fine, 100,000, I'll take it. Wait. Wu Wei could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Boss, I saw this coin first. Surely you remember? The stall owner hesitated upon hearing this. I'll offer 150,000. Wu Wei quickly interjected. Boss, this coin captivates me. I'll bid 200,000. Jiang Yuan chimed in. I'll go 250,000. As the competition intensified, the viewers of the live stream, who had witnessed the unfolding drama from the beginning, found themselves in high spirits. Ha! Jiang Shun is truly a clever one. Jiang Shun, keep it coming. What is happening? I just arrived. What is going on? This coin is fake. But Jiang Shun is deliberately pretending it's real to make this kid spend more. Once Jiang Shun mentioned the king of Liang and the Mingfeng yuan bao, I knew someone was in for a surprise. Let him flaunt in front of Jiang Shun. He deserves to face some hardship. As the audience discussed, the bargaining between Jiang Yuan and Wu Wei reached a fever pitch. 400,000, 450,000, 500,000. When Jiang Yuan called out once more, Wu Wei's eyes widened. Jiang Yuan, that coin is mine. There in Appos, as a principle of first come, first served. What trickery are you trying? Wu Wei, how could it be you? Su Mingda turned, finding the face somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in surprise. Why can't it be me? Having been recognized, Wu Wei decided to abandon pretense and pulled off his mask. This Mingfeng coin is what I have my eyes on. Do you not understand the rules of the antique street? Boss, how about this? I and Appos. LL offer 500,000, and you can sell me the coin. Deal. The stall owner agreed without hesitation. Despite the possibility of the coin being valuable, he knew the depths of the antique market and felt assured by the generous offer of 500,000, which was considerably inflated. After completing the payment, Wu Wei, fearful of being outbid, quickly claimed the Mingfeng yuan bao in his hands. Ha! Holding the Mingfeng yuan bao, Wu Wei could no longer suppress his triumphant laughter. Initially, he thought the coin merely looked appealing, as it bore the characters for Mingfeng. To be honest, he found it curious, having never heard of a dynasty with that era name. It was only after listening to Jiang Yuan and Appos' explanation that he grasped its significance. However, even now, he remained uncertain of the coin's true value. Yet, he understood that the worth of ancient coins is primarily determined by their condition, rarity, and historical value. A previous fine specimen of the Xianfeng yuan bao had fetched a staggering price of 10 million. Thus, the Mingfeng yuan bao, being even rarer and possessing greater historical significance, would undoubtedly command an impressive price. Master Jiang, I never expected you would attempt to seize my opportunity. Wu Wei scoffed, shaking his head in ridicule. Unfortunately, my opportunities are not so easily claimed. Jiang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, then turned and walked away in silence. Though Jiang Yuan exhibited no outward reaction, Wu Wei perceived it as a sign of frustration. He had managed to unearth several treasures, only to have them snatched away by Wu Wei. Who wouldn't be angry? Master Jiang. Su Mingda turned back repeatedly, his face reflecting reluctance. That was the Mingfeng yuan bao. That is a counterfeit, Jiang Yuan stated calmly. Huh? Su Mingda's voice faltered as he stared blankly at Jiang Yuan. While the Mingfeng yuan bao does exist, Jiang Yuan nodded gently. Most are indeed unique pieces. What you saw was an antique, but it was a replica. Huh? Su Mingda was perplexed. Are you suggesting it's a replica of the Ming Feng Yuan Bao from ancient times? Exactly. Jiang Yuan nodded quietly. If my estimation is correct, it should be a replica from the Republican period. Its value is at most 50,000. Ha. Upon hearing this, Su Mingda burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Su Mingda probably never imagined that item was a fake. To dare challenge Jiang Shun, it's utterly hilarious. I can't help but remember Wu Wei's excited expression. It's driving me insane. Jiang Shun, why are you so mischievous? But why do I enjoy it so much? Ha. Does anyone know Wu Wei? I'm very curious to know how he feels right now. Chapter 69. Commanded by Heaven. Has Jiang Yuan been tricked? As the audience engaged in lively discussions within the live stream, many began to clip and share segments of the broadcast across various platforms. After watching the videos, countless netizens were left in stitches. Bro, you and Amp, Oppos, so quick. The stream is still live, and you and Amp, Oppos. V already edited it? I can end Amp, Oppos. T take it anymore. Who is this Wu Wei? This is honestly too funny. I can end Amp, Oppos. T believe he won a score bargain, but ended up getting tricked without realizing it. To be honest, if someone else were to trick me, I'd definitely be furious. But with Jiangshan doing it, I find it quite satisfying. The comments and shares surged, elevating the video's popularity at an astonishing rate. In a matter of moments, the likes had soared into the hundreds of thousands. At the antique exchange fair, Wu Wei strolled along the street, humming a tune, his spirits soaring. After several fortunate finds in a single day, including a rare Ming Feng Yuan Bao, he was in high spirits. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach. He paused, seeking a place to sit, and decided, first, I shall eat something before continuing my treasure hunt. As he opened his phone to search for nearby delicacies, a notification caught his eye. The great one who was tricked by Jiang Shun and cries in the toilet. Wu Wei muttered, pondering who could be foolish enough to be deceived by Jiang Yuan. Amused, he clicked on the video to mock the unfortunate soul. However, as he continued watching, he was struck dumb. The more he viewed, the more he felt that the person described in the video was none other than himself. As the video concluded, Wu Wei felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss. His face drained of color, lips twitching uncontrollably. After an indeterminate time, his gaze fell to the Ming Feng Yuan Bao he had treasured so dearly. Jiang Yuan, Wu Wei bellowed in fury, hurling the Yuan Bao away. At that moment, his heart bled. 500,000. Just like that, he squandered a fortune. No, this cannot continue. He shook his head vigorously, whispering, I must make Jiang Yuan pay in blood for this debt. Resolute, he stood up and strode away, intent on seeking justice from Jiang Yuan. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, Su Mingda, and the photographer leisurely strolled through the market, their spirits equally buoyant. They paused occasionally to examine intriguing stalls, though, as Lin Q Dream had noted, modern fakes were rare at the antique fair. Most items were genuine antiques, albeit of low value. Understandably, those attending such fairs possessed at least a modicum of knowledge about antiques, thus diminishing Jiang Yuan and Oppos' chances of scoring a remarkable find. With a sigh, Jiang Yuan turned to Su Mingda, preparing to suggest they seek a meal when a message caught his eye. He halted abruptly, scanning the vicinity. If he was not mistaken, he had just spotted a rare antique worth 8 million. Master Jiang. As he eagerly sought the valuable piece, Su Mingda nudged him. Turning, Jiang Yuan was taken aback. It was none other than Wu Wei himself, squatting at a stall, seemingly haggling with the vendor. Jiang Yuan and Oppos' expression grew peculiar as he noted that a 7 million item was on display at that very stall. It appeared that Wu Wei was keen on purchasing it. Had Wu Wei actually struck gold this time? Just as this thought crossed Jiang Yuan's mind, he noticed Wu Wei glancing back at him and Su Mingda while subtly smirking. Although he attempted to conceal it, Jiang Yuan's sharp eyes discerned his hidden delight. Jiang Yuan paused, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. Could it be that Wu Wei was aware the item was genuine? Did he believe it was a fake, hoping to draw Jiang Yuan closer to inflate the price before backing out? Such tactics were common in the antique market. However, even if Jiang Yuan merely wanted to observe the unfolding drama, he was keen to seize the opportunity to acquire the item himself. "Ah, Master Wu," Jiang Yuan approached, greeting him amiably. "Jiang Yuan." Wu Wei feigned outrage, though Jiang Yuan noticed the glimmer of joy in his eyes. Understanding the situation, Jiang Yuan realized he had been correct in his suspicions. "What is that item you have? It appears quite remarkable," Jiang Yuan remarked, feigning ignorance while directing his gaze towards the object in Wu Wei and Appo's hands. It was an ancient artifact, adorned with 5 dragons on the reverse, one of which was missing a horn. A jade seal. Jiang Yuan's heart raced as he examined it further. The front bore 8 characters in seal script, commanded by heaven. "May longevity and prosperity last." Moreover, he sensed an air of antiquity radiating from the piece. Upon further scrutiny, the system revealed: item, Huizong jade seal, replica, material, gold jade. Era, Song Dynasty, Dagwang 1108, quality, excellent. Summary, worthy of collection. Market price, 7 million, buyback, 5 million. Seeing the system and amp, Appo's notification, Jiang Yuan gasped. He had not anticipated that Wu Wei possessed the genuine article. He resolved to secure it at all costs. "Jiang Yuan, that item is mine. Don't you dare try to snatch it," Wu Wei exclaimed, focusing on his performance. Jiang Yuan, playing along, replied, "Did you not say that until a transaction is completed, the item belongs to whoever is capable?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wei was visibly taken aback, speechless and unsure of how to respond. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Shun, well done. Make Wu Wei bleed a little this time. Timing is everything. Do you think Wu Wei's jade seal could actually be genuine? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Do you really believe one can casually score a jade seal like that? After watching Jiang Shun stream for so long, don't you realize that the world of antiques is as deep as the ocean?" Chapter 70. The jade seal, crafted from a he sure buy at this moment. The stall owner glanced at Jiang Yuan, hesitated for a moment, and adhered to the principle of fairness, stating, "Antiques have their own rules. He has chosen it first, and unless he relinquishes it, I cannot sell it to you." Upon hearing this, Wu Wei, who had been brimming with excitement, suddenly appeared stunned. Why was the stall owner so principled? How could he possibly deceive Jiang Yuan now? Yet, this jade seal appeared authentic, and Wu Wei was genuinely fond of it. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and then provided a response. Wu Wei, upon hearing this, smiled, clearly not expecting Jiang Yuan to take the initiative. He immediately turned to the stall owner and declared, "This is my friend. Since he likes it too, let us compete fairly." Su Mingda cast a suspicious glance at Wu Wei, pondering, strange, when did Wu Wei become this way? Not seizing the opportunity, but demanding fair competition. He was tempted to warn Jiang Yuan, but restrained himself upon seeing Jiang Yuan's confident demeanor. Jiang Yuan had previously demonstrated greater insight into antiques than he did, so surely he had his reasons for saying so. "Then, Mr. Wu, shall we compete fairly?" Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow at Wu Wei and then pretended to inspect the replica jade seal, saying, "I will offer 10,000. 20,000. Wu Wei quickly countered with raised brows. Internally, he chuckled, determined to make Jiang Yuan pay dearly in the end. 30,000. 100,000. Wu Wei shouted loudly. After speaking, he provocatively fixed his gaze on Jiang Yuan, seemingly taunting him to respond. "Go on, shout. No matter how loud you yell, this item will ultimately belong to me." However, Jiang Yuan did not continue bidding. He frowned, completely ignoring Wu Wei and Appo's provocation, as if contemplating whether to raise the price. This expression momentarily unsettled Wu Wei. As Jiang Yuan remained silent, Wu Wei's heart began to race with panic. What if Jiang Yuan didn't bid, and he ended up purchasing the item for 100,000? That would be an utter folly. "Jiang Yuan, you can't possibly be unable to afford it, can you?" After receiving no response for a long time, Wu Wei, feeling anxious, resorted to provocations. "If you can, Appo's, to afford the price, Don and Appo's, to even think about competing with me in the future." Su Mingdao was taken aback by Wu Wei and Appo's words. Logically, if Jiang Yuan did not bid, Wu Wei would be the one to benefit from the 100,000 offer. Although it was a fake, Wu Wei believed it to be real. Reflecting on earlier interactions with Wu Wei, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint the issue. "I'll bid 10,001. Jiang Yuan then raised an eyebrow and provocatively announced his offer. "All right, you win." In response to Jiang Yuan's challenge, Wu Wei suddenly beamed with a smile. At that moment, Su Mingda and Appraise expression froze, staring in disbelief at Wu Wei. Gave up? He only increased the bid by $1. And yet he just gave up? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Wu Wei actually knew it was fake and aimed to deceive Jiang Yuan instead? Realizing this possibility, Su Mingda's understanding cleared. The previously strange feeling dissipated entirely. If Wu Wei had such intentions, why had he agreed to fair competition with Jiang Yuan? Why had he resorted to provocation after Jiang Yuan refrained from bidding? Everything began to make sense. As anticipated, events unfolded as he had predicted. Wu Wei suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Jiang Yuan, you tricked me. I tricked you right back. How does it feel to be deceived? It must feel wonderful, right? Ha! You bought a worthless item for 100,000. Didn't you suffer a loss?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan remained nonchalant, while Su Mingda's expression darkened slightly. The audience in the live stream erupted in a flurry of comments. "I knew something was off with Wu Wei. He was trying to trick Jiang Shun. No way. Could Jiang Shun really have fallen for it? I think it's quite possible. After all, this is a jade seal. How could it possibly be real? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Shun is not the type to be taken advantage of. This kid is so sly. Unbelievable. Oh, it's bad news. Jiang Shun has been tricked. Something's off. Look at Jiang Shun, he's so calm, unlike someone who's been deceived." As more viewers began to notice Jiang Yuan, anyone else in such a situation would undoubtedly be furious. Yet Jiang Yuan remained composed, even sporting a faint smile. "Hey, little brother," before Jiang Yuan could speak, the stall owner, unable to contain himself, shouted, "What do you mean my item is trash? This is a jade seal. Absolutely worth this price. And fair competition is what you proposed." Wu Wei scoffed, "There can't be that many jade seals." Just as the stall owner was about to retort, Jiang Yuan interrupted him, understanding that the owner feared he might not make a purchase. However, how could he possibly not buy it? To avoid excessive entanglement that could lead to misunderstandings, Jiang Yuan promptly declared, "Since this is a result of fair competition, I will naturally buy it." Pausing for a moment, he turned to Wu Wei, hinting, "Antiques test one's discernment. If one's judgment is inferior to others, one cannot blame anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely." Wu Wei laughed heartily, fully embracing the idea of tricking Jiang Yuan out of 100,000. He was exhilarated, though regretting not being able to trick him for more. Yet he also understood that Jiang Yuan, with his keen eye, would surely recognize this as a fake. Even so, tricking him out of a little was still a victory. Receiving Wu Wei's response, Jiang Yuan smiled and promptly paid the stall owner. "Chime, 10,001 yuan has been credited. This is mine now, right?" Jiang Yuan picked up the replica jade seal. "Of course," the stall owner replied with a grin. "What a profitable day. Master Jiang, you took a loss." Glancing at the item in Jiang Yuan's hands, Su Mingda sighed deeply. Indeed, the photographer nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother, when Wu Wei raised the price to 100,000, you shouldn't have made a bid." Although increasing it by 1 yuan is indeed infuriating, Wu Wei's actions were suspicious. Ha ha ha. Wu Wei, however, laughed heartily, exuding the air of a victor. "Who says I took a loss?" In response to the crowd's skepticism, Jiang Yuan smiled and countered, "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingda, the photographer, and the audience in the live stream fell into a moment of bewilderment. Indeed, judging by Jiang Yuan's calm demeanor, he did not seem like someone who had purchased a worthless item. Ha ha ha. Wu Wei laughed even harder, clutching his stomach in a fit of mirth. "This jade seal looks so shabby, and you still have the audacity to claim it's real? The genuine jade seal is crafted from the he sure buy. Do you even know what that is? How could this possibly be real? Even if it were, who knows from which obscure corner it was replicated? This price is at most capped at 10,000. Is that so?" Jiang Yuan smiled subtly, but I believe this is indeed a genuine jade seal. Chapter 71. What I say is true, is indeed true at this very moment. Everyone held their breath. Each pair of eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the object in Jiang Yuan's hand. Is that truly the imperial seal? Could it possibly be real? No way. How could that be genuine? The first to regain composure was Wu Wei, who shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "It's obvious that it's a counterfeit." In response, both Su Mingda and the livestream audience nodded in agreement. "Jiang Shun, you must be joking." I believe Jiang Shun merely wishes to provoke Wu Wei. Indeed, the imperial seal has been passed down for millennia. If it were real, it would have been uncovered by emperors of the past. Exactly, throughout history, possessing the imperial seal meant seizing the throne. Every emperor coveted it. I stand with Wu Wei on this. I think we should wait and see what Jiang Shun has to say. He has never spoken falsely before. Amidst the lively discussions among the audience, the number of viewers continued to rise, utterly captivated by Jiang Yuan's declaration. The imperial seal, whether in ancient or modern times, it is an extraordinary artifact. This ignited a fervent anticipation among all viewers, curious to discern whether Jiang Yuan's claim or Wu Wei's assertion of it being a replica held true. However, contrary to expectations, Jiang Yuan, after a moment of contemplation, conceded Wu Wei's point, stating, "This piece is indeed a replica." Upon hearing this, confusion swept over the crowd. Jiang Yuan had claimed it was an imperial seal, yet now he labeled it as a forgery. What was going on? Brother, Su Mingda, unable to contain himself and equally puzzled as the audience, directly inquired, "As far as I know, a replica of the imperial seal ISN and apparaise. Worth much, is it?" "Indeed." Jiang Yuan nodded, then continued, "But what if it were a copy made by an emperor?" An emperor? At this revelation, the crowd gasped collectively. A replica made by an emperor would certainly hold value, but how could an emperor ever create a counterfeit seal? Chaos ensued. Many viewers felt their minds racing after Jiang Yuan's words. Sensing the audience's bewilderment, Jiang Yuan, without glancing at the barrage of comments, succinctly explained, "In ancient times, dynasties valued the Yu Ding and the Qin seal. Every emperor regarded the imperial seal as a treasure because it represented legitimacy and virtue. Numerous emperors, unable to obtain the seal, resorted to crafting their own." "But isn't that still not a forgery?" Su Mingda interjected. "Correct." Wu Wei nodded with an air of self-satisfaction, his gaze directed at Jiang Yuan as if challenging him to continue his narrative. "You all make valid points," Jiang Yuan gently acknowledged. "Genuine imperial seals have been few and far between throughout history. However, during the Daguan period of the Song dynasty, the emperor ordered the creation of 8 replicas. This is one of them. Daguan of the Song dynasty? How was he aware there was such a period? I didn't know that either. Though I'm aware of the tumultuous history of Song dynasty seals, did he truly order replicas? That sounds implausible." Within the live stream, many viewers expressed their confusion, while a small portion began to clarify the situation. "I know about this. Jiang Shun speaks the truth. I studied history. Daguan refers to Emperor Huizong of Song, right? I just checked online. He indeed had 8 replicas made. Incredible. So, does that imply the piece in Jiang Shun's possession is authentic? Could it be that Jiang Shun stumbled upon an imperial seal?" At the live broadcast site, after hearing Jiang Yuan's explanation, the photographer and Su Mingda were momentarily taken aback. Clearly caught off guard, after a few seconds, they regained their composure and collectively gasped. If Jiang Yuan's words held true, the value of this imperial seal would be astronomical. Although it may not symbolize the greatest significance like the Qin seal, it was still a creation of an emperor. Su Mingda, unable to contain his excitement, asked Master Jiang, "What might be the estimated value of this seal?" "Not less than 7 million, Jiang Yuan smiled. "And it's a scarce item in the market. Master Jiang truly deserves the title of treasure finder," the booth owner remarked in admiration. He felt no jealousy. Those attending the antique exchange have been immersed in the world of antique for some time and understood that expertise was crucial. Although the imperial seal had originally belonged to his stall, he could only blame his lack of discernment. If he had recognized it as an imperial seal, how could it have been displayed on his table? Impossible. At that moment, Wu Wei, regaining his senses, shouted in a daze, "It's merely one person's word. Whether it's genuine or not remains debatable. For all we know, it could be fake." Wu Wei and Appraise. S comments prompted a ripple of reactions from the audience. Exactly. It's just one person and amp. Appraise. S assertion. This doesn't and amp. Appraise. T guarantee authenticity. Hey, are you new here? Don and amp. Appraise. T you know that Jiang Yuan has never misidentified a treasure? If Jiang Yuan claims it's real, I wholeheartedly believe him. Though I'm tempted to doubt, I trust Jiang Yuan's discernment. The audience in the live stream divided into two factions. One group unconditionally trusted Jiang Yuan, while the other, newcomers, remained skeptical. In response to Wu Wei's remarks, Jiang Yuan smiled gently. If you believe it's fake, then it must be so in your eyes. However, regrettably, no matter your perspective, it remains undeniably genuine. And if you believe it's real, then it is. Wu Wei retorted defiantly. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan calmly shook his head. My ability to identify treasures is infallible. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of realization. Although Jiang Yuan's tone was calm, it exuded an undeniable confidence that resonated with them. As if his words were divine decree. What he declared as false was indeed false, and what he declared as true was undeniably true. Master Jiang, it's midday. Su Mingda chuckled, disregarding the dazed Wu Wei. Shall we go grab a meal? Certainly, Jiang Yuan replied, glancing at the sky with a serene smile. It was already noon. After hastily consuming a morsel in the car, he had not eaten since, and it was time to satisfy his hunger. Furthermore, he felt quite content having discovered an imperial seal that morning, a remarkable find at the antique exchange. With Jiang Yuan and Appaise's consent, Su Mingda turned to lead him away, both ignoring Wu Wei entirely. However, just as Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda were about to depart, Wu Wei, still in a daze, received an unexpected phone call. He answered it in a stupor, and a voice on the other end exclaimed, "Wu Wei, where are you? I just found an imperial seal at the antique exchange." Chapter 72. The esteemed appraiser of treasures. The voice from the other end of the phone reached Wu Wei and Appaise's ears. His dazed mind seemed to freeze completely. If he hadn't quarreled with Jiang Yuan just now, he might have stumbled upon a precious jade seal. Although it wasn't as valuable as the imperial seal of the realm, it was still a jade seal. "Wu Wei, what is the matter? Do you not believe me?" Not receiving a response from Wu Wei, the person on the phone hurriedly continued, "You must think it's a forgery, right? I understand that most jade seals are indeed fakes. But you should know about mine. It was actually commissioned by Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty for replication. Are you familiar with him? That emperor named Zhao Ji from the Song dynasty." "What did you say?" Wu Wei suddenly snapped back to reality, his voice rising a notch. "I said I found a jade seal replicated by Emperor Huizong of the Song." "No, I want to ask, didn't Emperor Huizong only replicate 8 of them? Is it possible to find 2 of those seals in the same area?" "Impossible." The voice on the other end shook his head without a second thought. "It's not that it's impossible. It's just that the probability is exceedingly low. With over 1,000 years of history, we have no idea where the other 7 have ended up. Do you really think these seals are as common as cabbages, just waiting to be picked up? What about the one that was replicated?" Wu Wei tightened his breath and inquired further. "That is indeed possible." The other party nodded slightly, then vigorously shook his head. "Wu Wei, you don't think my seal is a fake, do you? I assure you, I've had it appraised by an expert, and it's undoubtedly genuine. I plan to showcase it at tonight's treasure appraisal event, letting everyone see what true treasure looks like." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the previously despondent Wu Wei burst into laughter again. The person on the other end exuded confidence about attending the appraisal event, making Wu Wei realize that a seal must be authentic. The chances of 2 real seals coincidentally existing together were so minuscule that they could be dismissed entirely. Jiang Yuan's seal was undoubtedly a fake. He was merely trying to provoke him by claiming it was a jade seal. Ha ha ha. Where are you? I'll come find you right now. It's noon, and I'll treat you to lunch. With renewed confidence, Wu Wei excitedly exclaimed. Meanwhile, at a restaurant within the antique exchange event, Jiang Yuan, Su Mingda, and the photographer were indulging in a hearty meal. One must admit that the antique exchange event offered an impressive array of delights, and the food was particularly delicious. After a few bites, the group had already devoured several bowls of rice. Master Jiang, are you planning to sell that jade seal? Su Mingda inquired, unconsciously addressing Jiang Yuan with a tone of respect. Of course I intend to sell it, Jiang Yuan replied without hesitation. Unlike others who stumbled upon treasures for their personal collections, Jiang Yuan considered himself rather mundane. He sought to resell his find at a high price for a significant profit. In that case, Master Jiang, I suggest you take it to the appraisal event tonight for evaluation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan looked somewhat skeptical. What do you mean? Su Mingdao elaborated. The antique exchange lasts for 2 days and 1 night. The first day is for casual exchanges, while the evening hosts the appraisal event. The second day is reserved for auctions. For those of us who specialize in treasure hunting, the appraisal event is the most worthwhile to attend. It is organized by museums in conjunction with major antique shops, attracting numerous renowned collectors. Thus, most who find valuable items tend to visit to catch the attention of these collectors, naturally fetching a higher price. Jiang Yuan felt a flicker of interest. Although the system suggested a market price of 7 million, he would be content to sell it for that amount. Yet if he could earn more, why would he not wish for it? Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to participate. What time does it start tonight? It should begin at 7 p.m. Su Mingda Zipli. Good. Jiang Yuan nodded. Then let us go together tonight. After speaking, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He wondered if he might come across other treasures at the appraisal event. Despite knowing the chances were slim, it didn't deter his hope for such an occurrence. Just then, Jiang Yuan's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Lin Xiaoming calling. Hello, he answered upon connecting the call. Jiang Yuan, where are you now? I need your help with something. What kind of help? Jiang Yuan asked. Tonight is the appraisal event, and I'd like to invite you to be an appraiser. Jiang Yuan and Appo's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. An appraiser? But I don't have any credentials. Credentials are not an issue, Lin Xiaoming replied with a laugh. It's just for a casual assessment. Many people will be appraising together. Well, Jiang Yuan hesitated. He couldn't claim to be an expert in appraisal. Oh, Jiang Yuan, please just do me this favor, will you? Lin Xiaoming suddenly spoke in a charming tone. With that, Jiang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had never seen Lin Xiaoming behave in such a manner since they met. All right, to avoid prolonging this, I'll agree to help with the appraisal. However, I will only assess what you are uncertain about, and my suggestions will only be for reference. Although the system allowed him to discern authenticity at a glance, he still lacked formal credentials. He wasn't an official expert and wished to avoid drawing undue attention. Okay, Lin Xiaoming, realizing this was Jiang Yuan and Appo's limit, smiled brightly and readily agreed. Who was that on the phone? After Jiang Yuan hung up, Su Mingda asked with curiosity. Yes, it was Lin Xiaoming, Jiang Yuan replied, glancing at Su Mingda and the photographer, who were both filled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Mingda and the photographer fell silent, exchanging glances that spoke of their mutual intrigue. They had initially planned to attend the appraisal event to attract collectors. Now, it seemed they would indeed become appraisers. After a few seconds of silence, Su Mingda appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes widening slightly. Lin Xiaoming actually asked Jiang Yuan to be an appraiser? That means she holds great faith in his appraisal abilities. In other words, the jade seal Jiang Yuan found doesn't require further verification, as he himself is a person of remarkable expertise in this field. Chapter 73. The Treasure Appraisal Conference. After finishing their meal, Su Mingda bid farewell to Jiang Yuan, as he had made plans with friends. Consequently, Jiang Yuan, accompanied by the photographer, spent the afternoon meandering about, attempting to uncover hidden treasures. Unfortunately, the challenge of finding such treasures at the antique fair was far from trivial. By the end of the day, Jiang Yuan had failed to find any suitable items. Either the prices were exorbitantly high, clearly intended for trade, or the antiques were of little value, yielding minimal profit even if acquired. In fact, Jiang Yuan found himself wasting considerable time attempting to sell these relatively low-value antiques, which few were willing to purchase, as the essence of antiques lies in their collectability. Without intrinsic value, one might as well buy modern items. Though he did not uncover any treasures, Jiang Yuan still spent a fair amount on various items. After a phone call with Lin Xiaomeng, he realized that relying solely on the system was insufficient. He must enrich his own knowledge. Otherwise, while he could discern the authenticity of antiques, he lacked understanding of the underlying reasons that determined their true nature. As evening approached, Jiang Yuan, along with the photographer, carried their numerous purchases to a restaurant, intending to enjoy a casual meal while awaiting the commencement of the treasure appraisal conference. While dining, Jiang Yuan quietly engaged in the process of recovery. The system's notifications echoed continuously in his mind, enriching his knowledge. In a brief period, he had acquired a profound understanding of calligraphy and painting. The overwhelming influx of knowledge left him with a throbbing head, a discomfort that was nonetheless accompanied by the exhilaration of gaining intellectual reserves. After finishing his meal and taking a moment to rest, Jiang Yuan instructed the photographer to gather the remaining antiques as they made their way to the venue of the appraisal conference. On their journey, Jiang Yuan and the photographer noticed a multitude of individuals heading towards the conference, dressed in a variety of attire, from opulent garments to humble farmer-esque clothes. The common thread among them was that each person carried some antiques, presumably prepared for appraisal. How splendid it was! Jiang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. He quickened his pace, for he was not merely a treasure seeker today, but also an appraiser. Punctually at 7 o'clock, the antique appraisal conference commenced, and Jiang Yuan arrived right on time. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the expansive venue. The outer edges were dotted with small groups engaged in conversation, while deeper within lay an elevated platform, flanked by rows of seats, where the appraisal was set to take place. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, impressed by the vastness of the hall, which hinted at the number of esteemed guests expected. "Master Jiang, you have arrived." At that moment, a voice called out to him. Turning, Jiang Yuan saw Su Mingda approaching with a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Mr. Jiang, it is an honor to finally meet you." The man extended a warm handshake. Jiang Yuan returned the gesture with a smile. The antique community is relatively small, and it is always beneficial to make new acquaintances. "This is President Qian," Su Mingda introduced. "He is the president of the Xinjiang Antique Association." Jiang Yuan greeted President Qian once more, who seemed keenly aware of Jiang Yuan's rising reputation in the antique world. The three engaged in casual conversation until staff members invited them to enter the main hall. From a distance, Jiang Yuan spotted Lin Xiaomeng, though she appeared busy and only managed a brief greeting before returning to her tasks. As the attendees settled into their seats, several balding middle-aged men donned in suits took their places on the elevated platform. Judging by the names displayed before them, they were the appraisers for the event. Notably, the central position remained unoccupied. President Qian glanced at the appraisers and remarked, "Do you know?" Su Mingda and Jiang Yuan looked at him, puzzled. "According to my sources, a folk appraiser will also be present today, renowned for evaluating treasures that others cannot authenticate. Perhaps you can guess who this esteemed figure might be." No wonder there are so many attendees today. Upon hearing this, Su Mingda and Jiang Yuan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions morphing into ones of intrigue. Surely, the folk appraiser in question was none other than Jiang Yuan himself. "Are you not curious who this folk appraiser is?" President Qian pressed, noticing their astonishment. Just then, a woman clad in a red dress and high heels, her long hair cascading down her back, gracefully ascended the stage. Her refined features, accentuated by subtle makeup, exuded an air of dignity alongside her regal appearance. Lin Xiaomeng. Jiang Yuan was momentarily entranced. She was already beautiful, but the slight embellishment made her breathtaking. "Greetings to all friends in the antique community. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this appraisal conference. I am Lin Xiaomeng from the Antique Pavilion, and it is my honor to serve as the host for this event." After introducing the experts on the platform, Lin Xiaomeng smiled warmly and declared, "I hereby announce the official commencement of this antique appraisal conference." Chapter 74. The genuine imperial seal transformed into a faux one. Upon hearing this, Qian Wangguan fell silent, intently observing the proceedings. It was evident that his purpose for attending the appraisal convention aligned with that of the majority, not merely to partake in the excitement, but to seek out any alluring antiques. At that moment, the audience in the live stream was equally enthralled, fixated on every movement upon the stage. What antiques do you think will appear shortly? I can already predict there will be many unprecedented items. Isn't that an obvious statement? Huh. I am certain that Jiang Yuan's Huizong Imperial Seal will garner the most attention. All right, enough talk. It's beginning. As Lin Xiaoming's voice resonated through the venue, the staff methodically presented a series of collectibles to the stage, which would subsequently be evaluated by various experts. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yuan, Su Mingda, and Qian Wangguan remained watchful. While Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda maintained composed demeanors, Qian Wangguan frequently called over staff members to inquire about the ownership of the collectibles, seemingly eager to acquire some authenticated treasures. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for appraisal is an imperial seal from the Huizong era, crafted under the orders of Emperor Huizong himself. It is well known that during this period, 8 imperial seals were replicated, with one currently residing in the Kyoto Museum, while the whereabouts of the other 7 remain unknown. Could this be one of them? As the appraisal of an item concluded, Lin Xiaoming, standing on the stage, suddenly broke into a beaming smile. This moment silenced the expansive venue, swiftly followed by a wave of astonishment. An imperial seal. I can't believe there is indeed an imperial seal. A replica from Huizong? If this is true, I must seize it. Here it comes. This is Jiang Yuan's fortunate find. I can already anticipate how fierce the bidding will be. What a revelation. It's an imperial seal. Charge. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement, many speculating about the potential high price it might fetch. As for the possibility of the appraisal revealing it to be a counterfeit, no one entertained such a thought. After all, this was a find personally made by Jiang Yuan. How could it possibly be false? At that moment, a staff member approached the stage, cradling a small object with both hands. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda held their breath. The replica of the Huizong Imperial Seal had finally arrived. Soon, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the staff presented the Imperial Seal before several experts. Due to the distance, Jiang Yuan could not hear the discussions among the experts. He could only observe as they exchanged their thoughts. After several minutes of deliberation, as they concluded their discussions, Lin Xiaoming, acting as the host, approached with a gentle inquiry. Esteemed experts, after your examination, can you confirm whether this Huizong replica seal is genuine? As this question was posed, all eyes were fixated on the stage. After appraisal, I believe it to be a counterfeit, stated the first expert, shaking his head. I share the same opinion. It is indeed a counterfeit. Another expert interjected, I have a differing view. I believe it to be genuine. Upon hearing this, the collective gaze of the audience turned to the final expert, who hesitated under their scrutiny. It is possible that it is genuine, he finally managed to say, albeit with uncertainty in his voice. The reactions in the venue were mixed. Many shook their heads in silence, although there were varying opinions among the experts. The last one's uncertainty suggested a lack of confidence in the authenticity. In the realm of antiques, an inability to ascertain authenticity essentially implies it is counterfeit. After all, it is conceivable for one expert to err, but it is improbable for multiple experts to overlook the truth. Ultimately, no one would willingly invest a substantial sum in a true artifact that still bore the dubious label of uncertainty. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was ablaze with reactions. What do they mean? Are they suggesting that Jiang Yuan's find is fake? There's no way Jiang Yuan could have discovered counterfeit. Perhaps Jiang Yuan misjudged this time? Misjudged? How could that be possible? It must be that those few experts failed to see clearly. Are we not aware of Jiang Yuan's discerning eye over these past few days? Besides, didn't T1 expert claim it was genuine? Perhaps the others simply erred. Like the viewers in the live stream, Su Mingda felt as though he had been struck by a shocking revelation. Staring at Jiang Yuan in disbelief, Jiang Yuan himself was equally bewildered. While these experts were undoubtedly skilled, none of the prior appraisals had ever been erroneous. How could this time lead to a misjudgment? Given the divided opinions regarding the Huizong Imperial Seal, Lin Xiaoming contemplated and then noticed Jiang Yuan seated nearby. With a smile, she invited Jiang Yuan, would you come up and assist me in this appraisal? Jiang Yuan, slightly regaining his composure, stood and approached the stage without hesitation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he nodded gently at Lin Xiaomeng as a greeting. He then arrived in front of the imperial seal, donned gloves, and began to examine it with utmost seriousness. Strange. After meticulously scrutinizing for 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Based on his knowledge of the Huizong replica seal, he found himself aligning with the previous experts who claimed it was a counterfeit. Yet, when he initially acquired this seal, he had used a system check that confirmed its authenticity. Something was amiss. In deep contemplation, Jiang Yuan decided to conduct another assessment using the system. Item: Huizong Imperial Seal, replica, material, gold-plated, wood era, 2019 quality, poor summary, trash market price, 30 yuan buyback, 7. 5 yuan. Upon seeing the system S message, Jiang Yuan paused once more. How could the results differ between the two scans? After a few seconds of silence, he began to ponder. Could it be that someone else had found a counterfeit, while he had stumbled upon a genuine artifact? In the midst of his musings, Jiang Yuan could not help but affirm this notion in his mind. His expression grew increasingly perplexed. What an irony! He had uncovered a genuine treasure while someone else had settled for a fake. Jiang Yuan, what is your appraisal of this Huizong replica seal? Is it genuine or not? Lin Xiaomeng inquired, breaking the silence beside him. Recovering from his thoughts, Jiang Yuan responded directly. It is a replica? No, it should be classified as a modern product, not the Huizong Imperial Seal. The crowd remained largely unresponsive to his declaration, but the viewers in the live stream erupted in chaos. Chapter 75. Uncertainty between truth and falsehood. What is going on? Is it fake? Jiang Shun, this is something you stumbled upon. How can you claim it's counterfeit? Jiang Shun, ISNT, that's slapping your own face? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Jiang Shun, if you're being coerced, just blink. I want to listen. I want to listen. Jiang Shun must be speaking ironically. As the discussion swirled within the live stream, a sudden exclamation pierced the silence of the venue. Jiang Yuan, you say this is fake? Then what is it, pray tell? Who do you think you are? At that moment, all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A young man clad in Trini attire had stood up, furiously pointing at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan cast a brief glance at him, but his attention was drawn more towards the familiar face beside him, Wu Wei. As the crowd shifted their gaze, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to dwindle, each viewer casting uncertain looks at the young man. What is happening? How can he claim ownership? Isn't the Huizong imitation seal supposed to belong to Jiang Yuan? In the live broadcast, Jiang Yuan chuckled, pointing at himself. Me? Indeed, the young man retorted. I know you've recently acquired several genuine artifacts. They are quite renowned, but that doesn't justify your evaluation, does it? By your logic, I could assert that my seal is genuine. Hearing this, the audience began to nod in agreement. His argument, albeit coarse, held merit. Everyone present was well-versed in antiques, yet none dared to declare authenticity or forgery, as they were not appraisers. Although Jiang Yuan had indeed found numerous genuine items, he was not an appraiser either. Miss Lin, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. The young man's arrogance surged as he turned to Lin Xiaomeng, coldly demanding, I want emotional compensation. And I also request a reevaluation. I purchased this from an expert for several million. How could it possibly be fake? His name was Xiongqing, a real estate heir who believed the antique business was exceedingly simple. Lin Xiaomeng quietly explained to Jiang Yuan, then turned her gaze towards Xiongqing. You are correct. An ordinary person indeed cannot judge. However, Jiang Yuan is qualified, for he is the folk appraiser I invited. This was a detail I failed to clarify initially. That was my oversight. Yet, Jiang Yuan's appraisal abilities are exceptionally strong. I am in awe. As Lin Xiaomeng's words resonated, a hush fell over the crowd. All eyes instinctively turned to Jiang Yuan. Truth be told, most of those present had only heard of him online, and nothing more. Yet, the strength of Lin Xiaomeng's appraisal skills was evident to all. Otherwise, how could she, at such a young age, participate in an antique exchange conference? Besides her family's long-standing involvement in the antique trade, her own capabilities were not to be underestimated. Now, the notion that Lin Xiaomeng, whom they regarded as highly capable, claimed that Jiang Yuan surpassed her in skill was startling. in stark contrast to the emotions of a live stream audience and those present. The spectators here gradually grasped the situation. I see now. This Huizong imitation seal does not belong to Jiang Yuan. It belongs to this Xiong Qing, which is why those experts declare it fake. In light of this, it does seem plausible. I knew Jiang Yuan could not have stumbled upon a counterfeit. Jiang Yuan is incredible. Look at their expressions. I bet no one expected Jiang Yuan to be the folk appraiser at this treasure appraisal event. Wait, is Jiang Yuan truly a folk appraiser? Qian Wangguan, still somewhat dazed, turned to Su Mingda for confirmation. Reflecting on his earlier excitement about meeting the real person, he had just told Jiang Yuan and Su Mingda that he never expected the folk appraiser he was looking forward to was right beside him. What do you think? Su Mingda rolled his eyes. Coughing lightly, Qian Wangguan fell silent. The answer had become evident. He was merely still processing the information. Lin Xiaomeng was notoriously proud. It was unlikely for her to acknowledge anyone ordinary. Jiang Yuan, even if he is an appraiser, that does not guarantee his claims are true. Suddenly, another voice rang out, capturing the attention of both the venue and the live stream audience. It was Wu Wei. Wu Wei. Lin Xiaomeng's expression darkened. Why can you guarantee that what he says is true? Provide me with a reason. If you stir up trouble without cause, I won't be swayed by your father. Wu Wei shrank back slightly, clearly intimidated by Lin Xiaomeng. Yet, he resolutely stated, I believe Jiang Yuan is fabricating this. This artifact is genuine. Jiang Yuan possesses a Huizong imitation seal as well. Thus, he wishes to declare this one false to elevate the status of his own. Exactly. Xiong Qing chimed in. I bought this for several million. How could it possibly be inferior to a mere bargain find? This declaration sent ripples through the crowd. Whispers erupted among the attendees. Could it be? Is this the hotshot from online really like that? Indeed, one cannot discern the heart from the face, especially in the murky waters of the antique world. Shouldn't we simply compare his seal with Jiang Yuan's to determine authenticity? As murmurs echoed, Xiong Qing grew bolder. Moreover, how could he have successfully acquired so many genuine items online in such a short span without a single misstep? I ask you all, who here possesses his level of acumen? It's almost as if his live streams are scripted. A collective gasp filled the air, followed by a few moments of silence. Then, discussions erupted with renewed fervor. Truth be told, Xiong Qing's assertion held considerable weight. While they had not watched many of Jiang Yuan's streams, they could not deny that no one had ever matched his remarkable ability to find genuine items in such a brief time. In stark contrast to the skepticism of those present, the audience in the live stream was on the verge of exploding with frustration. It's either real or it's not. A fake is a fake. Scripted? If you haven't seen the live stream, don't make baseless accusations. Chapter 76. Evidence of counterfeits. If this were a script, would the other contestants of Survival Challenge assist Jiang in performing? How utterly ludicrous! Previously, the production team did not alter the program rules. If Jiang were to rise, wouldn't they be left with nothing? Moreover, would Lin Xiaomeng and Bai Lao collaborate with Jiang in this script? Just thinking about it is enough to elicit a smile. Jiang has been live streaming throughout. How could this possibly be scripted? The viewers in the live stream engaged in fervent discussions. Alas, regardless of their speculations, they could not alter the atmosphere at the appraisal conference. As the crowd began to doubt Jiang Yuan, Xiong Qing's arrogance surged once more. I demand a re-evaluation of his jade seal. I refuse to believe that Huizong's replica jade seal could be so easily overlooked. His words drew all eyes toward Jiang Yuan on the platform. This, Jiang Yuan. On the stage, Lin Xiaomeng expressed her apologies, murmuring, I'm sorry. I intended to give you a moment in the spotlight. I didn't anticipate that it would lead to such significant trouble for you. Leave this matter to me. I shall assist you in resolving it. After saying this, Lin Xiaomeng stepped forward, poised to refute Xiong Qing. However, Jiang Yuan stopped her. He calmly approached the front of the stage, his gaze settling serenely on Xiong Qing and Wu Wei. His expression bore no aggression. His demeanor as tranquil as an endless ocean, vast, profound, and seemingly impervious to any disturbance. Wu Wei and Xiong Qing found themselves under Jiang Yuan's steady gaze. And as their discomfort grew, Jiang Yuan finally offered a nonchalant smile. You raise a valid point. Since that is the case, let us clarify this matter. The truth shall reveal itself. With a light-hearted remark, Jiang Yuan turned to Lin Xiaoming and gave her a subtle nod. Lin Xiaoming clearly understood the implication of his words and turned to a staff member nearby to relay her instructions. Moments later, a staff member ascended the platform, cradling an object in hand. Despite the distance, the audience immediately recognized that this item bore an indistinguishable resemblance to the jade seal displayed on the table, rendering it impossible to discern authenticity from mere appearance. Of course, making such judgment from afar is the gravest sin in appraisal. Jiang Yuan then approached the table, beckoning the experts to examine the seals. Esteemed experts, please conduct your appraisal. Witnessing this scene, both the attendees and the viewers in the live stream held their breaths, fearful that any distraction might lead the experts to an erroneous conclusion. The four experts wasted no time. The foremost expert raised his gloved hands and began to meticulously scrutinize the two jade seals. Naturally, his focus was primarily on the one Jiang Yuan had procured. Having already examined Xiongqing's seal thoroughly, he was well aware of its characteristics. He inspected it with great care, even resorting to a magnifying glass for a closer look. After a diligent examination lasting 10 minutes, he finally set down the two seals. He remained silent, merely gesturing with his eyes for the next expert to proceed. The second expert, without uttering a word, commenced his thorough assessment. This pattern continued until all four experts completed their evaluations. The venue remained enveloped in stillness. Ladies and gentlemen, please share your findings, Lin Xiaoming urged, casting a glance at Jiang Yuan, taking a deep breath. At this juncture, although she held firm faith in Jiang Yuan, to claim she felt unperturbed would be disingenuous. This one is genuine, the first expert declared without hesitation, pointing directly at Jiang Yuan's Huizong replica jade seal. Indeed, the second expert nodded in agreement. Observing this, the viewers in the live stream exhaled collectively. With two prominent experts affirming its authenticity, the likelihood of error diminished significantly. One might misjudge, but could two be mistaken? Unthinkable. Madhua dares to slander Jiang. I'm curious to see what this fellow will say when the truth is laid bare. Indeed, I witnessed Jiang's acquisition throughout the entire process. As a practitioner in the antiques field myself, I have been following Jiang's live streams since day one. I genuinely admire Jiang's appraisal skills. Just as the audience expressed their discontent through the comments, an incongruous voice broke through the live stream, reaching everyone's ears. I still maintain my previous stance. This piece is counterfeit. As this assertion rang out, the viewers in the live stream froze in disbelief, their gazes fixated on the source of the voice. It was the third expert. At this moment, not only the viewers online, but also those present in the venue instinctively turned their attention to the third expert. Even Jiang Yuan could not help but focus on him. It was evident that the third expert's expression had turned tense. I also believe this is. Just then, the fourth expert began to speak, but for some reason his voice was even softer than before, barely audible unless one was close by. However, before he could amplify his voice, a weathered tone shattered the silence in the room. Jiang Xiaoyou's appraisal abilities are indeed second to none. I have always held great respect for his skills. The crowd instinctively turned to see who had spoken. It was Bai Feng, the deputy director of the Gansu Provincial Museum. This declaration stirred the attendees of the Antiques Exchange Conference. Bai Feng holds a significant position in the Gansu antiques community. His support for Jiang Yuan amidst claims of counterfeits was a testament to his trust in Jiang. Bai Lao, Tangzu. Jiang Yuan responded with a gentle smile from a distance. But it is imperative that the truth be established. Genuine artifacts must not be misclassified as fakes due to momentary errors, nor should forgeries be deemed authentic simply because someone claims them to be so. As he spoke, Jiang Yuan's gaze lingered on the third and fourth experts for a few seconds. Despite the third expert's earlier efforts to conceal his unease, Jiang Yuan noted that he had discreetly signaled the fourth expert to speak. Instinct told Jiang Yuan that there was something amiss between them. At this juncture, he stepped forward to confront the third expert, his tone exceedingly calm. Oh? You believe it to be counterfeit? Could you elaborate on the grounds for your assertion? Chapter 77. The fate of the Emperor's seal. Jiang Yuan's demeanor remained as serene as ever. The third expert subtly raised his gaze to meet Jiang Yuan's eyes, which, despite their calmness, stirred an inexplicable turbulence within him. What could possibly be fabricated? He was acutely aware of the truth. Why was he silent? Jiang Yuan continued. It appears you have yet to identify any discrepancies. I. The third expert was in a frenzy. With Lin Xiaoming and Bai Feng supporting Jiang Yuan, he found himself at a complete loss for counterarguments. Before he could speak, Jiang Yuan remarked, or perhaps you simply lack the expertise to authenticate the jade seal. At that moment, the expert felt the weight of Jiang Yuan's penetrating gaze. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Should he concede? No, he could not afford such an admission. Acknowledging this would be trivial, but the implications for Xiongqing would be significant. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Yuan chuckled softly and shook his head. Since you were a loss, allow me to enlighten you. With that, he raised the two replicas of the Huizong jade seal, displaying them confidently for all to see. The jade seal, a symbol of power throughout the ages of the Daxia dynasty, was revered as a talisman of authority. He who possesses the jade seal controls the realm. The emperor's seal had been lost for millennia, vanishing after the last emperor of the later Tang, Li Tsongka, set fire to the Xuanwu Tower. Following that event, its whereabouts remained a mystery. As Jiang Yuan recounted this history, the audience nodded in unison, having immersed themselves in the world of antiques for years. They possessed a rudimentary understanding of its historical significance. Jiang Yuan paused before continuing. It was not until the reign of Emperor Zhezong that a farmer unearthed the emperor's seal and presented it to him. However, when Huizong ascended the throne, he dismissed its use and instead commissioned the creation of 8 replicas. Indeed, Lin Xiaoming corroborated, during Emperor Huizong and Appo's time, the replication of the jade seal served, in part, to diminish its importance. To him, the jade seal was merely a national artifact signifying the mandate of heaven and not a necessity for the emperor's seal itself. Very well, Jiang Yuan replied with a smile, turning to the third expert with an inquisitive look. Based on your knowledge, what does the emperor's seal resemble? The expert was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of attention towards him, struggling to articulate a response. Let me elucidate, Jiang Yuan continued with a smile. It is green as jade, smooth and lustrous, adorned with 5 dragons entwined, and in the center, 2 dragons play with a pearl. The inscription reads, bestowed by heaven. May longevity and prosperity endure. This is universally accepted, correct? Upon hearing this, the audience again nodded in agreement. The 2 jade seals shared these characteristics, yet there was a distinction. Jiang Yuan pointed to his seal, indicating it was inscribed from right to left. He then raised the other seal, stating, this one, however, is inscribed from left to right. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted, and many in the audience exchanged knowing glances, realization dawning upon them. Clearly, those familiar with the emperor's seal had begun to grasp significant insights. As Jiang Yuan continued, they remained silent, attentively listening. Another point of divergence between these 2 jade seals lies in their inscriptions, he noted. I shall examine them, Lin Xiaoming remarked, moving closer. After scrutinizing the seals and touching them, she pointed to Xiongqing's seal, stating, this one is raised, appearing above the surface. She then indicated Jiang Yuan's seal, saying, this one is recessed. Upon uttering these words, Lin Xiaoming seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, if my memory serves me correctly, the emperor's seal should indeed be recessed, commonly referred to as a Yimwen seal. Hearing this, the audience connected it with Jiang Yuan's earlier statements, and the truth regarding which seal was authentic became glaringly apparent. The answer was now crystal clear. Simultaneously, viewers in the live broadcast began to express their astonishment. I can't believe how profound this is. I hardly understand. I don't fully grasp it either, but it's evident that Jiang Yuan is proving his seal is genuine. I never anticipated this. The details are astounding. No wonder I can't find hidden treasures. It seems one needs extensive knowledge to discern antiques. I have nothing more to say. Jiang Yuan is incredible. Ha ha. Just look at Xiongqing and Wu Wei. I can't wait to see what they have to say now. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman continued. Since it is a replica, it implies that at least in appearance, it should closely resemble the Emperor's seal. Hence, the distinction between the real and the counterfeit is now abundantly clear, is it not? Jiang Yuan took the cue, casting a cold glance at the third expert, his voice chillingly calm. Yet you failed to recognize such an obvious difference. Do not dare to question the authenticity of my seal. In fact, I find myself doubting your qualifications as an expert. This statement incited a flurry of whispers among the audience, their gazes frequently darting towards the third expert. At that moment, he froze, drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yuan's incisive remarks would turn the scrutiny upon him. His mind raced as he desperately sought a counterargument. At this juncture, he could not afford to concede. Otherwise, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Subtly, he glanced at Xiongqing, and a sudden inspiration struck him. He hastily retorted. According to historical records, the Kunwa dagger has been lost to time, and without this tool, it is impossible to replicate the inscriptions of the Emperor's seal. My judgment is based on this fact. Therefore, your seal must be a forgery, while mine is authentic. Is that so? Jiang Yuan responded, unperturbed, even chuckling. If the Kunwa dagger is essential for engraving, why then do we see so many replicas of jade seals in subsequent generations? Surely, it cannot be that without the Kunwa dagger, one cannot find an alternative tool. This statement once again stirred the audience into a murmur. Jiang Yuan had a point. If the Kunwa dagger was indispensable for engraving, it followed that no replicas should exist in later periods. Did this imply that the seal in Jiang Yuan's possession was indeed a genuine replica? What replica? That was a seal personally commissioned by Emperor Huizong, an avid collector renowned for his penchant for creating exquisite forgeries. Each of his replicas was remarkably lifelike. On the stage, as the whispers enveloped him, Jiang Yuan remained composed, asserting, thus, is there any issue with my claim that you are unworthy of the title of expert? He paused, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a low tone. Or is there something more concealed beneath this facade? Chapter 78. Experts online in practical operation. The expert was anxious, his mind racing with strategies. He could not shake the feeling that Jiang Yuan had uncovered something significant. Just then, Xiongqing, blushing and flustered, retorted from the audience. This is all your one-sided account. Wasn't Song Huizong known for his imitations? Couldn't there be a possibility of that? The shrillness of his voice silenced the room, and the audience exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter. Although Jiang Yuan had not yet provided an explanation, it was evident to all that they could discern the truth from Xiongqing's words. If one were to dabble in antiques without grasping such a fundamental concept, how could they claim to be part of the antique community? Xiongqing's words had exposed his complete ignorance of the antique realm, inadvertently revealing the crucial point regarding the authenticity of the artifact in question. One-sided account? Jiang Yuan countered, unable to suppress a laugh. You can clearly see the material is different. Moreover, the replicas ordered by Huizong were crafted by the finest artisans of the time, their quality incomparable. Indeed, the first expert nodded thoughtfully, stepping forward. A meticulous examination is unnecessary. Up close, the craftsmanship of these two replicas of Huizong's jade seal is worlds apart. Yes, the second expert chimed in, turning to Jiang Yuan with a hint of regret in his voice. I never expected you, Mr. Jiang, to possess such profound knowledge at such a young age. Previously, he had doubted whether Jiang Yuan had merely stumbled upon a script. But after listening intently to Jiang Yuan and Appraise, insights on the Huizong jade seal, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. It was difficult for someone with such erudition to have missed anything. I told you. How could Jiang possibly make a mistake? Is the truth now clear? Still trying to feign ignorance. I wonder where he finds the audacity. Let's not be too harsh on Xiongqing. Someone did spend millions to acquire it. It's already painful for them to be seen as a fool. However, I believe we should leave a more lasting impression on him, so he understands what it means to be a fool. Haha, brother, I support you. As the audience in the live stream buzzed with chatter, those in the grand hall began to engage in lively discussions following the remarks of the two experts. Their gazes frequently wandered back to the replica jade seal of Huizong on the platform, and the expressions on their faces indicated an eagerness to acquire it. This was understandable. Although it was not the authentic imperial seal, it was still crafted under Huizong's orders. Just envisioning the prestige of showcasing such a seal to guests, declaring it an imperial artifact, what a grand statement that would make. At that moment, many noticed that Xiongqing's complexion had turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. At this point, do you have anything left to question? Jiang Yuan calmly asked Xiongqing. I. Xiongqing stammered, his words caught in his throat, his body shaking violently. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he dashed up to the platform and confronted the third expert, shouting, "Didn't you tell me this was genuine? Is this what you call authentic? Return my 5 million. Return my 5 million. 5 million. What 5 million? I never took 5 million from you." The expert hastily attempted to shake off Xiongqing, but Xiong's grip was like iron, refusing to let go. "Damn it! Security! Security! Someone drag this madman away!" The expert shouted urgently, but his cries fell on deaf ears. The audience was captivated by Xiongqing's outburst. Everyone stared incredulously at the third expert, a sense of intuition telling them that Xiongqing's words concealed a significant secret. Jiang Yuan remained composed, having anticipated this moment. He understood that there was a connection between the expert and Xiongqing. Otherwise, he found it implausible that such a seasoned expert could overlook such a blatant discrepancy. Without a point of comparison, it could be excused, but with one, how could there not be an issue? Despite his suspicions, Jiang Yuan had no intention of defending Xiongqing. It was evident that neither the expert nor Xiongqing was a paragon of virtue. In this dog-eat-dog scenario, Jiang Yuan found amusement in their predicament. Meanwhile, Xiongqing and the expert continued their heated exchange. "Stop pretending. Return my money. Is this what you call authenticity? Is this how a genuine seal looks?" "I'm not. I didn't. Don't say such things." The expert vehemently denied the accusations. If this matter were substantiated, it would not merely tarnish reputations. It would obliterate them entirely. "Your relentless bickering is futile," Jiang Yuan interjected, engrossed in the unfolding drama. At that moment, Lin Xiumeng, embodying the poise of a host, stepped forward to separate Xiongqing and the expert. "Why not clarify this matter between the two of you?" With that, Lin Xiumeng surveyed the crowd and declared, "With so many witnesses here, we shall discern the truth." Indeed, let the truth be known." The audience rallied, eager to uncover the right and wrong of the situation. 5 million was no trifling sum. Should there be any wrongdoing, we will stand by you. Many in the audience were eager for the spectacle to unfold, but they also voiced their support for Xiongqing. The rationale was simple. While it was understandable to be deceived by a vendor, it was entirely different if an expert was the one committing fraud. Vendors operated on mutual consent, but experts, by virtue of their profession, were presumed trustworthy. If an expert were to engage in deceitful practices, it would bring disgrace upon the entire antique industry. As the crowd's voices echoed around him, Xiongqing's fury gradually subsided. He glared fiercely at the expert, then turned to the audience, calmly recounting the entire incident from start to finish. It turned out that this replica jade seal of Huizong had been sold to Xiongqing by this very expert. According to the expert, the seal was authentic, and he sold it at a low price due to personal urgency and their amicable relationship. Trusting the expert, Xiongqing had purchased it without hesitation. The outcome was the current predicament on display. Having listened attentively, the audience glared at the expert on the platform, filled with righteous indignation. How could someone be so shameless as to exploit the guise of expertise for deceit? To claim this trinket as genuine? As Jiang Yuan pointed out, it was not something that could be misidentified at first glance. If Xiongqing's plight had been revealed, one could only imagine how many others remained undisclosed. Chapter 79. An unprecedented wave within the venue. A chorus of indignation resounded, unrelenting and fervent. Upon the platform, the once arrogant expert now appeared pale and tremulous, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous bravado. Bowing his head in shame, he wished to bury himself in the ground like a frightened ostrich. "You dare deceive me. I shall ensure you are delivered to the police station. Otherwise, Countless ignorant souls will fall victim to your deceit. Spitting vehemently, Xiongqing declared, his voice piercing through the crowd. The expert's pallor deepened in response. Xiongqing, I merely misjudged. From the moment I acquired this jade seal, I believed it to be genuine. How could I dare sell it to you otherwise? Let it go. I have other matters to attend to. You may continue the appraisal without me. As he uttered these words, he stood to leave this contentious arena. However, after barely a few steps, Xiongqing seized him with a firm grip, exclaiming, "No, you cannot leave. Is anyone here? Call the police. I will make him pay." At Xiongqing's command, several attendees rallied in support, declaring they had already informed the police of the unfolding events. The expert trembled at this revelation, struggling more fiercely than ever. Fully aware that should this matter be handed over to the authorities, he would face dire consequences. Alas, no matter how vehemently he struggled, Xiongqing's grip remained steadfast. After several tense seconds, he finally managed to create a small distance. In that moment, many concerned individuals surged onto the platform, aiding Xiongqing in restraining the expert. Despite Xiongqing and Appraise earlier unappealing actions, it was evident that the expert was regarded as the more contemptible figure. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, a distant yet urgent siren echoed through the venue, followed by the entrance of several detectives. Leading them was a middle-aged, balding detective whom Jiang Yuan recognized well, Cui Hai. After exchanging a brief nod with Jiang Yuan, he turned his attention to the scene on the platform. One of the detectives approached and inquired, "Who called the police?" "I did," Xiongqing replied promptly. "What transpired?" Cui Hai asked, his tone serious. Xiongqing recounted the events with meticulous detail. "Chief, I have made it abundantly clear." This expert still wished to make a last-ditch effort, smiling as he protested. "I merely misjudged. This matter surely falls outside your jurisdiction." "Misjudged? Humph," Cui Hai retorted, his temper flaring. "We will investigate this matter. Now, I must ask you to accompany us to the police station." "No, I refuse," the expert shouted in desperation, attempting to resist. However, Cui Hai merely waved his hand, and several young detectives swiftly subdued him. "And you, come with us to provide a statement," Cui Hai instructed, turning to Xiongqing. "Very well," Xiongqing acquiesced, then turned to Jiang Yuan with earnest gratitude. "Jiang Yuan, I'm truly thankful for your assistance." "Thankful for me?" Jiang Yuan replied, bemused. "Although the jade seal was not genuinely identified by you," Xiongqing interrupted solemnly, "had it not been for you, I fear I would have lived my life in ignorance regarding its authenticity." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan remained non-committal, subtly glancing at the fourth expert. Clearly, that expert had prepared a contingency plan for the jade seal and Appraise appraisal. Jiang Yuan believed Xiongqing and Appraise words are not mere hyperbole had he not intervened. The jade seal could have easily been misrepresented as genuine under the fourth expert's machinations. As Xiongqing prepared to depart with the detectives, Cui Hai unexpectedly halted. "Jiang Yuan, you must visit the police station soon." "What is it?" Jiang Yuan responded, perplexed. Realizing Cui Hai's intentions might involve enlisting him, Jiang Yuan shook his head in refusal. "Chief Cui, I am quite content with my current situation and have no desire to become a detective." "This is not about that," Cui Hai clarified, his tone laden with meaning. "Recently, Xiao Ren has expressed some yearning for you." "Yearning for me?" Jiang Yuan was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom any significant connection between himself and shattering. Just as he intended to inquire further, Cui Hai exhaled and departed with his fellow detectives. Nearby, the fourth expert observed the unfolding events with a mixture of relief and trepidation, grateful he had hesitated before agreeing to the jade seal's appraisal, lest he too find himself ensnared by the police. Reflecting on this, he cast a wary glance at Jiang Yuan, acknowledging that without Jiang Yuan's intervention, he might have successfully deceived everyone. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan was thoroughly baffled. What was the meaning of this sudden turn of events? Why had the conversation been abruptly truncated? Did they not realize how disconcerting this was? In the midst of Jiang Yuan's confusion, the audience in the live stream, having witnessed the entire spectacle, erupted in excitement. "Wow, what a show! Fake meets Jiang Yuan. There's truly no contest." Honestly, without Jiang Yuan, I would have never grasped how murky the antique world can be. Not only the vendors deceive, but even the experts do. I doubt I'll ever dare to seek bargains again. Watching Jiang Yuan do so is enough for me. By the way, what was that about Shui Hai? Need I say more? Officer Xie is clearly smitten. No way, really? As the final comments flooded the screen, the livestream chat buzzed with fervor. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan was oblivious to the ongoing chatter, his focus fixed on the appraisal event. As the detectives departed, Lin Xiaomeng, the host, stepped back into the limelight. Ladies and gentlemen, while we experienced a minor incident earlier, it shall not dampen our enthusiasm for the appraisal. Now, I wish to ask, do you still have any doubts regarding the authenticity of this Huizong replica jade seal? No. The audience responded in unison, their spirits ignited. After the earlier events, who could possibly question Jiang Yuan's assessment of the jade seal's authenticity? The answer was glaringly evident. Very well. I would like to inquire, who desires this Huizong replica jade seal? Lin Xiaomeng smiled, posing her question once more. I do. A thunderous wave of agreement filled the venue, clearly indicating that many coveted the jade seal. Chapter 80. The hidden resentment of Baifeng. This is quite normal. Although its preciousness does not compare to the true imperial seal, it is still a rare artifact. Lin Xiaomeng smiled and continued. Previously, the Qianlong lion-headed jade seal appeared at an auction abroad, fetching a final price of 5 million during the period from 1871 to 1961. Times have changed, and this replica of the Huizong imperial seal, of which there are only 8 in existence, I estimate its value to be around 7 million. After speaking, Lin Xiaomeng cast a glance at Jiang Yuan. There was no choice. She could only provide a rough price range. If Jiang Yuan found the price unsatisfactory, she would inquire further. After all, the Huizong replica seal has rarely appeared. The jade seals of other dynasties, influenced by various emperors and eras, would also affect the final estimation. After a few seconds, seeing Jiang Yuan in damp, Appo's expression remained unchanged. Lin Xiaomeng felt reassured to continue. Now you can bid. Let's see who will ultimately claim this jade seal. This is a replica of the Huizong seal, and apart from its collectible value, the material and age are also significant. I bid 7 million. A voice from the front row erupted, clearly enamored with the jade seal. The opening bid had already surpassed Lin Xiaomeng's estimation, and not by a small margin. What? The first bid is 9 million? Does he not value money at all? A jade seal for 7 million? I wasn't an Appo's, even planning to pick up a bargain. But now I and Appo's, changed my mind. If I could snag a deal like this just once in a lifetime, I would truly prosper. Do you think you're Jiang Shun, able to find bargains so casually? This is harder than winning the lottery. I bought tickets my entire life and never won once. Amidst the lively discussions of the live stream audience, the atmosphere at the appraisal conference was ignited by the earlier bidder. I bid 5 million. Just then, another voice rang out. Turning to look, Jiang Yuan discovered it was an old acquaintance Baifeng. When Jiang Yuan met his gaze, Baifeng nodded amiably in acknowledgement. Baifeng then continued. I ask you, what can you do with this item? It can only be collected and admired. If that is the case, why not let me have it? I could place it in the museum for anyone to appreciate. Old Bai, you cannot say that. Good things should belong to those who can appreciate them, especially such an exquisite item. Who wouldn't want to possess it? I bid 7 million. Hearing this, Baifeng felt somewhat pained. Honestly, he truly desired this replica of the Huizong seal, which had once been used by emperors and could enter the museum. However, he also noticed that others were equally keen. To acquire it would certainly not be an easy task. I bid 8 million. After a moment of hesitation, Baifeng continued. I say, you all should refrain from competing with me for this item. All right? Old Bai, that's not acceptable. I bid 25 million. In just a few minutes. Apart from Baifeng, Jiang Yuan noted several other participants sequentially raising their bids. Clearly, they were all interested in this Huizong replica seal. During this time, the bidding for the Huizong replica seal escalated steadily. On the podium, Lin Xiaomeng and Jiang Yuan remained silent, quietly observing the bidding. One displayed an indifferent demeanor, while the other occasionally glanced at the former, unknowingly revealing a hint of unusual sentiment. Naturally, The former was Jiang Yuan, and the latter was Lin Xiaoming. I say. Below, in the audience, upon hearing the increasingly high bids, Qian Wangguan could not help but ask Jiang Yuan's photographer, "Is Jiang Yuan really, as the internet describes?" After speaking, he noticed the photographer did not respond and nudged him. The photographer, who had been in a daze, suddenly came to his senses. He turned to look at Qian Wangguan, then stiffly turned his gaze back to Jiang Yuan on the podium, finally nodding in deep understanding. Jiang Yuan, in my eyes, is a legend. A legend? Qian Wangguan was taken aback. Indeed, the photographer affirmed, nodding seriously, he truly is a legend. To be honest, no one felt more deeply than the photographer. He had been by Jiang Yuan's side throughout. Initially, like everyone else, he was skeptical about Jiang Yuan, but now he was genuinely in awe of him. As the two conversed, time continued to pass. The bidding price remained on the rise until finally, Baifeng offered 9 million. The venue fell into a slight hush. 9 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? After waiting for a moment without hearing any responses, Lin Xiaoming could not help but ask. After a few more seconds of silence, she turned to Jiang Yuan and inquired, "What do you think of the 9 million price?" "Sound good." Jiang Yuan glanced at Baifeng and readily agreed. The price of 9 million far exceeded the market value provided by the system. Moreover, he could see that Baifeng genuinely desired the Huizong replica seal. Since this was the case, why not facilitate his wish? After all, he had already profited handsomely. "Young Jiang, shall I transfer the previous account to you now?" Upon receiving Jiang Yuan's consent, Baifeng visibly relaxed. He hurriedly took out his phone and made a call, saying, "You still have Jiang Xiaoyou's bank information, right? Quickly transfer 9 million to him." After a brief explanation, Baifeng hung up the phone. The Gansu Provincial Museum acted swiftly. Not long after the call ended, Jiang Yuan's phone rang with a notification. Opening it revealed a message from the bank confirming the deposit. Seeing the bank notification, Jiang Yuan's smile widened. "Young Jiang," Baifeng approached, cradling the Huizong replica seal as if it were a treasured possession, saying, "Do remember me for any good items in the future." At this, he cast a lingering glance at the group of previous bidders. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have had to spend 9 million. Although he was glad to secure for that price, he couldn't help but feel a pinch in his heart. Simultaneously, he regretted attending the antique exchange today, as he missed Jiang Yuan's live broadcast. Otherwise, he would have already secured this Huizong replica seal. Chapter 81. The Mystery Box. All right. Jiang Yuan nodded and then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Bai Lao, for your generous assistance just now." "It's nothing." Baifeng waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a trifling effort. Even without my help, your expertise would have eventually convinced others." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Baifeng departed from the appraisal conference, cradling the imitation jade seal of Huizong. Initially, he had intended to observe the entire event, but now, with the acquisition of the imitation seal, his thoughts were elsewhere. He was eager to place the seal in the museum for the public to admire this emblem of imperial power from a millennium ago. Jivinsetiv. I'm truly envious of Jiang Shan. How does he effortlessly stumble upon such treasures? Sai, brother, consider the other contestants. If they were to learn of this, they might be driven to despair. Indeed, the most affected must be the production team of Survival Challenge. They painstakingly devised a method to maintain balance among the contestants. Yet, Jiang Shun has once again widened the gap. Ha ha ha. Hearing you all has lifted my spirits considerably. As the audience in the live stream conversed, the appraisal conference continued. However, after the demonstration of the Huizong imitation seal, the subsequent treasures appeared rather mundane. Ultimately, the remaining 3 experts reached remarkably unanimous conclusions regarding the forthcoming items. By the end of the conference, Jiang Yuan had no further opportunities to present his appraisals. "President Qian, we shall take our leave." Jiang Yuan greeted Qian Wangguan, standing nearby, before departing alongside his photographer. As they approached the exit, a voice suddenly called out from behind Jiang Yuan. He turned to see Lin Xiaoming hastening to catch up. Panting slightly, she said, "You must remember to attend tomorrow's auction." After a brief pause, she added, "But, Jiang Yuan, please don't entertain any thoughts of finding hidden treasures at the auction." Jiang Yuan regarded her with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean by that?" Is it possible to uncover hidden treasures at an auction? Isn't it the highest bidder who wins? Seemingly sensing his confusion, Lin Xiaoming smiled and explained, at the antique exchange auction, some items are presented in their true form, while others are concealed within small boxes. Only the successful bidders can open them, discovering their contents at that moment. Jiang Yuan nodded, intrigued. So it's essentially a mystery box? Precisely, Lin Xiaoming considered. But there likely won't be any valuable items inside. If they were of worth, they would have been revealed in their true form long ago. The auction boxes serve merely to enhance the atmosphere of the event. I understand, Jiang Yuan replied thoughtfully. That's why I advise you to refrain from expecting to find hidden treasures. All right? Rest assured, Jiang Yuan affirmed with a nod. Well, I was startled by Lin Xiaoming's words earlier. I thought one could actually find hidden treasures at the auction. It got me unnecessarily excited. Who doesn't know? It's like opening a mystery box, but most of the time, the contents are quite disappointing. Moreover, one cannot truly call it finding hidden treasures. It's more akin to gambling on luck. Exactly. How can one talk about finding hidden treasures when the contents are entirely unknown? But we mustn't forget Jiang Shun is the child of fortune, right? How amusing. At the scene, Lin Xiaoming, seeing Jiang Yuan's agreement, fell silent. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze to her toes. What is the matter? Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Lin Xiaoming hesitated before speaking softly. Aren't you a contestant in and oppose? Survival challenge in oppose? Do you have a place to stay? If not, I happen to have a spare bedroom in my apartment. Her voice grew increasingly timid, and her refined features reddened. Jiang Yuan remained nonchalant. But the viewers in the live stream were taken aback, then erupted with excitement. What the heck? I can't handle this. What is this? Jiang Shun not only excels at making money, but also has such remarkable romantic luck. Someone's going to get hurt. Damn, Jiang Shun. How is your luck so incredible? A beautiful woman like her is practically throwing herself at you. I don't care about that. I just want to know if the live stream is pay-per-view later. I do feel a bit awkward not paying. The chat surged with comments, reflecting the viewers' envy over the unfolding situation. It was evident that any normal man would grasp the implicit meaning behind Lin Xiaoming's words. Alone together in a room, one could easily imagine what might transpire. However, in the next moment, the outraged viewers in the live stream abruptly fell silent. The camera captured Jiang Yuan, who without a second thought, pulled out his ID card and said, "No need. I have my ID. I can book a room myself." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Yuan. With Survival Challenge gaining immense popularity and altering its rules for Jiang Yuan, she certainly recognized that he possessed an ID. Yet, she had never anticipated he would actually present it. Although she had boldly invited Jiang Yuan to her home, it was not with the intention of surrendering herself to him. Rather, she was simply curious, or perhaps she had questions regarding antiques she wished to discuss with him. Yes, just a bit. Regardless, Lin Xiaoming would never admit her words were influenced by what Shui Hai had mentioned about shattering. What? Is there something on my face? Jiang Yuan asked awkwardly, scratching his nose under Lin Xiaoming's intense gaze. And no, it's nothing. Lin Xiaoming composed herself, her expression gradually returning to calm. Since you have your ID, that's fine. Remember to attend the final auction tomorrow. Well, I'll take my leave now. With that, she hurriedly fled the scene. How strange, Jiang Yuan murmured, scratching his head. He felt that something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what exactly fell off. Suddenly, he noticed the photographer and Oppo's gaze towards him was rather complex. What is the matter with you? He frowned. Chapter 82. The Stricken Contestant Brother. Do you feel like you've missed something? The photographer paused and inquired. Miss what? Jiang Yuan retorted. Isn't it a cause for joy that we no longer have to ask others for accommodations, as we can secure them ourselves? The photographer's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, he forced a smile and gave a thumbs up, saying, Brother, it's all right, as long as you are happy. Let's find a place to stay. After considering the photographer, Jiang Yuan nodded and navigated to a more upscale hotel on his phone. He then booked a ride to the hotel. While waiting for the car, Jiang Yuan and the photographer exchanged silent glances. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with fervent comments. What on earth is going on, Jiang Yuan? Is this really the right time to pull out your ID? Could it be that what they say is true? When one door closes, another opens? Though I'm a straight man, I can clearly see Lin Xiaoming's intentions. Jiang Yuan, you really need a wash. Haha. Finally regained my confidence thanks to Jiang Yuan. Go for it. Before long, Jiang Yuan and the photographer boarded their ride. After about 10 minutes of travel, they arrived at their destination. Jiang Yuan promptly booked a luxurious suite and entered the room. Once he finished freshening up, the night had deepened. He said little, collapsing onto the bed to prepare for a restorative slumber, conserving energy for the upcoming antique exchange auction the next day. Antique exchange features genuine and fake imperial seals. An expert arrested at the antique exchange. Is it because of Jiang Yuan? Valuable artifact, an imperial seal with a 1,000-year history. In the deep of night, while Jiang Yuan slept soundly, captivating updates began to emerge across various social media platforms. These sensational headlines undoubtedly sparked fervent discussions among numerous netizens. My goodness, a replica imperial seal from Huizone? Did that guy Jiang Yuan stumble upon it again? Previously, you called him the child of fortune. I had my doubts. But now it's hard not to believe. How does he manage to find treasures each time he ventures out? Brother, just watch Jiang Yuan's live stream and you'll understand. I watched the entire thing. I can only say I'm envious and a bit amused. Thinking back to when Wu Wei thought it was fake, I genuinely laughed. He lost a priceless imperial seal. Amidst the lively discussions online, a small portion of the viewers in the live stream engaged in the chatter. However, most of the focus shifted to the other contestants in the survival challenge as they streamed. Despite the late hour, the contestants were invigorated by the prospect of monetary gain, showing no signs of fatigue. Among them, Tang Qingqing was the most enthusiastic, having arrived early at the northeastern quarry in Xinjiang. Although she was unfamiliar with quarrying, she managed to bring order to the operations through her own capabilities. Late into the night, the quarry bustled with activity. After tirelessly working, Tang Qingqing finally took a moment to rest. Today was truly remarkable. She returned to the office, sank into the boss's chair, and wiped the sweat from her brow. The once dreaded clamor now seemed melodious. Sister, shall we take a break? The photographer revealed a long-lost smile. In just a single day, armed with hints about making money and through their hard work, the two had amassed nearly 200,000. If they continued at this pace, it was conceivable that they could earn even more as quarry bosses within a week. Naturally, she was aware of the show's rules, which permitted them to earn 1,000,000 within a limited time frame. Nevertheless, Tang Qingqing was eager to accumulate wealth more swiftly, earning 200,000 today, 300,000 tomorrow. If she could reach 1,000,000 quickly, she could conclude her tenure as quarry boss and strategize her financial empire. Just as she was about to agree, a thought struck her, and she asked, "How did Jiang Yuan fare today?" She then began to analyze. He must have gone to the stock market today, right? The last remark clearly dripped with envy. Here she was, laboriously managing the quarry's myriad affairs, only to earn 200,000, while Jiang Yuan merely needed to invest in survival challenge stocks, facing no risks or exertions, yet reaping multiples of her earnings. No, the photographer glanced at the comments. Fortunately, many viewers had come from Jiang Yuan and Appraise stream. Soon, the photographer gleaned Jiang Yuan's current status from the barrage of comments. Pausing, her expression shifted oddly as she spoke to Tang Qingqing. He didn't go to the stock market today. Didn't he go? Before Tang Qingqing could voice her confusion, the photographer took a deep breath and continued. He attended the antique exchange and scored another good find. As she concluded, the photographer picked up her phone, searched for something, and handed it to Tang Qingqing. Instinctively, Tang Qingqing glanced down. A series of eye-catching headlines met her gaze. The treasure hunter strikes again. A significant artifact revealed. An imperial seal with a 1,000-year history. Stunned, she felt as if her brain had frozen. A single thought echoed in her mind. Jiang Yuan found yet another treasure? Sister, are you all right? Don't scare me. Seeing Tang Qingqing's expression, the photographer grew anxious. She knew that Tang Qingqing had been restless lately, constantly striving to surpass Jiang Yuan. This opportunity as quarry boss had finally offered a glimmer of hope, only for the gap to seem to widen. I'm fine. After a long moment, Tang Qingqing regained her composure. She took a deep breath, then stood up from the chair and headed for the door. Sister, where you going? Chapter 83. Astonishing Treasures Profit. With that phrase lingering in the air, Tang Qingqing departed without a backward glance. The photographer's lips parted, yet the final words remained unspoken as he rose to follow in her footsteps. She was acutely aware that as long as she failed to surpass Jiang Yuan, a thorn pricked at her heart. Particularly since this opportunity for profit had been afforded to her by Jiang Yuan, her resolve to outshine him intensified. Naturally, when Tang Qingqing received this news, the other contestants in the survival challenge were, to varying degrees, also informed. Their reactions were mixed. Some had succumbed to despair, while others returned to their lodgings for rest. A few made choices akin to Tang Qingqing's. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, at the center of it all, remained blissfully unaware, lost in dreams upon his soft bed. It was only with the dawn of the new day that he awoke from his slumber. Stretching languidly, Jiang Yuan reveled in the comfort of the morning. Good morning, dear viewers. He greeted his audience in the live stream, then rolled out of bed to freshen up in the bathroom. Ah, Jiang Shun, good morning. You finally awakened. Jiang Shun, take us to the auction site. I can hardly contain my excitement. Bro, me too. I can't hold back anymore. I just want to know if Jiang Shun can snag a deal today. How could that be possible? This is an auction, after all. How can one find a bargain? If Jiang Shun manages to find a deal, I will wash my hair upside down. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Yuan hailed a car that whisked him directly to the antique fair. Upon arrival, he encountered Lin Qudream by phone and Qian Wangguan. Jiang Yuan, Lin Qudream called out, rushing over. Jiang Yuan nodded and greeted the others by Lao, Qian Huichang. Young friend Jiang, Mr. Jiang, both Qian Huichang and Bai Feng acknowledged him as they entered the antique fair together. Unlike the bustling stalls from the previous day, today the numbers had significantly dwindled, likely as many had departed to attend the final auction. Initially, Jiang Yuan and his companions did not head straight to the fair, but found a nearby restaurant to satiate their appetites before proceeding with purpose to the auction site. Upon reaching the entrance of the auction, they observed numerous elegantly dressed individuals presenting invitations, entering the venue under the guidance of the staff. Before long, with their invitations in hand, Jiang Yuan and his companions were ushered into the auction hall, where they were led to a prominent row of seats. Jiang Yuan surveyed the expansive venue, noticing that attendees continued to filter in, taking their designated places. It was evident that the hall would soon be filled to capacity, heralding the imminent commencement of the auction. White Lao, Qian Huichang, Jiang Yuan, Lin Qudream announced as she stood. Please remain here and enjoy the view. I will be hosting today as auction, so I must attend to some matters. Young friend Jiang, there are many fine treasures at this auction, Bai Lao remarked with a smile. Given your unique situation with the Appos, survival challenge and Appos, should you desire any items but find your funds lacking, I will be happy to lend you some. Jiang Yuan nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Bai Lao. Yet deep down, he had no intention of making any purchases at the auction. He simply wished to broaden his horizons. Here it comes, it's about to start, Qian Wangguan exclaimed. Just then, Lin Qudream made her way to the auction stage, clad in a dark blue qipao, her hair elegantly styled high, exuding grace and poise. Wow, Lin Qudream looks stunning. She looks beautiful in anything she wears. Seeing this reminds me of last night. Jiang Shun, I truly envy you. Jiang Yuan, quiet down. Nothing captures my attention like antiques. Is it antiques? I'm the master at finding bargains. Master at finding bargains. I can find deals on antiques and everything else. As the audience engaged in conversation, Lin Qudream surveyed the crowd, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yuan for a moment. He smiled back in acknowledgement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction amidst your busy lives. Most of you are familiar faces, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. Now, I declare this auction officially open. With her declaration, all chatter ceased, and every attendee focused intently on the auction stage. The audience in the live stream also paused, aware that Jiang Yuan was unlikely to secure any deals this time. However, like him, they were eager to gain insight. Following Lin Qudream's cue, staff members began presenting various treasures for auction. Throughout this time, Jiang Yuan refrained from bidding, merely observing. Bai Feng mirrored his restraint, while Qian Wangguan made a single bid for a piece of artwork, securing it for 3 million. A quick glance revealed to Jiang Yuan that Qian Wangguan neither gained nor lost from this transaction. As Jiang Yuan continued to watch, he discerned that most of the items for auction were collectibles from within the hall, put up for sale by collectors who had grown weary of them or no longer desired them. The essence of an antique fair was aptly encapsulated in the term exchange. At that moment, Lin Q-Dream spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, this next item is from the collection of the president of the Antique Association of Gan Province, a name surely recognized by many of you. I shall not elaborate further. Let us welcome him. With that, a staff member ascended the stage, holding a covered object obscured by a black cloth, leaving its contents a mystery. Jiang Yuan, unable to discern what lay beneath the fabric, noticed the palpable excitement radiating from the crowd. Even Qian Wangguan and Bai Feng exhibited signs of anticipation. Observing their expressions, Jiang Yuan understood that this was undoubtedly a highly coveted item. You likely have no idea what this treasure is, do you? Bai Feng inquired, noticing Jiang Yuan's puzzled expression. Chapter 84. The snowy river returns to the boat. Jiang Yuan shook his head upon hearing the words. Bai Feng, seizing the opportunity, smiled and said, "The president of the Antique Association of Jiangxi Province. He is the top entrepreneur in our province and has a deep affection for antiques. He brings some of his collections to every exchange meeting, and his treasures are always coveted by many." Jiang Yuan appeared slightly astonished at this remark. Indeed, it sounded quite significant. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted into a flurry of comments. Wow, doesn't this sound just like Jiang Shun? Turns out I'm not the only one who thinks so. If this isn't Jiang Shun, then who could it be? Jiang Shun has always had a knack for uncovering hidden gems, and every antique he finds is fiercely contested. From a nuclear boat to the raw stone and jade seal, hasn't it always been this way? Although I don't know how impressive that person is. Hearing you say he is like Jiang Shin certainly elevates his status. Quiet down, the collection is about to be revealed. As the last comment appeared, all viewers collectively fell silent, clearly anticipating the upcoming collection. At that moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, a black cloth was slowly lifted. When the cloth was removed, everyone beheld an object bound by strings. As the strings were untied, a painting came into view. It was a landscape painting, accompanied by an inscription. To be honest, the expressions of the viewers in the live room did not change much. Rather, they were filled with confusion. However, the atmosphere on site shifted as everyone's expressions subtly altered. The landscape depicted in the painting exuded an unusual aura. It looked quite pleasing, yet the viewers in the live room struggled to comprehend the demeanor of the people in front of the camera. What is so special about this? Isn't it just an ordinary painting? I feel the same. It's merely a painting. I think this pales in comparison to Jiang Shun's imitation of the Huizong jade seal from before. You are mistaken. Jiang Yuan, who had been closely observing the painting, glanced at the comments and gently clarified. This painting is extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, it should be a landscape painting from the Northern Song dynasty depicting fishermen and woodcutters. Oh, Bai Feng inquired curiously. How can you be so sure? Jiang Xiaoyu? There have been countless paintings on this theme throughout history. Moreover, Northern Song paintings of this subject are generally cheerful. Indeed, that was the case in the mid-Northern Song period. Jiang Yuan replied, glancing at Bai Feng and Qian Wangguan, who were both looking at him with curiosity. Jiang Yuan continued straightforwardly. Furthermore, you can observe the colophon of this painting, which is attributed to Kai Jing. At this point, Jiang Yuan paused, emphasizing his words. In the Northern Song dynasty, Kai Jing held the position of prime minister. In that era, who could converse with Kai Jing, and who was the finest painter capable of creating such a work? Amidst the reforms and frequent natural disasters, the common folk during the late Northern Song dynasty led difficult lives. Upon hearing this, many viewers in the live broadcast began to ponder. What could this mean? Jiang Xiaoyu is caught on, Bai Feng remarked, slightly raising his eyebrows in astonishment. He recognized Jiang Yuan and Amp, Oppose, has exceptional appraisal skills, but had not expected him to identify such a renowned painting from such a distance. Jiang Yuan sighed and added, moreover, he only recently acquired the items belonging to the painting's owner, so it would be challenging not to recognize it. As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live room, who had been deep in thought, erupted in excitement. What? Jiang Shun just acquired the belongings of the painting's owner? Wow, Kai Jing again, and from the Northern Song period. Could this painting have been created by Emperor Huizong? That certainly seems plausible. Emperor Huizong was a ruler of a fallen nation, so how could his depiction of fishermen and woodcutters be joyful? I study history, and I happen to have learned about this. The Northern Song was plagued by frequent disasters, so this painting must be foreshadowing calamities, right? Thus, the fishermen and woodcutters depicted in the painting reflect the lives of the common people of that time? Exactly, Jiang Yuan smiled. This is indeed a genuine work by Emperor Huizong. Speaking of which, Emperor Huizong is much more renowned for his identity as a painter than as an emperor. He is celebrated as a genius artist and the most romantic emperor in history. Bai Lao, Jiang Yuan turned to Bai Feng with a serene expression. If I am not mistaken, this painting should be titled The Snowy River Returns to the Boat by Emperor Huizong. Mr. Jiang truly possesses an extraordinary eye? Qian Wangguan couldn't help but exclaim. Having interacted with Jiang Yuan for a while, he understood what it meant to be outshone by others. Through simple painting, so much could be discerned. To be honest, Jiang Yuan truly deserved to uncover hidden treasures. If he couldn't find treasures, then very few in the world of antiques could. Bai Feng, intrigued, asked, so, Jiang Xiaoyu, could you estimate the value of this painting? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Based on my estimation, the value of this painting should fluctuate between 8 million to 10 million. If it exceeds this amount, purchasing the painting would be a loss. Bai Feng and Qian Wangguan exchanged glances, both astonished. Jiang Yuan had indeed guessed correctly, aligning perfectly with their thoughts. However, they had prior knowledge of the painting's value, while Jiang Yuan was entirely unaware. Mr. Jiang, I am genuinely impressed by you, Qian Wangguan remarked, shaking his head in admiration. In comparison, I feel like a failure as the president of the Antique Association. Ha ha, Bai Feng chuckled. Who could argue with that? Compared to Jiang Xiaoyu, even I, the deputy director of the museum, feel embarrassed. I believe everyone is familiar with this painting. However, a small portion may not recognize it, so I should provide an explanation. This painting is a genuine work by Emperor Huizong, titled The Snowy River Returns to the Boat. The starting bid is 2 million. Let the auction commence. As Lin Xiuming's words fell, a middle-aged man raised his bidding paddle, calling out, 3 million. 5 million. Another voice followed closely behind. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you interested in this painting? Bai Feng inquired of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan shook his head honestly, stating, I only enjoy uncovering hidden treasures. This type of antique. He did not continue, but his expression conveyed his thoughts clearly to everyone. In that case, Mr. Jiang, I shall make my move. Qian Wangguan, eager to participate, raised his paddle and shouted for 6 million, 5 million, 6 million. Qian Wangguan called out without hesitation. It was still far from exceeding the value of the Snowy River Returns to the Boat, so no matter how much he bid, he wouldn't incur a loss. Moreover, he genuinely admired this painting. However, it was evident that his intention to secure the painting at 6 million was nothing but a pipe dream. Chapter 85. Can one find a bargain at an auction? Soon, the bidding commenced, and as it approached 8 million, the calls began to rise in intensity. Ultimately, when the price surpassed 8 million, the number of bidders dwindled significantly, leaving only a few groups still vying for the artwork. Clearly, they believed that if the painting became excessively priced, it would no longer be worth their investment. In the end, the painting was auctioned off to Qian Wangguan for a staggering 5 million. 5 million for a painting? How astonishing. I wish I were an artist too. The profit must be overwhelming. Ah, thank you, Jiang Shun, for broadening my horizons. What a pity, I can't see Jiang Shun find a bargain today. Let's not be hasty. Do you all not remember Lin Q-Dream discussing the blind box? Jiang Shun, why not find a bargain at the auction for everyone to see? We beseech you, Jiang Shun, to uncover a bargain at the auction. As the final messages were sent, the The viewers in the live stream spontaneously began to copy and paste the last message. In an instant, nearly millions of viewers flooded the chat with identical comments. Observing these messages, Jiang Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. How could one possibly find a bargain at an auction? Such thoughts were fanciful. However, just as Jiang Yuan was about to respond, his gaze inadvertently swept across the auction stage. In that moment, he froze in astonishment. Following that, a smile crept across his face as he said, "Since my friends are so keen on it, I shall indeed find a bargain for you all to witness. Allow me to enlighten you on how to seize a bargain at an auction." The photographer, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly appeared perplexed, marked by a series of question marks upon his forehead. The audience in the live stream shared his confusion. What is happening? Find a bargain? Jiang Shun, we were merely jesting. You can't be serious about that. Can one truly find a bargain at an auction? Jiang Shun, are you trying to fool us? Jiang Shun, I know you are remarkable, but please do not boast. Jiang Yuan, to the anxious brother above, I understand your eagerness, but please remain calm. I dare say, I am prepared to find a bargain. Beside Jiang Yuan, Bai Feng and Qian Wangguan were momentarily taken aback, glancing at him in disbelief. The notion of finding a bargain at an auction was, to be frank, foreign to them. Their attention was soon drawn to Jiang Yuan's gaze. And as they followed his line of sight, realization dawned upon them. As Snowy River returning to the sea was successfully auctioned by Qian Wangguan, a new item was presented by the staff at Lin Qdream's behest. It was a small, square box, sealed tightly, rendering its contents utterly inscrutable. Upon witnessing this scene through the camera, the viewers in the live stream quickly deduced that it was the blind box Lin Qdream had mentioned the previous night. Noticing Jiang Yuan's eager demeanor, the audience grew anxious. No, Jiang Shun, you cannot be seriously considering opening the blind box. Did you disregard Lin Qdream's words entirely? There is no way there is anything of value inside. Jiang Shun, we were just joking. We didn't mean for you to actually find a bargain. Come on, Jiang Shun, let us not create a scene. The barrage of comments in the live stream urged Jiang Yuan to reconsider. It was not that they were uninterested in seeing him find a bargain, but rather that the prospect was entirely unfounded. Jiang, my friend, there is unlikely to be anything worthwhile in that small box. It is merely a ploy to generate excitement for the auction. Seeing the box on the auction stage, Bai Feng felt compelled to caution Jiang Yuan. Old Bai, Jiang Yuan nodded, Qdream has already briefed me. Gazing at the comments in the live stream, Jiang Yuan chuckled. I am well aware of the authenticity of the contents. I merely wish to observe. If the price is reasonable, I might indulge. After all, since I am at the auction, it would be remiss not to partake, and who knows, I might even make a small profit. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's furrowed brow eased slightly. His concern lay in Jiang Yuan and Appraise impulsiveness. As the deputy director of the museum, he was acutely aware of the intricacies involved in antique exchanges. In truth, Jiang Yuan did not divulge the entirety of his thoughts. The moment he laid eyes on the small box, a message from the system materialized before him, revealing an astonishing market value. How astonishing, you ask? The market value provided by the system far surpassed any item Jiang Yuan had previously uncovered. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Qdream announced, surveying the audience with a radiant smile. After auctioning so many items, I presume you may be feeling fatigued. We shall now engage in a fun auction. Following this, we will present the most significant item of our auction. Pointing towards a box, Lin Qdream continued, I am equally ignorant of the contents within. Perhaps it holds something of great value, or perhaps it is empty. The starting price is set at 100,000. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. 100,000. A voice called out without hesitation. For ordinary individuals, 100,000 is a considerable sum. Yet for those who cherish collecting antiques, it is relatively modest. Antique prices can be quite exorbitant. 110,000. Others followed suit. 150,000. 170,000. In a brief span, the price of the small box escalated. Fortunately, most participants were merely enjoying the atmosphere, with minimal increments. This was to be expected, as they were merely spending a small sum for the sake of excitement. What truly captured the attention of the collectors at the auction was the significant item to be presented after this small box auction. Good. We are currently at 170,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Lin Q-Dream inquired steadily. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one made a further bid. Clearly, they deemed this price to be the ceiling. Indeed, while wealthy individuals engage in antiquities, they are not foolish. They may play around, but few would willingly spend exorbitant sums on something uncertain. Very well. Since no one wishes to raise the bid, let us congratulate this individual. I bid 500,000. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Q-Dream and Appo's words. The entire auction hall fell silent, turning towards the source of the voice. It was Jiang Yuan. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan, the young newcomer, alongside by Feng and Qian Guan, murmurs of curiosity rippled through the crowd. Who was this young man? Was he the son of a prominent family? To be seated beside by Lao and Qian Huichang, he was certainly no ordinary individual. Yet, even if he were remarkable, was this box truly worth 300,000? Those who did not recognize Jiang Yuan began to inquire amongst themselves, while many who did recognize him provided explanations. Recently, haven't we seen a rising star in bargain hunting? He is the one gaining fame across the internet for his skills in finding hidden treasures. What? No way. A bargain hunter? What does he intend to do? Is he attempting to find a bargain with this box? Has he lost his mind? Spending 500,000 on a box with unknown contents? Chapter 86. A fortuitous find? Very well. This gentleman bids 500,000. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Lin Shuyue instinctively called out. However, upon turning to see that it was Jiang Yuan making the bid, she froze momentarily. To spend 500,000 on a box containing unknown contents was quite audacious. Just yesterday, she had explicitly stated that it was unlikely to yield anything of value. Jiang Yuan, what is going on here? At the same time, Bai Feng, Qian Guan, and the photographer were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Jiang Yuan. Brother. The photographer was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Did you not mean to bid 180,000 instead?" His voice rang out clearly, drawing the attention of those around them. After speaking, he shot Jiang Yuan a look, clearly signaling him to retract his bid. No. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, meeting the gazes of everyone with a slight smile. I am indeed bidding this amount. The photographer was taken aback, while the atmosphere in the auction hall buzzed with murmurs. Should we not raise our bids? He is known for making fortunate finds. Perhaps there is something valuable within. Could that be possible? How could one ascertain the worth of something without even inspecting it? Well, to be fair, his luck is often remarkable. It's conceivable there might be something of value after all. The crowd's chatter grew increasingly animated, but Jiang Yuan remained unfazed. As a few individuals nearby continued their discussions, the photographer listened intently, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. He could hardly believe the extent of Jiang Yuan and Appo's reputation. The mere prospect of a box, the contents of which were entirely unknown, had garnered genuine interest due to Jiang Yuan's bidding. Had he truly become regarded as a harbinger of fortune? The photographer couldn't help but scoff internally, yet he marveled at the absurdity of Jiang Yuan's luck. It was unparalleled. Having encountered a myriad of individuals over the past 20-plus years, he had never met anyone whose fortune could be compared to Jiang Yuan's. Yet soon, he refocused his attention on the gathering crowd, his gaze filled with hope, silently urging them not to hesitate. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? Lin Shuyue clearly caught wind of the conversation and quickly chimed in. To her surprise, no one responded, and Jiang Yuan stood up first. He scanned the faces around him, maintaining a calm smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all familiar with me. Allow me to offer a friendly reminder. We ought to believe in science. Please do not entertain any fanciful notions. With that, Jiang Yuan's voice rose slightly. I stand firm at 500,000. After all, one must engage in the excitement of an auction. If anyone offers a higher bid, this little box shall belong to you. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's declaration, the surrounding attendees fell silent for a few moments before making a complete turnaround. So, are you all still considering placing a bid? I, for one, am done. Spending over 500,000 on this is surely a gamble with exceedingly slim odds. Indeed, and Jiang Yuan seems quite decent. He raises a valid point. In a society that prioritizes science, why would we cling to superstitions? Perhaps he is merely a lucky fellow, nothing more. It wasn't he that they were unwilling to bid. But as Jiang Yuan had articulated, the uncertainty surrounding the box's contents loomed large. Surely, he could not possess the ability to see through it, could he? Merely contemplating that notion was absurd. Jiang Yuan, however, continued to wear his characteristic smile, having anticipated the thoughts of the others. Are we quite certain there are no further bids? Lin Shuyue called out from the auction stage. 3, 2, 1. With no response forthcoming, Lin Shuyue reluctantly adhered to the auction's protocol. She deliberately spoke slowly, as if waiting for someone to make a move. Unfortunately, when she finished counting, no one stepped forward. Very well. Let us congratulate Jiang Yuan on acquiring the mystery box. Lin Shuyue glanced at Jiang Yuan, her expression neutral, yet her eyes conveyed an inexplicable sentiment. Jiang Yuan noticed, but thought little of it, as a wave of elation washed over him. Based on the information provided by the system, he discerned that the market value of this item was a staggering 10 million. Having secured it for only 500,000, he was indeed poised to make an extraordinary profit. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at him about the box's contents. What could possibly be within that warranted such a market value? Most importantly, Jiang Yuan understood one crucial point. As Lin Shuyue had previously mentioned, items sold as mystery boxes were typically of little worth. In other words, the original owner must have been completely unaware of the true value of the item inside. Otherwise, how could it be sold at such a low price? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Yuan found it difficult to concentrate on the subsequent significant artifacts being auctioned. He was preoccupied with pondering what lay inside the box. Anyone attending an antique convention and auction would certainly have a modicum of understanding about antiques, and many would likely possess seasoned friends in the field. If even they could not ascertain the box's value, just how deeply hidden could its worth be? Observing Jiang Yuan lost in contemplation, the photographer hesitated, his expression reflecting a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He genuinely wished to believe that Jiang Yuan had stumbled upon something remarkable, yet the reality was too daunting to accept. Lin Shuyue's earlier remarks echoed in his mind, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Among the group, only Qian and Bai Feng managed to maintain their composure. As the varied emotions of the attendees ran high, time flew by swiftly. Before long, the auction's highlight concluded with Lin Shuyue delivering her closing remarks of gratitude. At this moment, a staff member from the auction approached Jiang Yuan and Qian, courteously stating, "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Qian, you have successfully bid on our mystery box. Please follow me for the handover." "Very well," Jiang Yuan replied with a nod. He and Qian, accompanied by Bai Feng and the photographer, proceeded to settle the payment. Ultimately, they each received their respective auction items. Qian held the snowy river returning to the mountain by Emperor Huizong of Song, as well as the earlier painting, while Jiang Yuan was left with a box. As he lifted the box, he found it surprisingly light, almost as if it contained nothing at all. This only heightened his curiosity about the hidden contents within. Chapter 87. Hidden value. Could there truly be something valuable within? I find it hard to believe. Brother, we must simply trust in Jiang. Your tone seems rather forced. Who wouldn't feel forced? Who knows if there is anything of worth inside? The audience in the live stream fell into a state of silence as they observed the box closely. From every conceivable angle, the box appeared utterly unremarkable, leaving no indication of any treasures within. In fact, one might surmise that if this box were discarded by the roadside, it would likely go unnoticed. Jiang Yuan. At that moment, Lin Shuming hurried down from the auction platform. With a stern expression, she questioned Jiang Yuan, "Why do you not heed my advice? Did I not warn you against seeking bargains at the auction? Why not give it a try?" Jiang Yuan replied, unperturbed, fully aware that Lin Shuming had his best interests at heart. After all, it was not a significant expense, and he considered it an opportunity to partake in the auction. Lin Shuming sighed, If you truly wish to participate, it should not come at the cost of 50,000. Ha ha ha. Bai Feng laughed heartily, interjecting on Jiang Yuan's behalf. Do not be so quick to judge. Perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu will indeed uncover something remarkable. Old Bai, Lin Xiumeng rolled her eyes dramatically. Surely you understand what a blind box signifies at an auction. Perhaps Old Bai is on to something, Jiang Yuan chuckled, offering a light-hearted reminder. However, this only earned him another exaggerated eye roll from Lin Xiumeng. Brother, should we not take a look? The photographer tentatively suggested, sensing Lin Xiumeng's continued critique. That is precisely my intention, Jiang Yuan replied, eager to discover what lay within the box that warranted a staggering price of 10 million. After all, this was the highest price the system had ever assigned during his lengthy search for bargains. With no further hesitation, Jiang Yuan opened the box before the captivated crowd. At that moment, silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed upon him. With a crisp sound of the lock clicking open, the box creaked ajar, revealing nothing but emptiness within. Only a notebook, a yellowed old photograph, and a densely scribbled blueprint. Aside from these items, there was nothing more. Jiang Yuan felt no surprise. He had prepared himself for this possibility when he noted the box's lightness. Instead, as he gazed inside, his discerning eyes began to scrutinize the contents, utilizing the system to uncover the reason behind its exorbitant price. Soon, he discerned the underlying mystery. Item: paper, notebook. Photograph material, paper era, modern quality, worn summary, tattered market price, 20,000, hidden value, 10,000,000, recovery, 10,000. Upon reading this information, Jiang Yuan paused momentarily. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His attention shifted to one particular item, yet the price appeared to fluctuate dramatically, with the hidden value seemingly vanishing, leaving only an ordinary object. Could it be that these three items needed to be connected to activate the hidden value? Jiang Yuan mused, his gaze flitting between the blueprint, the notebook, and the photograph. The blueprint was simplistic, depicting an incomprehensible drawing, while the notebook revealed nothing noteworthy from its exterior. What could this possibly signify? Puzzled, Jiang Yuan sank deeper into thought. Yet, as his contemplation deepened, his brow furrowed further. To be honest, he found himself at a loss for any fruitful insights. Jiang Xiaoyu, at that moment, Bai Feng inquired, "May we examine these items?" "Of course." Jiang Yuan nodded, then gestured to Qian Wangguan and Lin Xiumeng. "You both may take a look as well." "Ha ha. Then I shall not be polite, Jiang Xiansheng." Qian Wangguan chuckled, lifting the notebook from the box. Lin Xiumeng remained silent, yet she too began to inspect one of the items. Despite knowing that Jiang Yuan was likely to incur a loss, she hoped to ascertain the true value within, considering the possibility of purchasing something worthwhile to mitigate his losses. Watching this unfold, Jiang Yuan said nothing, allowing them to proceed. Meanwhile, the livestream audience and the photographer grew anxious. Now, the question loomed, was Jiang Yuan's investment of 50,000 in this box truly justified? Would he succeed in finding a bargain once more, or would the myth be shattered? The outcome of this endeavor would determine the fate of his search for hidden treasures. Do you think, can we truly uncover a bargain? Honestly, I wish to believe in Jiang, but it seems rather precarious. Precarious? I fear to say, I genuinely believe this time a bargain is impossible. Brothers, we shall soon find out if we can uncover a bargain. I swear, if we find a bargain, I might just run into a wall in disbelief. Look at the expressions of President Bai, President Qian, and Miss Lin. If a bargain is to be found, I would truly be ready to perish in amazement. Amidst the audience's discussions, Jiang Yuan remained absorbed in thought, pondering the value concealed within these three items. Though their inherent value was low, the hidden value stood at 10 million. Unless he could unveil the source of this hidden worth, he feared restless nights ahead. After a meticulous examination, Bai Feng, Qian Wangguan, and Lin Xiumeng exchanged astonished glances, their heads rising in unison. President Qian, Director Bai, Miss Lin, what are your thoughts? Before the three could respond, the photographer could no longer contain his curiosity. Exchanging knowing looks, the trio understood each other's sentiments. Very well, I shall speak first, Old Bai said, stepping forward. Ah, Jiang Xiaoyu, Bai Feng sighed before continuing, "The notebook in my possession is indeed a relic from the Qing dynasty. Yet it merely records trivial matters of daily life and lacks any mention of notable figures. It appears to be the diary of an ordinary person from that era. Hence I surmise its value to be modest. Perhaps around 10,000 would be a fair estimate." Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, returned to the moment, contemplating Bai Feng's assessment without voicing his opinion. Chapter 88. The unwitting fool, he felt no surprise whatsoever. Not to mention that he had already utilized the system's appraisal earlier. He wholeheartedly agreed with what Bai Feng had expressed. Antiques derive their value not only from their intrinsic cost, but also from their historical significance. It was evident that this notebook was of low production value and held no noteworthy historical relevance. Consequently, it belonged to a category devoid of worth. As Bai Feng concluded his remarks, Qian Yuan began to share his appraisal. In his view, the photograph was remarkably ordinary. Particularly, the alterations made to the image further diminished its value. Qian Yuan sighed and declared, "To be honest, this item is less valuable than a piece of toilet paper. It is as useless as a chicken rib, too regrettable to consume, yet tedious to discard." With that, he waved the aged photograph in his hand. The image, weathered by time, depicted an antiquated building imbued with a vintage charm, adorned with a conspicuous sequence of numbers. In the next moment, Lin Q-Dream shook her head despondently, stating, "This is merely a blueprint from the modern era. However, I cannot decipher its content." After a brief pause, she reiterated, "Regardless of what it is, it holds no importance. It is simply a piece of modern paper." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan seized the paper from Lin Q-Dream's grasp, intent on discerning what had led the system to declare hidden value. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Q-Dream misinterpreted his curiosity as an indication that he believed the blueprint held worth. She then remarked, "Jiang Yuan, spending 500,000 on these items must weigh heavily on your heart, but honestly, none of these things are valuable. This blueprint, in truth, is utterly worthless. Surely, it cannot conceal any secrets, right? Just thinking about it makes it seem impossible." At her words, Jiang Yuan paused, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the blueprint lacked value, which surely meant that the peculiar sequence of numbers and illustrations contained something of 10 million worth. Following this line of thought, Jiang Yuan grew increasingly convinced of its possibility. Could it be that these strange numbers and drawings concealed something significant? Could it be that Jiang Shun's luck had run out this time? Alas, Jiang Shun has fallen from grace. This is truly delightful to witness. Their essay saying about being envious of Jiang Shun's luck in finding treasures. Indeed, watching Jiang Shun miss a great find is even more painful than my own failures. However, it seems that Jiang Shun is not actually missing a find, is he? Brothers upstairs, does it matter if we say he missed a find just to amuse ourselves? Although the master of treasure hunting remains, Jiang Shun has lost his touch. As the audience in the live stream transitioned from astonishment to jest, it became evident that, while this instance could not be classified as a failure on Jiang Yuan and Appo's part, his financial loss did provide some solace to the viewers. It turned out that the individual dubbed the master of treasure hunting, the child of fortune, was not perpetually engaged in the pursuit of hidden treasures. As for the child of fortune, the audience in the live stream leaned more towards humor. After all, could it be that Jiang Yuan truly possessed the favor of luck? Surely not. In a society that prioritizes science, could anyone genuinely believe in such notions? Truly believe? That would be madness. However, just as they were eager to clip Jiang Yuan's misadventures for the entire internet to see, they inadvertently noticed that Jiang Yuan did not exhibit the expected disappointment. Instead, a faint, enigmatic smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if suggesting that he had everything under control. Was there a twist in the tale? The collective audience pondered a possibility. Who claimed these items were worthless? As if to validate their suspicions, Jiang Yuan spoke calmly to the camera. This statement elicited a chorus of large question marks from both the live audience and viewers online. Was there indeed something of value among these three items? Yet, they could not discern any worth at all. Qian Yuan, Bai Feng, and Lin Q-Dream exchanged glances before refocusing on the three items. scrutinizing them closely in hopes of uncovering any discrepancies from their earlier appraisals. They could not help but think that Jiang Yuan and Appo's extraordinary appraisal skills might yield insights they had overlooked. Minutes passed, and much to their dismay, they found nothing amiss. Regardless of how they assessed it, the results remained unchanged. Jiang Xiaoyu, could you enlighten us on which of these items is truly valuable? The elder by phone was the first to break the silence, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Jiang Yuan smiled mysteriously, saying, "Allow me to keep you in suspense. I believe the price will be quite high, but whether I can indeed uncover a treasure remains uncertain." Lin Qudream regarded Jiang Yuan skeptically, her expression betraying her confusion. Treasure hunting? How does that relate to this? Jiang Yuan, sensing her hesitation, replied, "In due time, you shall see." He slowly tucked away the 3 items, still withholding any further information. This was not due to a lack of desire to share, but rather Jiang Yuan's uncertainty regarding whether he could reveal the concealed items within. Ultimately, the cost of 500,000 to explore this possibility felt worthwhile to Jiang Yuan. Well then, shall we grab a bite to eat in the afternoon? Certainly. By phone. Qian Wangguan and Lin Qudream, recognizing Jiang Yuan's reluctance to divulge further details, could only nod in resignation. As Jiang Yuan had stated, if he truly managed to uncover a treasure, they would eventually learn of it. After their meal, Lin Qudream, by phone, and Qian Wangguan remained at the antique exchange to handle subsequent matters, while Jiang Yuan and the photographer took a brief respite before hailing a ride back home. Now, with the antique exchange officially concluded, as mere spectators, they had no reason to linger any longer. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Yuan spending 500,000 to acquire a box containing items worth less than 20,000 quickly spread across the internet, igniting a flurry of discussions among netizens. Haha, 500,000 for items worth 20,000. Jiang Shun has truly been taken for a fool. Look, he still insists there are good things inside. Chapter 89, Decoding. It's utterly hilarious. The appraisal results are already out, yet he remains obstinate. He must be trying to uphold his identity as the chosen one, right? Indeed, how could such a prominent chosen one resist the allure of seizing opportunities? It truly amuses me. Hey, don't get too cocky. Perhaps Jiang Yuan is speaking the truth. When the truth comes to light at a staggering price, you might find yourselves embarrassed. Online, discussions about Jiang Yuan's expenditure of 500,000 to seize a deal evoke a spectrum of reactions: mockery, derision, and even some defense. This is entirely natural. Ultimately, Jiang Yuan's demonstrated insight and luck in the antique realm have undeniably sparked envy among numerous netizens. With each fortunate discovery, it seems as though he expends his lifetime of luck. However, the outcome has repeatedly shifted now that Jiang Yuan has seldom faltered. How could the masses resist seizing this opportunity? A similar scene unfolds not only online, but also among the contestants of the survival challenge. In Qin Yuan's livestream, he is in high spirits, merrily wandering around after completing a money-making task. He notices the sudden excitement of the cameraman and curiously inquires, "What is going on?" The cameraman, beaming with joy, exclaims, "Guess what I just saw online?" "What news?" Qin Yuan asks. "Come on, take a wild guess." After pondering, Qin Yuan ventures, "Has the rule of the survival challenge changed?" "Nope." "Then is it?" "Neither. Don't make me resort to violence." Qin Yuan warns, glaring at the cameraman. The cameraman, chuckling nervously, finally reveals it's Jiang Yuan. He failed to seize a deal. He spent 500,000 on something worth only 20,000. In an instant, Qin Yuan's eyes widen like saucers as he gasps. "What did you say? Jiang Yuan? He failed?" "Yes," the cameraman affirms, turning the camera towards Qin Yuan to show the barrage of comments. Upon seeing the comments, Qin Yuan leaps with joy. Ha! Jiang Yuan finally has his day. He laughs heartily, his mouth stretching into a grin that nearly reaches his ears. As a contestant in the survival challenge, he has always been overshadowed by Jiang Yuan, who has seemingly sailed through effortlessly. Little did he expect that now, Jiang Yuan has stumbled, Of course, this failure to seize a deal is merely a prelude. More crucially, it reveals that Jiang Yuan is not infallible. This misstep may be just the beginning. Who knows? Jiang Yuan might continue to encounter failures, leading to significant financial losses. In other words, surpassing Jiang Yuan is not merely a dream. Ha ha ha! Let us celebrate, Jiang Yuan exclaims, slapping the cameraman on the shoulder. I'll treat you to a grand meal today. It's a celebration. Let us strive for the top position in this survival challenge. Numerous contestants echo Jiang Yuan's sentiment. In essence, with Jiang Yuan's failure, all the participants suddenly feel invigorated, as if they have glimpsed a flicker of hope amid despair. Hey, is this really worth that much? The cameraman glances at the composed Jiang Yuan while observing the mocking comments flooding the screen, unable to restrain his curiosity. Although he has learned from Lin Xiaoming and Bai Feng that Jiang Yuan is unlikely to divulge anything, his curiosity is insatiable. Jiang God, please tell us. It's unbearable to be kept in the dark. Jiang God, please reveal it. Your silence is more torturous than death. Just a hint, please. Just a tiny hint. If you don't share, I want to know how to retort against the mockery. Jiang God, please say something. Jiang Yuan furrows his brow at the comments before relaxing. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responds, here, take a look. If you could discern its meaning, then it's time you should know. If not, just wait patiently for my eventual reveal. Upon hearing this, the cameraman has nothing more to say. He promptly retrieves the box from Jiang Yuan's grasp, eager to uncover its contents. As the cameraman opens the box for both himself and the live audience to see, Jiang Yuan maintains an outwardly calm demeanor while internally pondering the significance of the diagram and the sequence of characters. This could conceal a treasure worth 10 million, and Jiang Yuan cannot afford to disregard it. Were it not for the risk of mental fatigue, he would eagerly dedicate every moment to deciphering its hidden meaning. What is puzzling? What do these characters and illustrations signify? I can't make heads or tails of it. Brother, you're not alone. I can't figure out either, but I recognize that old photograph. I know where it's from. Oh, where? That should be a location from the Qing dynasty in Xinjiang. I've seen on an old photograph before. I've got it. The cameraman, troubled by the meaning, suddenly exclaims, this old photo was taken back when we were in Xinjiang. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan pauses slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. His intuition tells him there is a connection between the two. After all, why else would the photo have surfaced? How did you figure that out? Jiang Yuan inquires directly. The cameraman lifts his head, ready to claim credit for his discovery. However, upon seeing Jiang Yuan's earnest expression, he sheepishly admits, it was the viewers who figured it out. Jiang Yuan nods slightly, remarking, I thought as much. Just you. A simpleton. How could you have discovered this? Hey, the cameraman protests, but then suddenly seems to have an epiphany, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, did the audience really guess correctly? Jiang Yuan neither affirms nor denies, as he himself isn't entirely certain. Nevertheless, his demeanor, both in front of the cameraman and the audience, suggests they have indeed guessed right. Brother, just wait. I'll crack this in no time and let you see. The cameraman declares, invigorated. Chapter 90. The sale of pets. After speaking, he hurriedly picked up the photograph and the blueprint, scrutinizing them carefully, while also addressing the viewers in the live stream. Dear viewers, it seems that Jiang Shun looks down upon us. Let us decipher this together and show him our capabilities. As he spoke, the photographer was engrossed, focusing intently on the sheet of paper and occasionally glancing at the aged photograph, all the while keeping an eye on the barrage of comments. His determination to solve the puzzle was evident. Jiang Yuan, however, paid little attention. He casually picked up a notebook and began flipping through it, feeling rather bored in the car. Perusing the notes written a century ago was a welcome distraction. After turning several pages, Jiang Yuan, who had been reading with great interest, suddenly furrowed his brow. His gaze locked onto a particular page filled with mundane entries that depicted the ordinary life of a common person in that era. However, amidst this routine, a peculiar string of numbers appeared: 118, 0065, 828, 45345. What could this be? Jiang Yuan and Appraise. S brow furrowed deeper, his mind buzzing with confusion. For reasons unknown, he found his sequence of numbers to be quite strange, entirely disconnected from the diary and Appraise, as content. His attention drifted back to the blueprint and the old photograph that the photographer was examining repeatedly. According to the system's assessment, these three elements were undoubtedly interconnected. Yet, what peculiar relationship existed among them? To be honest, Jiang Yuan was still rather unclear. Suddenly, the photographer exclaimed, "I've made a discovery." "What is it?" Jiang Yuan asked, raising his gaze. "This." The photographer pointed to the string of numbers on the old photograph, declaring, according to the 9-key input method. "This suggests moving 5 steps in terms of latitude and longitude." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan paused, a bold thought blossoming in his mind. Could the numbers I just saw possibly represent coordinates? The more he contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. This would imply that moving 5 steps from those coordinates would lead to a hidden treasure worth 10 million. With this realization, Jiang Yuan felt compelled to search for the location represented by those numbers. Just then, the chauffeur halted the vehicle. "Are we getting out here?" Jiang Yuan snapped back to reality, glanced out the window, then nodded. After settling the fare, he exited the car. Since they had arrived, he thought it would be best to investigate later. After all, the secret had nearly been unveiled, and a little more time wouldn't matter. "Where are we headed now?" The photographer inquired cautiously, setting his bag down. "Let us first check out the antique market," Jiang Yuan suggested after a moment of thought. The photographer eagerly nodded in agreement. His favorite activity with Jiang Yuan was undoubtedly exploring antique markets, as the latter's exceptional appraisal skills often led to incredible finds. However, upon reaching the antique market, both Jiang Yuan and the photographer were taken aback. The once lively market was utterly deserted. The streets were eerily empty, and all the shops had their doors firmly shut. Some even displayed signs proclaiming their attendance at an antique exchange, reopening the following day. Goodness, they've all gone to the antique exchange. Wow, is this exchange drawing such a crowd? It feels like every antique dealer in the city has vanished. I thought I'd get to see Jiang Shun unearth some treasures again. Who would have thought this would happen? At a glance, Jiang Yuan and the photographer exchanged looks of exasperation, their eyes brimming with shared disappointment. "Dear friends, it seems we won in Appraise. To be finding any treasures today," Jiang Yuan sighed, offering a resigned smile to the camera. "How about this?" He continued, "Didn't we mention getting a pet? Let us do that today." With that, he beckoned the photographer and headed towards the pet market. The photographer pondered for a moment before quickly following Jiang Yuan. They could always return to hunt for treasures another day. Upon arriving at the pet market, they were relieved to find that it was bustling with vendors. Jiang Yuan began to meander through the stalls, addressing the live stream viewers. "Since we're drawing for pets, I want to take too many, just one, and it will be from the vicinity of Xinqing. Otherwise, the pet wouldn't be able to be shipped." "Okay, sounds good. Why am I not near Xinqing? By the way, could the pet gifted by Jiang Shun be a treasure hunting companion?" "Hey, don't discount that possibility. The raffle is open now, and it will conclude in a minute. Hurry, everyone." As the excitement in the live stream grew, Jiang Yuan continued to explore the pet market. Notably, he did not encounter any stalls selling protected animals this time. Rather, the area was filled with common pets like cats and dogs. "What kind of pet should we get?" the photographer asked, his round face lighting up at the sight of adorable animals. "Let us go with a cat," Jiang Yuan decided. "They're quiet and not too troublesome." "Perfect," the photographer agreed, eagerly searching for a stall that sold cats. "Look over here. There are some lovely kittens," the photographer exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Jiang Yuan turned to see several breeds of kittens, their appearances undeniably charming. Seeing Jiang Yuan showing interest, the photographer rushed him over to the stall. "How much for these kittens?" the photographer inquired as they approached. "The price varies based on appearance and breed," the vendor explained. "All these kittens are from my own breeding. Their health is excellent." Chapter 91. The lottery is underway. Could you introduce it to me? The photographer inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, the stall owner eagerly obliged, passionately detailing the aspects of the cats. The photographer listened intently, while Jiang Yuan found himself scanning the area, observing the cluster of kittens. There was no need for elaborate scrutiny. With the aid of the system, he could ascertain the condition of any cat with a mere glance. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan and Appraise. His attention was drawn to a large bowl filled with cat food within a cage. No longer the novice in antiques he once was. He recognized that this bowl was rather extraordinary. However, he chose to conceal his thoughts, discreetly noting its presence while continuing his search with an air of nonchalance. Brother, which cat do you think is the best? After several minutes, the photographer, having gathered sufficient information, turned to Jiang Yuan with a conflicted expression. This cat is quite remarkable. Jiang Yuan pretended to ponder for a moment before gesturing toward a kitten in the cage. Brother, you truly have an eye for quality, the stall owner exclaimed as he turned to look, eager to promote. This kitten possesses the best constitution of a litter. The other kittens struggle to compete for milk with it. When it grows up, it will undoubtedly be plump and adorable. Jiang Yuan nodded thoughtfully, then feigned a sudden realization about the bowl. Boss, you truly have an impressive touch. To feed the cats from such a bowl, the stall owner paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Ah, it merely looks impressive. I bought it at a second-hand market. It caught my eye, so I repurposed it as a cat bowl. Doesn't it appear far more sophisticated than ordinary cat bowls? Indeed, Jiang Yuan chuckled in agreement. I initially thought you were so affluent as to use the genuine article. How could that be? The stall owner shook his head. It was merely a few bucks. It's certainly ISN and AMP, Oppos, T authentic. That was true, but the bowl did possess an appealing aesthetic. As Jiang Yuan and the stall owner continued their light-hearted banter, the photographer glanced at the bowl, then at the kittens, and finally at the jovial Jiang Yuan, his expression betraying a hint of suspicion. His intuition suggested that something was amiss with Jiang Yuan. Why was he inquiring about the bowl instead of focusing on the cats? What is going on with Jiang Shun? Why the fixation on the bowl, neglecting other matters? Something feels off. Could it be that bowl is valuable? Surely not. Can one stumble upon such treasures so easily? What happened to his title of the Child of Fortune? In the live broadcast, after concluding his conversation with the stall owner, Jiang Yuan gently nodded and redirected the discussion. I used to raise cats as well. Your kittens certainly have excellent qualities. I'll take this cat. And as for the bowl, I find it quite appealing. Since I'm rather lazy, do you have any additional items for the cat? Perhaps we could bundle them together? The stall owner beamed with delight at this proposition. It was uncommon for customers to seek a comprehensive package rather than returning to a pet store for supplies. Jiang Yuan's request marked him as a significant client. As for the bowl, costing just a few dollars, he could easily procure another one if needed. He had seen plenty of aesthetically pleasing bowls at his stall. Certainly, this cat is a blue and white breed, quite easy to care for. I won't profit much. I'll sell it to you for 1,000 yuan, including a month's worth of cat food, litter, and the cage. How about a total of 2,000 yuan? Agreed. After a moment and amp, Oppos, as contemplation, Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. Upon completing the transaction, the stall owner's smile stretched from ear to ear. To sell a cat along with these items for 2,000 yuan was a pleasant surprise. Initially, he had intended to leave room for negotiation, but was taken aback when Jiang Yuan accepted the price without haggling. Brother, is this truly a valuable find? The photographer, carrying a bundle of items back, turned to Jiang Yuan, noticing the stall owner was no longer in sight, and whispered curiously. Oh, did you notice? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow in response. No, brother. The photographer, despite having anticipated this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Was that bowl genuinely valuable? Didn't you catch on? After following me for so long, you still remain oblivious? Jiang Yuan remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Determining the authenticity of antiques is not a simple matter. If it were, there wouldn't be so many individuals falling prey to the world of antiques. Moreover, he had not been with Jiang Yuan for long either. Brother, what is its worth? After a moment and Oppos' silence, the photographer suppressed the urge to scoff and inquired with curiosity. Not too high, likely around 10,000 yuan. If I'm not mistaken, this bowl is from the Qing dynasty, unearthed from a folk kiln, essentially a bowl used by commoners during that era. Oh, I thought it was a significant find. So it's worth only 10,000 yuan. Just 10,000? I got unnecessarily excited. Come on, my friend, ISNT 10,000 yuan beneath you notice? Look at the other contestants in the survival challenge. Many struggle to earn that much in half a month. Nevertheless, this 10,000 yuan fine seems a bit beneath Jiang Yuan and Appo's stature. Brother, why were you fixated on that bowl earlier? It and Appo's merely worth 10,000 yuan, not anything of great value. The photographer commented, somewhat bemused. There's no helping it. Spending too much time with Jiang Yuan has altered my perspective. I've witnessed so many finds worth thousands or even millions. A mere 10,000 yuan fine fails to pique my interest. Can you believe using a bowl valued at 10,000 yuan for cat food? ISNT that rather shocking? Perhaps a bit, the photographer mused. Although 10,000 yuan seemed trivial to him, it certainly held a different significance for others. Precisely. Jiang Yuan nodded before continuing. However, this item is too low in value. We shall not sell it. Huh? The photographer was momentarily taken aback. A bowl that 1 amp, Appo's, to be sold? What purpose does it serve? Surely you aren't and amp, Appo's, tea suggesting we use it for meals? Seeming to understand the photographer and amp, Appo's, confusion, Jiang Yuan elaborated. This bowl shall be given to the winner of the lottery. Huh? The photographer paused, then nodded, choosing not to question further. Having spent 2,000 yuan on a bowl valued at 10,000, which was already intended as a gift for the live stream audience, it seemed inconsequential. However, Jiang Yuan's statement left the viewers in the live broadcast momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of excitement. Wow, Jiang Yuan, who would dare challenge you now? I'll confront anyone who does. Jiang Yuan, you are my deity. My friend, I am destined to win. Destined. Chapter 92. A matter of secrecy. The barrage of comments surged as the viewers in the live stream room erupted with excitement. A whopping 10,000. To be candid, such an amount in anyone's possession is no small fortune. Who could possibly resist such a windfall? Akin to a pie falling from the sky. Amidst the fervor of the live stream, time slipped away unnoticed. The countdown to the lottery drew ever closer to its conclusion. At that moment, countless viewers ceased their chatter, their gazes fixed intently on the ticking clock. Surely it is mine. I must win. Almost every viewer was internally shouting in fervent anticipation. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. The countdown concluded, and all eyes remained glued to the screen. Soon, the lottery interface displayed that it had ended, revealing an additional winner. Who is it? Hurry and come forward to claim your share. 10,000. Who could it possibly be? Share the wealth, share the wealth. Important matters must be repeated thrice. Amidst the clamor, a viewer with the ID Jiang Yuan first God stepped forward. Huh, brothers. It turns out I've won. The camera operator reminded Jiang Yuan that the lottery results were out. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and stated, let him go to the accommodation for survival challenge tonight. Just give him a cat and this bowl. Understood, the photographer replied with a nod. Following this, Jiang Yuan fell silent, hailing a private car to rush towards the accommodation for survival challenge. In the meantime, he took advantage of this idle moment to search for information he had previously noted down. His intuition told him that something unusual was afoot. Perhaps the secret worth 10 million would finally be unraveled. Simultaneously, this event rapidly ascended the trending topics online. At a glance, it seemed that Jiang Yuan had nearly monopolized the trending list. Just like the events he encountered today, auction, the son of fortune Jiang God falls from grace. Purchased for 500,000, only to find it worth a mere 20,000. Jiang God laments a massive loss. After acquiring a pet, Jiang God discovers a valuable porcelain bowl, but finds the price too low. Gifting it to viewers and Appo's, survival challenge and Appo's, a survival show or a display of wealth. Jiang God reveals the truth. A series of trending topics uniquely belonging to Jiang Yuan continued to emerge, inciting a flurry of comment from netizens. Among these, one topic skyrocketed to the third position with astonishing speed. The rapid rise of this topic left many astonished. Viewers clicked on it, eager to discover the cause of its swift descent. Upon entering, they were met with a mixture of shock and laughter, as this trending topic captured the reactions of survival challenge contestants upon learning of Jiang Yuan's 500,000 purchase, his subsequent failure to score a deal, and his gift of 10,000 to the livestream audience. The reactions of Xiaming and Qin Yuan were particularly comical. Upon realizing Jiang Yuan and Appo's blunder, their laughter was unabashedly boisterous. Yet, when they learned that he had gifted 10,000 to the audience, their expressions soured, turning a shade of disbelief. They reflected on how hard they toiled for their meager earnings, and here was Jiang Yuan casually giving away a sum they could only dream of. This realization dawned on them. Despite Jiang Yuan and Appo's fall from grace, they still had a long way to go to catch up with him. The reactions varied among the contestants. Some, like Tang Qingqing, were not mocking, but instead motivated to work harder, while others completely disregarded the news. Each individual's response was distinct, but when they finally understood the reason for the rapid rise of this trending topic, it became evident that it was quite amusing. Upon returning to the accommodation for survival challenge, after delivering the cat and a series of items to the front desk, Jiang Yuan did not leave. Instead, he booked a luxurious suite for a day. Why, you might ask? Because he had already located the site mentioned in his notebook, situated within a park in Xi'an City. Though he had not visited, he could surmise that if something worth 10 million were buried there, it was likely concealed underground. Concerned about potential mishaps, Jiang Yuan checked whether excavating or discovering antiques was illegal. His search yielded surprising results. In this parallel world, not only was it legal to dig for antiques, but even unearthing ancient tombs posed no legal issues. However, it was mandatory to report any findings, and a portion of any discovered items had to be surrendered. This led many to dig without reporting, as few were aware of their actions. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Fortuitously, he was not like the protagonist from certain well-known television series. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he wouldn't need to scavenge for bargains. He would simply seek out ancient tombs. What are you pondering? Just then, the photographer, exhausted from playing with several beautiful women, casually inquired about Jiang Yuan's contemplative expression. Could you please purchase a military shovel and a powerful flashlight? Jiang Yuan replied after a moment of thought, providing a list of items he needed. What do you require these for? The photographer asked, puzzled. Why on earth would you need such things? Jiang Yuan's demeanor suggested he was up to something clandestine. Chapter 93. Treasure hunting. Jiang Yuan mysteriously smiled and said, I will take you to dig for treasure. All right, brother, I and Appo's. I'm going right now. The photographer was momentarily stunned, but quickly became ecstatic. Without even asking further questions, he dashed out of the luxurious suite. Treasure hunting. This prospect holds an irresistible allure for any man. Who among them has not fantasized about unearthing treasure in their childhood? The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement, akin to boiling water. What is Jiang Shun talking about? Treasure hunting? Is this real? Jiang Shun, you can't be joking. Such a significant matter shouldn't be taken lightly. Why has Jiang Shun ever spoken carelessly? Jiang Shun, where are you going to dig for treasure tonight? Please tell me. I want to coordinate with you. I promise to arrange everything clearly. You will find out tonight. Seeing the audience's fervor, Jiang Yuan smiled enigmatically, choosing not to divulge any details. It wasn't that he feared loose lips. Rather, there was only one location. What if he revealed it too early and someone else got there first? Zhan Shen, don't keep me in suspense. Are you trying to drive me to despair? I'm truly anxious without any information. Jiang Shun, I beg you, reveal just a little. Just a tiny bit? I don't need much, just a hint. Jiang Shun, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Why would you suddenly want to dig for treasure? However, it was evident that no matter how the viewers pleaded, Jiang Yuan had no intention of continuing the conversation. Instead, he settled onto the living room sofa and engrossed himself in the television, appearing entirely unfazed by the live stream and Appo's cameras, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. Until the photographer returned, Jiang Yuan maintained this demeanor. Brother, I bought the excavation tools. Are we heading out now? The photographer rushed into the luxurious suite. addressing Jiang Yuan, who was still captivated by the television. Where did you get the news about treasure hunting? I wasn't aware of it. Don't rush. We'll talk about it tonight. Jiang Yuan waved his hand casually. Upon hearing this, despite his excitement, the photographer managed to suppress his eagerness and patiently watched television alongside Jiang Yuan. His frequent glances at the darkening sky revealed that he, like the viewers, was far from calm. It was just past 6 o'clock. Brother, shouldn't we be leaving now? The photographer inquired eagerly. Let us eat first. We need our strength for work, Jiang Yuan replied with a smile, finally acquiescing to the photographer and Appo's enthusiasm and rising to head outside. The photographer quickly gathered the excavation tools, a powerful flashlight, and a variety of other equipment, and followed suit, burdened with bags. After such a long wait, they were finally going treasure hunting. How could he not be thrilled? After hastily finishing their meal, the photographer, eager to get moving, urged Jiang Yuan to leave. Jiang Yuan nodded casually, and the live stream viewers erupted in excitement. Finally, after such a long wait, it was about to begin. Haha, it was worth the wait. Brothers, what do you think Jiang Shun will dig for treasure? I'm a local from Xinjiang. Is there treasure here? I'm not aware of it. Bro, I'm also from Xinjiang. I'm not sure either, but we'll soon find out where Jiang Shun is headed. That makes sense. Hey, where's Jiang Shun going? Is he digging for treasure here? Surely he must be joking? As the viewers realized the direction Jiang Yuan and the photographer were heading, the live stream exploded with chatter. The footage revealed an all-too-familiar path. Many viewers recognized it as the route to the antique market in Xinjiang. Brother, isn't this the way to the antique market? Indeed, Jiang Yuan replied calmly. Are we not going to dig for treasure? Correct, Jiang Yuan affirmed. The photographer was bewildered. He had visited the antique market often in recent days and had never heard of anyone finding treasures there. Brother, can you really dig for treasure at the antique market? After a brief pause, the photographer voiced his confusion. Not the antique market, Jiang Yuan stated honestly, but ISN and AMP, Appo's, it's still early? Aren't treasure hunts typically conducted in the dead of night? What are we doing now? The photographer fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Based on what he had seen on television, Jiang Yuan was indeed correct. Treasure hunting traditionally took place under the cover of darkness. Though he didn't understand why this was the case, it had always been done this way, suggesting some hidden wisdom behind it. So, brother, are we going to find a bargain? The photographer asked, contemplating. Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. Do you really think finding a bargain is that easy? We're just going for a stroll. With that, Jiang Yuan stepped into the antique market. The photographer wore a bitter expression, but soon realized Jiang Yuan and Appo's intention was indeed to find a bargain. Why else would they be going to the antique market? In truth, the reason behind Jiang Yuan's visit to the antique market was quite simple. He intended to procure some items for recovery. This idea had not come to him spontaneously, but had been contemplated thoroughly throughout the afternoon. Having already resolved to explore the area that contained the hidden value later that night, it was clear that they might very well need to dig for treasure. How could one find treasure without exceptional physical prowess? What if they became exhausted halfway through? That would be quite awkward. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yuan purchased several assorted items at the antique market. Seeing this, the photographer went from initial excitement to disillusionment. No matter how one looked at it, Jiang Yuan seemed to be merely wandering around. After roughly an hour, Jiang Yuan, laden with purchases, finally hailed a cab with the photographer to head towards their actual destination. Brother, what are we going to the park for? To dig for treasure, Jiang Yuan replied calmly. Dig for treasure? The photographer was taken aback, nearly leaping in shock. If it weren't Appo's for the car roof, he might have jumped 3 meters high. Are you joking? After several seconds of silence, the photographer asked seriously, or is there something wrong with my hearing? Chapter 94. The treasure news. Jiang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the photographer, choosing silence. This demeanor instantaneously conveyed to the photographer that Jiang Yuan was not jesting, and that his hearing was perfectly intact. Brother, can treasures really be excavated in the park? After a pause, the photographer inquired, still in disbelief. It was not that he was unwilling to accept the notion. Rather, the idea of unearthing treasures in a park seemed far more incredulous than the pursuit of antiques. As before, Jiang Yuan opted to disregard the photographer and appos as astonishment. He closed his eyes, appearing to meditate, yet in truth, he was absorbing the series of antiques and books he had acquired that day. Host has reclaimed a driving manual. Item reclaimed. Rewards have been credited. Ding. Host has reclaimed the driving manual. Reward. Mastery of driving. Host has reclaimed a martial arts manual. Item reclaimed. Rewards have been credited. Ding. Host has reclaimed the combat manual. Reward. Mastery of combat. Ding. Host has reclaimed. During the ride, Jiang Yuan continued his reclamation process. Once he had successfully reclaimed the majority of items, he exhaled a long, languid breath, his expression somewhat invigorated. He could sense an influx of inexplicable memories within his mind. Most critically, since reclaiming the combat manuals and health compendium, Jiang Yuan noticed a subtle enhancement in his physical constitution. Although faint, it was undeniably present. Now, it should be time to excavate treasures properly, he mused, gazing out at the desolate streets beyond the window. Arrived. A few minutes later, the chauffeur gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, settled the fare and, along with the photographer, stepped out, laden with bags. The sky had fully darkened, illuminated only by a handful of streetlights. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence. The road was deserted, devoid of both pedestrians and vehicles, creating an atmosphere thick with an unsettling quietude. In such a scene, an involuntary chill crept over the photographer. "Brother, are you certain treasures can be unearthed here?" He surveyed the area, his expression taut with anxiety. I can end amp. Appos, shake the feeling that we and amp. Appos, refilming a horror movie. After uttering his last words, the photographer instinctively edged closer to Jiang Yuan. His apprehension was understandable. The atmosphere was decidedly bizarre, perfectly encapsulating the notion of a treacherous night. "You'll understand shortly," Jiang Yuan replied, considerably more composed than the photographer. He glanced around, seemingly confirming his bearings, and proceeded forward. "Brother, wait for me." Observing Jiang Yuan and amp, Appos, retreating figure, the photographer opened Chapter 95, the treasure hunt in progress indeed. As the moment approached, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate to speak softly, stating, whether it is the notebook, the blueprints, or the old photographs, "It is my conjecture that they ultimately point to this location." "Brother, how did you discern that from these items?" The photographer remained silent, having examined all three objects within a box. To be candid, he would have been at a loss regarding their significance had Jiang Yuan not offered his insights. With a gentle smile, Jiang Yuan revealed, "I actually discovered a series of numbers in the notebook. Upon hearing you mention the term latitude and longitude, I conducted a search and found that it pertains to this area. And, would you care to guess what I stumbled upon at that moment?" "What?" the photographer instinctively inquired. When viewed from above, one would observe that the park's shape closely resembles the description provided in the blueprints. In that building, Jiang Yuan's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon as he continued. "It is also situated within this park area. To this day, that structure has merely undergone superficial renovations. Based on various indicators, I deduce that there is treasure hidden here." Though Jiang Yuan's declaration was speculative, it was imbued with an unmistakable confidence, as if he believed wholeheartedly in the veracity of his words. Apart from this singular possibility, he perceived no other alternatives. I am truly stunned. Is it truly possible to discern such details? Indeed, Jiang Shun is worthy of the title. To be honest, even if this box were given to me, I wouldn't be able to ascertain its contents. Brother, you are not alone in that sentiment. Enough talk, Jiang Shun. Let us hasten to unearth the treasure. I am eager to see what we can find. Let us go. My blood is already boiling. Brother, I shall commence now. In the live broadcast, the photographer positioned the camera, spat twice for good luck, and rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Let's begin. With Jiang Yuan's command, the photographer swiftly grasped the spade and began to dig vigorously into the raised mound. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The photographer's motions were swift, as layers of soil were removed in succession. The small mound was soon transformed into a pit, while a small hill began to form beside him. Observing this, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate to seize a nearby spade and joined in the excavation, for digging should not be a solitary endeavor. Watching their vigorous actions, the viewers in the live stream were filled with excitement, as if they were present at the scene. Come on, let us work together. Today we shall uncover hidden treasures. Goodness, this is genuinely thrilling. Do you think we will find something valuable in the end? Are you doubting Jiang Yuan and Appo's abilities? What prowess does Jiang Yuan possess? How could he fail to unearth something of worth? That is indeed a valid point. Jiang Yuan is a master of serendipity. What master of serendipity? Jiang Yuan has not relinquished the title of Child of Fortune. The viewers in the live stream were ecstatic, and after approximately half an hour of diligent work, the mound of earth had grown significantly. The hill beside them was nearing a height of one person. Brother, I find this rather peculiar, the photographer remarked while continuing to dig. What seems strange? Jiang Yuan inquired. This soil is exceptionally loose. It feels as if it has been previously excavated. The photographer reflected. Having come from the countryside, I have dug before. Soil that has not been disturbed for a long time is as hard as stone. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, having noticed the same oddity but not dwelling on it. Ultimately, regardless of how strange it was, they needed to dig to ascertain whether anything lay within. If it were empty, what did it matter if it was peculiar? Let us proceed with the digging, Jiang Yuan suggested decisively. All right, the photographer concurred, realizing the logic in Jiang Yuan's reasoning, and resumed digging with fervor. The viewers in the live stream watched with keen curiosity, genuinely eager to discover if Jiang Yuan could unearth anything of significance. Before long, a sudden clang resonated, and the photographer abruptly ceased his movements, casting a look of astonishment toward Jiang Yuan. Brother, what is it? Jiang Yuan, engrossed in concentration, asked. I believe I have struck something. The photographer, momentarily stunned, replied. Following the direction of the photographer's spade, they could see that it was resting against an object that distinctly differed in color from the surrounding soil. A gentle tap produced a resonant thud. Continue digging. Jiang Yuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. Understood. The photographer nodded eagerly in agreement. Is there truly something there? Are you all just joking around? How could this be real? I am genuinely envious. Weren't we supposed to be a loss? Is this truly a loss? I'm utterly impressed. Jiang Yuan, will you not allow the brothers to thrive? Is losing money akin to your predicament? Brothers, do not be hasty. While something is indeed here, it may not necessarily be worth 500,000. Can you honestly suggest that is a possibility? In the live broadcast, after unearthing the treasure chest, both the photographer and Jiang Yuan were filled with exhilaration, hastily clearing the dirt from the chest and Appo's surface. At last, they could fully discern the chest and Appo's appearance. It was ancient and weathered, a square shape measuring approximately 1 meter on each side. The front was secured with a lock, obscuring the contents within. Yet, merely contemplating its presence hinted at the likelihood of valuable treasures contained within. Brother, how shall we retrieve this chest? After gazing at it for some time, the photographer finally managed to suppress his astonishment and posed the question to Jiang Yuan, although he was unaware of what lay inside. The sight before him was enough to predict that it surely contained something valuable. Patience, Jiang Yuan replied, examining the chest before fixing his gaze on the small lock. This chest is quite substantial. Let's first open it and see what treasures lie within. Agreed. The photographer readily accepted Jiang Yuan and Appo's proposal without objection. Brother, what about the lock? Open it however you can, Jiang Yuan instructed. Very well. The photographer immediately took up the spade, preparing to dismantle the lock with vigor. However, before he could strike, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Brother, do you hear that? The photographer halted his actions, a note of tension in his voice. Chapter 96. The dual Jiang Yuan remained silent, yet the increasing gravity etched upon his face made it evident that he too had heard the sound. The photographer, understanding the situation, ceased his conversation and turned alertly towards the source of the noise. The soft rustling of feet grew increasingly distinct. In the next moment, a group of shadowy figures clad in black materialized directly ahead of them, some burdened with various bags. Who are you? Jiang Yuan inquired, and as the photographer took notice of them, It was clear they had also become aware of Jiang Yuan and the photographer. Their steps faltered unexpectedly, clearly unprepared for the presence of both Jiang Yuan and the photographer. "Boss, we found them." Suddenly, one of the black-clad figures shouted in alarm. "Damn it!" The leader of the group, furious, raised his hand towards the camera while bellowing, "Quick, stop them. Don't let these two escape." At his command, dozens of figures in black surged towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan felt a jolt of adrenaline, nearly believing he had been caught. Instinctively, he dodged, narrowly evading capture. In contrast, the sturdy photographer seemed momentarily dazed, inadvertently getting tackled to the ground by several black figures. Despite his struggles, he found himself overwhelmed, as his strength was insufficient against multiple opponents. No matter how hard he fought, he could only be pinned firmly to the ground. In desperation, the photographer shouted, "Brother, you have to go." With a resounding crash, the camera was knocked to the ground, plunging the live stream of approximately 1 million viewers into darkness, leaving only the cacophony of chaotic clashes reverberating through the air. In that instant, the audience was left in shock. What is happening? Who are these black-clad figures? Why is the screen black? How did this group appear out of nowhere? Where is Jiang Shun? He can't end amp. Oppos. TB in danger, can he? Brothers, I've already called the police. Jiang Shun, hold on. Once the detectives arrive, everything will be fine. Damn it, Jiang Shun, please don't get hurt. Otherwise, it will take me on treasure hunts in the future. As realization set in, the viewers in the live stream became frantic. Some immediately rushed to the scene, genuinely concerned for Jiang Yuan's safety. Unfortunately, though the audio continued, the black screen obscured any understanding of the situation unfolding inside. Meanwhile, unseen by the audience, the photographer was firmly restrained on the ground. At that moment, under the cover of night, Jiang Yuan faced off against 5 or 6 figures in black. Their eyes glinted with menace, yet Jiang Yuan maintained an air of calmness. Even his uncertainty flickered within him. Although he had acquired combat skills, he had never truly tested them. However, when the attackers approached, he felt as though he had entered an enigmatic state, as if their movements had slowed to a crawl. Yet he could not be sure if he could replicate that feeling in a direct confrontation with multiple opponents. "Kid, what path do you walk? Get lost now, and I might pretend this never happened. I extend the same warning to you," Jiang Yuan shouted. "It's late, and you're all dressed in black. I've called the police. If you don't leave, you might find it hard to escape." At his words, the group of black-clad figures became visibly agitated. The leader's eyes narrowed dangerously as he barked, "Brothers, the night is long and dreams are many. Charge now. We must seize the treasure." He then shouted, "Kid, die." In that instant, they lunged towards Jiang Yuan, their fists the size of sandbags aimed at him. A surge of panic coursed through Jiang Yuan, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to react. Yet, as their fists descended, a multitude of evasive maneuvers flooded his mind, and instinctively, his body began to move. In a matter of moments, Jiang Yuan adeptly evaded their onslaught. But that was not the end. He instinctively retaliated, launching a series of strikes that struck the faces of his assailants. With a few swift blows, they found themselves bowing in defeat, as if struck by a bull, their bodies curling into a defensive posture. The sight left not only the remaining black-clad figures dumbfounded, but even Jiang Yuan himself stood momentarily stunned by his own prowess. "Damn, this is getting a bit intense, brothers. All together now," the leader shouted, rallying the remaining figures to charge at Jiang Yuan with ferocity. His expression betrayed a determination to dismantle Jiang Yuan piece by piece. They moved swiftly, encircling him to block any escape routes. Each wore a fierce expression, convinced that with their combined strength, escaping Jiang Yuan was not an option. However, just as they closed in, Jiang Yuan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced with an uncanny speed, delivering a rapid uppercut followed by a left hook that sent the nearest figures reeling. A sweeping kick dispatched the rest to the ground. In an instant, all the black-clad figures lay sprawled, groaning in pain, their eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Despite appearing frail compared to the photographer they had pinned down, Jiang Yuan's strength was immense, each strike akin to being hit by a vehicle. Goodness! The black-clad figures restraining the photographer felt their hairs stand on end. After exchanging frantic glances, they hastily scrambled off the photographer and fled. Their backs never looked. Chapter 97. Was it all you're doing? Just like the first encounter with the group of men in black, his heart raced momentarily as he saw them charging towards him. However, as they approached, Jiang Yuan swiftly brought them down one by one, as if it were an innate skill. Bro. The photographer and amp, Appo's mouth hung open, resembling someone with a dislocated jaw. I mean, was that just instinct? Do you believe that? Jiang Yuan swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Instinct? The photographer gaped, glancing at his own muscular form, a bitter expression creeping onto his face. If that's the case, then I must have lived like a dog for most of my life. Ultimately, the photographer ceased his attempts to derive a sense of significance from Jiang Yuan. Instead, he directed his attention to the fallen men in black, slapping one of them across the face, exclaiming, "Dare to disturb the peace? Have you lost your minds? Speak. What is your purpose here? You better watch where you're going." The man in black retorted defiantly. "Watch where? Watch where?" The photographer, incensed, delivered another resounding slap. With each strike, the lead man in black's face swelled alarmingly. "What do you have to say? Out on a late night in black attire. What nefarious deeds were you planning?" The photographer demanded. "You and Amp, Appo's, Regis bluffing. How about we settle this one-on-one?" The man persisted, but the photographer dismissed his bravado with another slap. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan silently mourned for the men in black. What had come over the photographer? He seemed to be venting frustrations like a scorned spouse. Time slipped away, and the man in black could hardly be recognized anymore. Under the relentless barrage of the photographer's slaps, he eventually succumbed, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. "Now it's your turn." The photographer, still unsatisfied, turned his fury towards another man in black. Bro. The remaining man, witnessing the fate of his leader, trembled and quickly inquired, "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you everything. What were you all doing here?" The photographer barked. The man began, but was abruptly interrupted by the shrill sound of a police siren piercing the air. "Enough," Jiang Yuan remarked, observing the condition of the fallen men. "Let the detectives handle this. We shall leave the inquiries to them." The photographer, realizing he was no detective and that his methods were bordering on coercive, agreed. He turned to the men in black, warning them, "Make sure to say you fell on your own. Understood?" The group of men exchanged glances, then nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains. "Let's set the camera upright," the photographer instructed, quickly complying. As the camera was repositioned, the scene regained clarity. The audience in the live stream, having paused momentarily, now eagerly sought to comprehend the unfolding events. They had heard much noise, but the specifics remained muddled. Their hearts were filled with genuine concern for Jiang Yuan and the photographer, especially given the considerable number of men in black. Yet, when the camera revealed the reality of the situation, the viewers were left in shock. How could the previously imposing men in black all be sprawled on the ground while Jiang Yuan and the photographer appeared unscathed? What on earth transpired? The audience clamored in disbelief. What is happening? This isn't what I expected. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can explain this? Why are all the men in black down? Could it be that Jiang Yuan and the photographer defeated them? Impossible. Just thinking about it seems absurd. Jiang Yuan isn't Superman. No way, man. How can they be so formidable? What really happened? Someone explain. The barrage of comments flooded in. Yet it was evident that neither Jiang Yuan nor the photographer was paying attention to the chatter. They were patiently awaiting the arrival of the detectives. Before long, a flurry of flashing lights signaled the approach of familiar faces. Among them was none other than Shattering from the Xiancheng Police Department. "Jiang Yuan, are you all right?" Her voice reached them even before she arrived. Upon witnessing the scene of chaos, her expression morphed into one of disbelief, her exquisite eyes wide with astonishment. Moments later, several detectives emerged from behind her, their expressions mirroring Shattern's shock. Having received an emergency call and briefly glimpsed Jiang Yuan's live stream, they hurried to the scene, fully aware of the odds, 2 against a dozen. If they had arrived, even a moment later, they might have been merely collecting Jiang Yuan's remains. Yet the opposite was true. Jiang Yuan was unharmed, while the men in black lay defeated. The shock of the situation was far beyond anything they could have imagined. Officer, you're finally here." Please, take us away. This isn't a place for us. The sudden outburst jolted everyone back to reality. The detectives exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the man's panic. Shattering took a deep breath, stepping closer to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, you didn't do this, did you? Indeed, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Perhaps I was a bit too forceful. Is that so? Not you? Shattering instinctively queried. Then what just happened? As she spoke, realization struck her, and her voice rose. What did you just say? Was it all you're doing? Chapter 98. The tripod bronze cauldron, is there any issue? Jiang Yuan scratched his head and inquired. Officer Xia, this is not Jiang Shen's fault. The photographer stepped forward to defend Jiang Yuan, stating they numbered over a dozen. Jiang Shen's actions were merely self-defense. Fortunately, a few of them were frightened away earlier. Otherwise, they might have resorted to more violent measures. Officer Xia, you must see this clearly. Shattering glanced at the composed Jiang Yuan, then at the earnest photographer. She opened her mouth, struggling to articulate a complete thought. At this moment, she could not find a word to encapsulate her tumultuous emotions. All she intended was to casually introduce a topic that would lead to a series of events. Yet to her astonishment, Jiang Yuan claimed responsibility for the altercation. Jiang Yuan, one individual had managed to overthrow a group of black-clad assailants and even frightened off a few. It sounded like a scene from a television drama. No, it was beyond what even a novel would dare to depict. Jiang Yuan, who appeared rather unassuming, had accomplished feats more extraordinary than any soldier. Moreover, what was Jiang Yuan doing? He was treasure hunting. Treasure hunting. To be honest, if it weren't for Jiang Yuan's live stream, who could have imagined that such a large chest was buried here? Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was also engulfed in a wave of astonishment. Wow, the brothers upstairs truly guessed it right. It was indeed Jiang Shen. How on earth did you manage that, Jiang Shen? One person took down all of them? Is this a movie? What's going on? Did Jiang Shen have Tyson guarding him? A single punch could fell a bull? I must be dreaming. I feel like I need to take a nap and check the replay tomorrow. Is there any issue? Jiang Yuan pondered, attempting to initiate a dialogue. Everything in amp, oppose, as fine. Shattering took a deep breath and said, then, could you please accompany me to take a statement? We can discuss everything later. Could we possibly delay the statement? Jiang Yuan hesitated. I still have some unfinished business here. He subtly glanced at the half-excavated pit. Shattering deliberated, glanced at the sky, and ultimately decided not to press Jiang Yuan. She nodded gently. All right then, we will take these individuals back first, and you can come tomorrow to give your statement. Certainly, Jiang Yuan replied without a second thought. To be honest, he was quite curious about these people's intentions. Did they come specifically to intercept him after watching his live stream? He genuinely believed that was a possibility. After receiving Jiang Yuan and Appo's agreement, Shattering led several detectives to handcuff the group of black-clad individuals and escort them away. Dear viewers, I apologize for the unexpected incident. Let's continue. Once Shattering and her team vanished from sight, Jiang Yuan uttered this phrase and returned to treasure hunting with the photographer. Bang, bang, bang. With the photographer's vigorous strikes, the small lock was broken within minutes. Brother, can I open it now? The photographer inquired cautiously as he removed the severed lock. With Jiang Yuan's nod, the photographer could no longer contain his excitement and pride opened the chest. Creak! A muffled sound echoed as the long-sealed chest was opened once more. A cloud of musty air rushed out. Jiang Yuan quickly grabbed a powerful flashlight and illuminated the chest. At that moment, both Jiang Yuan and the photographer, along with the audience in the live stream, were captivated by the contents of the chest, eagerly anticipating what treasures might emerge. Meanwhile, within the ancient treasures pavilion at the Gansu Provincial Museum, Bai Feng and Lin Shiyue were intently fixated on the unfolding scene. In contrast to the viewers enjoying the auction alongside Jiang Yuan, they were far more anxious to discover what lay within, especially since Jiang Yuan had spent 500,000 to acquire this blind box. Under the gaze of the crowd and the beam of the flashlight, the contents of the chest were gradually revealed. It was a round object that appeared quite extraordinary. Jiang Yuan leaned in closer for a better look. As the object came into view through the camera lens, everyone froze in shock. The live stream fell into an eerie silence. In stark contrast, Lin Chuyue and Bai Feng suddenly sprang to their feet, their eyes widening in astonishment. On sight, Jiang Yuan paused momentarily, and a wave of immense joy swept across his face. What is this? Does anyone know? Please share. It looks like a cauldron. Jiang Shun, please tell us, what exactly is this? Stop keeping us in suspense. In amp, oppos. That's driving me crazy. Jiang Shun, please tell us. What on earth is in this box? I specialize in antiques, and I recognize this as a cauldron, but I'm uncertain about its specifics. Only Jiang Shun can enlighten us. At this moment, under the brilliant light of the flashlight, everything inside the chest was laid bare. The vast chest contained but one item. This round object appeared remarkably peculiar. Brother, what is this? The photographer and the audience in the live stream shared the same bewilderment as they observed Jiang Yuan and Oppos' overwhelming excitement. This, Jiang Yuan leaned in for a closer inspection, even touching it and tapping in certain spots. Finally, he took a deep breath and declared, "This is a bronze cauldron." Bronze cauldron. The three characters echoed in the photographer and Oppos' mind. A bronze cauldron. It should be known that in ancient Daxia, cauldrons were revered as vital national treasures. This alone indicated that the value of this cauldron would be extraordinary. Suddenly, remembering something, he nervously asked, "Brother, if this cauldron is genuine, what might its value be?" Jiang Yuan smiled and extended a finger. 1 million? Jiang Yuan shook his head, softly responding, 10 million. Only 10 million? I thought it could be worth more. The photographer exhaled sharply, his voice faltering before he exclaimed, "Brother, did you say 10 million? Indeed. Jiang Yuan nodded. That's a conservative estimate. To determine its true value, we must wait until the bronze cauldron is fully examined and its uses are assessed. If it's particularly rare, the price could be even higher. The photographer remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but his mind was consumed by a singular thought. A staggering price of 10 million. 10 million. What does that even mean? An ordinary person couldn't earn such a sum in a lifetime, even without indulging in food or drink. Chapter 99. The complete picture of the audience in the live broadcast room was equally envious. Wow, bronze ding. Jiang Shun, are you really this extraordinary? I am utterly impressed. Jiang Shun, was and Oppos. He had said that Jiang Shun was the child of destiny? Is he unable to shed that aura of fortune? You mean this is it? 10 million. Is this Jiang Shun's true power? Can simply purchasing a box lead to such a transformation? Excitement surged through the viewers, and despite the late hour, the online world erupted. The emergence of a 10 million item was enough to captivate a multitude of users, especially one unearthed by Jiang Yuan. This news spread like a tidal wave across various social media platforms. Unsurprisingly, wherever this information traveled, it drew a flurry of enthusiastic comments. Many users eagerly shared this revelation, eager to convey their astonishment. How could one enjoy such envy alone? Brothers, hurry to watch Jiang Shun and Oppos' live stream. I am truly amazed. He unearthed something worth 10 million. Quickly, check it out. If you don't hurry, you'll miss it. Brothers, charge forth. What? Jiang Shun stumbled upon ancient artifacts worth over 1 billion. Is this real? Don't stop me. I'm heading over right now. As users rallied to share the news, a throng of bewildered viewers flooded Jiang Yuan's live room, all eager to witness the splendor of the ancient bronze artifact and to understand why it commanded such a staggering price. Simultaneously, many viewers took action. For them, the value of the bronze ding was truly incalculable. An existence with a price but no market. How could they let such an opportunity slip away? In the office of the Ancient Artifacts Association, Qian Wangwan was engrossed in Jiang Yuan and Oppos' live stream. Upon seeing the bronze ding, he sprang into action, shouting, "Quickly, prepare the vehicle. I must go to the forest park. Hurry, hurry." At the antique pavilion, Lin Chia, who was about to retire for the night, abruptly sprang to her feet and drove toward the forest park. Bai Feng at the Gansu Provincial Museum was similarly motivated. This was not an isolated incident. Every antiquities enthusiast who witnessed this scene through Jiang Yuan and Oppos' broadcast began rallying their friends to head to his location. For instance, Su Mingda hurriedly dialed a number, the IP address indicating it was from the coastal city of Danghai. "Hello," a robust voice answered. After a few exchanges, the tone became notably serious. "What? A bronze ding? I understand. Where was it found?" "Forest Park in Xinxing, Gansu." "Got it. I'm on my way immediately. Make sure to keep the buyer steady until I arrive." The bronze ding. It was well known that thousands of years ago, this era was celebrated as the Bronze Age. Thus, the ding could very well be a relic from that time. No antiquities lover could remain unmoved by its allure. Unlike other artifacts that might be cumbersome to sell, the bronze ding would undoubtedly be snatched up immediately. This is the charm of the bronze ding. As for why not to make a phone call? Because only by being present can one truly demonstrate the reverence for the bronze ding. Meanwhile, at the live broadcast site, Jiang Yuan and the cameraman were completely unaware of the external frenzy. They were perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. "Brother," the cameraman glanced at the bronze dragon pattern ding and hesitated. "How are we supposed to lift this ding?" Just moments ago, the cameraman had attempted to move it, but found it immovable, despite exerting all his strength. Well, Jiang Yuan was equally perplexed, fully aware of the ding's weight. Attempting to lift it alone was akin to a fool's errand. Did they truly believe anyone could carry it like Xiangyu? "Let's dig first," Jiang Yuan suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Expand the area and see how large it is." With that, he picked up a shovel and jumped into the pit. The cameraman quickly followed suit. With a flurry of activity, they began to excavate the soil, shoveling pile after pile. Despite the seemingly mundane nature of the broadcast, the number of viewers continued to grow, and the atmosphere was vibrant, with discussions buzzing fervently. As time passed unnoticed, roughly 30 minutes later, both Jiang Yuan and the cameraman paused, their faces alight with excitement. After half an hour of toil, the entire box was finally revealed. It was a square box, slightly elongated, resembling a rectangular prism. "Brother, this box." The cameraman circled it, exclaiming, "It's no simple task to lift it." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. To be frank, without at least 4 or 5 strong men, it was impossible to move. "Should we call for help?" the cameraman asked, looking up at Jiang Yuan. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to respond affirmatively, a voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Jiang, where are you?" "Qian Wangguan?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Yuan paused and looked up to see Qian Wangguan emerging from the path, breathless and holding a flashlight. "President Qian?" Jiang Yuan greeted, his eyes reflecting his confusion. It was evident that he was puzzled as to why Qian Wangguan would appear at this late hour. "Mr. Jiang, that bronze ding of yours," Qian Wangguan began. But before he could finish, another voice interrupted. The crowd instinctively turned to see Lin Qudream jogging from another direction. Upon her arrival, Lin Qudream noticed Qian Wangguan. They exchanged glances, each understanding the other's intentions. Like her, he had come for the bronze ding. Their presence indicated that the night would be lively. Since they had received the news, it was clear that others had as well. After all, the number of viewers watching Jiang Yuan's live stream was not small. Chapter 100. A race amongst many. Among this group of individuals, there were several who, like him, had some acquaintance with antiques. As anticipated, it did not take long for events to unfold. "Master Jiang," a sudden voice resonated through the air. Following the sound, Jiang Yuan observed Su Mingda hastily approaching from another direction. "Master Su," Jiang Yuan nodded lightly, noticing the wary glances exchanged between Qian Wangguan, Lin Xiaomeng, and Su Mingda. His expression grew increasingly perplexed. What could this mean? Look at the bewilderment in Master Jiang and Appo's eyes. If I were Master Jiang, I would be equally baffled. Had it not been for the news I saw online, I would be just as confused by this gathering. On a related note, what extraordinary item has Master Jiang acquired? Why are all these people converging here? Hey, it's the bronze ding. Those unfamiliar should look it up. In ancient times, it was considered one of the most significant artifacts. On what is happening here? Jiang Yuan inquired directly, his confusion palpable. "Mr. Jiang, Jiang Yuan, Master Jiang, can you sell me that bronze ding?" Before Jiang Yuan could finish his question, the trio spoke in unison. After uttering those words, they resumed their vigilant stares at one another. Jiang Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. he had not anticipated their arrival was solely for the bronze ding. Master Jiang. Su Mingda glanced at Lin Xiumeng and Qian Wangguan, aware of his somewhat disadvantaged position. He opened his mouth and declared, I am here because a close friend of mine is interested in the bronze ding. Moreover, he is quite wealthy. After saying this, he provocatively glanced at Qian Wangguan and Lin Xiumeng, as if to assert that the bronze ding was his to claim. At this declaration, Qian Wangguan and Lin Xiumeng immediately bristled. They too coveted the bronze ding, knowing it could be resold at a considerable profit. However, before they could voice their thoughts, another voice interrupted. Jiang Yuan. A female voice resonated. Lin Xiumeng, Qian Wangguan, and Su Mingda stiffened, silently cursing their misfortune. Another person was arriving. Sharing this thought, they turned in unison. Yet, when they beheld the newcomer, they were momentarily stunned, for it was not someone familiar from the antique industry, but rather a police detective. They were not particularly acquainted with this detective, but Jiang Yuan was well aware of her. It was Officer Xie. Officer Xie, Lin Xiumeng thought, instantly becoming vigilant. HM. As she approached, Officer Xie immediately noticed Lin Xiumeng's gaze. She paused briefly, her eyes locking onto Lin Xiumeng's. In that moment, their glances sparked a palpable tension in the air. Goodness, Officer Xie, what brings her here? Look at her and Lin Xiumeng. It seems a confrontation is imminent. Indeed, all this commotion is from Master Jiang. What into amp? Amp, oppose. S more, observe Master Jiang and amp. Amp, oppose. S expression, he appears utterly oblivious to the situation. Master Jiang, you excel in so many areas, yet you seem so lacking in matters of the heart. Wait, look, Master Jiang has noticed. Positions everyone. Master Jiang is about to engage. In the spotlight, Jiang Yuan observed Officer Xie, who had halted mid-stride. Following her gaze, he turned to Lin Xiumeng. He frowned slightly and approached Officer Xie, asking, Officer Xie, do you know Xiumeng? And no, Officer Xie replied, shaking her head. Then why were you staring at her? Jiang Yuan retorted, does she have something on her face? At this, Lin Xiumeng could not contain her laughter. And you? You were staring at Officer Xie as well. What was that about? Jiang Yuan turned back to her. Lin Xiumeng started to speak, but could only huff in response. This time, it was Officer Xie who broke into laughter. What are you laughing at? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow, questioning her. Officer Xie's laughter faded, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was thoroughly entertained, having not anticipated such banter from Jiang Yuan. What does that mean, Master Jiang? Are you implying favoritism? Master Jiang, can you truly not see their affections? Astounded. How do these two stunning women harbor such feelings for him? Is he truly that oblivious? Enough. Let all collapse. I'm utterly flabbergasted. In a live stream, countless viewers were in stitches, while Jiang Yuan remained oblivious to the barrage of comments. As Lin Xiumeng and Officer Xie regained their composure, Jiang Yuan finally inquired, What brings you here? Surely you're not interested in purchasing the bronze.